Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4CP Chapter 136. Solve World. Discover Kizaru. Lands immediately understood what Moser meant, and stepped back obediently. It's not that Moser's hands are itchy, he did this to make Gion feel at ease. Also let Gion know about his strength, so that he won't have to worry about him in the future. Rumble. The fists of Moser and World collided like a meteorite. In an instant, World's body flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the cabin. Seeing World, who was shot flying all of a sudden, Gion, who was still worried, looked shocked at this moment. In less than a few seconds, World rushed out of the cabin. Boy, I'm going to kill you. From the shattered cabin, World raged out. Especially the cadres of their own pirate group, just like this, they were easily defeated by these guys. He knew that he could not have the slightest reservation. In an instant, the big fist of World's sandbag was extremely dark. Momo Fruit's ability was unfolded, and his power instantly increased tenfold. Then he rushed towards Moser with the sonic boom. Facing such a terrifying blow, Moser's face was full of disdain. The 063 fists were also extremely dark, full of blood, and his fists blasted like a dragon. Rumble. Crack. The fists collided again, and a wave of bone cracking sounded instantly. The intense pain made World's face anguish. Boy, I must kill you. World Asia Private Pain, left fist don't look at Wu Chu's my wife. Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth, dodged the punch easily, and then hit World's chin with his uppercut. Hey! Advertisement. All of a sudden, World leaned back, a mouthful of blood with his teeth spouted. It's not over yet. Moser's right foot is also as black as ink. A whip kick hit World's chest heavily. There was no time to escape. World's expression was extremely painful, and the entire huge body was kicked into the sky. Moser's figure turned into a stream of light and appeared above World. His fists were like giant axes, hitting his back heavily. At the moment it fell, it appeared below World again, kicked it on his chest, and kicked it into the sky. In this way, Moser kept hitting World's body up, down, left and right for a few seconds. The speed is so fast and there is a huge gap between power. World has no power to fight back at all. 1 minute later, World's huge body hit the deck heavily and fell directly into the sea. On the other hand, Moser reappeared on the deck with an indifferent expression, and then slowly said, "Ghost Spider, you go get this guy up." Without a word, the Ghost Spider jumped into the sea. After a while, the Ghost Spider floated out of the sea carrying the unconscious World, and with the help of the Yumosu, they returned to the boat. At this point, the Ward pirate group was completely annihilated, and all the members, including the captain, were annihilated by Moser and his team. After Moser and both of them solved their opponents, Jill, who had been silent for a while, released Observation Hockey. Be prepared to feel if there are any fish caught in the pirate ship. His Observation Hockey combines the capabilities of Thunderfruit, covering a very wide range, and can even use radio waves to know the other party's conversation. Same as Enel in the original book. As a result, Jill didn't notice the fish caught in the pirate ship. Instead, he raised his head and glanced up. He unexpectedly discovered that there were still people watching their actions above the sky. Gilton frowned, and his body turned into a thunderlight and disappeared in place. At the same time, entrusted by Kong, Kizaru has been hiding in the sky to observe Moser's several people. Seal. Reference mark meeting Ghoul's experience. He was very vigilant, and immediately flashed people without even thinking about it. It turned into a yellow streamer and disappeared into the sky instantly. By the time the light was transformed into a human form again, it was already dozens of kilometers away. Advertisement. Kizaru, who was reshaped into a human form, showed a wretched face, and muttered to himself. Yeah, it's really scary. Fortunately, I run fast, otherwise I will be found. These guys are really unbelievable. That's it. However, as soon as Kizaru finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head subconsciously. Suddenly discovered that Jill appeared silently behind him, staring at him coldly at this time. The two of them also stood proudly in the sky, facing each other like this. And seeing this scene, even the experienced Kizaru couldn't help being shocked. He had never experienced this kind of thing, so he was a little shocked. Looking at Jill, who also stood proudly in the air with him, Kizaru immediately knew that the opponent must also be a Logia-capable person. Although it was less than a second just now, he had already appeared dozens of kilometers away. He has always been confident in his speed, and it is definitely not a simple guy to be able to keep up with his speed. What's more, just now Kizaru didn't try his best to rush. It is not difficult for Jill to catch up with him. Can't help but open his mouth, wanting to say something. However, before the temple has changed the Yuan, Gil Dog suddenly showed a strong aura all over the Tengu. The body began to flash with the teacher's thunder, and took the shape of a spear. At the moment when Jill was elementalized, Kizaru was even more shocked, and he blurted out subconsciously. It turned out to be Logia, Thunderfruit. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You must know that the speed of lightning is the speed of light. In terms of speed, Jill is not weaker than Kizaru. After a brief astonishment, Kizaru immediately recovered, but the surprise on his face remained undiminished. But the guy behind him really caught up. How would he know that Jill is the owner of Thunderfruit? Dear readers, please ask for a monthly evaluation ticket for flowers. You know, he is a sparkling fruit-capable person, with the speed of light, no one can match. Except for his sparkling fruit, absolutely no one can keep up with his speed. Chapter 137, Jill and Kizaru's First Encounter. Ignoring Kizaru's surprise, Jill pushed the spear condensed from thunder against Kizaru's throat. Kizaru immediately came back to his senses, and then raised his hands in a weird manner, surrendering, and did not act rashly. Jill was the first to question. Who are you? What is Gigi Chongchong doing with us? Kizaru looked wretched and immediately said, misunderstanding, I am not an enemy, I am just secretly protecting you. Jill frowned, with a look of disbelief, and then said, look at you, such a wretched look, and you don't look like a good person. Forget it, take you back and let the boss decide. Jill frowned, looking unbelievable, and then said, look at you, such a wretched look, and you don't look like a good person. Forget it, take you back and let the boss decide. Thundertooth stab. Kizaru just wanted to explain, but Jill's thunder spear covering the thunder had already pierced him. Yeah, it's a bit bad. Seeing this scene, Kizaru felt helpless and could only be dodged. His body turned golden light and flew away instantly. Want to escape? Seeing Kizaru's elementalization and wanting to escape, Jill also turned into a thunder and chased him. Kizaru's speed is very fast, but Jill is not let down at all. In the sky, a magical scene appeared. I saw a golden ray in front and a silver ray behind, and the two rays were chasing each other. After a while, Kizaru found out how to speed up, still unable to escape Jill's pursuit. While surprised in my heart, I gave up and continued to run away. You can't help it, the young people nowadays are really to avoid class, they can't sit down peacefully. Father, if that's the case, I can only let you be quiet. While talking, Jin Guang stopped and then condensed the outline of Kizaru. Speed of light. Kick. Countless photons are contained on the right foot, and then straight out like a giant axe. Seeing this, Jill did not flinch and also raised his foot to gather thunder. Thunder kick. Rumble. In an instant, the terrifying thunder collided with endless flashes, the atmosphere continued to roar, and the sound of explosion sounded. Kizaru saw that Jill could easily block his foot, and suddenly felt very surprised. The same is true for Jill on the other side, thinking that this guy can block one's move, this guy is not weak either. After that, the two men did not hesitate and started a fierce battle. The thunder continued to raging, and the light continued to shine. Advertisement: the longer the fight lasted, the more Kizaru was frightened, looking at the devastating thunder. Kizaru has confirmed that this guy is a thunderfruit-capable person, and the destructive power of this destruction alone is more terrifying than his sparkling fruit. And this little guy is not too old. The development and application of the fruit is not much worse than him. He wanted to run, but his proud speed couldn't have an advantage in front of the opponent. Within a short period of time, I couldn't solve the opponent unexpectedly, and it was not a solution to keep getting entangled like this. Unless you try your best to get rid of him, but in this way, the result will definitely be both sides. Even if you solve the other party, you are definitely not much better. Thinking of this, Kizaru immediately gave up the idea. After all, this is just a misunderstanding. Whether it is oneself or the other party, it is also marine. How can you fight life and death? On the other hand, Gil's surprise was not lower than that of Yellow Ape, or even more. Because he had already used 80% of his strength, but there was still nothing to do with this guy. And he could clearly perceive that the wretched guy on the opposite side didn't use his full strength, and always kept a third of his energy. The two buried them again and retreated with one move. Autumn bean sacks. Jill was about to continue his shot, and Kizaru immediately called for a stop. Jill also stopped, ready to see what this guy is going to do. I'm really marine, if you don't believe me, I can go back to the boat with you. Kizaru said wryly. After a pause for a few seconds, Jill had actually heard that there seemed to be a sparkling fruit-capable person in marine, which was very similar to this guy, but he was not sure. Okay, then you go back with me first. Jill finally decided to take this guy back to the boat. Afterwards, the two turned into a stream of light and went back in the same direction. With the speed of the two people, the two of them came back to the marine warship in less than a moment. At the same time, the ghost spiders also brought the world group alive to the warship in seastone handcuffs. Ming, little Moser, we meet again. Kizaru greeted Moser first. Kizaru. You wretched fellow, why are you here? Moser wondered why Kizaru came here. Advertisement. Jill watched Kizaru greet his boss, and realized that he really misunderstood, and had no plans to do it anymore. Look for flowers. Well, you guys' little brother is a bit powerful, I can't solve him. Kizaru obviously didn't want to answer this question, and immediately changed the subject. You still didn't tell me the purpose of your coming. Moser obviously wouldn't just let him change the subject so easily, so he asked directly. For a moment, Kizaru looked thinking, obviously, hesitating to say it. Farewell, speak quickly, or you won't be able to leave. As soon as Moser's words fell, the lands group surrounded Kizaru with their hearts. Seeing the trio of Tianzi who were eager to do their hands, they immediately became angry with Kizaru's lazy character. After all, just one made him feel very troublesome, let alone three. In order not to make things too troublesome, Kizaru thought for a while and couldn't hide it anymore. 0. Wait a minute. I say, he quickly surrendered, indicating that he did not act dangerously. Marshal Kong, afraid that your trip would be dangerous, specially asked me to protect you in secret. If you are in danger, I will take action when it is critical. But now it seems that Marshal Sora's worry is unnecessary. Kizaru glanced at Moser first, then at Jill. Just now Moser easily killed World in a flash. He still remembered it. It was World Destroyer World, and the General Vice Admiral was not an opponent. Even if you change to yourself, you can't do such an easy spike. Can you imagine how terrifying Moser's strength is? Moreover, no matter how terrifying Moser's strength is, this guy named Jill can fight back and forth with him, and his strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, in Kizaru's heart, Master Kongyun's move was completely unnecessary. With this time, it is better to give yourself more holidays. I heard Kizaru say that Marshal Sora called him to protect himself. Moser smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Is his strength so unconfident? But he didn't think much and slowly said, "Okay, I see, you go back first." Hearing Moser telling him to go, Kizaru didn't bother to stay long. After all, these guys absolutely don't need their own protection, turning into a yellow streamer and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 138. Return. Kong's surprise watching Paluzolino disappear into the sky. Moser didn't bother to stay in this place. Go. All return to Naval Headquarters. Moser ordered the Marine soldiers to return to the direction of Naval Headquarters. As for World, who is still in a coma, and his pirates, they have been imprisoned under the cabin. Along the way, as the sea breeze was blowing slightly, Gion's beautiful eyes kept looking at Moser. Perceiving Gion's gaze, Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth and looked at her. What's the matter, honey, do you really want to praise me? Huh, who is complimenting you? Gion directly refused to admit it, and then couldn't help asking, Moser, why are you so strong? You even killed World Destroyer World in seconds. I heard my sister say that even if this guy is Vice Admiral from Marines 067 Headquarters, he is not his opponent. What's the matter? A World Destroyer. Now that you see my strength, only the tip of the iceberg is revealed. Even Zephyr Instructor is my defeat. Moser looked at Gion with a smile on his face. Men like to express themselves in front of their beloved woman, and Moser is no exception. I don't believe it. You said you were better than Vice Admiral. I don't believe it. Zephyr Instructor is Admiral. How can you be stronger than him? Gion looked disbelief. Really? You don't believe you are such a strong man? Otherwise we will find a place where no one is going to have an in-depth exchange and let you know. Moser walked towards Gion with a smile on his face. What an in-depth exchange. Gion didn't understand what he meant at first. However, after a few seconds, she immediately understood, and said with a shy look, "Hey, you have a fun like this, I won't be better with you." Well, I know I was wrong, I will never make this kind of joke again. Although Moser said so, his hands were already naturally placed on Gion's waist. Her face blushed, but Gion didn't choose to push Moser away. Instead, she showed a happy look. In her heart, she had already accepted Moser. Advertisement. The others behind Jill and others watched this scene quietly. Kakuzu's mouth twitched a bit. Facing the show of affection between the two, their single dogs received 10,000 points of crit in their hearts. One day later, when the scorching sun was in the sky, Paluzolino had returned to Naval Headquarters at this moment. When he returned, he came to the Marshal's office to report the situation. How is it? Did that little guy solve World? Before Paluzolino could speak, Kong Ji Kong asked directly. The solution is solved, but... Paluzolino stopped there for a moment. But what, did something unexpected happen? Kong was very puzzled, thinking that something was wrong. The accident is nothing unexpected, but Moser is so terrible, he easily kills it in seconds. World. As Paluzolino continued to describe it, Kong's face became more surprised. How could he not expect that Moser is really so strong? After fighting for less than 10 rounds, he easily killed World in seconds. You must know that this guy is better than ordinary Vice Admiral. He thought at first that Zephyr exaggerated Moser's strength too much. After all, this little guy seemed to be less than 20 years old now. How could it be possible to have Admiral's strength? Now it seems that this guy is indeed so terrifying. The Admiral-level combat power under the age of 20 has never been seen even in Kong's vision. Seeing Kong's shocked expression, Kizaru went on to say, not only is the little guy Moser so powerful, but like a monster, he's a little brother. Still the owner of Thunderfruit. Moreover, its development level of Thunderfruit and its own physical skills are very powerful. Even with me, there is no way to solve him in a short time. What are you talking about? The owner of Thunderfruit, and can get used to you in a short time. Are you sure you haven't released the water? Kong was so surprised on his face, he asked directly and loudly. No, if I try my best, I should be able to take him down. However, it is unlikely within a short period of time. Its strength should not reach Admiral, but it is also stronger than Vice Admiral. One advertisement. Kizaru still had a positive tone. When I heard this, even with Kong's mentality, I was shocked to stay where I was. However, a smile appeared on his face immediately. After all, such a strong monster belonged to the Marine. Needless to say, Moser, the proper Admiral-level combat power, and that Jill, last time I saw him in his early 20s, he is still the owner of Thunderfruit. Cultivate it well, it won't take a few years, and it will be another Admiral-level combat power. Hurry up. Soon, the Marine soldiers in the port detained World and them to the Naval Headquarters first. Now when I came to Naval Headquarters, World thought that he would finally get out of the sea of suffering, and stood on the deck stupidly, almost crying. Why did you come back so soon? With that said, Moser held Gion's hand tighter, and Gion lowered his head shyly. After all, he would not forget. Kong promised him that after completing the task, he would lead a warship by himself. Behind Jill kicked him directly with 4.8. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thinking of this, Kong's old faces smiled directly. Seeing Kong like this, Paluzolino was very puzzled. He was shocked just now. Why is he laughing now? Along the way, World kept clamoring and cursing, but every time he scolded, Jill and the others not only punched and kicked him, but also stuffed the smelly socks into his mouth, and poured the food washing water directly into his mouth. As for, Moser also walked in the direction of the marshal's office. With an angry expression, World, as a big pirate, still has spine. He just turned his head, but when he saw Jill's evil smile. 3 days later, Feng-He Li, Moser and others returned to naval headquarters. The anger subsided immediately, and he didn't want to be tortured again. If Kong knew that Moser's younger brother, not only did Gil have such a strong strength, but Tianzi and Lanz also have such strength, I don't know what it will be. Moser looked at Gion reluctantly. During these 3 days, Moser had Gion always by his side. He had a very happy life. In just 3 days, World became a trance. The physical and mental torture made him miserable for these 3 days. Chapter 139 Great Sailing, second half. Within a moment, Moser took 7 warlords of the sea to Marshal Marine's office. As for Gion, first go back to look for Vice Admiral Crane. Bang! The office door was kicked open and Moser was seen coming. Kong can be described as a black line on his face. This little b*************** D is as rude as his father. Old man, what's that called? World Destroyer? I've been caught back alive. You promised me before that I would lead a warship by myself, Moser asked straightforwardly. Kong's expression was very calm. He had thought about where to send Moser and others as early as yesterday. If the old man said it, he would naturally do it. You and your 7 little guys will report to the G1 branch. Granted the rank of colonel, he has the qualifications to lead a warship alone to catch pirates. Kong's face became serious, and he said to the 8 Moser. The G1 branch is located at the entrance of New World in Sahai. It was Kong's thoughtful situation to send Moser and others there. After all, with the strength of these little guys, especially Moser already has admiral-level combat power, putting them in the world is really overkill. So it's better to put them where New World connects with the world. In this way, it is the best choice. G1 branch? Moser has heard of this branch, but he didn't think much about it. Anyway, he has the qualifications to lead a warship by himself. He didn't want to go out to perform a task, and he had to sit back and breathe. Well, you can report to the G1 branch tomorrow. Kong looked at Moser and they had no objection, and said directly. Oh, I know the old man. Moser dug his earwax and sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, looking impatient. As for the 3 of Tianzi sitting directly on the sofa, Ghost Spider and the others didn't dare to go so far. After all, this was Marshal Marine. I don't know why, watching Moser look like this, Kong thought of his B***************** D dad, and he didn't get angry. Advertisement old man, is the colonel's rank too low? Or just give me a vice admiral? Moser got an inch ahead and looked at Kong with a smile on his face. You get out of here, the steel kidney called out. If you don't give it, why are you angry? Moser came out with a yawn. Kong was so mad, he naturally couldn't make himself boring, staying there all the time. Boss, what is that G1 branch called? Tianzi looked puzzled. Sao Rat, tell him. Moser glanced directly at Mole. The G1 branch is located at the entrance of New World. It can be said that it is a fortress set up by Marine in New World. It is much more dangerous than the other branches. As he said, a worried look appeared on Mole's face. Normally, those who just graduated like them usually go to all over the world to mix experience, and then to New World. It is rare to come directly to such a high degree of difficulty all at once. Moser obviously saw Mole's concern, and slowly said, what are you panicking? It just so happened that I was bored at naval headquarters, so I went to New World to play. Thinking of Moser's terrifying power, the worry on Mole's face disappeared immediately. He almost forgot that his boss is a monster, and the strength of the Tianzi trio is stronger than Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. In a short while, Moser took the Tianzi 7 people to a villa, which was naturally Garp's house in Naval Headquarters. As Marine Vice Admiral, there is a villa in Naval Headquarters. Is it too much? Not too much. The next day, when the sun was blazing, Moser led his 7 warlords of the sea to Marine G1 branch. Marines in the port, seeing 7 young people coming to the Marine branch, they thought they were new students who had come to report. A corporal who seemed to be in his early 20s stepped forward and said to the Moser 7. You are newcomers to report, right? Know what you are new to do? With that said, the corporal glanced at the mop and rag next to him, with a simple consciousness, let them clean up. Moser smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and stood still, as did the 7 warlords of the sea behind him. Seeing their arrogant look, the corporal suddenly felt shameless. Moreover, the latter veterans talked and laughed, as if it was a joke that he couldn't even move a few recruits. Advertisement, boy, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Buffy roared angrily. The Moser 7 were still standing there motionless, and that gaze seemed to be looking at moth ants. As he said, Buffy looked like he was about to do something. Stop, suddenly a voice came from behind him. Buffy also stopped his hand movements, turned his head and looked back. I didn't upload one just now, I sent it wrong, sorry everyone. Suddenly, he was shocked, especially Buffy. He trembled with fright when he thought that he was going to do something with the new colonel just now. A few of Buffy, when they heard Moser, the Kings and Zhaos turned out to be colonels. I saw him slowly walking towards Moser with a wretched look, looking at him and saying, "You are Colonel Moser from Naval Headquarters. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." It's a pity that he was wrong. If he knew that Moser's real strength was better than Admiral, he didn't know what his expression would be. No reply. Moser still smiled. The visitor was the Colonel of G1, with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek and a thin body. Ha 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 ha, Buffy, neither can you, recruiters can't make any move, so quickly retreat. Shang Principal, I was wrong. Buffy stepped forward and bowed to apologize quickly. The others behind did the same, stepped forward to bow and apologize. Let's go, Colonel Moser, come with me to meet Daigle Vice Admiral Faye. As soon as he heard this, Buffy felt his inner anger burned, clenched his fists, and looked at the Moser 7, "Rookie, it seems I want to teach you a lesson, let you know, what is the sky and the earth? Yes, let's look for the situation. You will make people's house, clean up by yourself." Seeing the people coming, Buffy and a few veterans immediately stood up and saluted, "Good Colonel." The few veterans behind laughed loudly. It is estimated that it was a second-generation official who was waiting to die, relying on family relations to win this position. Colonel Gazeri has a very kind tone, but in his eyes, Moser is so young, what can he really do? Chapter 140 Conspiracy, Katakuri, the head of the 4 generals. Ignoring the corporals, Moser calmly took his Shichibukai towards the branch building. When Buffy saw that Moser didn't blame it, they just left, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's terrible, this guy is such a young colonel. Fortunately, he didn't ask us to settle the account. A soldier with a coxcomb head looked a little afraid. You are ashamed to say, you bastards, Lousy was almost killed by you. Buffy yelled directly at a few people. Just now I learned that Moser turned out to be a colonel. He almost peed his pants in fright. Now he still has lingering fears. On the other side, the 7 Moser, led by Gazeri, also came to Vice Admiral's office. As soon as they entered, Moser saw a burly middle-aged man with a short head with a scar on his face. You are the new Moser here to report? Daigle asked directly. Yeah. Moser nodded with a casual look. Seeing Moser's such awkward look, Daigle felt upset for an instant. Yesterday, Marshal Kong called him and said that he would be parachuted with a colonel. He was 067 and he was less than 20 years old. Duggar immediately asked him. However, Kong said that Moser was very strong and asked him to obey the order, so he hung up the phone. At this moment, I saw Moser's young and arrogant appearance. In Daigle's impression, Moser was already an official second generation who relied on his family background to airborne here. As a veteran on the battlefield, Daigle looked down upon such people in his heart. It's okay, we'll leave first, Moser yawned, looking impatient. Wait a minute, I have a task to give you here, Gazeri, let's talk about it, Daigle said, giving Gazeri a wink. According to our marine information, Charlotte Katakuli, the head of the 4 emperors under the hands of Ant 4 emperors, left the territory of Cake Island and came to the sea near our side. Advertisement Vice Admiral means hope. You go to investigate the reason and purpose of Charlotte Katakuri's presence here, Gazari said to Moser. Shout. Yuan, Wu Xian, who was impatient, Seal, long ago, and 7 warlords of the sea leave here. Seeing Moser completely ignoring himself, Daigle was out of anger. Duggar Vice Admiral, there is no need to get into fire for this kind of official second generation. This guy really doesn't know that the world is rich, we will arrange this task for him. He didn't even want to dare to agree directly. With his strength, he might be scared to pee when he meets Charlotte Katakuri. Gazari looked wretched when he said this. That's right, Lousy hates this kind of official second generation. It is arranged under my hands. I must make you suffer. Okay, you should prepare too. When the time comes, we will go out to sea with me. We will follow behind this little guy in secret. Although we want this guy to eat the scars, in case this little guy has an accident, it is difficult for us to explain to Master Kongyan. Quote. Daigle naturally arranged this task deliberately, wanting to give Moser these guys, one of them will be able to win. But obviously he was thinking too much, not to mention a Charlotte Katakuri, even if the ant came here in person, it would be impossible to make Moser eat diarrhea. Walking out of the office, Lands next to Moser said directly, Boss, that guy seems to be deliberately targeting us, do I want to beat him up? No need, he wants to play, I will play with him. Moser almost guessed what Dagger thinks. However, in his eyes, it would be Charlotte Katakuri for a while to go to sea, and then he would come back to find Daigle and settle the account. It would not be too late to play. That Daigle, I've heard that he is very strong and has an upright character. He might think that the old Yamato we came down by virtue of the relationship, so he targeted us. At this moment, Huo Shaoshan said. Hearing this, the 4 ghost spiders shook their heads. When they thought of the horror of their boss and the 3 Jill, they couldn't help worrying about Daigle's future. After a while, Moser, led by a soldier, came to a villa. As the colonel of the branch, the marine branch would naturally arrange the villa for him. Advertisement. At the moment, in front of the villa, there were 2 marines guarding. One of the marine soldiers who didn't seem to be tall, looked very horrified when they saw Moser. This Marine, it was Buffy who had spoken harshly at the port just now. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky that he would be arranged to guard Moser's villa. Seeing Moser and the others getting closer, Buffy immediately lowered his head, for fear that a few people would notice him. Moser recognized this guy too, but he didn't care, and walked in. Seeing Moser walk in like this, Buffy took a long breath, thinking that the incident would just pass. As a result, Jill walked in front of Buffy, only to see him smiling at the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, "Boy, you come in with us." As soon as he heard this, his whole body trembled, and his expression was a little frightened. He thought he still had to upgrade his account. But I didn't dare not carry out the secret, and walked in step by step with a feeling of anxiety. Seeing, "Did you see the rags and mops over there? Go and help us clean the house." Jill looked at him with a smile on his face. Understood. Buffy heard that he was just asking himself to come in to clean, and the hanging heart was relieved in an instant. He thought he was going to die. On the other side, Moser also allocated rooms and prepared to rest. As for the next investigation of Charlotte Katakuri's whereabouts and purpose, they did not care at all. Although, Charlotte Katakuri is the first of the 4 generals, stronger than the ordinary vice admiral, but in the eyes of Moser. After completing the mission this time, not only Moser was awarded the rank of colonel, but the 70 Tianzi were also awarded the rank of captain. The Marine branch naturally has a house allocated to them, but Tianzi and the others are already living in a custom dormitory, so naturally they are too lazy to move out and live on their own. As for the ghost spiders, seeing that the 3 of Tianzi didn't say to move out, of course they didn't dare to say much. Chapter 141. The next day, the morning light woke up. Early in the morning, Moser led his 7 warlords of the sea to the port. At this moment, a warship with the Husky flag is docked on the shore. Looking listless, Moser yawned and stepped onto the warship, followed by the 7 Tianzis behind. The Marine soldiers on the warship couldn't help exclaiming when they saw Moser and others so young. "Do you think this is really our chief? He looks so young, he looks like he just graduated." "What do you know? I heard that these people were parachuted from the headquarters. At first glance, they were powerful and gilded in their homes." "Ah, it's true. Then we're going to die. I heard that our mission this time is to investigate Charlotte Katakuri, who is the head of the 4 stars. In case these officers are really incapable, and we really meet that guy, we are not cold." Quote. "There is no way, admit it. We can only hope that when we investigate this time, our whereabouts will not be discovered." The dozens of Marine soldiers on the deck were talking about it. In particular, they thought that Moser and the others were unworthy elder brothers. When they thought of this, their faces were worried. With the observation haki of Moser, they can naturally hear their conversation. However, their faces were just calm and smiling. "Boss, it seems that these Marine soldiers don't believe in our strength." Jill put his hands in his pants pockets. "Hee, just one Charlotte Katakuri frightened them like this. Boss, just wait for the one called Katakuri to give it to me." Lance looked at the Marine soldiers with a look of disdain. "Ah." Moser yawned and ordered several Marine soldiers to bring in a recliner, lie down directly, put on a blindfold, and there was a fruit plate drink on the table next to him, as if he was enjoying it. He thought to himself, it's a pity that Gion isn't here at this time, otherwise it's a world enjoyment. After returning to naval headquarters, it is naturally impossible to come back to the GT culture department with Wu. She has served as her sister, Vice Admiral. Advertisement. When the Marine soldiers saw Moser like this, their hearts were even more unsure, if there was a glimmer of hope just now. At this moment, in their eyes, the Moser people are completely the image of the 2nd generation waiting to die. 2 days later, when the sun was in the sky and the sea breeze was blowing slightly, a warship floated on the sea. Report to the colonel that a pirate ship was found on the small island ahead. According to intelligence, it is Charlotte Katakuri's pirate ship. Are we looking for a place to dock secretly, in case it is discovered? At this moment, a Marine stepped forward and asked nervously. "What are you talking about? Afraid of being discovered by him? Who do you think I am, Moser? Lean on me and get rid of him directly." Moser looked at the pirate ship ahead with a disdainful expression. "But, Colonel, isn't the order we received to investigate his whereabouts and purpose, and just report it?" The Marine soldier looked horrified and puzzled. "My boss said to move the boat over. You don't understand, do you?" Lance walked up by himself and gave the Marine soldier a spit in the back of his head. "All of them, yes, let me pass the warship," Moser told everyone. At this moment, those Marine soldiers had only one thought in their minds. Their commander was crazy, he didn't know the heights of the sky, and even some people were already secretly calling him stupid. However, they dare not disobey the chief. After all, the mission of a soldier is to obey orders. As the warship approached, Moser turned his head and glanced in the back direction, showing a meaningful smile. At this time, Daigle, who had been leading the warship, followed a few kilometers away, and also with the help of a telescope, saw that Moser was going to lean the warship upright. Damn, is this guy stupid? Daigle also cursed inwardly. In his eyes, Moser had no idea that the sky was so high that he dared to attack Charlotte Katakuri's ship head-on. You know, even if you can't beat Katakuri, you must tell the marshal to send someone over. Gazari on the side heard Dagger yelling, and he also picked up the binoculars and looked forward. I'm going, is this guy crazy? I still don't know the sky is high and the earth is thick. Gazari, who is usually calm, couldn't help but scold. Waterfront. Advertisement. All give me the fastest speed. Daigle hurriedly ordered his soldiers. Although he saw Moser upset with them, he didn't want them to be surprised. In his eyes, Moser's few people combined were not enough for Charlotte Katakuri to fight. At this moment, Moser's warship was also advancing at full speed, and it was less than 1 kilometer away from the pirate ship. No need, they want to come here to die, just let them come. Katakuri looked casual. As for the marine soldiers, they were so scared that their bodies were trembling a little. In their eyes, it was Charlotte Katakuri, and he waded straight over, didn't he look for death? In his eyes, apart from those old generals, only the Sakazuki 3 can make him a little scared. I will upload 3 to 4 more pictures in the evening. Unless the ant comes here in person, it will be a little challenging. But obviously, he will find out how wrong his idea is. 0. Are these 3 Logia guys? Katakuri stopped eating the donuts. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. An unknown warship. When did Marine despise me so much? An unknown warship, dare to come near me when it meets me. Charlotte Katakuri looked a little disdainful, and continued to eat the donuts. The ghost spiders also shook their heads, but they also understood that these marine rookies didn't know the real strength of the boss, but even Admiral can beat him, just one. What is Katakuri? Moser had no fear on his face, and Lands behind him was gearing up. He hadn't done anything for a long time. Then do we need to bombard with shells? The pirate asked next. Some time ago, I was busy dealing with work matters, so please don't worry, starting from today, it will be at least 4 times a day. On the pirate ship docked on the island, Captain, there is a warship ahead. A pirate reported to Charlotte Katakuri, who was eating donuts at the moment. No, yes, Captain, I've never seen the flag high above the warship. The pirate pointed to the husky flag. Seeing their fearful look, Jill cursed directly, trash. Chapter 142 Conqueror's Hockey, Red Thunder. Soon, in the panic of the marine soldiers, the warship also came directly to the shore of the unknown island. Boy, did the old guy Sora have a broken brain. Send you guys to die. Charlotte Katakuri saw that Moser was so young and didn't take it seriously. The pirates behind also began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, you little guys should go back and have milk. Big Mom Pirate Group, don't bother to fight against you rookies. Hee hee, you guys, dare to call us rookies. Before Moser could speak, Lands, who had always been violent, stood up directly. As soon as the voice fell, Lands took off and came directly to the island alone. 7. I heard that you are, what is the head of the 4 stars, right? Come here obediently and let this uncle beat him up. Lands looked at Charlotte Katakuri with an arrogant expression. Faced with such ridicule, boy, do you know what you are talking about? You rookie, the pirates on the thick Katakuri pirate ship are all yelling. Charlotte Katakuri was also very angry, of course, but in his eyes, Lands was a little guy, how could he surrender and fight him? Kelsey, you go up and teach him a lesson. Charlotte Katakuri told a burly pirate beside her. Understood, Captain, the kid dared to insult our captain, you are really looking for death. Kelsey jumped directly off the island. The marine soldiers on the warship saw this scene with horror on their faces and shouted, it's over. In my heart, I was scolding these guys, Rands, who came over to provoke Charlotte Katakuri recklessly, and now he took the initiative to provoke others. Why did this second generation, which is waiting for death, arrange to be our chief? Now we are really finished. Advertisement. Lands looked at Kelsey walking step by step, with no panic, even a little disdain. Boy, it's a pity, I'm going to die on this sea at a young age. Kelsey didn't rush his hands, but stood still and mocked. UB **************, D, why do you talk so much? 3 is a little irritable. Hearing that he was taunted by a little guy, Kalk suddenly turned pale. Little guy, you are really looking for death. 21. As soon as the voice fell, Kelsey's right fist was extremely dark, carrying terrifying power, and rushing towards Lands at an extremely fast speed. Lands stood there, motionless. The marine soldiers and the pirates saw this scene and thought Lands was frightened, and even the marine soldiers couldn't bear to look directly at them. At the moment when Kelsey's fist was about to hit Lands, he moved, and his right fist was extremely dark, containing terrifying power, and he slammed out of his fist. His expression was so shocked that Kelsey realized that he had no time to escape. Hey! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kelsey's body was like a cannonball, flying directly to the woods behind, crashing dozens of big trees, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. He didn't know how many bones were broken, and wanted to get up hard, but he just stood up and fainted on the ground with a bang. With a single shot, seeing this scene, Charlotte Katakuri and the pirates on his ship, as well as the marine soldiers, looked very surprised. Especially those marine soldiers. Bill, take a picture, am I dreaming? A soldier said to his partner next to him. With a snap, the pain came, and he realized that he was not dreaming. Isn't this guy the second generation who eats and waits to die? How could it be so strong? The soldiers couldn't help exclaiming. But in their hearts they still don't think this battle can be won, because the strongest Charlotte Katakuri has not yet started. Charlotte Katakuri also looked at Lands solemnly. The armament hockey covered by Lanz's hand just now, he clearly perceives that he is no less than himself. Captain, let me go to Calci for revenge. A pirate next to Charlotte Katakuri offered to fight. Get down, I will go up personally, you are not his opponent. Charlotte Katakuri jumped directly off the island. Advertisement. Question mark. Boy, today I must let you know the real power gap between us. Charlotte Katakuri, a powerful burst of power from his whole body. Waving the trident in his hand, for an instant, with extreme speed at a speed, stab lands. Seeing the smell of this fire, marine soldier, his expression was horrified. Boy, you should not be an unnamed person. Please report your name. Charlotte Katakuri looked directly at Lanz. There was only Charlotte Katakuri, he was really not interested, the ant came here in person, and it was almost the same. What's more, he shouted directly, this is really done. Moser looked very interested, ready to watch the battle between the two. Question mark. On the island, facing such a terrifying conqueror's hockey, Lanz did not have the slightest fear on his face. When I defeat you, you will know what my name is. Lanz's expression is still that arrogant. Conqueror's hockey of Charlotte Katakuri, on the contrary, was like an ant attack, and Lanz was not affected at all. Half animalization. Daigle and the others who were rushing in the distance also discovered that Charlotte Katakuri had actually come off the field to fight Lanz himself. Damn it, these little guys are really looking for death. Daigle cursed, and quickly asked the crew to speed up with 4.8, for fear of accidents. Question mark. Without panic, Lanz's hands directly turned into dragon claws, covered with dragon scales, on which flames and armament hockey were entwined, and they caught the trident abruptly, sparking bursts of sparks. Question mark. A violent will arises from him and spreads in all directions. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Little guy, it seems that I need to let you know the gap between you and the real strong in the sea. Charlotte Katakuri's eyes became fierce. Shut up and be quiet. Jill glared at them before he calmed down. Question mark. In an instant, the entire sky became cloudless, and Conqueror's hockey and Katakuri, like a red thunder, was bombarding Lanz's spirit one after another. Chapter 143, Foreseeing the Future, Logia Awakens. Boom. A powerful wave of air swept across the four directions. In an instant, the weather continued to roar and the clouds dissipated. Katakuri looked shocked, you demons. However, after the surprise, he immediately left his fist, covered with a powerful armament hockey, and slammed it fiercely at Lanz. 5 fingers were formed into claws, and the fiery flames covered it, and he grabbed the fierce fist abruptly. With a slight force on his right foot, Lanz kicked from the side, containing terrifying power, directly blasting towards Katakuri's head. With a solemn expression, the trident swung forward, abruptly blocking Lanz's foot. 57. After the two moves, the two were evenly matched, and neither of them took advantage. His face was extremely solemn, and as soon as he played against Charlotte Katakuri, he knew that Lanz's strength could not weaken him much, and wondered where did this guy come from. How come I have never heard of such a guy in Marine? Lanz didn't care about that much, he just wanted to have a good fight. The blazing flame covered his whole body, carrying terrifying power, turning into a stream of light. Without time to think about it, Charlotte Katakuri could only gritted her teeth and rushed forward. Boom. The two collided like dragons, and they were engaged in constant close hand-to-hand combat. Katakuri's observation hockey was better than Lanz, and the physical skill was Lanz. Double power is on the top. Rumble. The dragon's claws covered with fiery flames blasted towards Katakuri's chest and drew sideways. The trident on his right hand slid across like an electric flint, sinking vigorously, and his right foot bombarded the trident like a cannonball. Boom. Under one blow, the two of them backed back, looking directly at each other. They knew that if they weren't really moving, they couldn't help each other. Especially Charlotte Katakuri is very impatient now. He thinks that he would be fighting with a guy in his early 20s, and it would be shameless to pass it out. Advertisement. And when he thought of the purpose of this trip, he was even more jealous, and he was very jealous of wanting to end the battle, but obviously this is unlikely. As for the marine soldiers and pirates, their faces were shocked and their mouths opened in surprise. Who the hell is this guy? Our captain can even play up and down, am I right? You read that right. This guy seems to be a person with the ability of the Eudemons, but this is not the most important thing. I seem to hear that guy called the boss of a man just now. The pirates on the pirate ship exclaimed, and then their eyes turned to Moser. In their eyes, Moser is more mysterious and terrifying at this moment, because it can make such a strong person call him the boss, it can be imagined, how strong is his strength. On the island, Katakuri's fierce and strong body began to squirm, like a rice cake. The glutinous ball stabs. The right hand turned into a circle of glutinous balls, surrounded by the weapon trident, its arm continuously rotated, carrying a powerful force, and stab Lanz. Armed, dragon flame claw. Facing this terrifying blow, Lanz didn't have the slightest fear on his face, and the hot flames all over his body kept burning. Armament hockey was wrapped around the right paw, containing the power to destroy the world, and blasted forward. Boom. One punch and one claw collided in the sky like a dragon. Quote. For an instant, the atmosphere roared, and the aftermath of the two attacks swept around like a tornado. Boy, your strength is good, and you are interested in joining our BIGMOM pirate group. Feeling the powerful strength of Lands, Charlotte Katakuri expressed the intention of soliciting. Hee, there is a BIGMOM pirate group, and Lousy is also worthy to join. Lands looked arrogant, and then the figure disappeared in place, turned into a stream of light, and went straight away. As if a ball of flames were coming straight, Charlotte Katakuri reacted, and felt a roar in her ears. A black whip leg suddenly twitched, causing his eyelids to jump. Advertisement. The powerful observation haki made him feel crisis instinctively. He raised his right arm high, with armament haki wrapped around it, completely turned into bright black, and stood in front of him. Boom. A huge force came, and Katakuri flew out upside down. Above his left arm, there was blood, and bones were visible. He looked at Lands with a sullen face. His bloody left arm was actually wrapped in a lump of glutinous rice. Before his eyes, Ken was back to his original condition. He no longer thought about other things. Ishin only wanted to kill the 3 bulls in front of him. Standing on the sky, his face changed slightly. Lands didn't expect the fruit of Charlotte Katakuri, and this ability, it felt almost the elementalization of Logia. It seems that the end point of Paramesh's development is to align with the power of nature. The fruit is well developed, but I am a legendary monster species. I don't know if your injury can always be recovered. After saying that, Lands's figure quickly disappeared in place, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Katakuri. Katakuri also turned into a stream of light and rushed up to the wolf column with extremely complex expressions. The two of them were in the sky, like dragons 070, colliding with each other, fighting bloody, fists to the flesh, blood kept swaying, and their bodies were full of hideous wounds. But the two didn't seem to know the pain, and the trick was fatal. Ishin wanted to kill each other. The two terrifying forces are constantly colliding, and just the aftermath of the two battles makes everything around them no longer exist. Dodging sideways and slamming away, Lands's figure appeared behind Charlotte Katakuri. Flames covered his whole body, kicked hard with his right foot, and Katakuri immediately reacted, turning and holding his arms across the body. Forward. Bang! The whole body couldn't stop, and he took a few steps back. The original straight arm turned into a ball of glutinous rice and wrapped it towards Lands. Continuously extending and absorbing, Lands felt his hands were sinking into the mud, and he couldn't use any strength, as his hands were constantly being swallowed. He hurried his feet into the air, kicking hard at Katakuri's body, and the figures of the two of them flew backwards one after another. Lands's eyes were filled with flames, and he stared directly at Charlotte Katakuri in front of him. The flames burned, directly burning the glutinous rice left in his hands. Chapter 144 All Beasts of Eudemons vs Paramesha Fruit Awakening. Patting slightly, Charlotte Katakuri's face was full of dignity on the other side. He did not expect that he had fought so far and had not gained the slightest upper hand. On the warship, looking at the two equally matched, the ghost spider on the side couldn't help asking, "Boss, you said Lands could beat Katakuri." Not necessarily. Moser also shook his head uncertainly. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too small. But in the eyes of the ghost spiders, this scene is already incredible. They had heard of Charlotte Katakuri's name before, and its strength was even called by Marine, the strongest group of people below Admiral. Lands was able to fight him even better. In the eyes of the ghost spiders, Lands was so strong, their boss. The ghost spiders couldn't help but glance at Moser. They have been with Moser for so long and have never seen him explode to his full strength. No, it should be said that there is no opponent, so that their boss can explode to full strength, even Zephyr Admiral can't. It is difficult for them to imagine, what kind of scene would it be like when Moser broke out with all his strength. The rear was originally away from the island, only a few kilometers left, and the army led by Dager stopped advancing at this moment. Daigle and Gagri, the expressions on their faces can be described as wonderful. They couldn't think that this guy Lands could match Katakuri. Gazari, you said I'm not dreaming. Daigle couldn't help but doubt that he was dreaming. No, Vice Admiral. Gazari, who is usually calm, also opened his mouth wide in surprise. I've heard before that when the little guy Moser was at Marine Academy, he was always protected by his 3 little brothers, so he could be arrogant and domineering. This little guy should be Garp Vice Admiral, cultivated since childhood, to protect Moser. Gazari said to Daigle. It should be, yes, there is only this possibility. It seems that Moser really has a lot. Daigle's face reappeared with disdain. At this moment, he became more determined in his heart. Moser was an incompetent second generation of trash officer, who could only rely on his younger brother to be arrogant and domineering. Advertisement. However, he will know how wrong his thinking is later. On the small island, while Ren Kongren was discussing, the battle between the two of Sanshao was still going on. You have a bit of strength, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Lands looked at a wolf, he knew there was no point in trying anymore. The Eudemons are all animalized. At this time, Lands was finally about to make a full shot, the hot flames, constantly burning, as if to break through this world. The flames burned everything, and in an instant, the ground turned into a sea of fire, and then gathered on Lands from all directions, and the power of the flame was condensed and compressed onto his body. In an instant, a fire dragon tens of meters high appeared in the air like a wild beast. This endless fire dragon covering the sky and the earth made Charlotte Katakuri feel shocked, and a great sense of crisis came into being. Marine soldiers and pirates saw this scene, they were all directly frightened in place. What is this? A monster, he shouted directly in surprise. The expressions of the ghost spiders were equally astonished, and it was the first time they saw lands like this. Armed, fire dragon. The flames danced like a dragon, and the power of terror gathered from all directions on the dragon's claws, like a claw that was about to destroy the world, grabbed it downwards, and the sound of sonic booms continued to sound, extremely terrifying. Looking up, looking at the flame dragon claws covering the sky, Katakuri couldn't help feeling a little scared, and he forced his mind to calm down. Rice cake. Blade bomb. The whole body was completely transformed into glutinous rice, as if Logia's elementalization, the hands stretched forward and turned into a ball of rice cake. Countless rice cakes are constantly erupting, like bullets, constantly bombarding, the flame giant claws coming straight. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and the earth faded, and the mountains fell apart. The countless rice cakes, facing the terrifying fire dragon, looked weak and powerless, and could only slightly hinder his advancement speed. Under the shock of Charlotte Katakuri, the huge flame claws of the thunder giant were about to bombard him directly. Ah! With a roar, Charlotte Katakuri didn't back up, but rushed straight up, picked up the trident in his hand, it was extremely dark, and slammed upwards like a meteorite. Leaf. For an instant, Charlotte Katakus felt a knife that made a blaze, as if to shake his body in flames. The ground sank, and his whole person was like a cannonball, and he was blasted into the soil. Boom. There was a loud noise, the earth shook, rubble flew horizontally, dust was everywhere, and a 10-meter deep pit appeared directly on the ground. On the other hand, on Lanza's huge dragon claws, there was also an extremely hideous wound, and his eyes were fixed on the dust below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the smoke dissipated, and on top of the ruins, Charlotte Katakuri fell on it, covered in blood. Ghostly. With a fierce eye, a quiet power awakened in the ruins, and an aura of horror spread, flooding the entire land. Underneath, Katakuri's whole body turned into a ball of glutinous rice. Of Zhao's. The many wounds that Lanz caused to him just now began to heal instantly visible to the naked eye, and the entire island became a world of glutinous rice in an instant. As the fruit awakening. Interesting, this is the right way. If you die so easily, it is too boring. Come on, let me see how long you can last. The fire dragon soaring in midair burst into hot flames all over, looking at the Katakuricha, whose fruit awakened with a calm face. Huh, huh, panting slightly, raising his head, Katakuri's face looked at Lanz extremely grimly. Boy, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell. Armed, 9-head rice cakes. With an extremely hideous face, armament hockey was covered all over, Katakuri opened his hands, and in front of it, 9 huge donuts appeared. Chapter 145 Fighting Fall, Unexpected Appearance, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin Appearance. In just a moment, 9 donuts all stretched out. The 9 dark arms made of rice cakes were continuously extended and rushed towards the fire dragon above at a very fast speed. Looking at the oncoming, 9 dark and huge arms, there was no panic on his face. Is this the fruit awakening? It's interesting to combine your body completely with the fruit power, and Logia is not bad, right? But, it's not enough to deal with me. The flames breathe, roar. With a roar, the fire dragon opened his huge dragon mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying flame breath, carrying the power to burn everything, shoots straight down. Boom. At the moment of the collision, the 9 thick and black arms were continuously swallowed and drowned by the breath of flames. In less than a few seconds, there was a loud bang, and 2 attacks disappeared between the sky and the earth. After doing all this, Lanz also became solemn, looking at Charlotte Katakuri below, and now he is also doing his best to shoot, but he still can't get the upper hand. Charlotte Katakuri's expression is even more solemn. He didn't expect that a little guy who came out of Marine would be able to match him. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the Moser people, and glanced at them. If the strength of these guys is comparable to the little guy in front of him, even if they are only weak, this time I will be in danger. Seeing this scene, the pirate on the pirate ship was not a fool, and hurriedly dialed the phone bug to request reinforcements. As for Moser and the others, they looked indifferent and didn't try to stop them at all. Boy, you are also quite strong, and Lousy is really excited about this fight. It's better for you to be my boss's little brother, I will let you go. Lanz looked at Charlotte Katakuri and gave him what he had just said. Let's look down on people less, but lousy is Charlotte Katakuri. It's not always the one who let it go. Scared, Charlotte Shah Haku spit out a mouthful of blood at 3. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. Huh. There was a burst of air, and the figure quickly disappeared in place. The terrifying fire dragon, constantly emitting a strong pressure, as if to destroy everything, rushed straight to Charlotte Katakuri. Without thinking about it, the glutinous Katakuri all over, also turned into a stream of light and rushed up. Boom. The two collided in the sky like a meteorite. Charlotte Katakuri's thin body compares to the thunder giant, like an ant and an elephant, but the strength is not bad at all. Lanz had a grim face, and the terrifying giant flame claws kept grabbing at Katakuri. Hard. With the sound of collision, Katakuri wrapped glutinous rice and armament hockey on his hands, and moved up. The strong resistance of glutinous rice blocked this heavy blow. Question mark. But there is not the slightest color of joy on his face, he can feel his physical strength drop drastically. If this goes on, it is really possible for myself to lose out with this little guy. Do you feel that you are about to lose? Do you feel extremely desperate? It's okay, then I will help you end this pain. Advertisement. A sound rang in Katakuri's ears, and what followed was the terrifying flame dragon claws directly bombarding his body. Question mark. Boom. Figure quickly disappeared in place. Katakuri escaped the blow in a thrilling manner. His expression was very solemn. Question mark. Dragon flame claw strike. J.I. Question mark. The blazing fire dragon in front of you suddenly lifted its right claw, swung forward, and a terrifying dragon claw grabbed it straight down. Question mark. Too late to evade. No time to think. Katakuri covered armament hockey with his trident, and stab upward with all his strength. Question mark. The terrifying force is facing directly. Question mark. Hey, he vomited blood. Katakuri's arms were bloody, and the whole person flew out backwards, and he stabilized his figure until a kilometer away. Question mark. He looked very savage, looked at his bloody hands, piles of glutinous rice, wrapped constantly, repairing his arms. It will be restored to the original state in less than a while, but this completely consumes his physical strength. His current physical strength is no more than 10, so it can be said that he is about to reach the limit. Question mark. The huge body of the flame dragon above also flew directly upside down. His original hot flame was also a little dim, and it continued to erupt with high intensity, against the two of them. Physical strength is a very serious challenge. Exuding a tyrannical aura, the blazing dragon, the terrifying dragon claws, like a giant axe, Shenran's savage face, facing Katakuri's head, violently hammered down. Question mark. Observation hockey's instinct turned around. Katakuri's right foot turned into glutinous rice, which instantly became bigger, like a giant battle axe, hitting it straight. Question mark. Boom. When the two ultimate forces collided, the mountain collapsed and the ground broke and the atmosphere continued to roar. Question mark. Lance obviously didn't want to let him go like this, carrying the power to destroy the world and attacking directly. There was no way to escape, and he could only be forced to fight. Question mark. Steel. Fists to the flesh. Bloody fights. The two struggled together again. With one punch and one claw, with every hit, the powerful force of the blazing dragon continuously bombarded Charlotte Katakuri's body, as if the internal organs were about to be shattered. Like. Question mark. The same Charlotte Katakuri trident, constantly piercing his body, making his body full of hideous wounds, dripping blood constantly. Question mark. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour, the recovery ability of the two is extremely terrible, as long as it is not a fatal injury, any small wound will heal in an instant. As always. Question mark. This small island was also torn apart under the battle between the two. Question mark. CFEI, damn it. Katakuri never thought that he would be equal to someone so much younger than him. Question mark. Her face was extremely crazy. At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri didn't even bother to think about countermeasures, and only had one idea in her heart to kill the person in front of her. Question mark. Nian Gao ran da. The pair of fists that were originally turned into rice cakes suddenly stretched out countless pairs of fists and stormed away. Question mark. Faced with this blow, Lance looked extremely savage, grabbed his right paw downwards, and countless fiery flames danced like fire snakes, covering them. Question mark. Steel. The pitch black fist, hitting the burning flame. 2 attacks, the air pressure generated by the collision with each other, like a tornado, generally sweeping around. Question mark. Armed, baked rice cakes. Advertisement. Question mark. Fighting for so long, Katakuri is extremely angry, and he has completely ignored it. Question mark. The upper part of the arm is turned into a rice cake, the power is concentrated on it, and the constant compression becomes extremely red. The huge rice cake contains powerful power, just like the same. It blasted away like a cannonball. Question mark. Lance was even more excited when he saw Charlotte Katakuri look so crazy, he was a fighting freak in his heart. Question mark. Quote. Armed, fire dragon. Question mark. The scorching flame of the whole body was burning, and a huge flame dragon claw carried the power to destroy the world and blast out. Question mark. Boom. The mountains collapsed, the world faded, the collision sound was deafening, the entire high-altitude storm was surging, and the sea below was turbulent, and the waves formed a water column continuously. Question mark. Boom. Charlotte Katakuri's voice, like a cannonball, fell heavily toward the ground. Question mark. Opposite Lance, the huge dragon body also fell straight down like Sancho. Question mark. Boom. The earth shattered, the island split like a spider, and a pit of thousands of meters appeared on the ground instantly. Cough. Blood was constantly spitting out, and Charlotte Katakuri knelt on the ruins with difficulty, not knowing how many bones had been broken. Hey. Directly. A mouthful of blood spurted from his throat, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing Jill heading towards Charlotte Katakuri, the pirates hurriedly wanted to rush out to stop him. Both of them have no power to fight at this moment, and it can be said that both lose out. A pirate ship with a skull head flag painted high in lipstick appeared on the sea level and approached at a very fast speed in the direction of the island. On the other side, isn't Lance any better? He has changed his human form again. Looking at this scene, boss, I will solve him. Jill said slowly on the side. The current timeline is C circle calendar. In 1506, I checked the information. At this time, the ant has become 4 emperors. With an expression of unwillingness, Charlotte Kata Curry tried her best to stand up. Among them, there is a huge figure that seems to have taken a share, and his body is exuding hockey. Shuren is 4 stars, Bigmom, and Charlotte Linlin. Jill couldn't help turning his head and looking in that direction, including Moser. 50 meters, 20 meters, and 10 meters. Seeing, Jill was about to walk in front of Charlotte Kata Curry. Seeing, Jill was walking towards Charlotte Katakuri step by step. Zuzi, you dare. Hockey's female voice came from the sea. For a while, the pirates were so frightened by Tianzi that they dared not move. But when he was trembling, he just stood up and thumped. The severe pain from his body made him fall down again in an instant. Go. Lance's expression is very casual, he doesn't care if others say that they bully the less, winning is the last word. However, Tianzi directly stood in front of them, with cold ice exuding all over his body, and looked at them jokingly, as if to say, who dares to come over his death? Chapter 146 Conquerors Hockey Entangling Collision. Behind him are the 3 generals and her children, and all members of the 4 Emperors Bigmom pirate group appear. That's, and 4 Emperors. Seeing the visitor, the marine soldiers couldn't help sighing, their faces even more horrified. Even the expressions of the 4 ghost spiders showed a trace of fear. However, when they turned around and saw their boss, he still looked relaxed and casual. In an instant, the sense of fear disappeared. What about the 4 Emperors' ant? Our old Dalian Zephyr Admiral has been able to play, even if it is the ant, it is not necessarily the opponent of our boss. As for the pirates who were blocked by Tianzi alone, at this moment, their faces were extremely surprised and arrogant. In their eyes, the arrival of the ant indicates that the Tianzi people are already dead. Together, these people can't be the opponents of their own captain, but obviously they think too much. Jill, who was planning to capture Charlotte Kata Curry, also stopped, but his expression was not at all scared, but excited. The whole body was shining with thunder, and he looked eager to try. Daigle in the distance saw 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, and they actually came in person, and they panicked instantly. In their eyes, no matter how strong Moser is, it is impossible for them to fight against the 4 Emperors. What's more, there is still an entire royal group on the opposite side. This is completely the difference between elephants and ants. Gazari quickly informed that the whole group of Marshal 4 Emperors, the empty Marshal, came here in person, and she was in a hurry and asked for support. Daigle hurriedly called Gazari to ask for support. Gazari, who was able to remain calm before, is also hurriedly picking up the phone worm at this moment. You're the 4 Emperors, right? Moser looked at Charlotte Linlin casually, as if he didn't pay attention to him at all. Her eyes moved slightly, and Charlotte Linlin also looked at Moser. The two of them faced each other and faced each other. She didn't expect this guy to be afraid of herself at all. Boy, you are quite interesting, but you must die here today if you take the harm to my son. Cracker, the 3 of you are going to bring back Kata Curry. Charlotte Linlin had just finished ordering, and the 2 generals who followed him out to sea. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying aura broke out all over the body. Advertisement. For an instant, thunder and lightning flashed, the sky was constantly shining with red thunder, and the entire island was shrouded in endless thunder. The will of a king swept the audience like a huge wave, rushing straight to Moser and others. Facing the terrifying conquerors hockey, the marine soldiers were terrified. Some even shouted, it's over, it's over. But Moser still had a casual face, standing still, his pupils shrinking. In an instant, the boundless conquerors hockey was destroyed like a storm. Lightning and thunder, the 2 kingly wills collide with each other. In between, the entire sky is divided, the earth is constantly shaking, and the sea is turbulent, like an upside-down waterfall. A terrible pressure swept the audience. One can imagine how terrible the conquerors between the 2 was. Hey! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the 2 conquerors hockey faced each other for less than a few seconds, and Charlotte Linlin immediately fell into a disadvantage. How is it possible? Charlotte Linlin's face was full, and he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that his conquerors hockey would be inferior to this guy. And the gap is huge. Charlotte Linlin feels that even if it is her former captain rocks, whether there is this guy's conquerors hockey strong, she suddenly put away the contempt on her face, but her face is full of dignity. The ant's children on the side were even more surprised. They even thought that they had read it wrong just now. My mother is the 4 Emperors. Was he directly suppressed to vomit blood during the conqueror's confrontation? Who is that guy? He seems to be around 20 years old, how could he be so strong? At this moment, all the pirates looked at Moser. Boy, who are you? Such a strong conqueror's hockey is definitely not an unknown person. Charlotte Linlin looked solemn at this moment. She was already thinking of getting this guy, Marine's secret weapon. It's up to you. Moser said this with a smile on his face, not worrying about angering Charlotte Linlin at all. Ask for flowers. Boy, you are going to die. As a 4-star Charlotte Linlin, where has she been subjected to such ridicule? Advertisement. Suddenly, Zeus Thundercloud was summoned, ready to rush towards Moser. Seeing this scene, Tianzi stepped forward, trying to rush out to stop Charlotte Linlin. What will happen? I hope you can cheer. Moser smiled. Boy, how can you entangle Conqueror's Hockey too? Feeling the power of this horror, Charlotte Linlin was surprised. 0. Facing this knife that seemed to tear the atmosphere apart, Moser had no fear on his face. For a moment, Charlotte Linlin, who was holding Napoleon and stepping on Thundercloud Zeus, slashed towards Moser, with Conqueror's Hockey wrapped around it. Seeing that Moser was really going to fight Charlotte Linlin, the pirates all shook their heads regretfully, laughing in their hearts. Moser couldn't help it. With a furious expression, Charlotte Linlin rushed towards Moser at a very fast speed. In an instant, two destructive attacks collided like a meteorite. Suddenly, the dark clouds were covered, the sky was torn apart, and the lightning flashed and thundered. The entire island seemed to be divided into two, with the boundless Hockey on one side and the blood-colored Wang Yang on the other. Standing on the top of the pirate, a Marine's colonel, how could she be her opponent? After all, in their eyes, the strength of Conqueror's Hockey is only one aspect, and it does not represent all of their own strength. Who is Charlotte Linlin? That is one of the 4 emperors of New World. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The whole body was full of blood, and above the right fist, it was incomparably dark, as if it contained terrifying power, covered with Conqueror's Hockey, and punched out like a dragon. He didn't want his warship to be destroyed in battle. Get off, this time I will do it myself. Moser reached out and stopped him. Then he jumped directly onto the island. Moser faced with a mocking face, Charlotte Linlin hooked and said, if you have the ability, come here. The Marine soldiers are the same. They are already trembling with fear. After all, most of them are recruits. Wherever they have seen opponents of this level, only the ghost spiders are extremely confident in Moser. Chapter 147 Fierce Battle, Battle of the Imperial Group. Broken. 2 horrible figures, like streamers, collide with each other on the island, and attack at will, which can cause the roar of the atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Moser. Bang. The fist was as black as ink, and carrying the power of the flame, it rushed into the sky. Moser looked indifferent and didn't have any plans to evade. The right fist was covered with dark dazzling weapons, carrying terrifying power, and blasted out. Research. There was a dull voice and the atmosphere roared. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were cold, and a spit of blood was spit out from her mouth. Her body went back several steps. She didn't expect that she would be pushed back. Looking at Moser on the other side, he looked casual and didn't take a step back. Compete with 070s and establish points. At the same time, on the other side, Jill has already faced the 2 stars. Boy, let me go, we can spare your life. Charlotte Cracker looked at Jill arrogantly. Haha, it's up to you. Covered with terrifying thunder, Jill's right fist contained powerful power, and he rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Cracker stopped Charlotte Smokey on the side, holding a big sword straight to greet him. For a while, the two collided on the ground, and the atmosphere roared. Seeing this, Charlotte Smoogie silently retreated to the back and helped Charlotte Kata Curry. As for Tianzi at this moment, he also brought Lance back to the ship. At this moment, all eyes were on the battle between Charlotte Linlin and Moser. In the middle of the battlefield, come again. Moser still looked casual, the terrifying blood all over his body, as if he was about to break through the sky. Don't even look at the terrifying fist, Charlotte Linlin attacked, not giving her a chance to endure it. As a strong man on the top of the sea, Charlotte Linlin hasn't felt so desperate for a long time. Up to now, he had no reservations, and he shot with all his strength, but he was still suppressed, even being forced to resist, without the strength to fight back. Advertisement. She was wondering where did this monster come from. Even Whitebeard at its peak could not completely suppress herself like this. If you let her know that Moser hadn't fight for a long time, his hands were itchy, and deliberately only used 80% of the strength, I don't know how she would feel. In just a few seconds, the two figures continued to collide, thunder shining, flames raging, and blood raging, and in a flash, Charlotte Linlin was covered with blood. At this moment, the two of them used their strength to ultimate, and they attacked each other continuously with a series of moves like natural disasters. Endless thunder, burning flames, and the elemental power produced by Hormats continue to help Charlotte Linlin, but she still can't change the battle situation that she is firmly suppressed. The pirates not far away, Marines, looked shocked at the moment besides shock. What happened today made them feel like a dream, because it was so incredible. Charlotte Linlin, one of the dignified 4 emperors, was suppressed to death. That was the 4 emperors. The top of the sea pirates. Brother, am I wrong? How could our mother be suppressed by a guy who looks less than 20 years old? That's right. What kind of monster is that guy? No, he is actually an old man. He is so young because of his special devil fruit ability. Quote. The pirates at this time also agreed with this idea in their hearts. They couldn't believe that their captain Charlotte Linlin and the dignified 4 emperors would be suppressed by a young man. At the same time, on the other side, the battle between Cracker and Jill also showed a one-sided situation. Cracker was in front of Jill's terrifying thunder and speed. Only by fighting back, his body is full of scars. Damn it. Lousy fights with you, Kelly. Armament hockey contained in the big sword in his hand, slashing straight down. With a look of disdain, Jill's fist was covered with a terrifying thunder, and he went straight up. In an instant, two terrifying attacks collided. Bang! The tiger's mouth was in pain, and Cracker was forcibly shaken back several meters by the powerful force, leaving a chasm. It's not over yet. Jill doesn't know when he will appear in the back. The punch containing the terrifying thunder is about to penetrate Cracker's chest. The Aegis was shocked, and Brother Dao Song quickly turned around to block Yi. The sound of fist buried in benefit sounded. Advertisement. Hey, Kelly, spouted out a mouthful of blood, and then retreated violently. Jill was about to continue his attack, when suddenly a sword aura swept from the sky. However, the four ghost spiders and moles, as the Vice Admiral in the future, although they have not yet reached their peak period, their strength is not weak. The person who shot was Charlotte and Smokey. Seeing Cracker had been falling into the wind, she finally couldn't help but shot. Rumble. On the ground, a sword mark appeared. Jill's powerful observation hockey noticed it in advance and immediately avoided it. Daigle and the others, not far away, were so surprised that their mouths opened into Type 0. For a while, their hands were itchy, and their eyes turned to the pirates on the opposite ship. Suddenly, the marine soldiers leaned the ship over. If they hadn't dared to 4.8 just now, but now they can see that even the Four Emperors ant was suppressed by their colonel, and her confidence increased greatly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The battle situation is getting worse, although the overall strength of the marine soldiers is not as good as the pirates of the BIGMOM pirate group. The ghost spiders on the warship saw the boss, and they found their opponents to fight together. Dear readers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Before they recovered from their shock, Buru. Buru. Suddenly, the pirates of the Ants pirate group fought fiercely with the marines led by the four ghost spiders. Lean the boat over. The ghost spider yelled. Suddenly, the sword spirit raged, the thunder was shining, and the ice was covered. 2 against 2, the two sides stood together. Tianzi suddenly appeared to his right, looked at him with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, I have itchy hands too, give me one. For a time, the two sides fought to each other. Seeing the two crackers standing together, Jill had no fear on his face, just as he was about to fight 1 against 2. Chapter 148 Kong's Shock, King Level. Duggar Vice Admiral, how is the situation on your side? All actions are focused on protecting your own safety. Sengoku still has about an hour or so to support it. On the other side of the phone, Kong's voice came. This, Marshal, I don't think anyone needs support anymore. Daigle watched Charlotte Linlin, who could only resist, and his two generals were also suppressed. The high-end combat power of the two sides is entirely due to the absolute advantage of Moser's side. What kind of support is needed for this dam? Daigle Vice Admiral, that's the royal group, you can't make a joke, treat it as a trifle. Kong's tone was serious. This, Marshal, I'm not kidding, it's a trifle. Now Moser, leading his men, has already fought against the BIGMOM pirates. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin was completely suppressed by Moser. There are also 2 stars under her, and they are not the opponents of Moser's 2 younger brothers. The 25 rounds of the game were completely one-sided. Quote. Although it is difficult for Daigle to believe what he saw before him, this is the fact. What are you talking about? Moser has already fought Charlotte Linlin and suppressed her tightly. Kong exclaimed. Yes, Marshal, the current situation is completely one-sided. It can be said that there is no accident, and the ant pirates will undoubtedly lose. Daigle said very positively. After hearing Dagger's exact answer, Kong, who was far away in naval headquarters, also sat down with a look of surprise. After a few seconds, he couldn't hide his excitement. He thought that Moser's strength could reach Admiral's level at most, but he didn't expect his strength to be able to suppress 4 emperors. This is already the level of king-level strength, right? The king-level combat power of less than 20 years old, Kong's expression at this moment, can no longer be described in words, and he muttered to himself, Garp, you old B***************, you have done a reliable thing. At the same time, the center of the island that has been torn apart. Weiguo. Charlotte Linlin looked very irritable, sighed with her hands clasped in her hands, and asked the team everywhere. For a moment, it sounded with the roar of the squally wind. A sword gas of hundreds of meters, carrying the power to destroy everything, rushed towards Moser. Armed, meteor fist. Advertisement. Moser's whole body was full of blood, covering his right hand, and it was covered with a powerful armament hockey, his fist blasted out like a meteor. Ultimate sword energy, meteor fist. The two terrorist forces collided, the atmosphere roared and there was no cloud, the terrible aftermath became a wave of terrorist air and spread out. A destructive force struck. Moser stood in place, except that his hairstyle was a little erratic, he did not take a step back, and his expression was full of confidence. On the other hand, Charlotte Linlin was shocked by the powerful wave of air, and his huge body couldn't stop flying backwards and did not stop until tens of meters away. Boy, who are you? With such a powerful strength, why have I never heard of you before? Feeling the violent injury in the body and seeing Moser's easygoing look, Charlotte Linlin asked. Ugly monsters, you beat me, I tell you. Moser gave him a smile. The whole body was full of blood, Moser turned into a stream of light, as if to destroy everything, and blasted away. Damn it's kid, my old lady is fighting with you. As the Emperor, facing such humiliation, even if she couldn't bear Charlotte Linlin, she still held Napoleon in his hand. Boom. ... Oh. The two turned into streamers and crashed into each other, fighting against each other with ultimate power. Compared with Charlotte Linlin, Moser's weak body is like an ant and an elephant. But the power between the two is completely opposite. The fierce collision produced a huge storm, the sound of the explosion sounded, and the waves of air spread in all directions like squally rain. The woods around the islands were continuously destroyed in an instant, the earth broke apart, and deep pits exploded out one by one. Puff! Vomiting blood, Charlotte Linlin's huge body was slammed back. The terrible blood exploded. Pushing forward, Moser punched again, eating pain, and Charlotte Linlin's shoulders instantly showed deep bones. Bang! Bang! On the ground, the huge giant and the bloody figure were torn and killed together. The fiercest fight was only for a moment, and the battle Yuanjiwang showed a one-sided trend, and Charlotte's huge body was covered with struggling imitating mouths. Although Charlotte Linlin's body is extremely large. Advertisement. Moser, who has a Garp template, can compete in close hands without fearing anyone. Boom. Monument. After several rounds of fierce collision, the huge body fell rapidly, Charlotte Linlin's huge right fist, and the fiery flames and devastating thunder that he carried soared into the sky. However, in the face of such a powerful punch, Moser had no intention of avoiding it, and he still blasted away with a punch. Boom. Quote. The two punches hit 070 again like a meteorite. Crack. A sound of broken bones sounded, and Charlotte Linlin's body was blasted back again. There was a trace of despair on his face. Charlotte Linlin has never been so desperate since becoming the Four Emperors. Whether it is power, speed or hockey, they are completely suppressed. It can even be said that there is no hope of victory at all. My old lady, fight with you. Despite the pain, Charlotte Linlin sat on the thundercloud. At this moment, she was like a madman, Ishan just wanted to kill Moser. What? With a roar, Charlotte Linlin was holding a huge sword with flames and thunder on it, and it fell from the sky like an axe, hammering down sharply. Moser's right arm was in pitch black, his legs bent, flying up into the air, his fist was like a shooting star, and he rushed up with extremely terrifying power. Boom. 1. The two collided like two giant dragons. In an instant, the explosion sounded, the atmosphere roared, and there was no cloud. In the next second, Charlotte Linlin's figure fell like a cannonball. Chapter 149 Super King Strength. Emperor Sword. Moser's right arm was in pitch black, his legs bent, flying up into the air, his fist was like a shooting star, and he rushed up with extremely terrifying power. Rumble. The two collided like two giant dragons. In an instant, the explosion sounded, the atmosphere roared, and there was no cloud. In the next second, Charlotte Linlin's figure fell like a cannonball. Rumble. The earth shook, and countless cracks spread. In an instant, flying sand and rocks, smog, a large pit of several thousand meters appeared on the island, and the entire island surface cracked. Back on the ground, with a calm expression, Moser stared at the pit. In the fierce fight just now, Charlotte Linlin fell into an absolute disadvantage, which was the result of Moser's failure to exert all his strength. BIGMOM pirate ship. Let me just say, what about the Four Emperors? How could it have beaten our boss? Huo Shaoshan, who had just solved his opponent, said without shame. Hehe, we all believed in the boss just now, but you said that the boss is not necessarily Charlotte Linlin's opponent. The ghost spider revealed him mercilessly. Really? Did I say that? Huo Shaoshan didn't recognize it at the moment. The mole who was fighting the pirate on the side also rolled his eyes. Cracker and Smokey, who were fighting fiercely on the other side of the island, couldn't help seeing Charlotte Linlin being hit and falling to the ground, and looked over there. Their expressions were horrified, and they couldn't imagine that one day their mother would really lose, and she would lose to a young man who looked less than 20 years old. However, Cracker didn't have time to think about it. After all, they are also at an absolute disadvantage now, and their bodies are even more scarred. Soon, the attack of the two Jills carried the sound of breaking through the air, and it had already hit. The huge sword blocked in front of him, and Cracker's figure flew upside down. What's the second life is a heavenly word, so it can't be. Gulkai didn't mean to let him go. Lei Ting covered the same thing, and went on. On the side, Smokey saw this and wanted to help, but before she could even start, a cold ice spear came straight at her. She could only hurriedly wield a sword aura with her long sword, slashing out, blocking the blow, and Tianzi's attack came like a storm. Smokey and Cracker are now covered with scars, and their physical strength is greatly exhausted. It can be said that the defeat will happen sooner or later. Forcibly stabilizing his figure, Karaz also greeted him with a powerful force. The smoke dissipated, and the face was extremely hideous. Charlotte Linlin, who was lying on the pit, felt a pain in her chest. Especially under the chest, there is a deep visible bone wound, which is particularly scary. Charlotte Linlin stood up slowly. The heavy breathing sounded all of her physical exhaustion at the moment. She looked extremely solemn and looked at Moser in front of her. She had never seen such a strong person. Even her former Captain Rox or Whitebeard was not as strong as the little guy in front of her. Looking at Charlotte Linlin's severely injured look, Moser has a casual look. He hasn't tried his best to fight until now. Boy, your strength is indeed very strong, but the old lady is 4 emperors. If you want to defeat me, let's try. Ah, Charlotte Linlin roared, and for an instant, a powerful aura spread from the pit. The Emperor, sword-breaking blade. Charlotte Linlin clasped Napoleon in his hands tightly. There was a fiery flame, Conqueror's hockey entangled, and all the power was concentrated on it. Striding across, the ground is shaking, Charlotte Linlin slashes towards Moser, as if to destroy everything in this world. Advertisement. It was a bit meaningful. Faced with, Charlotte Linlin tried her best, and Moser finally showed seriousness on his face. Armed, meteor fist. Moser's blue veins all over his body were violent like Zilongban, and his blood was so strong that his strength was concentrated on his fist. The ultimate armament hockey covered it, as if to smash the mountain and river with a punch, carrying the sound of breaking wind, and blasted straight out. Boom. The two collided like a stream of light. The ultimate emperor sword, carrying the power to destroy everything, collided with the terrifying meteor fist. Ah, come on from Shenda, who has the constant flames on Charlotte Linlin, just like Hong Yuan has already flourished, resisting it abruptly, the bloody fight for death, in a short period of time, it is actually equal. Above the ground, the earth shattered, dust was everywhere, and explosions continued uninterrupted. On one side was the blood-colored Wang Yang, and on the other side was the boundless hockey. Persevering for less than a few seconds, the terrifying blood-colored Wang Yang, as if to completely drown the boundless hockey, rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. For a while, Marine and the pirates all joined together, stopped their attacks, watching the two who win or lose, except for the 4 of them, Jill and Cracker, who were fighting fiercely. Do you think the boss can really defeat the 4 emperors? Huo Shaoshan asked the mole and the others. What do you think? What 4 emperors, from the beginning to the end was suppressed by our boss, this battle our boss will undoubtedly win. The ghost spider said with an extremely affirmative expression. Jill and Cracker, who were fighting fiercely on the other side, also came to an end. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level. If you change to Charlotte Katakuri, you can still play against Gil and Tianzi. However, Cracker and Smokey are still a bit closer. In the middle of the battlefield, Charlotte Linlin's body was covered with scars, and her physical strength and injuries had reached the limit. The boundless hockey continued to erupt, and the power of her whole body burst out in an instant. But there is no way to stop it, the bloody fist that destroys everything. Ah, with a roar that shook the sky, Charlotte Linlin completely broke through the limit, and ultimate sword intent became even more violent. Rumble. In an instant, a sword containing Charlotte Linlin's full power was just abruptly pressing down Moser's fist, making it impossible for him to enter. It's interesting, but you still lost after all. Moser was also surprised when he saw Charlotte Linlin whose strength had improved even more. But so what? In an instant, the bloody Wang Yang behind Moser swelled for a while, and his fist forced the big sword up. How is it possible? Charlotte Linlin couldn't believe it. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted from his throat, and Charlotte Linlin's body was like a hill, flying out heavily. It crashed into countless trees and mountains, and stopped until thousands of meters away, and fell among the countless rocks. In an instant, Wang Ai stood up and asked about where Charlotte Linlin had fallen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, as the dust dissipated, Charlotte Linlin was on her knees, her sword stuck in the ground, and blood was overflowing from the corner of her mouth. His body was full of hideous wounds, and he looked like he was seriously injured. Oh, the vitality is so stubborn, how can I persist in this way? Moser looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was half kneeling among the gravel in surprise. Charlotte Linlin knew that she would die if she continued to fight. Shaking her body, Charlotte Linlin slowly stood up, and then stood on the thundercloud Zeus, as if she was going to continue her hands. Moser still looked calm, looking at her. Charlotte Linlin rushed towards Moser, just when everyone thought the battle was not over. Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin turned and charged towards Cracker and the others. Just as everyone was wondering, Charlotte Linlin exhausted her last strength and chopped out 2 sword auras, slashing towards Jill and Tianzi respectively. In an instant, Jill and the two stopped their attacks and shot to block. Advertisement. Hurry up. Then, Charlotte Linlin yelled. Cracker and Smokey immediately understood what she meant, took the seriously injured Katakuri, who was in a coma, and jumped onto the thundercloud. Then he flew away in the direction of the horizon, facing Charlotte Linlin's escape behavior. Moser didn't intend to stop him, and it would not do him any good to destroy the 4 emperors. He just masturbated today and wanted to have a fight. The two of Jill and Tianzi below saw that Moser did not choose to pursue it, so naturally they would not pursue it. Boy, report your name, and the old lady will definitely find you to take revenge. Charlotte Linlin, who was already soaring in the sky, stopped suddenly and looked in Moser's direction. Remember, my uncle's name is Monkey. D. Moser, and my father is Garp. If you have the ability, you can trouble me with my father. Moser looked arrogant. Good boy, my old lady remembers you, and Garp is your father, right? I will definitely settle the account with you father and son. Charlotte Linlin left a word viciously, and then the three crackers, who were seriously injured behind him, disappeared into the sky. At the same time, Garp, who was on a mission in New World, yawned, ah. He wondered who was thinking about the old man. As for Wu Chu at this moment, he used Lucian Tiangu. Just now, he succeeded in making Charlotte Linlin low, and the system laughed and encouraged him to be of great value. As for the fierce battle, the pirates of the BIGMOM pirate group saw their aunts run away, and at this moment they also gave up the struggle. The pirates were desperate on their faces. They couldn't think that a young man who looked less than 20 years old could really defeat the four emperors. The marine soldiers even couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that their colonel would actually defeat the four emperors, and led a four emperors not even the pirate ship, and hurriedly fled. I swear, the colonel will be my idol from now on, said a marine soldier who kept his head. You can pull it down. Who said just now, our chief is the second-generation officer who is waiting to die, and challenging the four emperors is self-reliant. I remember you said it. A marine soldier next to him showed no mercy to tear him down. Ah, who said it? I didn't say it anyway. The colonel is my idol. How could I say this? The marine soldier refused to admit it alive. At this moment, in the eyes of these marine soldiers, Moser was like a god. They never thought that one day they would be able to defeat an imperial regiment. Daigle and the others, who had been hiding in the distance, when they saw Moser really smashed and four emperors away, and she didn't even dare to ask for the pirate ship. At this moment, their mood can no longer be described in words. Vice Admiral, what are we going to do next? Zari couldn't help but ask this question. First tell Marshal Empty the situation of the battle. Daigle picked up the phone and dialed. In Marshal Marine's office, Kong looked very excited at this moment. Buru, Buru. Suddenly, the voice of the phone bug rang. Answer the phone, worm. Marshal, the battle is over. Moser and the others defeated the BIGMOM pirates. Charlotte Linlin took the 3 stars and escaped. The rest of the pirates, including the BIGMOM pirates, were captured by Moser and the rest. 2. On the other side, Daigle's voice came. Did you beat Charlotte Linlin? Sora, although he has guessed that Moser is very likely, can beat Charlotte Linlin. But he was really surprised when he heard the exact news, but there was also a trace of regret, and Charlotte Linlin was not captured. Forget it. Anyway, the little guy Moser has the strength of an emperor, and in Kong's eyes, he is already thinking about how to arrange Moser. Want to publicize his strength and promote him to be the next marine hero. Still, he should be hidden as Marine's secret weapon. For a while, Kong couldn't make up his mind. He decided to wait for Garp to come back and call the little guy over to see Moser's own opinion. An imperial combat power who is less than 20 years old still belongs to their marine. At this moment, Kong has a longing for the future of their marine. If you let him know, Moser's strength is far more than the emperor, I don't know what kind of expression he will have. Chapter 150 Complete Blockade. After thinking about it again and again, Kong issued an order to Daigle and decided to temporarily block it completely. The fact that Moser has the power of the emperor is not allowed to be revealed by anyone. Offenders are directly removed from the military. On the other side, New World, looking at Moser and the others, who have already won a big victory, and the command of Marshal Sora just now, Daigle doesn't know what he is going to do now. Do you want to go back home? Or go there? But in the past, it was not equivalent to telling Moser that he deliberately wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Now Daigle's intestines are all regretful. He even wants to slap himself twice. How could he think that Moser and the others are the second-generation officials who are eating together and waiting to die? If the strength of defeating the 4 emperors is the second generation of officials who are eating and waiting for death, then what is the value of waiting for others? Is it waste in waste? Thinking of this, Daigle felt ashamed and slapped in his face. Vice Admiral, let's go over. With Moser's strength, maybe he'd discovered us a long time ago. Gazari on the side was also a little ashamed. Oh, let's go. Daigle thought for a while, too, he and others must have been discovered long ago, and the ones that should have passed have to pass. 073. At the same time, at this moment, the pirates of the BIGMOM pirate group surrendered with their hands raised. When they saw Moser descend on the pirates, their expressions were even more surprised. But this young man defeated their mother, Charlotte Linlin, one of the dignified 4 emperors. Boss, what are we going to do with them? The ghost spider on the side asked. Quote, boy, if you want to kill or play, just you, we can't give in. Charlotte Apella looked like he would rather die than surrender. Cow, boy, I'm optimistic about you, Jill, you help him loosen his bones. Moser looked at him with a smile, and then waved. What are you doing? Charlotte Opella watched Jill and the two approaching unkindly. Advertisement. Bang! Ah! With a scream like a pig, Charlotte Opella was beaten and kicked by Jill, very miserable. The pirate who sent him, Wu Chu, who looked at others, didn't dare to step forward to help. All right. A few minutes later, as Moser shouted, CFEI, Jill stopped their hands. At this moment, Charlotte Opella was lying on the ground embarrassed, her face swollen like a pig's head, and her body was blue and purple, looking miserable. I admire someone with a spine like you, but you don't know that, like you are not too lucky, is there anyone with such a spine like him? Moser looked at everyone with a smile. The pirates shook their heads in fear when looking at Charlotte Opella who was beaten like a pig at the moment. All. Cuff me up. Moser yawned. He didn't have much interest in these ants either. Among these guys, except Charlotte Opella who is a cadre of the ant pirate group, the others are some insignificant little pirates. After all, the BIGMOM pirate group must not be able to dispatch all members, and Charlotte Linlin personally dispatched, it must leave a large number of cadres to guard the territory. Rightfully, Marine just handcuffed these pirates with seastone handcuffs. At this time, Daigle led the warship already appeared in front of Moser and them. Hey, isn't this Daigle Vice Admiral? Why did you come here in person? Aren't you worried about our safety? Jill said to Daigle with a strange expression on his face. Well, yes. Daigle didn't know what to say at this moment, so he could only continue talking. He looked at Moser nervously, for fear that Moser would ask him to settle the account. Without speaking, Moser just looked at Daigle with a smile on his face. I don't know why, Daigle has a creepy feeling at the moment. Colonel Moser, you did a very good job this time. I have already reported to the Marshal. There will be awards at that time. Daigle said with a forced smile. Oh, isn't it? Then I have to thank Daigle Vice Admiral. Moser still smiled. No thanks. Looking at Moser like this, Daigle thought he would just let him go, but obviously, he was thinking too much. However, compared to this, Daigle Vice Admiral, my little brother Jill, has always admired you, and wants to discuss with you, would you not refuse? Moser looked directly at Daigle, his words were point threat. Advertisement. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Daigle knew that this little guy would not let him go easily. He glanced at Jill in front of him. I thought that as long as it wasn't the little guy Moser, he would be a little brother. Dear readers, please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, and ask for monthly tickets. It's okay to learn from each other, but we have to talk about the rules first. Daigle looked at Jill. Hearing Dagger admit defeat, Jill turned his head and glanced at Moser. There was no word. Moser just looked up to the sky and whistled. But no matter how Daigle attacks, he never touches Jill. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A fist containing thunderbolt directly on his face. With a furious expression, little guy, Lousy is fighting with you. Daigle clenched his fist, covered with armament hockey, and wanted to fight back. Moreover, the one called Ghoul has just fought his skills. With Lousy's head knife, it shouldn't be an opponent. Wait a minute, boy, you don't talk about martial arts sneak attacks. Daigle wanted to stop Jill, but how could Jill pay attention to him? Instead, Jill appeared behind or beside him from time to time and punched him. A few minutes later, Daigle kept breathing heavily, his body was blue and purple, and most importantly, there was a big shoe print on his face, and a few teeth were missing. Boy, don't fight, I surrender. At this time Daigle had clearly realized that the strength between himself and Jill was poor. The fist hit his chest again. Hey. This time, Daigle spit out blood with blood in his teeth. But before he finished speaking, Jill disappeared in place with thunder shining all over his body, before he could react. He also saw that Jill was playing with him at all. Okay, I promise you, but I'm done, just let's compare. Daigle readily agreed, even showing a confident smile, but later he will find out how wrong his thoughts are. Hey. With a spit, Daigle's body leaned back. After finally standing firm, Jill's fist Chapter 151 SSS level, top secret file, big killer. Jill immediately understood Moser's meaning, his whole body was shining with terrible thunder, and he rushed towards Daigle again. The miserable screams continued to sound, and the battle situation was completely one-sided. Daigle didn't even have a chance to fight back, and he was beaten all the time. When the Marine soldiers at the back saw this situation, they couldn't bear to look at it. They saw the miserable situation of their Vice Admiral for the first time, and then took another look at Moser's direction. At this moment, they have secretly made up their minds that no one can provoke this master in the future. Okay, you can stop. Moser yawned and stretched. Hearing Moser's order, Jill stopped beating. At this moment, Daigle, who was lying on the ground, did not look like Vice Admiral, his face was completely swollen. Dagger Vice Admiral, are you okay? Gazari hurriedly stepped forward and helped him up. Boy, you. Daigle just wanted to talk harshly to Moser. Yeah, Moser glanced at him. Daigle became angry immediately, and said to the Marine soldiers behind, everyone has it, hurry back. Then he didn't dare to look back, and quickly returned to his military ship. Boss, shall we just let him go like this? Said the ghost spider on the side. It's okay, I will be long in Japan, let this old guy know today, who is the real boss. Let's go back too. Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth, then ordered, and said to go back. On the warship, Daigle saw behind, Moser and their warships also set off. He thought Moser would want to beat him up again, and quickly ordered the people under his men with horror. Full speed ahead. 9. The next day, when the sun was blazing, Moser looked like he had just woken up, and brought Jill and the three to naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, at this moment, Kong is sitting in the main seat, Crane and Sengoku are standing beside him, and Garp is sitting on the sofa eating donuts. The five seem to be discussing an important matter. Kong Yuan, the lower sun, Wu Chu, is really closed by stars. Sengoku didn't dare to believe it on his face. There is no need to doubt that little guy really has imperial strength. The old man has fought with him, even if he can do his best, that little guy. I haven't waited for time to speak. The translation on the side was the first to say. Advertisement. Marshal Sora said it himself, coupled with Zephyr's affirmative answer. Sengoku and Suru already believed in their hearts. Their gazes uniformly looked at Garp, who was eating donuts at the moment. Perceiving the eyes of the four people, Garp stopped eating the donuts, and asked, "Are you going to eat too?" "That's not good, it's all mine." With that, Garp ate a donut in one bite. Went on. Seeing Garp's appearance, the four of them were speechless for a moment, but they were helpless. "Garp, have you known Moser's strength a long time ago, and deliberately concealed us?" Crane looked at him and asked. "Wow, ha ha ha, no, is that little guy so strong?" Garp laughed and pretended to be a fool. The four of them didn't say anything more when they saw his appearance. "The purpose of asking you all to come here today is to discuss the arrangements for the little guy Moser. I'm thinking about promoting him as the next generation of our marine hero, spiritual belief. Or to hide his strength and become a hidden weapon for our marine." Kong looked at the four seriously. For a while, even Sengoku and Suru, who have always been known for their IQs, did not speak. After all, the little guy Moser is Garp's son, so he should be allowed to express his opinions on such important matters. Seeing that the two were silent, Kong looked at Garp and slowly said, "Garp, tell me. Moser is your son after all." All of a sudden, Garp, who has always been like a child, looked seriously serious. After a few seconds, he said, "Although this guy Moser is very strong, he is not yet a qualified soldier. Now, it is not a suitable choice to push him into Marine's spiritual belief, so the old man prefers to hide his strength. Of course, I hope he can decide for himself." After saying this, Garp looked at Kong 4 with firm eyes. "Indeed, let this little guy decide this matter for himself." Kong just finished speaking. "It really means Cao Cao. Cao Cao will be there." Leaf. Wu Chumu kicked Kaiyuan's office to the top. "There are 5 people in it, Kong and Sengoku. You don't need to think about it. Moser is here. ... For flowers. Dare to do this, except for the old B****************** D Garp. There is only Moser. Now Garp is in the office, so I said." Advertisement. Marshal Kong, you called the 4 of us over, what's the matter? Moser yawned and sat down directly on the sofa. The 3 Jills on the side were the same, and found a place to sit down at random. Oh, looking at them like this, Kong couldn't help sighing. "We called you over this time, mainly to discuss one thing. The strength of your 4 little guys has far surpassed ordinary Vice Admiral. The first plan is to vigorously promote your strength, push you to the forefront of Marine, and let you be the hero of the new generation of Marine. What's more, if one's own strength is exposed, then everyone will be afraid of themselves. Especially Moser, you have reached the level of Admiral." Thinking of this, Moser shook his head and said, "Marshal Kong, let's take the second plan. The second option, to hide your strength, design an SSS level top secret file, and treat you as our Marine's secret weapon. How can I cheat? How can I get the cheating value, and how can I redeem it for the most advanced items in the store?" And so far, unlike the Jill trio, most people know their strengths, and there are very few people in Marine who know your true strengths. However, after only a few seconds, he made the decision to become the faith of the new generation of Marine, and it didn't make any sense to him. "We prefer the second one, but which one to choose depends on your opinion." Hearing this answer, the 5 people of Kong had a black line on their faces. They had never seen such a brazen person. Kong looked at the Moser 4 seriously. "Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That's right, it's rare that you have inherited, the boss is so handsome. When you say this, you still look at your nostrils. After all, I am already so handsome, and let others know that I am still so strong, then I am afraid that others will not have the confidence to live." Seeing the shameless look of the 2 of them, if it weren't for the fight, Sora and they almost couldn't help beating them violently. Long. According to the plan that the 4 of us have discussed together just now. 0. Which option to choose? Moser was also lost in thought at the moment. Chapter 152 Strong Showdown, Sakazuki's Arrival. Since you have decided. Sengoku gave Daigle an order, ordering him and the Marine soldiers who saw Moser that day to be truly capable. Do not disclose any information about Moser's strength. Set this little guy's strength file to SSS level, which can only be accessed with permission above Admiral. Kong said to Sengoku on the side. Understood, Marshal Sora. Sengoku nodded. As for the 3 of you guys, are you interested in going to the other branch? Kong looked at the 3 Jills. He thought that with the strength of the three, plus Moser, it would be too wasteful to stay in the G1 branch. No need. Without thinking about it, the three Jills refused in unison. They followed Moser since they were young and only obeyed Moser's orders. Kong wanted to say more, but when he thought that these three little guys, 073, would only obey Moser's orders, he didn't say much. Marshal Sora is okay, we'll leave first. Moser yawned. For chatting with a few old guys, he preferred to go to Gion. Seeing Moser's lazy look, Kong also felt speechless, waved his hand to signal him to leave. As soon as he went out, "Boss, why don't you want to expose your strength? The new generation of spiritual leader marine hero sounds so cool," Tianzi asked as he walked. "What do you know, boss? This is low-key, boss, you said I was right." Lance gave an expression that he had guessed right. After being with me for so long, Lance still knows me best. What new generation of spiritual leaders, what marine heroes? I don't care at all, the real strong are low-key. The most important thing for a strong, long and handsome person like me is that he is still low-key and not showing off. Sometimes I am obsessed with myself. Moser said shamelessly. Yes, we must also learn from the boss and be a low-key person. The Jill trio immediately agreed. Advertisement. Oh, low-key. Moser immediately pretended to be humble again. Wu Xian, who had left the office for a big battle, was planning to find a low return, but found out that she had gone out to perform the task. I can only regret taking Jill 3 back home. The next day, when the scorching sun was clear, Moser and others returned to the branch. Along the way, the marine soldiers in the branch showed great respect to the Moser and the others, but they more respected the Gill and the three. Under Kong's order, except for the marine soldiers who were on the Moser warship that day, and the marine soldiers who Dager took out that day. In the entire G1 branch, more than half of the people don't know the true strength of Moser, they only know that the three of Gill and the three teamed up to defeat Charlotte Linlin. In their eyes, Moser went from being an official second generation who ate and waited to die to an official second generation who relied on his three younger brothers. Time comes day after day, month after month. 2 months later, the G1 branch at this moment is completely under Moser's rule. As for Daigle, he has no right to speak at all, and he knows the true strength of Moser. He didn't dare to say a word in front of him, and he didn't even have the courage to go to naval headquarters to file a complaint. Within 2 months, Marines or pirates, without exception, have to pay protection fees if they want to pass, but the pirates need to pay double the amount of Marine. Of course, anyone who doesn't follow it will face the beating of the three Jills. Every time after Moser received the protection fee, he would say the classic line, "My father is Garp, and I have the ability to go to him to settle the account." Suddenly, both Marine and pirate hated Garp. In particular, Marine, who was passing by, directly filed a complaint with Marshal Sora. Kong also came to warn Moser himself, but he converged for a few days and immediately collected the protection fee again. In this regard, Kong is also helpless. After all, Moser's strength is too strong, and he has a degree every time he does it, not too much. Kong thought to let him go like this, but Kong couldn't do anything with Moser, it doesn't mean he couldn't do with Garp. Advertisement. In these 2 months, Garp can be said to have been on vacation for a whole day, and it has been sent out by Kong to perform tasks, which can be described as very miserable. The sun is shining. At this moment, Moser is sitting on a lounger, enjoying the sun, wearing sunglasses on his eyes, and there are drinks and fruit plates on the table on the right. Suddenly, a corporal ran up. "Colonel, a marine warship is here, do we have to charge for protection?" "Are you a bug? I told you that if you are not an official marine or a pirate, you have to charge protection fees. You dare to watch this kind of problem." The boss rested. Before Wu Fan said anything, Lance directly yelled at him. "But, that person is General Sakazuki, shall we also charge him a protection fee?" The corporal asked nervously. "What about Sakazuki? As long as it is not the marshal, you will have to charge protection fees. If he doesn't pay, then you will be beaten up. Tianzi, you too, go with me." Lance didn't even look at it. Sakazuki's appearance. Later, Lance took the 6 ghost spiders and walked towards the port together. As for Moser, he was asleep. When the corporal reported the situation just now, he did not wake him up. After a while, Lance and the others came to the port. At this time, Sakazuki was standing on the port, behind him was a group of marine soldiers. Sakazuki, with a terrifying power on his body, the marine soldiers of the G1 branch did not dare to come forward to collect the protection fee, but due to the pressure of the 3 people in Lance, they did not dare to let it go. "What's the matter with the marine of your G1 branch? Don't let it go soon." An adjutant next to Sakazuki yelled to them. All of a sudden, the 4.8 marine soldiers stationed in the harbor were trembling with fright. Just when they were about to be unable to hold it, several people from land slowly walked over. Seeing the arrival of Lance and others, the marine soldiers seemed to have found the backbone, and suddenly they were not so scared. "It's also very simple to pass from here. If you pay 10 million berries protection fee, I will let you go." Lance was not angry at all. He stared directly at Sakazuki. For a time, the two looked at each other. "Boy, do you know what you are talking about? Do you know who we are? Want us to pay for protection?" The adjutant who had a famous knife on his waist shouted directly. "I care who you are. Admiral has to pay for protection when he comes over." Jill looked at them with disdain. Chapter 153 Ice Phoenix vs. Magma Sea, the outcome is known. Boy, it seems that as a senior, I have to teach you a lesson. Adjutant Olia cannot tolerate a little guy and provoke himself. Haha, it's up to you. Tianzi said this with a look of disdain. Really? It's looking for death, you kid. With that, Olia was about to do it. Suddenly, Sakazuki stretched out his hand to stop him, and then said to him, "Get back, you are not his opponent." Sakazuki naturally heard that the three of Tianzi teamed up to defeat Charlotte Linlin, so he was also very interested in the strength of these three boys. Olia wanted to say more, but, facing Sakazuki's gaze, he obediently stepped back. Sakazuki watched Tianzi slowly and said, "You can also charge protection fees, but first, you have to defeat Laozi. Let the three of you go together." Sakazuki exuded a terrifying aura, and the marine soldiers standing behind the Tianzi trio, unconsciously afraid, wanted to step back. Hehe, just because you want to pick three, I will win first. As soon as the voice fell, cold ice burst out of Tianzi's body, and the temperature of the entire port dropped a few degrees. Although he is usually arrogant, it does not mean that he underestimates the enemy. Sakazuki had also heard a little before. Faced with opponents of this level, he will naturally go all out. Armed, Phoenix strikes. In an instant, the cold ice burst out with a huge whistling. A huge ice phoenix turned into ice wherever it went, and swept towards Sakazuki. Facing this ultimate ice, Sakazuki's face also changed. Logia. No, it seems to be a new demons, but what about it? Laozi is the strongest Logia. In an instant, the hot lava from Sakazuki's whole body continued to boil, and the temperature of the entire venue rose accordingly, and his eyes became fierce. Canine Tooth. Red Lotus. The right fist magma erupted and turned into a dark hound, carrying the hot magma, and went straight. Boom. Two ultimate attacks that looked like meteorites collided in the harbor. The sound of the explosion was endless, the ice was splashing, the magma was raging, and the base under the two people's feet was cracked. And press the ground 3 feet, Shikang came out. As for the marine soldiers, I felt that 25 saw this powerful force. Except for the two Jill and Olia, they all retreated far, for fear of being affected. Shadow. The figure quickly disappeared in place, and Sakazuki took the lead. He wanted to try what level of Tianzi's strength had reached. A fist containing fiery magma came straight towards Tianzi's door, the monument. The ground trembled, the ice was broken, Tianzi's face was relaxed, and he reappeared elsewhere. Seeing that this attack didn't work, Sakazuki's expression was a little surprised, but he still didn't intend to keep his hands at all. Armed, great eruption. The huge sea of magma rose up into the sky, with little smoke, carrying the power of all things of Brahma, and rushing towards Tianzi. Frozen wings. Facing this terrifying blow, Tianzi had no fear, and his whole body was covered with cold ice. In an instant, a pair of ice wings grew behind him. With the waving of the wings, ice spikes emerged, carrying terrifying power, drowning toward the sea of magma fire like a gust of wind and rain. Rumble. The two ultimate forces collide with each other, constantly resisting and consuming. In an instant, the weather was roaring, smoke was everywhere, flying sand and rocks, countless air waves rotating at high speed, and the entire harbor turned into a huge sea of hot magma while turning into cold, the icy polar regions. Hey! The figure disappeared instantly, and a terrifying sound of breaking wind rang in Sakazuki's ears, followed by a fist containing ultimate ice. He banged directly in front of his head. Gudong. Gudong. Too late to escape, Sakazuki can only stretch out his hands and wrap his head with magma. Boom. The force sank, the fist covered with materialization, armament Haki's fist, directly bombarded Sakazuki's arm. Bang. A huge force came, Sakazuki felt a pain in the tiger's mouth, a flash in his chest, and his body quickly moved back, his hands were shaking, he felt a touch of shock. He was actually repelled by the front. However, this is not over yet. Tianzi, who has been forced to counterattack, finally caught an opportunity. How could he let Sakazuki so easily? Armed, extreme ice skates. I saw a cold aura in his hands coming out of his friend, and a long knife of magic came out. System. What Sakazuki? What Logia monster? Die for me. Advertisement. In an instant, Tianzi's figure quickly disappeared in place, holding a long ice knife, came to Sakazuki, and slashed away. Armed, great eruption. At the moment, countless hot magma spread all over Sakazuki's body and turned into a huge flame barrier, blocking this terrifying blow. Suddenly, the flame barrier was pierced across the middle by Ultimate's ice-long knife. However, in just a few seconds, Sakazuki had already appeared a few meters away. Looking at the opposite of Tianzi, with an extremely serious expression, Sakazuki knew that he was still too small to look down on Tianzi. He didn't expect that a guy who seemed to be in his 20s could match himself in a short period of time. Especially the marine soldiers on the Sakazuki warship, their faces were full of surprise. Their vice admiral is one of the 3 monsters known as Logia. How could this kid block their vice admiral's attack? This is really incredible. Sakazuki and the two looked at each other, knowing that there was no point in temptation. Your name is Tianzi, right? I admit that I underestimated you, and then I'm going to be serious. Face full of madness, hot lava erupted all over, Sakazuki chose to take the initiative. Facing Sakazuki, who came straight, Tianzi's expression was a bit solemn. In the previous match, he actually fell into a weak disadvantage. The duel between the strong is a tiny bit, and it is 1,000 miles away, but what about it? He won't easily concede defeat. Flavor. Tianzi's figure disappeared in the same place instantly. The two turned into streamers and collided. A hot lava and a cold ice. The collision between the two produced a huge storm, which rolled up the surrounding ground. The formation of a meteor shower smashed out in all directions. Seeing this, the two Jill on the side, they didn't want the harbor to be destroyed in a large area, they rushed up to blow away the countless fallen rubble. The flame was broken into small strands, and the ice turned into a mass of water. Laughing, vomiting blood, Daikon, double eyelids, turning around, it's a stroke, what if Shengluo is under the wind? He doesn't allow himself to concede defeat easily. Bang bang, the fist hit the flesh, the two broke out with powerful strength, tore together, and were engaged in the most primitive fight. In just a moment, the scars on the two of them were all over the body, looking very hideous and terrifying. Bang! With a punch containing terrifying power, Tianzi blasted Sakazuki's chest suddenly. Facing this punch, there was no idea of avoiding it at all, and the pitch-black right foot kicked straight towards Tianzi's waist. Hey! In an instant, the two vomited blood, and the two who had soared up in the sky fell straight down like meteors. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and countless cracks spread. For a while, sand and rocks were flying, smoke was everywhere, and a large crater several hundred meters long appeared on the site. Everyone was staring at the ruin at the moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the smoke dissipated, Sakazuki's face was a little crazy, and his body was full of small scars. Standing on the ruins, the top of his right arm was completely frozen, and with a sudden force, the ice on his right arm was shattered. Tianzi on the other side was a bit miserable. The scars on his body were all over his body, blood was constantly flowing out, and the hot magma still remained on his body. You are really strong, but lousy will not easily admit defeat. Tianzi's face was extremely distorted by roaring towards the sky. Do you think we should go up and help? Tianzi doesn't seem to be Sakazuki's opponent. The ghost spider on the side asked everyone. No, trust Tianzi. Lan stopped them, staring directly at Tianzi. Look, Sakazuki's power seems to be climbing. With the voice of the ghost spider, everyone turned their eyes to Sakazuki again. Hot lava erupted all over his body, and Sakazuki had lost his patience for a long time. Magma. Huge sea. 1. Grumbling. Boom. The boundless shaking, the earth shook, and countless magma spewed out from the place, but in the blink of an eye, it was a kilometer in radius, and it directly turned into a sea of magma. The hot magma throughout the venue continuously feeds Sakazuki back to repair his injuries and increase his strength and physical fitness. Compared with other devil fruit, Logia's devil fruit has the ability to change the landscape after continuous development and training. It borrows the power of nature to strengthen and improve it for its own use. Interestingly, Sakazuki, is the fruit knife open to this extent? It seems that Tianzi, this time is a bit suspicious. Moser, who had been awakened, stood not far away, watching all this silently. The strength of the three people of Tianzi has actually reached the level of quasi-admiral. It is only an opportunity to reach the level of admiral, but it seems that it is only one step away, but it has stumped 90% of the people. Facing the hot magma, Tianzi's crazy expression gradually calmed down. He knew that only by calmness could he win. He didn't want to disappoint his boss. You demons, all beasts form. Advertisement. Boom. The frost is flying, the crystal clear ice flowers, and the ultimate ice fills the entire harbor, and everyone outside can't see the scene inside. In an instant, the temperature dropped, and a radius of 100 meters, directly turned into a frozen place. Tianzi also directly changed the landscape, exuding cold air, and formed an iceberg. This allowed him to maximize his strength, quickly recover from his injuries, and even his physical strength and energy were also improving. Hey, there was a loud tweet. An ice phoenix that was more than 100 meters away, came out of the sky, landed on the harbor, and then flew across the sky. Everyone looked at this prehistoric behemoth standing proudly and in the air, they were all shocked, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, the entire port was completely transformed into a giant sea of magma on the right, and a land of extreme ice on the left. The power of the two ultimates is constantly competing against each other in the chambers. It's interesting. Sure enough, you swallowed devil fruit, and you demon species. With such a strong strength at this age, you should call it an evildoer. However, after all, the winner can only be me. For Tianzi's move, Sakazuki didn't have many surprises on his face. Hehe, it's not always certain who wins and loses. Tianzi's breath continued to rise. Sakazuki's momentum continued to rise, staring at Tianzi with fierce eyes. At this moment, the two men who had reached their peak momentum were ready to make their last game. The giant ocean of magma. The winner can only be me. With a roar, Sakazuki raised his head and looked up. The hot magma in his body continued to erupt and spread to the surroundings, hanging upside down like Wang Yang's magma. Modification, Ice Phoenix. The cold ice burst out, a huge whistling, a huge ice phoenix, wherever it went, all turned into ice, and swept towards the giant magma sea. In an instant, the atmosphere roared, the sky and the earth shook, and explosions continued. Endless, the ground is full of hot lava, and the sky is an icy phoenix. As for what happened inside, it was completely obscured by the 077 hot flames. No one could see clearly, the ghost spiders on the side of the field. I almost couldn't help rushing in to help. At this moment, whether it is Tianzi or marine soldiers, they are staring at the center of the port with extremely nervous expressions. They all want to know who Tianzi and Sakazuki will lose and who will win. The flames erupted continuously, the high temperature burned, and the temperature had already risen more than hundreds of degrees. Guru. The hot dark red lava is constantly rolling, as if it can drown everything. Quote. Ultimate's ice continued to spread, as if to freeze everything. The entire site is a magma world, a icy polar region. In the field of fire, Sakazuki's body covered with hot lava exploded with a power that people would not dare to look directly at, and his eyes exuded absolute hostility. In the ice ground, Tianzi's bruised body, his aura continued to rise, his strength seemed to be breaking through to an extreme point, and he stared directly at Sakazuki with cold eyes. Tianzi's physical strength has completely reached its limit, but his arrogance does not allow him to give up, and he will have to fight for the last time. But Sakazuki, how could he let him do the last blog? I saw his whole body completely wrapped in hot lava, as if connected to the earth, exuding unimaginable power. Boy, you are really strong, but I am stronger. I will win today's battle. Sakazuki roared to the sky. Armed, great eruption. He raised his hands high, countless terrifying magma fireballs erupted from his hands, turned into giant magma dogs in midair, and blasted away. Armed, Ice Phoenix. Facing this terrifying blow, Tianzi looked up and looked serious. No one wanted to lose, not to mention that he didn't want to disappoint Moser. Up and down the whole body, the icy air like friends opened up, with open hands, no ice cover, visible to the naked eye, and hot water was full of fat. In an instant, an ice phoenix with a length of hundreds of meters, like a meteorite-like tearing space, galloped towards the endless giant magma dog. Rumble, heaven and earth burst, ice shattered, ultimate power overwhelming everything. In an instant, an unstoppable force overwhelmed everything, the earth shook, and the entire port seemed to be divided into two halves. Boom. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on the ring, including the Tianzi and Moser standing in the distance. They all knew that this blow would determine the winner. Puff. Blood was sprayed, and Tianzi fell heavily to the ground in the mist, covered in blood, and the bone wound on his chest looked terrifying. On the other hand, Sakazuki stood in place. He kept breathing heavily, there was ice scum all over his body, and his face was a little paler, but he finally won. Chapter 154 5 moves, Sakazuki was violent. Boy, I have to admit that you are really strong, but it's a bit worse than me. Sakazuki said this sentence in a majestic tone, even more pretentious. After seeing Jill's defeat, Tianzi and Lans couldn't help but they were about to rush forward to encircle Sakazuki. Suddenly, a figure took the first shot, and a fist containing terrifying power fell from the sky. Sakazuki looked frightened, and quickly avoided. Boom. The earth broke and dust was everywhere, and a pit with a radius of 1 meter appeared directly in the port. Looking at the huge pit, Sakazuki was thankful that he was hiding fast. Boy, after hitting my little brother, I still dare to pretend, you didn't put me in your eyes. Moser looked at Sakazuki with an unhappy expression. He doesn't allow anyone to be more forceful than him. Are you the son of that Garp? It seems that you are not as wasteful as the legend. Sakazuki saw that Moser was the one who shot, and his face was a little surprised. At the same time, the two of Tianzi also stepped forward and helped Jill over. Jill saw the boss take his own hands, and immediately fell into incomparable self-blame. He felt that he was too useless and disappointed the boss. He secretly made up his mind that he must defeat the fellow Sakazuki. Central Port. Moser stretched out his 5 fingers, pretending to be forced, and looked at Sakazuki slowly and said, within 5 moves, you will lose. He looked furious. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? For a moment, hot lava erupted from Sakazuki's body. He has been called a monster since he was a child. Today, some people say that he can be defeated within 5 strokes, which is a humiliation to him. Except for those Marine who knew Moser's true strength, the others were shocked when they heard this, and they even thought Moser was crazy. In their eyes, Moser is a second-generation official who relies on his 3 younger brothers, who is pretending to be a tiger. Even Jill was defeated by Sakazuki, and he still pretended to be a wolf with a big tail. But later they will reappear, how amazing their current thinking is, wrong. Facing the angry Sakazuki, Moser still looked so casual, and even hooked him. Advertisement. Boy, I will educate you well for Garp. Sakazuki was completely angry, and the burning magma all over his body seemed to burst out completely, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Explosions are constantly produced on the ground, and the aftermath of the battle spreads from the middle to the surroundings, forming ripples and destroying everything. Let's first let 3 tricks for you, lest I bully others. Faced with Sakazuki's violent attack, Moser didn't even make a move, just resisting it in a daunting manner. You were looking for death. Hearing these words, Sakazuki became even more angry, and even more mercilessly. After a few seconds, Sakazuki's expression was full of surprise. Impossible, I don't believe it, how could your power be so strong? It is obvious that you have been seriously injured before. His face was extremely hideous, and at this moment, he realized that he himself couldn't even hurt Moser. The 3 moves are over, it's me now. Moser's voice rang in Sakazuki's ears. A terrifying fist covered with blood, containing terrifying power, blasted straight into Sakazuki's chest. With a shocked expression, Sakazuki has no time to escape. Hey! His face was painful, and his body flew upside down like a kite. He didn't stop until a few meters away. Seeing that Sakazuki was actually pushed back, and Moser still looked relaxed and casual. Those Marines who originally thought Moser was a joke, at this time, their mouths were so surprised that they opened up, and they even thought they had read it wrong. Only the Ghost Spider and others showed what it should be. The boss of his own family, but can overcome the existence of the 4 emperors, how can a Sakazuki be his opponent? Quote. Vomiting the blood stasis in his mouth, Sakazuki looked at Moser with a sullen expression on his face. Damn it, Lousy is going to kill you. He roared, and the hot lava on his body continued to erupt, and he rushed away again. The terrifying magma fist, carrying the sonic boom, blasted towards Moser's head. The second move. Moser clenched a fist, concentrated his whole body strength at one point, containing terrifying blood, hitting directly, and the aftermath alone caused a burst of atmospheric roar. Advertisement. The father of the 2 seasons is extremely dark, and the mother is buried in white, destroying everything around him. Huh. Gasping for breath, Sakazuki's body took a few steps back again. Although he was not injured recently, sweat has flowed through his body. After experiencing the battle just now, his stamina has been consumed by nearly 60%. Coupled with the current full outburst, his stamina has been lost. On the other hand, Moser still looks relaxed and casual, and even looks like he is looking at the ants. He is not in a hurry to make a move, and the smile on the corner of his mouth seems to tell Sakazuki that you can't. Faced with such ridicule, Sakazuki roared, and in an instant, endless magma covered it, and the harbor instantly turned into a huge sea of magma. Boy, I want you to die. Sakazuki, whose fist turned into a giant magma dog, rushed towards Moser. The third trick. Looking at Sakazuki, Moser finally felt a little interest. The fist was incomparably dark, and there was even more terrifying blood, rushing out like a dragon. Rumble. The 2 fists collided like a meteorite, but at the moment of contact, Sakazuki was blown upside down by this huge force. The fourth trick. This was not over yet. Moser's silhouette horse of Jiao Jiao followed. With a frightened expression, Sakazuki, who flew upside down at the moment, couldn't avoid it at all. On his arms, armament hockey was covered in front of him. Bang! Moser blocked it abruptly, with boundless power in his fist. In a blink of an eye, a piercing pain came, and his arms were bloody. Hey! He vomited blood, and Sakazuki's body was like a shooting star, rushing out into the distance, and barely stabilized his figure until 10,000 meters away. Cough. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and bones were visible in the wound on his arm, which seemed particularly terrifying. With only 4 strokes, Sakazuki was already in a state of defeat. When the surrounding Marines saw this scene, the expressions on their faces were shocked besides shock. Chapter 155 The dust settles, Sakazuki's pride. They were thinking, Moser won't really be able to defeat Sakazuki with 5 moves, that's Sakazuki. Logia's monster, the future admiral candidate. Will such a character really be defeated within 5 strokes? How strong is that named Moser? At this moment, the Marine soldiers looked in awe in Moser's direction. Only then did they know how ridiculous their previous idea was, and why rely on the second generation of the younger brother's waste officer. Do people need this kind of strength? Completely crush Sakazuki, even if it is Garp Vice Admiral, or Sengoku can't do this step. Sakazuki, I said that there are 5 ways to solve you within 5 moves. Moser looked at Sakazuki with a smile, as if mocking him. Boy, Xiao Qiao is scary. With an angry expression, Sakazuki's hot lava continued to erupt. Interesting, do you want the last blog? Forget it, nothing fun, it's time to solve you. Quote. As soon as the voice fell, Moser burst into the sky, a terrifying force of 077 was conceived, and a bloody Wang Yang appeared behind him, the color of the world changed, and everything rioted. The surrounding Marines felt this ultimate power, and looked at the Moser in the center of the battlefield, who was like a demon. What's this? It's terrible. I couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and I felt a hint of palpitations in my heart. Marines who were watching from afar are like this, not to mention Sakazuki who was on the opposite side. He looked at Moser, who was bursting out of infinite power at this moment, and his expression couldn't help showing a trace of horror, but his arrogance did not allow him to give up. With a loud roar, the endless magma on Sakazuki erupted, covering the sky and the earth. Half of the entire port is turned into an endless blood-colored Wang Yang, and the other half is turned into hot magma. Sakazuki, I will show you today what is true invincibility. The 5th trick. Advertisement. Meteor Fist. Double Fist asked Daquan. Time, Wuchu fisted in and out of countless bloody fights for death, covering the sky and the earth. Continuously shining, the sea of blood danced wildly, with a radius of 1,000 meters, as if it turned into a bloody world. In an instant, the endless blood-colored Wang Yang continuously bombarded the sky, and everyone looked up. In an instant, the dark clouds became blood-colored. In this constant roar, countless meteor-like fist mushrooms appeared. Then, like a meteor shower, the countless bloody fists, carrying the power of destroying the world, flooded towards the Sakazuki below, and the atmosphere continued to roar. Seeing this devastating blow, Sakazuki couldn't help but was shocked, but his face was full of wolves, and he didn't want to admit that he really couldn't stop Moser's 5 moves. Armed, great eruption. He raised his hands high, countless terrifying magma fireballs spewed out from his hands, turning into giant magma dogs in midair, bombarding the terrifying blood-colored fists. A series of terrifying evil dogs, and the endless blood-colored group, constantly collide and offset in midair. Rumble. The sky and the earth shook, the atmosphere roared, and explosions continued uninterrupted. Numerous fists and magma scattered down like meteors. Just a small strand of it could destroy a huge boulder. The boundless blood-colored fist light seemed to drown the giant magma dogs, dissipating between the world and the earth. The terrifying giant magma dog and the endless blood-colored fist light, but they can compete with each other for less than a few seconds, and the blood-colored fist light keeps drowning, and each magma giant dog, CFEI, is lost between the world and the earth. Ah! Sakazuki roared, and the magma covering the sky and the earth gathered from all directions. Constantly supplying him with energy, the flames on those magma giant dogs once again climbed, becoming more violent and powerful. Facing this scene, Moser didn't panic, his expression was still so casual, and his blood exploded again. I saw Moser looked at Sakazuki and slowly said, "Oh, it seems that you still can't stop me with 5 moves. 1 inch." As soon as the voice fell, the infinite blood-colored fists that looked like a shooting star once increased their strength, and the original incomparably rich blood swelled up again. In an instant, they destroyed the giant magma dogs, and drowned towards Sakazuki. Advertisement. Damn it, I'm not convinced. With Sakazuki's unwilling roar, the bloody fist completely overwhelmed his body and everything in a radius of hundreds of meters. Ha! Shing completely opened up the house, blood abused, and the whole land was blood red. Boom, 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 the world burst, a dark mushroom cloud soared into the sky, dust was everywhere, and the earth broke apart. In an instant, an unstoppable wave of air swept across, and the sea trembled. The entire marine branch shook violently, everything around it was annihilated, and everything was dead. The surrounding marines had already retreated to a kilometer away. Looking at the port that was dilapidated by the battle between the two, they were deeply moved. However, their gazes all turned towards Moser. Moser stood there slowly, the expression on his face still cynical. At this moment, in the eyes of marine soldiers, Moser was like a god. 5 moves to kill Sakazuki in a flash, and it seems that he hasn't used his full strength, which is really terrible. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the smoke gradually dissipated. Puff, blood was sprayed, and in the mist, a figure fell heavily on the ground, covered in blood, especially the bone-bearing wound on the chest, which looked terrifying. Cough cough. Sakazuki knelt on the ground, coughing up blood constantly, his whole body was covered with hideous wounds, his face was extremely distorted. He wanted to stand up, but the severe pain from his body made him unable to use even a trace of strength. Sakazuki's expression was full of unwillingness. He didn't believe it, he didn't want to believe that he was really defeated. And it was still defeated by a junior. The most important thing was that he didn't even survive the 5 moves. At this moment, Sakazuki's pride was completely destroyed by Moser. Chapter 156 Retreat, Jill's Determination. The smoke dissipated completely, and everyone finally saw what was going on inside. Seeing Sakazuki half kneeling on the ground, Olia rushed forward and helped him up. No, I can stand up by myself. Sakazuki pushed him away abruptly, then trembling, slowly stood up. This time I lost. Olia left the protection fee and let's go. Sakazuki looked at Moser with unwilling eyes. But he knew that he was defeated, and it was a terrible defeat. Vice Admiral, Olia and the others wanted to say something. I said to keep the protection fee, don't you understand? Sakazuki glanced at them with a majestic look. The Olias did not dare to talk more nonsense, and took a big bag of berry from the boat. Now we can go. Sakazuki fixed his eyes on Moser. Moser still had a casual expression, and slowly said, wait a minute, don't be so anxious. If in the beginning, you paid the protection fee, it would be 10 million berry. Now, that's more than this price. The ghost spider told him, how much do they need to pay? Sakazuki Vice Admiral, your battle just now caused extensive damage to the port of our branch, plus you injured one of our officers. As well as wasting our time, there are expenses for mental loss, tea costs, and 7 or 8 expenses, which add up to 1 billion Baileys. The ghost spider looked like a profiteer, looking at Sakazuki and them. Don't go too far. Olia stared at Moser and the others angrily. Oh, don't you want to pay? That's okay, then you just stay here. When do you want to hand it in, and when will I let it go? Moser looked at them with a smile on his face. FK. Sakazuki also clenched his fists at the moment, he had never felt so humiliated since he was a child. But nowadays, he can't help it if his skills are not as good as others. You, show me the temple, I must go to Kuanyan, then you, once. Oria was gritted with anger, but facing Sakazuki's order, he had to obey it. Advertisement. And he also knew that he couldn't be Moser's opponent, so he could only order money from his hands. Haha, whatever you want. Lanz looked at them with disdain. After half an hour, a large pile of Pele and gold and silver treasures were laid out on the dilapidated port. The mole walked up to the liquidation. After a few minutes, Yan turned the mouse's head and said, "Boss, there is only 900 million berry here, which is 100 million short. Don't go too far. We have taken out all the property on the warship, and there is not a single point left." Olia looked at several people viciously. "That's really sorry. I don't have any advantages as a person, I just speak for words. 1 billion berry means 1 billion berry. You can't miss a single point. If you can't get it together, then I can't help it." Moser looked at them with a smile on his face. Olia was so angry that he wanted to rush forward, fighting with Moser. At this time, the seriously injured Sakazuki stretched out his hand to stop him, glaring fiercely at Moser in front of him, and said every word, "Boy, you remembered it for me." Everyone gathered together. Really do the most ruthless thing, what to say. Facing the threat, Moser's expression was still full of disdain. After a few more minutes, the Marines on the Sakazuki warship, including himself, all took out all the money, and finally made up 1 billion baileys. "Boy, can we go now?" Olia stared directly at Moser. "Of course, we are all Marine after all. Even if you don't pay the protection fee, we will definitely let you go. But if you insist on paying protection fees to help us repair the port, we are naturally too embarrassed to refuse." Moser said these words without shame. Olia was so angry that he almost squirted out a mouthful of blood from his throat. Sakazuki clenched his fists even more, and his nails were about to sink into the flesh. He never suffered such humiliation in his life. Sakazuki and Moser's Liangzi are tied together. At this moment, his heart had been thinking about how to take revenge. When he reached the warship, his eyes never left Moser. Seeing that His Majesty Sky wanted to eat him, Wu looked like he even gave him a big weight yen. Advertisement. Look for flowers. Hey. Looking at Moser's mocking smile, Sakazuki, who was already hurt, spurted out a mouthful of blood, attacking his heart, and fainted on the ground. Vice Admiral, hurry up the medical soldiers." Oria quickly asked the medical soldiers to help Sakazuki down. Seeing that Sakazuki was stunned by Moser alive, the Marine soldiers at the back were holding back their laughter, almost couldn't help laughing out loud. They looked at the gold and silver treasures in the port and immediately admired Moser. They didn't expect that Sakazuki would really pay the protection fee. They have heard that Sakazuki has become admiral elected. Such a character still has to pay protection fees in front of his own chief. 0. Especially those Marine soldiers who had always mistakenly believed that Moser was relying on his 3 little brothers to be able to act like a tiger, suddenly felt ashamed, and wanted to slap himself in the heart. Colonel Moser. I don't know who shouted, and the others started shouting too. At this moment, everyone in the Marine branch, except Daigle and Jill, was very happy. Daigle's frustrated face is because, now, he has completely lost prestige in the entire Marine branch. As for Jill, he felt ashamed. He disappointed the boss and failed to defeat Sakazuki. He had to let the boss do it himself. Moser seemed to see Jill's thoughts, and walked over slowly, with a serious expression, looking directly at him and saying, "You know, Jill. Failure is not terrible, no one is always undefeated. The most terrifying thing is that when some people fail, they will always fall into that failure instead of thinking about how to defeat the enemy. This is the most terrifying." "Understood, boss. Don't worry, next time, I will definitely beat Sakazuki." Hearing Moser's encouragement, Jill's eyes were filled with determination. "That's right, it's just a Sakazuki, don't you just depend on your age, Jill, you will definitely defeat him next time." Tianzi also encouraged him. "Yes, that is, it really doesn't work, let's go and beat him up next time," said the ghost spiders. Seeing everyone's way of inspiring him, Gilton felt moved. Long. Chapter 156 Unlucky Garp. "That's right, it's just a Sakazuki, don't you just rely on your old age, Jill, you will definitely defeat him next time." Tianzi also encouraged. "Yes, that is, it really doesn't work, let's go and beat him up next time," said the ghost spiders. Seeing everyone's way of inspiring him, Gilton felt moved. Aboard the Sakazuki warship leaving the G1 branch. Olia looked at Sakazuki who was in a coma. He was extremely angry, and the soldiers behind were the same. They had never been humiliated, and even the self-rule officer was alive and fainted. Olia immediately decided to call Marshal Sora and report the matter. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Buru. Kong, who was dealing with official duties, suddenly heard the phone worm, 0, ringing on his desk. "Marshal Kong. It's Olia, what's the matter? Didn't you just finish the mission?" Kong asked very puzzled. "We did just finish the mission, but we were going to return to the voyage, but we were stopped by people from the G1 branch to collect protection fees. We naturally refused. In the end, our vice admiral was personally injured by the colonel named Moser. We are still in a coma." Upon hearing Olia's words, Kong's face turned blue in a moment of anger. This is not the first time Moser has done this, nor is it the first time someone has come to sue him. He naturally does not doubt the authenticity of Olia's statement. In particular, Kong had just warned Moser before, and it was only a week later that he again charged his compatriots for protection, and this time he personally injured Sakazuki in front of everyone. This is not only not taking his previous words to heart at all, but also revealing his strength in front of so many people. If this is spread out, they will set up this top secret file. What is the significance of I know, I will deal with this matter, and there is another very important thing. Regarding the strength of Moser, Olia, you remember to tell the marine soldiers under your hand that they must not be passed out, and remember, they must not be passed out. Kong's words. The anger is very serious. Advertisement. Understood, Marshal. Although Olia was very puzzled, why should he hide Moser's strength, but it is a bounden duty for soldiers to execute orders, so he naturally wouldn't ask more. After Kong hung up the phone, he immediately called Moser's phone worm. Marine branch, Moser, who was still in the harbor at the moment, heard the phone ring in his arms. He didn't even think about it, he knew who was calling. Marshal Sora, what's the matter? Before Kong's attack, Moser pretended to be slow. What are you talking about? The old man just said before, you give me a little restraint. As a result, Sakazuki's warship passed by today, and you charged for protection and wounded people. Kong said angrily. No, wrong, Marshal Kong, you don't know the cause and effect of the matter. Moser pretended to be stupid again. What's the cause and effect? Kong asked, and he wanted to see what reason Moser used. This time we originally wanted to let it go, but I don't know why. Sakazuki Jill had a conflict with Gil and Sakazuki took the lead and the two played against each other. Immediately, he severely injured Jill. I chose to take the shot and teach Sakazuki a lesson. As for the protection fee, it is also nonsense. I just looked for the repair fee for the port they wanted. Moser. Sophistry said. What you said is true. Hearing Moser's sophistry, Kong obviously didn't believe it. Of course, it's true. Moser said in a certain tone. Oh, Kong sighed. He thought about it for a while. It seemed that he couldn't handle the little guy Moser. What should I do? But shouldn't you just let him go like this? Forget it, the old man can just put his anger on his Garp, and when he thinks of this, Kong smiles again on his face. Boy, this time, the old lady will believe you for the first time. In addition to this, there is one more important thing. Next time, you should pay attention and don't be violent in the public. Show strength. I see, it's all boring, it's okay, I don't have to hang up. Wu Zi's round is very perfunctory, and then hangs up the phone. Boy, Kong wanted to say more, but found out that his phone had been hung up by Moser. Suddenly, the inner heart that had just calmed down became angry again. Kong immediately called a major and told him, go and call Garp for me, saying that there is an important task, and let him come right away. Advertisement. At this moment, Garp, who had just finished his mission and was sitting in the house eating donuts, didn't know that he was scammed by Moser again, which caused his vacation to end early. On the other side, in the marine branch, Moser looked at the excitement of everyone and immediately announced, there will be a banquet tonight. Hearing Moser said that there was a party, the marine soldiers in the branch were excited and shouted, long live Colonel Moser, long live Colonel Moser. Daigle in the back saw this scene, oh. He sighed. However, now, the boss, I am willing to follow you forever. Huo Shaoshan also stood up 4.8. Is there any way? Not to mention Moser's background, his strength is stronger than 4 emperors. Moser and his staff, 7 warlords of the sea, sat at a table, and everyone drank and ate meat, looking happily. But now, seeing the real strength that Moser has achieved, they can be said to be sincere surrender, and no one does not worship the strong. When the moles and the 4 were in Marine Academy, it can be said that they were forced to succumb to the threat of force from the 3 of Tianzi. Why do you say so much? Drink and toast the boss together. Lance picked up the glass and said directly to Moser, boss, I toast you. Gazari next to him said sinisterly, Dagray Vice Admiral, this is not a problem, and if this continues, the entire Marine branch is counted as 0 by Moser alone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The noise of the crowd continued until the morning before the reception ended. Yes, we are the first one together. The ghost spider 88 is also dry up the wine glass. Marshal Sora has nothing to do with him, what can I do? I can only admit his fate. Daigle looked downcast. However, the eyes of Gazari on the side were turning, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This evening, the atmosphere was full of fun, everyone was drunk, including Moser. At night, as night falls, the marine branch is brightly lit, and everyone is making a barbecue banquet. Looking at the boys like this, Moser was also moved. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for evaluation ticket. Yes, boss, me too, although we just wanted to leave after graduation. Boss, it's an honor for me to have a boss like you in this life. The ghost spider's face was flushed and stood up, looking drunk. Chapter 159 The Legend of the Sea Golden Lion. The next day, early in the morning, Jill had just fallen asleep for 2 or 3 hours. Suddenly a person pulled Jill up, and he barely opened his sleepy eyes, thinking what's wrong. As a result, he saw Tianzi standing in front of him, what? Jill asked in an angry tone. The plan for a day is in the morning. Hurry up and work hard with me. Tianzi said, still posing for a run. You are sick. Don't sleep in the morning and practice. Tianzi cursed directly. Tianzi didn't care about so much, and turned around to wake up the other 5 people in 7 warlords of the sea. The ghost spiders and others were woken up one by one, and they shouted, Tianzi is sick, are you? Wake up lousy in the morning. Faced with the verbal abuse from everyone, Tianzi didn't care, but slowly looked at them and said, Brothers, we have to work hard to be worthy of the boss. How good is this sunshine? Hurry up and go cultivating with me. You are G sick, so lousy will ignore you. That is, what's the serious illness? Jill and the others don't want to care about him at all, they want to turn their heads to sleep. At this time, Moser also woke up. After yawning, he looked at several people and said, every morning you will go to practice with Tianzi. Indeed, you were too lazy before, and the field was stagnant. Hearing Moser's words, everyone did not dare to refute. The 6 people looked at Tianzi with resentment, and they even cursed him in their hearts. Right, I'm doing this for your good, hurry up with me. As he said, Jill ran forward. The 6 people of Tianzi endured the anger that was going to violently beat Tianzi, and could only keep cursing in their hearts while following up. Watching them all go to exercise and practice. Moser is very satisfied, although these little guys have good talents, and the 3 of Tianzi not only have a powerful devil fruit, but also the things they exchanged from the system to supplement their cultivation. Under the combination of the 2, they will have the strength of Quasi-Admiral at the age of 22 this year. At this age, this temple knife is already very terrifying, even if the 3 of them are His Majesty, they should not be one string older at this age. However, this also created the lazy personality of the Tianzi trio. Advertisement. Tianzi and the others are like this, the ghost spiders who have been with them, of course, will not be better. But in fact, the most important thing is the boss of Moser, who has never practiced before. No, Moser fell asleep as soon as he watched them leave. For the next 2 full months, Tianzi wakes up the 6 Jills to practice on time every morning, as soon as the sun rises. This made the 6 Giles miserable, and they wanted to kill Tianzi in their hearts, but due to Moser's orders, they could only practice obediently. Of course, the effect is also huge, although in terms of strength, there is no significant improvement. However, physical skills and strength have been slightly improved, after all, their current age is in a period of strength growth. But such an improvement is far from enough for Tianzi, after all, between Admiral and Admiral, it is as if there is a gap between them, and it is difficult to reach the sky if you want to cross the past. Every day, in addition to eating and sleeping, Tianzi is training. He set a goal in his heart to defeat Sakazuki. The 6 Jills were deeply infected when they saw Tianzi who was practicing such crazy practice. In addition to the morning practice, they practiced until sunset and evening in the afternoon. As for Moser, he still lay flat every day. It is impossible to practice hard in this life. Only lying flat can sustain life. After all, who calls a systematic fathers? The sun was high, and a warship with a husky flag was sailing on the waters of New World. Kong just arranged a task for Moser the day before yesterday to capture the captain of the Bone Pirates, Aldea. Normally, large pirates of hundreds of millions like this would not send a branch of marine generals to arrest them. However, now that Marine and Vice Admiral's combat power above the strength are all sent out to perform tasks, Kong only thought of letting Moser's little guys catch it. After all, the strength is so strong that it can't be left to waste in the branch. You said, is the old man Kong so idle? Shouldn't he just catch a pirate? You have to call us. Tianzi grumbled. Since that day passed, Tianzi has completely turned into a cultivator, cultivating all the time, and even feels that going out to perform tasks is completely wasting his cultivation time. Stay on your own ground. If you don't go out to fight, it will be difficult to break through even if you keep practicing. Only in the battle between life and death can you have a great breakthrough. Advertisement. After all, not everyone is as handsome as me and can break through casually. After Moser finished his education, he didn't forget to boast about himself. The warship kept moving forward. At this moment, Jill, who was further training observation hockey, suddenly appeared a little strange. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Understood, boss. There are some black lines on Tianzi's face. So did Jill and the others. They were also a little speechless about the shamelessness of their boss. Are you sure it's Golden Lion? The ghost spider looked a little surprised. What should we do? Do you want to follow? Ghost Spider asked the 3 of Huo Shaoshan. When Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down 3 years ago, the whole marine searched him up and down for a whole year, but no trace of him was found. I didn't expect to encounter him here today. Then why do you say so much? Go up and catch him. For a moment, ice wings appeared on Tianzi's back and flew straight to the sky. There is someone up there, and that guy seems to be a Golden Lion. Jill immediately said to Tianzi and them on the side. Suddenly, 3 gleaming figures stood in front of him. After yawning, Moser lay directly on the reclining chair, put on the blindfold, and rested. Seeing that Tianzi could rush up alone, Jill and Lance also hurriedly followed, and all of a sudden the 3 turned into streamers and rushed to the sky. For pirates of the Golden Lion 080 level, a few people have naturally heard about him, and have seen his reward order or information. The battle between life and death has great breakthrough, isn't Golden Lion the best opponent? Above the sky, the Golden Lion at this moment, soaring in the sky, is preparing to go back to the island in the sky that I made. Although several people can also moonwalk, it seems that they can't help a strong person like Golden Lion with their strength. It's too much. Yes, he is at an altitude of 1 kilometer above. Jill's tone was extremely certain. No, just watch it quietly. At this moment, Moser woke up and said slowly. Chapter 160 The Power of the Three Elements, The Battle of the Wheels. Who are you three little ghosts? Dare to block the old man's way. At this moment, although the golden lion's legs have been replaced by two famous swords, it also has a rudder on its head. But he still exudes boundless hockey. You are the golden lion, right? It doesn't matter who the three of us are, the important thing is that you have to stay here today. Tianzi said, staring directly at him. Up and down the three of them, the power of the elements burst out, extremely dazzling, terrifying breath, rising to the sky, hot flames, cold ice, and destructive thunder. For an instant, the three of them stood together and faced the golden lion together. The three of them were actually fighting freaks. Facing this kind of oppression, they were even more excited. The three forces of nature erupted completely at this moment. In an instant, lightning flashed in the sky, flames burned, and cold air rose. The three shocking auras gathered together, and they pressed against the golden lion in a short period of time. Feeling these three terrible powers, a hint of surprise appeared on Golden Lion's face, but it immediately became arrogant again. Natural, is it, and you demons? Kind of interesting. However, now the little things on the sea are really undaunted. Anyone dare to challenge the old man? The old man is the golden lion, the emperor above the sea. Quote. As soon as the voice fell, his face began to become fierce, and the two famous knives under his feet exuded the ultimate sword intent. Above level. As an elder, the old man will let you take action first. Contempt. Incomparably contempt. Golden Lion's face was calm and did not look at the same opponent at all, the look in his eyes seemed to be looking at three insects. This made the three people who have always been arrogant and arrogant, how could they be able to stand it, and the three natural forces suddenly became even more violent. I'll go first. Bang. Taking the lead, the thunder shone and disappeared instantly. Jill turned into a streamer and blasted towards the Golden Lion quickly. Not in a hurry, standing proudly on the spot, Golden Lion waved his right hand forward, a terrifying slash, and instantly cut off the golden light. At the same time, the thunder leaned forward, avoiding all this, and the figure appeared behind the Golden Lion, almost invisible to the naked eye. Armed, thunder kicked. Advertisement. The thunder was shining, and there was a terrifying thunder in the right foot. Carrying a powerful force, it swept towards the Golden Lion violently, and accompanied by a voice, Golden Lion, you are a product of the old age, please go back. The sarcasm just fell, how is it possible? Jill couldn't believe it. However, in the thunder light that made people unable to open their eyes, a trace of fear appeared on Jill's face. Just because his right foot was easily blocked by a famous knife. With your kind of little guy, do you want to change your dynasty? You are too tender now. Golden Lion stared directly at him with cold eyes. Taste. A terrifying force erupted from the famous sword Sakura Mu and kicked upward with his right foot. In a blink of an eye, a golden sword aura carrying endless power pierced Jill's chest at an extremely fast speed, extremely terrifying, as if to destroy all vitality. The distance is too close, even if Jill's speed is fast, there is no time to escape from elementalization. His face was extremely horrified, and the reaction of Jill's brain barely reacted, and his body took a step back, but the powerful sword energy still swept across his chest. The expression was extremely horrified. Hey! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and a few centimeters long wound appeared on Jill's chest, which was deeply visible. With one move, just a fight, Jill was seriously injured, and Tianzi and Lance, who were flying in the air, were also full of surprise. The expressions of the ghost spiders and others below were shocked, and they kept suppressing the four of them in their eyes. Even Jill, who was able to fight Pelusolino and the others, turned out to be just a fight, and he was injured in one move. Wouldn't it be impossible to replace it with himself? Is there such a big gap between myself and others in the top powerhouses on the sea? Jill still underestimated the enemy too much, thinking that with his speed and terrifying thunder, he could dominate everything. But what he didn't know, with his current degree and speed of fruit development, still seemed too immature in front of the top powerhouse of the sea. To despise him in front of someone stronger than himself is really going to die. Moser shook his head. However, he has a bigger question in his heart. The Golden Lion in this state still has such strength, how did Luffy defeat him later? Advertisement. Jill, whose body was declining, finally stabilized his figure after a few seconds of descent. Haha, it's up to you. Jill looked very angry, wanting the enemy of the move just now. Suddenly, Lance stretched out his hand to stop him, let me come. With a look of contempt, and still not evasive, Golden Lion just casually swung the famous knife under his feet, a terrifying golden sword blade, went in and out, and slashed towards the flame giant claw element head on. He had a wound on his chest, and his expression was a bit painful and angry. He knew that he underestimated the enemy. The three people with arrogance in their hearts, even if they face the Golden Lion, they are not willing to besiege unless they really can't beat them. The current Golden Lion is not as weak as it was later, and it still has the strength of Admiral. Golden Lion didn't rush to do it, but mocked, looking at the two condescendingly, and Jill who came back and said, you three little guys, you have good talent potential, but your strength is not good. Why don't you surrender obediently and join the old man's pirate group, this way, maybe you can survive today. Quote. Boom. The scorching flame was splashing, and a powerful force came. The two of them never expected that the Golden Lion was so strong, both in this crippled appearance, and could hurt Jill in an instant. After all, Moser taught them that if you can go head-to-head, you can go head-to-head. If you can't go head-to-head, then don't be embarrassed and fight directly. In the sky at this time, Lance and Tianzi, facing the Golden Lion, their expressions were extremely solemn. Of course, you can't count as the theater version. After all, the theater version, even if Roger and Whitebeard are on the same page, it cannot be the opponent of my King Luffy. Closing parenthesis comma. Armed, Fire Dragon Claw. As soon as the voice fell, Lance's figure quickly disappeared in place, and the fiery flame broke out instantly, and his hands were covered with dragon scales, and he slammed, of money towards the Golden Lion. Lance, who had just rushed up, was abruptly stopped by the terrifying golden sword, and moved horizontally out of the way, only to stop tens of meters away. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Have you come here for a different Phantom Beast? But, it's the same as that guy. It's a little bit different. You should go with the three of you. That's kind of interesting. Golden Lion mocked and looked at the three. Chapter 161 The Legendary Pirate, completely suppressed. Faced with such contempt, and Golden Lion's gaze as if he was looking at the ants, looking at himself, this is absolutely not tolerated by Lance. You are just a loser of the old age, what's so arrogant? Ah, with a roar, his face was extremely hideous, the hot flames continued to erupt, and his hands were violently raised to the sky. Armed, blazing fire dragon. The flame burned, and countless flames containing terrifying power spread, covering the sky and the earth, like a volcanic eruption. They gathered together in an instant, forming a blazing fire dragon of hundreds of meters, containing the power to destroy everything and rushing towards the Golden Lion. The expression was still so calm, his face was full of disdain, and the double swords on the Golden Lion's feet were cut out. The two terrifying sword blades directly formed into a cross shape, forcibly dividing the blazing fire dragon, and with extra energy, flew towards Lance at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, there was a fiery flame on Lance's claws, and armament hockey was entwined by a step forward. The two blades passed through, covered in blood, and Lance still showed two shallow sword marks on his body. Hey, blood spurted out of his mouth, and Lance was still injured by the aftermath of these two sword auras. Nice. This is the terrible thing about Golden Lion. 080 conquerors hockey, swordsmanship, physical skills, and fruit abilities are all top in the sea. At this time, the Tianzi trio seemed too immature compared to him. Absolute power formed a crush. The reason why the three of Lands were not killed in seconds was because the current Golden Lion was not at the absolute peak. If he were to be at his peak, the three of them would probably have survived 20 moves in his hands. The legend on the sea is worthy of the name. The Lands trio looked extremely nervous and solemn, and looked at the Golden Lion who looked contemptuously in front of them. Within a few moves, two of them were injured. The three of them knew that they couldn't be the opponents of Golden Lion single-handedly. The three of them looked at each other, no longer hesitating, endless thunder shining, hot flames burning, and ultimate ice covering. To the lungs. It's interesting to go together alone. Luigi used the mountain to breathe, and Hockey, who showed nothingness, also rushed forward. Advertisement in an instant, the three of them exploded with great power to engage in close hand-to-hand combat with Golden Lion. In an instant, CFEI. The four people turned into streamers and collided like four giant dragons in the air. Fists to the flesh, bloody fights, sharp blades, claws, and feet all become their weapons, and every blow is made with all strength and mercilessly. As time passed by, the ghost spiders below also watched the battle above them intently. Boss, do you say that the Tianzi trio will be Golden Lion's opponents? Mole asked with some worry on his face. Not necessarily. You lose more than you lose, but Golden Lion must not be able to escape today. Moser looked casual. With him, as long as he wants to, let alone the current Golden Lion, even the Golden Lion at its peak cannot escape. Mid-air. Boom. A very dark foot with terrifying power, carrying the sound of breaking through the air, struck from the back of Lance's head. The speed is so fast that there is no time to evade. Lance can only block in front of him with his arms, wanting to block the blow abruptly. At the moment, Tianzi carried a frost spear in his hand. Bang. The ice spear resisted, and for an instant with his right foot, the powerful force shattered the ice. But this short second also gave Lance enough time to evade. His figure quickly disappeared in place, appearing tens of meters away. Although 1-on-1, none of them is Golden Lion's opponent, but 3-on-1 is not without the power of a battle. You three little guys, one is more annoying than the other. The old man will let you see the biggest gap between you and the top power. 11. Unable to attack for a long time, Golden Lion was a little impatient, his eyes became fierce, and he obviously didn't want to drag it any longer. The most important thing was that he noticed the existence of Moser and the others. And when the Golden Lion was fighting, he deliberately looked at Moser a few more times. Because he was surprised to find that Moser brought him a great sense of oppression and threat. This was the real reason why he didn't want to drag on. A king-like aura erupted from Golden Lion. In an instant, the entire sky exploded, and the violent conquerors shocked the sea with a radius of 100 meters. Advertisement: the three people facing the Golden Lion felt a great pressure, and people couldn't help but want to surrender. However, the two of them just got used to it in an instant. Conqueror's Hockey of Worm's Egg, but even Wu Xian's Conqueror's Hockey had been seen in the 28th year. Golden Lion's Conqueror's Hockey is, no matter how strong it is, compared to Moser, it is completely insignificant. Golden Lion was a little surprised to see Jill and the three of them adapt so quickly, but he didn't care too much. Let's shoot together. Jill shouted. A sea of blazing flames, the hot flames continue to burn, and the sky is golden red. Frozen Phoenix. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lance raised his hands, and countless burned flames erupted, turning into flames and dragons to bombard the sword energy. It was completely serious. Golden Lion had no time and no interest in continuing. It meant to play with these three little guys. With his hands stretched forward, the thick thunder like a dragon, like a tsunami, carrying the power to destroy the sky and the earth, rushed away. He wanted to save more strength and physical strength to deal with Moser. In an instant, Jill's whole body thundered forward, and the extremely terrifying thunder surrounded him. Tianzi was not to be outdone. A cold air of ice came out, opened his hands, and the ice of ultimate seemed to be freezing time. Endless thunder punishment. Endless thunder, hot lava, ultimate ice. In an instant, countless slashes shot into the sky. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Then strands of ice, like snowflakes, gathered together to form an ice phoenix that was hundreds of meters long, rushing straight to the sword energy that overwhelmed the sky. The powerful armament hockey, the double swords covering the feet of the Golden Lion, instantly crossed the horizon. With extremely solemn expressions, the three of them saw the sword energy covering the sky and the earth exploded with great power. Above the entire sky, there was a terrifying sword aura which covered the sky and pierced everyone. Chapter 162. In an instant, everything faded, the earth cracked and there was no cloud. The aftermath of that boundless explosion formed a powerful wave of air, like a level 18 tornado, continuously destroying everything around it. Everything seems to be annihilated. After breathing hard, the three of Lance stood in the air, breathing continuously. On the other hand, the Golden Lion on the other side was not as relaxed as before. Cold sweat was shed on his forehead. After fighting for so long, his physical strength was also greatly consumed. However, even if he was no longer at the peak of the battle, he still suppressed the three of Lance. This is the legend above the sea, the terrifying power of the Golden Lion. In the eyes of the marine soldiers below, the sky full of attacks by the four were like miracles. Of course, they still put the defeat of the Golden Lion on Moser in their hearts. Although they had also seen the terrifying power of the Tianzi trio, it was the Golden Lion, the real emperor, in their eyes. Only Moser who defeated the ant was at the same level as the Golden Lion. Mid-air, Devil Fruit's power is certainly strong, but don't forget that the old man is also a capable person. At this moment, Golden Lion is no longer holding it, and it makes an all-out effort. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. In an instant, there was a loud noise from the sky. In less than a few seconds, 3 boulders floated above the Golden Lion, which was extremely terrifying. It is as if 3 lion heads of thousands of meters, carrying the power of destroying everything, crushed to the 3 of them. Just the power of destroying the world, made the ghost spiders underneath a few people could not help but shocked. What's more, the 3 people who faced the attack directly, they looked at the lion's head that was thousands of meters away, and their faces were very dignified, and the range was too large. There is no way to avoid it, and there is only one choice. 1 billion volts, destroy the world, Lei Guangchen. Ah! Jill roared, and the terrifying thunder covered his whole body. The infinite power was concentrated on one point, and the right fist carried the power to destroy everything, and blasted violently towards the lion head. Advertisement Lance and Tianzi looked at each other and did not dare to hesitate. They all used their best to make the last fight. Armed Frost, Phoenix. Ultimate's ice burst into the air. Accompanied by a huge howl, Tianzi completely turned into an ice phoenix that had been hundreds of meters long, and wherever he went, it turned into ice. Toward the lion head of several kilometers, swept away. Armed, ignited a prairie fire. The blazing flame, burning all the temperature, is like a large volcanic eruption, constantly erupting and condensing together. Finally, in the endless sea of fire, a blazing fire dragon was born, containing the flames that burned everything and rushed straight away. The figures of the 3 of them are about to collide with the lion's head composed of thousands of meters of boulders. The incomparably arrogant will of the 3 of them does not allow them to shrink back. There is endless power in the 3 of them. They don't want to hide behind Moser's wings all the time. They want to prove that even if it is the emperor on the sea. Rumble. At the same time, the 3 of them collided with the lion's head that was thousands of meters away, and the endless sense of oppression and the power to destroy everything came straight. At the moment of the collision, they seemed to tear their bodies apart. The fiery flames on the blazing fire dragon continued to erupt, and the limits of the body were continuously compressed. The 1,000-meter lion head was pressed step by step, and pressed continuously to the ground. The 2 pairs of blazing fire dragon's claws kept resisting, but his figure was still moving step by step towards the ground, making people feel extremely desperate. Ah! The sky shook the sky and roared, and in an instant, the endless hot flames burned in an instant, and they continued to gather on his body. The fiery flame that had already declined, immediately expanded again, bursting out with a powerful force, forcibly pushing the declining kilometer boulder up again. At the same time, the cold ice on Tianzi continued to erupt, as he constantly broke through his own limits. The power continuously climbed in an instant, and the frozen phoenix more than doubled in an instant. Kibe went up, as if to completely smash the lion head of the 10 arts. The endless thunder on Gil's body shone even more, and the aura of destruction broke out completely, as if to destroy everything in the world. Ask for Flowers advertisement. Seeing this scene, the many marine soldiers below couldn't help but sweat for them. Even Moser below clenched his fists and couldn't help but move. In an instant of boom, 3 lion heads, which are as large as a 1,000-meter-long mountain, exploded in midair under the attack of the 3 with all their strength. The terrifying air waves swept across the 4 directions, and the mountains were shattered and turned into huge boulders, which fell from the sky and directly hit the sea. At this moment, the 3 people in lands were covered with scars all over their bodies. From the eyes of outsiders, they were completely bloody. They were seriously injured and passed out into a coma. The ghost spiders who carried them down immediately called the medical soldiers to come up and treat them. In an instant, the look of the lion became extremely angry, and the original momentum that had declined, but the new knee came out. Looking at the Tianzi trio who were falling down like a hill, the ghost spiders and the others did not hesitate, immediately cast Moonwalk, rushed up, and caught them. Does your kid know what you are talking about? Defeat me with one move. Lousy is the legend of the sea, the golden lion. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The originally calm sea suddenly became choppy, as if a big tsunami was coming. At the same time, the golden lion in midair was also uncomfortable. The sky and the earth changed, the tsunami piled up, and the water columns shot out like dragons. However, that's it. As long as you can block my move, I will let you go. Moser looked at the golden lion with a look of ants, compared with a finger. It was Moser who was ready to shoot. 0. Call. Constantly panting. His face is very pale, half-bent body. Apparently, his strength has almost reached the limit. Gradually, the golden lion stood up straight and looked at the figure in front of him. Although they blocked the golden lion's full blow, they eventually lost. The powerful aftermath of the explosion caused by the land's 3 people fell like a meteorite. Dear readers, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets. Golden Lion, you are worthy of a legend on the sea. Without your peak strength, you can defeat my 3 little brothers with 1 against 3. Chapter 163 Return to the Limit, King. Ultimate's sword intent rose to the sky. Golden Lion's 2 swords swung out. 2 golden sword auras of tens of meters, slashed towards Moser from both sides at extremely fast speeds. With a look of disdain, Moser stood with his hands on his back, and his figure quickly disappeared in place. The 2 sword auras slashed towards the sky like an endless river, leaving a roar. Seeing his own attack, the Golden Lion, who was so easily dodged and consumed a lot of physical strength, appeared shocked and solemn. The Marines below also watched this scene with admiration on their faces. It's our boss, even facing the legendary Golden Lion on the sea, he is still so calm. The ghost spider looked admired. I really don't know how the boss cultivated. Such a young man possesses the strength above the top of the sea. Huo Shaoshan and others are also praised from the heart of 083. Not to mention the rest of the Marine soldiers, in their eyes their colonel is already as invincible as the king. Mid-air. You have to do it quickly, or you won't have the chance to wait for me to do it. Moser stood with his hand in his hand, looking at the Golden Lion indifferently. Although there is no mocking look, this kind of disdain, this kind of look at the ants, is the biggest insult to Golden Lion. Boy, I want to let you know what death is. Ah, with a roar, the aura on Golden Lion's body continued to erupt, as if to break through the limit. The Emperor must not be humiliated. Even if it is dead today, Golden Lion will return to the top and teach Moser a lesson. That's right, that's interesting. Watching Golden Lion's body constantly erupted, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Moser didn't stop it, but looked at it with interest. Boy, lousy is the legendary Golden Lion Shiki on the sea. In an instant, lightning and thunder, dark clouds, the will of the king swept the entire sky. The 2 big sharp knives on the Golden Lion's feet are constantly shining with golden and green light, and 2 endless sword lights are gestating and condensing, and only wait to reach the highest point to enter and exit. The Marine soldiers below were shocked when they saw this ruining scene, and some people directly shouted, "Is this the legendary Golden Lion on the sea?" Advertisement. Will the colonel really be his opponent? Yes, trust the colonel. The colonel is a man who even an ant can suppress and repulse. The companion on the side said immediately, but when he said this, there was a trace of unconfidence on his face. After all, at the peak of Golden Lion, the ant may not necessarily be his opponent. Mid-air. Feeling the terrifying ultimate sword light, Moser's heart couldn't help being excited, with a smile on his face, and muttered to himself, "For my pride, I don't care about it. It's kind of interesting to forcibly restore Che's peak strength, then it seems that I can't let you down." As soon as the voice fell, Moser burst into endless blood all over his body, his aura continued to climb, and 100 meters of bloody Wang Yang shadow appeared behind him as if he was about to break through. Will be the limit. The atmosphere vibrated, like a sea of blood drowning everything in the world. At this moment, above the entire sky, a piece of blood was red. This move is exactly a special move developed by Moser, using his surging blood to burst out. Blood profound meaning, blood tiger. In an instant, above the sky, wisps of blood continued to gather together. Among the blood-colored King Sun, a blood-colored giant tiger carrying a monstrous and fierce might was conceived. Out, roar. With a roar that shook the sky, the blood-colored giant tiger several hundred meters away, carrying the power to destroy the world, rushed towards the golden lion ahead, and everything along the way melted. For nothingness. The blood-colored giant tiger hit the earth like Mars, bombarding away, and in an instant, the mountain collapsed, the waves were turbulent, and the powerful hurricane swept the audience. This scene seemed to be extinct. The world is average. Extremely. Lion majesty earth coiling. Ah! With a roar, Golden Lion had two knives under his feet and swiped forward with all his strength. The terrifying power that had been continuously condensed, in an instant, went in and out, but with the neighing sound of the sky, like the Milky Way above the night sky, skyrocketed. Advertisement. It was dim and dark. For a moment, the sky poured out, the earth turned, there was only blood in the whole world, the power of Poseidon Yang and ultimate, the atmosphere was constantly sensational, and the clouds receded, as if the sun and the moon fell, and the Master Wan Hai was like a few big paints. You can see this fire like Dongjing. Boom. When the golden lion was about to fall, Moser suddenly appeared to his side and caught him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But with that serious injury, and the physical strength that had already reached the limit, he couldn't fight anymore. Now, his body fell straight down like a hill. The three came to Moser with a self-blaming look. They were 3 against 1, but they still lost. Tianzi spoke first. Boss, sorry, I'm ashamed of you again, and I promise you that I will never lose next time. My head is even more dizzy. Am I really old? Golden Lion looked at the young Moser above, laughed sarcastically, and then couldn't hold on anymore. The world was white, as if everything had returned to the original, only the endless destruction was left. What nonsense are you talking about? Just because you still want to have 1/10 of the strength of a colonel, I have 1% of the strength of a colonel. The marine soldiers below saw Moser standing proudly above the sky, and the golden lion who was severely injured and unconscious and fell straight down. Did the old man lose? He looked at Moser, who was unscathed on the opposite side, with unwillingness and despair in his expression. For Golden Lion, he still has a trace of admiration. Even if he is dead, he has to return to the limit and use the most pinnacle move. The next day, Chen Shi first woke up, and the seriously injured Tianzi and the 3 people also woke up. They were all wrapped in bandages, looking like they were not healed. Their expressions were shocked. This is their colonel, absolutely invincible, with a single move to kill the legendary Golden Lion on the sea. Among the 3, the one who blamed himself most was Tianzi. He had been training crazily day by day for 2 months. In the end, he encountered a new enemy and lost. Bring Seastone handcuffs and imprison it. Mo 4.8 ordered the soldiers under his hands. It would be great if I could have 1/10 the strength of a colonel one day. The blood tiger that destroys everything, the sword aura of ultimate power, 2 terrifying figures, rushed out from the calm sky, and the golden lion was full of wounds. Chapter 164. The Secret Treasure of the Sea, One Piece World is Secret. Both Gil and Jill were extremely self-blaming. Just when they wanted to speak, Moser interrupted them first. Golden Lion is a legend on the sea, even if it is not at its peak, its physical strength is 1 point better than Admiral. With your current strength, failure is considered normal. Still, don't worry about failure all the time, but think about how to work hard to defeat the enemy. And so are the 4 of you. Moser looked at the 4 ghost spiders, his expression was rarely serious. Understood, boss, the 7 said in unison. Also, Yan Shu told Marshal Kong that we caught the Golden Lion. Remember, we must ask what the rewards are. After all, we can't be a white hits worker. At this moment, Moser looked like he was paid for, just like just now. It's like 2 people. I see, boss. Salmo wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead, and some didn't know what to say. Buru. Naval Headquarters, the Marshal's office, was originally dealing with the matter, and Kong answered the phone worm. Marshal, I am Saoshu. Saoshu's voice rang from the other side of the phone bug. What's the matter? Kong's tone was serious. 25 inches Marshal, we ran into Golden Lion on the way to the mission. What? You said you met Golden Lion, what happened? Has anyone been injured? Hearing the name Golden Lion, Kong asked eagerly before Yanshu could finish speaking. Report the Marshal. No one was injured, and Golden Lion has been defeated by our boss, and is now in a coma and we have been handcuffed with Seastone. Mole said. What are you talking about? The Golden Lion has been defeated by you and caught. Kong looked a little shocked, but after thinking about it with the strength of the little guy Moser, defeating the Golden Lion who was not at his peak, it was normal. Yes, the Golden Lion was shot by our boss, Marshal. We are going to take the Golden Lion back now, or continue to search and capture the captain of the Bone Pirate Group. Mole then asked. What are you talking about? Wu killed the lion in a flash. Shocked, extremely shocked, all at this moment don't know what to say. Advertisement. One move to kill Golden Lion in seconds. In Kong's eyes, this is really incredible. You must know that it is Golden Lion, even if it is not at its peak, it has the strength of Admiral. Spike Admiral, is Moser really so strong? Marshal Kong, our boss did kill the Golden Lion in a flash. However, at that time, the Golden Lion was severely injured by the 3 of Tianzi. Hearing Mole's explanation, Kong only then recovered. Although it was incredible to kill the severely wounded Golden Lion in a second, it was still within Kong's acceptable range. At their peak, Whitebeard, Roger, and Garp, under their full strength, might be able to kill a severely injured admiral with one move. Could it be said that the strength of the little guy Moser is about the same as that of Whitebeard at his peak? Kong sighed in his heart. He never thought he would still underestimate the strength of the little guy Moser. But what he didn't know was that Moser's strength was far from that of Whitebeard at his peak. His strength was already stronger than that of Whitebeard at his peak. Abandon the task of capturing the bone pirates first, and bring the golden lion back. As for the rewards, they will naturally be distributed when you come back. Kong said in a shocked tone. In Kong's eyes, the captain of a bone pirate ship could catch any time. Golden Lion is different. A few years ago, he escaped from Impel Down. It can be said that he broke the myth of Impel Down and slapped Marine in the face. Now he is naturally captured to save Marine's face. The longer the delay, the more accidents, and if someone is rescued, the loss will be greater. But obviously Kong thinks too much. With Moser's existence, as long as he doesn't want to, no one can save the Golden Lion, even if Roger is resurrected. I see, Marshal. Kong hung up after Cao Shu responded, but his heart couldn't be calm for a long time. Boss, the Marshal let us take the Golden Lion back first. As for the rewards, they will be given out immediately when they come back. Mole said truthfully. Oh, everyone, go back. Moser yawned. Next time he would never agree to the job of looking for someone like Kong again. Finding someone is too troublesome and a waste of time. With Moser's order, the warship began to return to the direction of the G1 branch. Advertisement. One day later, the scorching sun was in the sky, the sea breeze was blowing slightly, and the warship was approaching the marine branch. In the cabin, Golden Lion was being locked up in jail at this time, with his hands still being handcuffed by Seastone. Moser was standing on the opposite side of the Golden Lion at the moment, and the two looked at each other. Boy, what kind of monster are you? Why do you have such a strong strength? After all, Golden Lion couldn't help but speak. In his eyes, Moser's strength is even stronger than that of the dead rocks. It all depends on my hard work and strong talent, Moser said calmly. Yeah, Golden Lion was speechless for a while, but didn't know how to refute him, but looking at Moser's pretending appearance, it was really uncomfortable. Golden Lion, I have a question 083 I want to ask you. Do you know what the secret of the sea is? In the next time, Moser asked some questions he wanted to know. 10 minutes later, Moser walked out of the cabin with a look of disappointment, because he found that Golden Lion did not know more than himself. At this time, the warship also arrived at the marine branch. As soon as they landed, the three of Tianzi took the Golden Lion down personally, and Daegal Vice Admiral had already greeted them here. Kong ordered him to take the Golden Lion to naval headquarters personally, and then to Pelusalino to take it to Impel Down. Boy, after talking for so long, I still don't know what your name is. Golden Lion, who was being taken away, turned to look at Moser and asked. My name is Moser, and Garp is my dad. Remember, if you have a chance to settle the account, remember to find Garp, don't find me. When Moser said this, a smile appeared on the corner of Moser's mouth. Ha 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 ha, Garp's old B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* mouth also showed a smile. Garp, who was on a mission in New World, said, Akio. He sneezed, wondering who was thinking about himself. Chapter 166. Moser has a bitter heart, I can't tell. Alas, I don't want to hurt you, but if I don't hurt you, I will be miserable. It's fine to sit, I don't want to do that. Moser's tone was extremely cold. There was an embarrassment on the bunny girl's face, and she didn't dare to say anything. As for the other three, the bunny girl is already on top of the three of them in Lands. Since childhood, Moser has taken a good lead role, and Lands and the others are naturally too. Seeing Moser pushing away the bunny girl, Gion's expression finally didn't look like the one he was about to kill just now. But she saw that the three of Lands were still there, and said in a very unhappy tone, Moser, do you care about the three of Lands? Or do you teach them all of them? Seeing that Gion was about to question him, Moser quickly said, how can you three, Lands? How did I teach you since I was a kid? Well, boss, you've been a kid since. Lands just wanted to talk, and Jill interrupted him directly. Yes, how can we do this? The boss taught us not to look like women since we were young. Jill gave Lands a wink. At this time Lands finally reacted, yes, our boss has taught us not to be close to women and establish good ideas. Hearing Lands' answer, Moser also took a breath, she was almost pitted by Lands. Seeing the pale 087 explanations of the Lands trio, Gion naturally looked disbelief. All four of you, go out and tell the manager, don't arrange for us to come in. Moser was afraid that Gion would be really upset, and hurriedly called them out. They glanced at each other, and then said with a pitiful look, Sir, we beg you, we must do that with us. If we let the manager know that the customer is not satisfied with us, he didn't do that with us and kicked us out. We will be severely punished. As they talked, the four of them wept in tears. In this way, no one can help but soften up. Gion, who was going to be mad, also softened up and said, Moser, let's not drive them out. Then they just sit here quietly. Hearing Taoyuan's words, Wu, who didn't want to drive him out, naturally had no objection. Advertisement. However, Moser's tone still pretended to be very serious and said, my girlfriend has pity on you and will not let you out. Remember, Just sit obediently, and dare to do it casually. Just get out of me. 2. Moser's eyes were very cruel, and the 4 women trembled. They didn't dare to say a word. The tears stopped and they didn't dare to go out. It's okay that I didn't do that with the guests. If they were driven out by the guests, the 2 women would really die. They could only sit beside Moser sadly. Seeing Moser like this, Gion's mood finally improved. At this time the 4 bunny girls were sitting beside them. Moser couldn't help it several times and turned to look, but Gion was sitting next to him, and he never dared to turn his head. Enduring the slightest turmoil in his heart, Moser could only quietly wait for the start of the auction. Time passed in a hurry, half an hour passed quickly, and the auction finally began. Dear guests, good evening, now the auction officially begins. With the opening of the auction, everyone's eyes are focused on this side. The bunny girl underneath holds a plate that resembles a plate, and it is covered with a red cloth. It is not clear what it is. The first lot, a pure gold treasure knife, has a starting price of 5 million berry, and the auction starts now. 6 million, 7 million, and 10 million. The seats underneath are constantly holding bidders, and no one in the boxes of both parties of the auction has made any bids. Naturally, they don't like this kind of thing in their identities. Their goals are placed on the finale of the auction. As for Moser and Gion, naturally they just came to see the excitement. However, when Moser saw the auction treasures catalog, the last finale work, his expression changed slightly. It says Paramesha Devil Fruit. I don't know the ability. But how could an ordinary Paramesha Devil Fruit shock Moser? He turned on the system, looked for devil fruit that could be exchanged, and compared CFEI the pictures given in the auction. This Paramesha Devil Fruit is the legendary fruit of time, and the group of fools at the auction regarded him as an ordinary Paramesha fruit. Wu Shanren had already photographed it in Sheng, but Wu can use the system Mall Brother block, but this level of jade needs a lot of value, and now it can be sold. Moser naturally chooses to auction it. Advertisement. Anyway, apart from Moser, no one should know that this is the fruit of time. How high can an ordinary Paramesha fruit be auctioned? With the bidding time and time again, an hour has passed, and finally came the finale of this auction. The auctioneer kept touting, wanting to raise the price, and everyone looked very interested. Even in ordinary devil fruit, it can give people magical abilities. 120 million berry, 200 million berry, just under 1 minute. This is an unknown ability. There is no devil fruit in the illustrated book. Is there no one to bid again? The auction price of this unknown Paramesha devil fruit reached 200 million berry, which is equivalent to twice the price of the most common devil fruit. After all, no matter how it blows through the sky, this devil fruit is also unknown. They are all considering whether or not to shoot. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The auction house is the sound of price competition, although the ability of this Paramesha devil fruit is indeed unknown. At this moment, it was cold. But it is exactly the same, which has aroused everyone's interest. What if you bet it? Countless eyes stared at the devil fruit in the glass box, and one by one couldn't wait to get off the court and snatch it over. This is the madness that devil fruit brings to people. Of course, Moser, who knew in advance that this was the fruit of time, was different. After reaching 200 million berry, there was no sound of bidding in the entire auction at once. The master Tanbai sweeps his eyes to the tens of thousands of bashongs. Just now, the prices of the children are all those who have passed through the bottom, and there is no economic leader. The tributes above the bashong are still waiting and watching, and there is no bidding. But like this unregistered devil fruit, the general ability is very special. Think about it, if it is a terrible ability like a natural disaster, wouldn't it be a big profit? This, Paramesha devil fruit is not an ordinary Paramesha, and there is no pattern corresponding to it in the devil fruit illustration book. The Paramesha devil fruit of unknown ability has a starting price of 100 million berry, and each increase must not be less than 1 million berry. The auctioneer immediately felt that the atmosphere had arrived and announced the starting price, just as his words fell. A bunny girl walked up with a glass box in her hand. There was something in it covered with red cloth. Don't think about it, there was the Paramesha devil fruit. Chapter 167 Celestial Dragons Pretending to be Forced. The second time for 200 million berry. As soon as the auctioneer finished shouting, he heard a voice in the bread box, 300 million berry. Through the glass, Moser could clearly see that it was a man in aristocratic attire who made an offer. Oh, Moser thought that no one would bid, and was about to win the bid. He didn't expect to add 100 million berry all at once. But Moser guessed that guy should not recognize the fruit of time, and the price was just to scare others at a high price. Unfortunately, he was bound to win this demon fruit. Jill, how much money do we have now? Moser asked Jill aside. Boss, now we carry, there are a total of 500 million Baileys. Jill replied after thinking for a moment. Moser, what's wrong, do you want to take this devil fruit? If the money is not enough, I can lend you. Gion said and took out the black card. Although Moser knew that Gion had money, he didn't have the habit of girls spending money. The first time for 300 million Baileys and the second time for 300 million Baileys, just when the auctioneer was about to call for the third time. 500 million Baileys. Moser bid. As soon as the price came out, the audience was stunned. After all, an ordinary devil fruit is only 100 million Baileys. This is 500 million Pele. Can buy 5 ordinary devil fruit. Gion also looked at Moser with a puzzled look, and couldn't help asking, Moser, why did you buy that devil fruit at such a high price? 500 million Baileys buy a devil fruit of unknown ability. Don't worry, how can I make a loss-making trade? This devil fruit ability, even if you spend 10 billion to buy it, you won't lose. Moser looked at him with a smile on his face. Although puzzled, Gion knew that Moser must have his own plan, so he didn't ask much. As for the 3 of lands, they wouldn't ask, because in their eyes, their boss wanted to do it. Advertisement. The tribute of the second box each bid 500 million Baileys, is there any higher? 5.1 billion Baileys used once. The auctioneer deliberately prolonged the voice, wondering if anyone would pay a higher price to buy it. However, obviously none of the guests in the box are willing to spend such a high price to buy a Paramesha devil fruit of unknown ability. The second time for 500 million Baileys, the third time for 500 million Baileys. Until, the auctioneer shouted for the third time, no one made any bids. The price of 500 million Baileys is really too high. Looking at this scene, Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth. He called for 500 million Baileys at one time. It was for this effect that no one would dare to bid with him. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop his hammer, billion berry. A voice rang, and the price was doubled. Hearing this price, the audience was in an uproar, and the auctioneer was even more excited. Guests in box 1 bid a billion Baileys. Moser looked at the position of box number 1 and his expression was also full of surprise. He thought that someone like him had recognized this devil fruit. All the eyes of the audience looked over, but except for Moser, they immediately withdrew their gazes. Because the guest in box 1 is a celestial dragons with a bubble hood on his head. I saw that celestial dragons looked at everyone arrogantly, and there were 2 mermaids kneeling beside him. Suddenly, no one dared to bid anymore. There was an unwritten rule in the auction house. As long as celestial dragons wanted to auction, everyone was not allowed to auction it. It was so overbearing. As for celestial dragons Charles Rose Saint, how did he know that this was devil fruit? He just thought it was fun, so if it wants to be auctioned off, it doesn't matter how much it costs to them. You low-level races, this lord is bidding 1 billion berry, who else would dare to bid with me? Celestial dragons looked at everyone with an arrogant expression. For a time, no one dared to reply, the first time for a billion berry, the second time for a billion berry. Everyone can only listen to the auctioneer's bid and hammer. Moser, the celestial dragons have taken a shot, let's let them. Gion said quickly, afraid of Moser's bid. After thinking about it, Moser wanted to compare money to this fool. Isn't lousy a fool? No need, just grab it at the time. Well, okay. Moser agreed verbally, but he was unhappy in his heart. It didn't matter whether he could get the fruit of time or not. He didn't allow anyone to pretend to be better than him. Look for flowers. Advertisement. Billion Baileys, the third time. As the auctioneer hammered down, this time devil fruit was also taken away by celestial dragons Charles Rose. Understood, boss. Just after Lance finished speaking, he took Jill and the 2 away. Dear readers, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation votes. You keep up with that celestial dragons, remember to wear a mask. But did not continue to ask, and then the 2 left the auction house. Nothing, they have to go back first if they have something to do. Let's even connect ours. Didn't you just look at the jewelry that looked good? Let's go and take a look. Moser changed the subject directly, looking half-trusted. Give him a good lesson, and then bring me back the devil fruit. You inferior people, you don't even have the qualifications to bid with the noble me. Charles Saint Mansion looked down at everyone with a mocking expression on his face. In the face of such anger, everyone clenched their fists, but dared not speak. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Remember that you must not let your sister-in-law know. Moser looked at it, and Gion, who was hanging out at the counter at the moment, ordered quickly. Seeing this fruit of time was photographed by celestial dragons, Moser wondered if it was in the comics of the last life. Boss, what is the name of celestial dragons, is it too pretending? And I dare to snatch your things. Lance's face was full of displeasure. Huh, Moser, where are Tianzi and the others going? Gion asked, looking at the Gil and the 3 who left. Yes, boss, let's go and beat him up. Tianzi and Jill also wanted to beat up the celestial dragons at the moment. After the death of Master Mu Kongshi, there was no news of time fruit buying again. It seems that this kind of rubbish was bought. It is estimated that buying it back will look like a toy and throw it aside. They dare not offend celestial dragons. You know, celestial dragons is in danger, but Admiral will be sent directly. How can ordinary people be Admiral's opponents? 0. However, the 3 of lands are different, they don't care if this guy is celestial dragons. Chapter 168. On the other side, the 3 of lands put on their masks and followed behind the celestial dragons, ready to do it at any time. At this moment, celestial dragons were unprepared. The 2 mermaids beside it were also led by him on a leash. The 2 mermaids were climbing like a dog. When the people around saw this scene, no one dared to take care of it, so they retreated and avoided far. For fear of being noticed by St. Charles, you must know that celestial dragons will kill people casually on the street. This is really a B asterisk 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 D, even the beautiful mermaid, he has the heart to do this. Lance said he was about to do it. Wait a minute. Jill, who had seen the strongest S asterisk X among the three, stretched out his hand to stop him. Lance looked at Jill very puzzled. Look over there. Jill pointed to their rear right. A wretched figure in yellow clothes with 090 was wandering in the street. It's Pelusolino. Why is he here? Tianzi looked in Pelusolino's direction. It's probably right here. We will wait for him to do it after we go far. Otherwise, if there is too much movement, it will be bad if there is any accident. Jill said slowly, and the two of Lance had no opinion. They are not afraid of Pelusolino. After all, Pelusolino is not the opponent of the trio. The main reason is that the delay will be too long and the movement will be too big, so that Gion will be attracted. At this moment, St. Charles Rose was completely unaware, and the two trash bodyguards next to him were the same. He was in a good mood today. He was about to find someone casually on the street to kill him, just as he walked towards a house at will. The family's expression was full of despair. The family of three, including the teenage daughter, looked at the person next to him asking for help, but no one dared to help, and even closed the windows tightly. Advertisement. Just as they were desperate, a blue streamer appeared, Saint Rosvard disappeared in an instant, and the two bodyguards next to him fainted to the ground before he could react. 328, who had been following, asked Najien Bayu Yuan intently. One had a golden punk head and a dagger on his waist. A figure shining with blue flames all over appeared in front of everyone. It is Marco, the Phoenix, and Saint Roswald is being held behind his clothes by him at the moment, and is grasped on his hand like a little chicken. Behind him were two people, the Whitebeard Pirates, the third team captain Diamond Joes, and the fifth team captain Foil Vista, each holding a mermaid in their hands. Mermaid Island is now the territory of Whitebeard. The three Marcos who happened to come here to buy things found that someone was caught, and it was still rubbish like celestial dragons. Naturally, they couldn't help it. Others are afraid of celestial dragons, they are not afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates. The three I remember are the three captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do we want to take action? Tianzi asked them. Don't worry, look again, they shouldn't be here for devil fruit. Jill called the two to stop first. Who are you? You dare to catch me? I am the creator of this world, celestial dragons, Roswald, don't let me go. Even though I was caught, Roswald was still extremely arrogant, obviously. Did not figure out the situation. As for the onlookers, seeing celestial dragons being arrested, they hurriedly avoided staying away for a moment, nor did they dare to go to help, for fear of being exhausted. Really, we are the Whitebeard Pirates, we don't fear your shit celestial dragons at all. Marco looked at him with a mocking expression. Their purpose in seizing celestial dragons is to kill celestial dragons on the spot in front of everyone, in order to increase the prestige of their Whitebeard Pirates. What? Whitebeard Pirates? Although celestial dragons are extremely arrogant and defiant. But they are not fools, knowing that some guys in the sea really dare to kill them. The Whitebeard Pirates belong to this category. Advertisement. No, you people of low monasteries, can't kill me, I'm a big dragon from high pages, you kill me, you will also be buried with you. Hearing that the Marcos were about to kill himself, St. Charles Roth panicked instantly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Stop it. Suddenly, a wretched voice sounded. The corner of his mouth laughed at himself, Pelusolino did not answer. Although he was confident of his strength, it was impossible for him to kill the three captains of the Whitebeard pirate group alone. Now Pelusolino is full of brains, thinking about how to save this guy, although he is also very upset with celestial dragons, but there is no way, who calls him Marine. Dear readers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, and ask for full order. Hee hee, you beast, living in this world is a waste. As soon as the voice fell, a blue flame burned on Marco's right hand, about to kill St. Charles. But with the strength of these ordinary people, how can they dare to offend Marco and others? But in the words, the threat is still not forgotten. When he saw the person coming, Marco's hand stopped, and there was a trace of jealousy on the faces of the three of them. You low-level guys, hurry up and save me. If you don't save me, you will kill all of you. Although Saint Rosvard was caught, he still faced the people in front of him with a high-level voice. Order. You guy, it's Marine, why are you so slow? But who of the three is the most difficult and doesn't want to be his opponent? That must be Pelusolino, whose speed is like light, even if you can beat him, you will never catch him. Looking at celestial dragons like this, Beasta looked disgusted. Marco, tell him something nonsense and kill him. As the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, the three of Marcos naturally fought against the three Logia monsters of Marine. If one of the three guys is the strongest, it is uncertain. A golden flash appeared in front of the three of them, and it was Pelusolino who had arrived nearby. Lousy has suffered a little bit of harm, can you afford it? Hurry up and kill them all in 4.8. Lousy will be merciful and ignore you. Quote. Seeing the arrival of Marine, Saint Rosvard immediately became arrogant. The voice of a deputy commander commanded Pelusolino in front of him. Chapter 169. What are you going to do? To let go of His Royal Highness Chalros. Pelusolino was the first to subdue and asked, who called celestial dragons in their hands. Ha ha ha, Does Pelusilino, one of the three monsters, have time to be soft? But why should we let him go? Marco looked at Pelusilino with a mocking look. No, you can't let them go, I want these bugs to die here. At this time, Saint Rosvard didn't figure out the situation at all, and he still looked arrogant. Diamond Joe's couldn't bear it now, so he walked over and punched the round sleeve on his head to pieces, and pinched his neck with his right hand. You beast, haven't you figured out the situation? If you want to die, I can fulfill you. Diamond Joe's looked at him with a grim expression. Celestial Dragon's Rosvard's face turned red, the blue veins on his neck violently, and the violent sense of breathing made him unable to speak. Stop 25, let's do it. I'll hit the three of you one by one. If you lose, then let go of His Royal Highness Charles Rose. You won't dare. Rosvard's face flushed at this moment. Street. Pelusilino hurriedly stopped. What are you talking about? Wouldn't we dare? Diamond Joe's put down his hands and looked at Pelusilino with cold eyes. Cough. St. Charles Rose knelt down, coughing constantly. Breathing fresh air again, as if reborn again. How about 3, I'll hit the three of you one by one. You are the 3 captains of the dignified Whitebeard pirates. Don't you dare not. Hee hee, your aggressive approach is quite successful, but if your speed is 1 to 3 times faster, are you too confident? Marco stared directly at Pelusilino. The 3 of Marco naturally knew that this was Pelusilino's aggressive approach. However, in this large crowd, they represented the face of the Whitebeard pirates. Pelusilino actually proposed 1 to 3, and they naturally agreed. Otherwise, wouldn't it make others laugh if it was spread out? They said that the 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, the 3 of them jointly did not dare to challenge a Marine Vice Admiral. Facing the feeling of dying just now, St. Charles Rose at this moment, finally no longer as arrogant as before. This trash, what else to fight? Hurry up and take Lousy out first. However, St. Charles Roth still had that tone and attitude. Advertisement. He doesn't dare to be rampant with pirates, but he still looks high on the sea chariot, even if he is in the middle. It's not their dog. You say another nonsense, and I will crush you. Joes looked at St. Charles Rose with a vicious look. Faced with the threat of death, all of a sudden, St. Charles Rose shut up immediately, dare not say a word. On the other side, Pelusilino, who was usually good-tempered, looked a little ugly at this moment. After all, who could bear a slapstick insulting himself over and over again? Clenching his fists, Pelusilino forced himself to calm down. Seeing the chill coming from Pelusilino, ha 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 ha. The 3 Marcos also started to laugh in an instant. What's the matter? Marine Vice Admiral, are you angry? Are you not the most obedient celestial dragons? Are you the lackeys of celestial dragons? Stop talking nonsense, do you dare or dare? Pelusilino was also full of anger at the moment, and he didn't necessarily want to defeat the 3 Marcos. Long before the shot, he had already called Marshal Kong, and at most half an hour, the reinforcements of naval headquarters would arrive. The 3 of lands in the distance watched this scene quietly. Moser taught them from an early age that if they can be a fisherman, they should never rush forward stupidly. Why don't we dare? But you have a Marine Vice Admiral, and you want the 3 of us to join together. You look down on yourself too much, right? As soon as the words fell, for an instant, a golden blue flame burned Marco's whole body like a dream. The fantastic flame keeps burning. Phantom beast species. It seems that the old man must be serious today. Pelusilino put away his wretched expression, rarely serious, he wanted to spread the anger just now on the 3 Marcos. Light God outfit. 1. Pelusilino's expression became extremely serious, and the golden light of his whole body kept shining. Advertisement. A ray of golden light gathered together, and in an instant, Pelusilino's figure stood proudly in the air. A steady stream of flashes condensed and covered Pelusilino's body. In an instant, his body contained countless photons, as if he was wearing a golden battle suit. Armed, kicking at the speed of light. Oh, screaming all over, Marco is swaying up with a golden blue flame exuding his whole body. The dazzling photons covered the right foot, and the bright black arms were wrapped around it. Is it so serious at the beginning at 090? But so what? Lousy is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Dear readers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation ticket. It's terrible, Pelusilino said wryly, but he acted honestly and took the lead. This is endless, covering everything. The entire sky was illuminated by golden light, and countless tiny photons gathered on Pelusilino from all directions. A dreamlike flame was constantly burning, and a mysterious phoenix turned out to stand proudly above the sky. As an old opponent, Marco doesn't think he will lose to Pelusilino. All animal form. Feeling this powerful force, the expressions of the 3 Marcos were also a little surprised. They rarely saw Pelusilino being so serious. It seemed that he was really angry. What Marine 3 big monsters, as the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he wants to let the world know that he is the strongest among the younger generation. Looking at this scene, Marco did not rush to take a shot. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group, he certainly has his own arrogance, so he would naturally not choose to attack. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Suddenly, Sabayati Archipelago Island 36, above the entire sky, is a dreamlike flame on one side, and a shining light on the other, which is completely divided into 2 halves from left to right. Porcelino's figure quickly disappeared in place, appearing to the right of Marco at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 170. Armed, Blue Flame. Have you ever been clawed? Marco was not to be outdone. In an instant, blue flames continued to erupt, as if they were in full bloom, and the entire sky was extremely beautiful and dreamlike. Boom. Marco's terrifying claws directly blocked Porcelino's light-speed kick. The two collided in the sky like a meteorite. The atmosphere roared for an instant, the sound of explosions continued, and the strong aftermath from the collision, like a tornado, swept across the square. Lines of photons, wisps of flames fell from the sky, and houses were turned into ruins. The people at Sabayati Archipelago underneath were so scared that they quickly scattered and fled, away from the center of the battle. With endless light shining on everything, Porcelino kicked forward with his right foot, and the photons rushed straight toward the phoenix like a giant net. The endless light completely covered Marco, the phoenix. The expression was a little shocked. Oh. With a cry, the flames on the phoenix Marco continued to burn, as if it turned into a blue sea. In an instant, power came out, like a blue halo exploding, forcibly breaking free from the shackles of the giant photon net, swaying its wings, the body quickly disappeared in place, appearing hundreds of meters away. Marco looked at Porcelino in front of him with a serious expression, but he felt a sense of oppression at the moment of the fight. But Gion wanted to cast his anger on them, Porcelino, who would never show mercy and give him a chance to breathe. Anyway, in less than half an hour, the reinforcements will be coming soon. Armed, kicking at the speed of light. The kick that contained countless photons waved again and blasted towards Marco's head. Armed, Flame Claw. With a serious expression, the blue flames wrapped around armament hockey, covering the sharp claws, and grabbed it straight away. Yi. Between Lena, a sound like a closing dragon sounded, endless nothing, burning flames. Advertisement. Standing in the sky, facing each other, with a strong impact, the figures of the two moved backwards. Standing proudly in the sky, he looked at each other, it's terrible. As expected of Marco the Phoenix. Porcelino said his mantra again. As soon as the voice fell, the light became more dazzling. Porcelino turned into a stream of light, and instantly disappeared in place. Did anyone tell you? You look awkward. The expression was angry, the blue flame scorched, and the phoenix instantly disappeared in place. The horrible collision, the bloody fight, the shining light, the immortal firebird. In the sky, light and flames burst out continuously, intertwined with each other, straight up the sky. Joes and others below, looking at the battle above with extremely nervous expression. In their hearts, of course, there is great hope for Marco to win, and they also believe in Marco. However, if Mark is truly defeated, they will definitely not hesitate. On the other side, Jill couldn't help but exclaimed, Porcelino, this guy, gets serious, very strong. Through this battle, he could clearly perceive that Porcelino had not used his full strength before fighting against him. In midair, fierce battle, undead giant flame bird, shining endless light. After the bloody collision, the two of them were covered with scars, but for the two of them, it was fleeting, and they were restored to their original state, as if they had not been injured. The powerful recovery brought by the Eudemons undead. As for Porcelino, although his physical skills are weak, it is also compared to Admiral, and he is still stronger than the normal Vice Admiral. Blood is constantly spilling on the earth, dreamy flames are constantly burning, and endless rays of light are constantly shining. Two extremely terrifying figures are in the sky, constantly colliding and fighting. This, Porcelino, the strength is really as strong as reported, the eldest brother was actually suppressed. Diamond Joes looked at the battle above with some surprise. In the eyes of the layman, it seemed that the battle between the two was evenly matched, but in the eyes of the strong, Marco fell a bit inferior. Advertisement. Marco's recovery is very big, but the speed of the Pogeiseli shop is too fast, and only one attack on Marco can be achieved once in 10 times. Zongbo Geiseli shop. On the other hand, Porcelino was able to attack while avoiding. This is also fortunate for Marco's strong resilience. He did not show defeat in a short period of time, but if it continues like this for a long time. It's a phoenix, and the resilience is really terrible. Porcelino still said with a wretched look. But Marco's eyes seemed to mock him. The dreamy flame burned even more, and then in an instant, the spot of light became even greater, and within a few seconds, it went in and out in an instant. Dreamlike flames continue to burn, and a blue wing spreads out, as if to cover the entire sky. Well, this, Joes, who calmed down, also felt that it would be inappropriate if he rushed forward to bully more and less. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A blue beam of light nearly thousands of meters away, containing the power to destroy everything, shot straight towards Porcelino in front. Mid-air. In the face of Marco who broke out with all his strength, Shenmo's wretched face also became very serious. After all, his strength was better than Marco. As the momentum of the whole body climbed to the extreme, the phoenix opened its sharp beak, and in a flash, the blue flame continued to expand, and a blue light spot appeared in front of it. The phoenix that bursts out with blue flames and soars in the sky again. Lan Yan, Pillar of Fire. 1. Wait a minute, Marco has exploded with all his strength. I don't believe that this Porcelino is really as strong as Marine touted, and you want us Whitebeard pirates to fall into reputation. However, Foil Vista stopped him. Damn it, I look down on people. Dear readers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, and ask for everything. Ah. With a neigh, Marco was furious. This was the first time he was so mocked by his peers. No, I'll go up to help the big brother and teach this guy a good lesson. Diamond Joe's below, with a grumpy look, couldn't help but want to rush up. Chapter 171 Moser arrived. Baki-chan Guyu. Facing such a terrifying attack, Pelusilino's expression was still so wretched, without any panic. In an instant, the whole body was covered with dazzling photons, shining on the entire sky. The power continued to rise, the endless photons gathered in the body, and Pelusilino opened his hands. In an instant, countless light bullets formed by photons, like a meteor shower, flooded away at an extremely fast speed. LB. Two terrifying attacks collided in the sky. The sky seemed to explode like a nuclear bomb. Thousands of miles are cloudless, the sky is full of endless smoke, and the sound of explosions is unconscious for a long time. Two ultimate attacks collide like the world. Rumble. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding clouds were blasted away. The explosion spread like a meteorite hitting the earth, forming a circle of air waves, sweeping like a terrible tornado. In an instant, everything faded. The people watching all this on the surface of Sabayati archipelago. Seeing the dusty sky above and the endless explosions, his expression was full of horror, and his mouth opened into a 0090 type. In this ruining scene, the entire island 36 can be seen, and Moser and Gion, who were about to leave, can also see it. This shining power is Pelusilino. Moser, let's go and take a look. Gion recognized Pelusilino's moves. Okay. Moser didn't think much, and agreed, but he was thinking about something in his heart. Taste. With the sound of breaking through the air, Pelusilino appeared behind Marco, containing the photon's right leg, and blasted towards his head. Observation Hockey perceives the speed of rainbow light, but Marco has no time to escape. Turning around, the tens of meters long blue wings cross the block, like a shield, forcibly blocking the blow. Leaf. Endless death. Unique impact, magical phoenix, and falling down toward the ground like a huge cannonball. Up to the surface, he forcibly stabilized his body again, and hideous scars appeared on his wings. However, in a blink of an eye, the blue flame wrapped the wings and recovered as before. Advertisement. The phoenix's horrible recovery ability is amazing. But until now, the discerning people, CFEI, have seen that Marco is at a disadvantage. From Pelusilino's solemn expression, we can see how serious he is, unlike paddling on some at war in the future. Taste. Without giving a chance to react, the light shone, and a giant horror net turned into countless photons, headed towards the phoenix. Armed, blue wings. The blue flames continued to erupt, and the power rose in an instant. The flames on Marco's wings seemed even more terrifying, as if to burn everything. In an instant, Marco's entire body quickly rotated, like an impact drill, rushing straight up to break away the giant net of golden photons. But in a blink of an eye, on top of Marco, a right foot containing light appeared, and it fell straight down with the sound of breaking through the air. The wings, which were constantly burning with dreamlike flames, blocked the upper part, wrapped the head, and resisted this terrifying kick. Broken. Hey. With a wailing, blood continued to fall, and the huge body of the phoenix fell like a cannonball. In an instant, there was only less than 5 meters above the ground. He stabilized his figure so fiercely, his wings ached, and he endured the severe pain. Bang. As a small hole appeared on the ground, the phoenix figure turned into a blue light and charged straight up. After fighting, Marco was completely suppressed in less than 10 minutes, and Pelusilino broke out with full horror. No way, the strength of the two will be different in the future. What's more, Pelusilino is still a few years older than Marco and is closer to the peak period. If this continues, Marco may be defeated in an hour or so. The light flickered continuously, and Pelusilino's figure quickly disappeared in place. After the attack, he appeared on the other side. As a result, Marco can only endure Pelusilino's attacks constantly, and Pelusilino disappears in place every time he tries to counterattack. Calm down. Marco knows that he must change his strategy, otherwise he will undoubtedly lose if this continues. The monitor flames chased by the golden flash, the bloody fight, the phoenix's blood kept dripping, and at any moment, the injury was fully recovered, but this also caused Pelusilino's physical strength to be greatly consumed. Advertisement. Pelusilino clearly did not intend for Marco to take a breather. The photons in the sky kept flickering, and the sound of explosions kept ringing. Above the surface, looking at Marco, who was completely downwind, and could only be forced to be beaten. Diamond Joe's felt extremely surprised at first. Then Diamond Joe's asked Foil Vista, "Let's go together. If this continues, Brother Marco will lose. If he waits for him to seriously injure Brother Marco." In an instant, the photon kept shining, and the speed of the rainbow light began. Lance and the others, who were hiding in the dark, were a little surprised to see Pelusilino, who was making a full shot. "Marco, have you been chopped by the light?" The figure quickly disappeared in the same place, chasing away the infinite power contained in the lightsaber, straight away. Hastily, turned around and left. "If we go up again, even if we win, the face of our Whitebeard pirates will not exist." How could Pelusilino let him go so easily? But even if the three of us get together and win the fight, it won't sound good to spread out with more deception. With the absolute power produced by speed and a strong sense of oppression, Marco's figure flew out all over. It's terrible. As expected of Marco, the Phoenix, his vitality is really tenacious, and it seems that the old man has to be serious too. When Pelusolino shot, he didn't forget to mock him with his wretched tone. All three felt that with their current strength, there was a high probability that they would lose. Looking at Pelusolino with a mocking look on his face, Marco felt extremely angry and was about to do it. Let's go together now. With the three people joining hands, we will definitely be able to quickly resolve Pelusolino. Quote. The speed of the rainbow light hadn't reacted yet, a lightsaber contained incomparable power, appeared behind him, and the powerful power seemed to cut everything. A lightsaber more than 1 meter high appeared on Pelusolino's right hand. In an instant, Pelusolino's aura rose up, and his geometry suddenly improved. They even secretly compared in their hearts, what would happen if Marco were replaced by themselves. Chapter 172. The battle is over, take action. There was a hint of panic in his expression, and Marco stood in front of him with blue flames burning on his wings. At the moment of the collision, accompanied by the feather flame falling, the whole body fell straight down like a cannonball. Rumbled, the surface cracked, dust was everywhere, countless rubble flew across, and in an instant, a pit of hundreds of meters appeared on the island of Sabayati Archipelago 36. As the smoke dissipated, Marco's mouth overflowed with blood, and he looked at Pelusolino above with a sullen face. At the same time, Moser and Gion also arrived. Gion saw that it was Marco who was playing against Pelusolino. As for Moser's gaze, he was looking at the celestial dragons who was squatting on the ground and shivering, not daring to say a word. Hiding in the dark, the three Jills behind the alley also discovered Moser's arrival. Boss, come here, shall we go out? Tianzi asked the other two. Go out and have a hammer. Didn't you see that my sister-in-law is next to me? Wait a minute, if there is a sister-in-law, how can we sneak away celestial dragons? Jill directly dispelled the idea. The three decided to continue to hide in the dark and wait and see. Moser, let's go up and help. Gion said as he watched the battle above. Wait a minute, no need, now Pelusolino has the upper hand, let's watch the change. Moser shook his head and stopped Gion. When the two were chatting, Marco had already stood up from the pit, and then fought again fiercely in midair with Pelusolino. Looking at Pelusolino, who had the upper hand, Gion also obeyed Moser's advice and chose to wait and see the changes temporarily. As time goes by every minute and every second, compared to Moser and the others, the look of Diamond Joe's is anxious. Beasta can't drag on any longer. If we drag on, if Marine's reinforcements arrive, we will be in trouble. Being trapped in the dead team, Beasta has Marco, who is really good in case, and thinks that there are not so many officials. Turning around, he said to the two mermaid behind him, you two regard this guy well. Then the foil Beasta directly took a hand knife, what do you want to do? I am the noble celestial dragons, you stupid inferior person, want to treat me. Chalrose hasn't finished the sacred words, just was photographed dizzy. Go together. The powerful armament hockey was wrapped around the double knives, and the figure of the foil Beatas rushed straight into the sky. Hearing Beasta's words, Diamond Joe's on the side could no longer hold back. Advertisement. In just a moment, the legs bend, the whole body is shining with diamonds, the power is concentrated on the right fist, and it jumps towards the sky. Looking at the two people who came directly, Pelusolino showed a trace of panic. Although he could completely suppress Marco, he was not sure to pick three. In a flash, the photon shone, and Pelusolino's figure became elemental, and quickly disappeared in place. Two terrifying sword blades slashed toward the horizon in diameter. Somewhat surprised, Foil Beasta did not expect Pelusolino to dodge his sneak attack so easily. But there is another Joe's. 100 meters away when Pelusolino just appeared, in a blink of an eye, there was a sound of breaking through the air. A terrifying diamond giant fist, breaking through the sky, hit Pelusolino's chest straight. The lightsaber looked extremely dazzling, resisting in front of him. Steel, steel. With a powerful impact, Pelusolino's body flew upside down, until he was a few meters above the ground to stabilize his figure. Slashing, the foil is above the famous sword, and the armed beast hockey is entwined, and a force of power comes out. In an instant, the two flower blades intersect in the air, and the cross-sword aura of 1 to hundreds of meters slashed towards Pelusolino on the ground. With a solemn expression, Pelusolino waved his lightsaber, and a golden sword aura of hundreds of meters slashed out. Two terrifying attacks collided in midair and completely dissipated between the sky and the earth. But before Pelusolino took a breath, an undead firebird attacked from behind him, and its paws full of flames grabbed Pelusolino's back directly. This time, Pelusolino couldn't escape, and the sound of claws ripping flesh and skin sounded. Ah! With a scream, Pelusolino's back was directly torn off a piece of flesh and blood. The fearless team, the body is meta-system, the childless underwear, the figure of Bogaiselio disappeared instantly and left where it was. For flowers. Pelusolino, who appeared 100 meters away, looked at the three Marcos standing together in front of them with solemn expression. Secretly cursed in my heart, why the headquarters support hasn't arrived, it's almost half an hour. Didn't you just say that you want one to choose three? Now we are perfect for you. Joes looked at Pelusolino with a grim look. Advertisement. In Gion next to the battlefield, I saw Pelusolino being besieged by three people. He looked a little anxious, and said to Moser on the side, Moser, let's go and help. Pelusalino can't be the opponent of the three of them. Well, wait a minute, I'll do it. Moser agreed. 0. Bakichong Guyu. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the middle of the two attacks. He knew he couldn't avoid this large-scale attack. For an instant, Pelusalino's whole body was shining with photons. With his hands open, countless dazzling light bullets were launched like a meteor shower. In an instant, the two ultimates' attacks were on the ground, and they were buried in a crash. Burning, dreamy flame. In the center of the battlefield, Jaws' body was completely covered with diamonds. In an instant, the sky full of fist shadows and ultimate sword energy merged into one, standing on top of the undead giant bird, forming a destroying attack, flooding towards Pelusalino like an overwhelming sky. In the same way, the suggestion of a sword intent on Beasta's body burst out, and above the double swords, there are powerful powers, 200-meter swords like roses. In an instant, a huge diamond fist formed by countless diamonds blasted towards Pelusalino. Extremely, Gion Chi rose. At the same time, Marco also burned out a dreamlike fiery flame, and the undead firebird turned into a streamer and rushed towards Pelusalino. Facing these three terrifying attacks, Pelusalino looked a little flustered. This time it seems to be a bit too big. Chapter 173. I saw Moser fist with both hands, two blood-colored dragons, naturally born, blasted towards two attacks respectively. Rumble. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the sound of explosions continued, the earth roared, and dust was everywhere. The two scarlet dragons abruptly blocked the two ultimate attacks. In an instant, the scarlet dragon and the two ultimate attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth. The three Marcos looked in surprise, in the endless smoke. Pelusalino is also included. They have the same idea in their hearts, who is it? It was able to block a blow from both of them. The smoke completely dissipated, and Pelusalino could see that it was Moser who shot, and his expression returned to calm. After all, he knew Moser's true strength. As for the 093, love of the three Marcos changed from surprise to shock, because they recognized Moser. Even they will never forget this face, even if more than 10 years have passed, they will never forget it. It was Moser more than 10 years ago, who defeated the entire group of Whitebeard pirates. You must know that Moser was only 10 years old at that time. For them, Moser is an indelible nightmare, an insurmountable peak. Hello, meet again. Moser swept the dust off his body and greeted them with a smile on his face. Meet again. When they said this, the three Marcos looked a little solemn. Moser, are you okay? At this moment, Gideon walked over with a worried expression on his face. Don't worry, your husband and I are so strong, how could something be wrong? Moser said to Gion with a confident face. Moser, you just came here, and I will deal with Marco and the three of them. Pelusalino also walked over at the moment. Seeing Moser's appearance, the three Marcos were actually panicked. 10 years ago, Moser was so strong, how strong should it be now? They don't naively think that Moser's strength will stop. After all, they have easily blocked the full blow of the three of them just now, and there is also Pelusalino's full strength. Advertisement. From this, you can tell how strong Mi Wush's head knife is. At this moment, he heard Pelusalino and asked Moser to act with him, and his expression became even more flustered. At this moment, Moser felt a little itchy behind his ears and raised his hand. Moser, we didn't want to be an enemy of you. We will retreat now. This incident will not happen today. What do you think? Thinking that Moser is going to take action, Ma. Elko said this quickly, with an acknowledgement. This is the horror of Moser. Just standing there makes Marco and the others recognize it, and they don't even have the courage to fight a battle. No way. In the eyes of Marco and the others, Moser is an out-and-out monster. Hiding in the distance, the onlookers were all surprised when they saw this scene. They wondered who this new young man was. Why are the three pirates afraid of his appearance? Are they not the captain of the legendary Whitebeard pirate group? How could he be so afraid of a young man that he just admitted it before the battle started? Without answering, Moser looked at the three of them indifferently, as if deciding whether to make a move or not. Relying on Moser's strength, to be honest, whether or not to defeat Marco is all based on mood, no one can influence his thoughts. At first he didn't even want to make a move, but he agreed to Gion and could only make a move. The three of Lands, who had been hiding in the dark, saw that the two sides were facing each other, and the boss also shot. Hurry up and take advantage of this, sister-in-law's attention is not here, take the celestial dragons away. Jill said to the two. For an instant, the Lands trio moved in the direction of St. Charles Rose. Before everyone noticed, the three of Tianzi had already appeared behind St. Charles and the two merfolk. The two mermaids just wanted to shout. Lands directly stunned the two with a hand knife, and then quickly took away St. Charles, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the sky. At this time, Marco and the others also discovered that the mermaid had been knocked out, and the celestial dragons had also been taken away. Retreat. Marco shouted. With Moser's presence, they couldn't do anything to Pelusalino at all. Advertisement. It's better to withdraw quickly, and now that celestial dragons has also been taken away. Hearing Marco's words, he introduced that the two men who had fallen in the middle of the dead team were not dead. Gion started. At the same time, for an instant, Marco turned into an undead firebird and came in front of them. The two jumped behind them. The undead firebirds carried them and disappeared into the sky. Moser just watched this scene quietly, without intending to do it. Moser, why did you just let them go? Gion asked puzzledly. Pelusalino behind was also full of doubts, wondering why Moser deliberately let them go. It's nothing, I have intuition that Whitebeard is very likely. It's also around here. There are too many accidents to catch up. It's unnecessary. Moser replied in a casual tone. Although Pelusalino was half believing about this answer, he could only believe it. He couldn't do anything if he didn't believe it. Moreover, Moser could be said to have saved his life just now. Otherwise, he would not die and would be seriously injured in a single blow from Marco's trio just now. Pelusalino, why don't you hurry up to chase him? Celestial Dragons was taken away. Mo looked at Pelusalino with a smile on his face. Only then did he remember that Pelusalino hurriedly pursued in the direction where the Lands trio disappeared. On the other side, Marco and the others are flying at full speed. I didn't expect that guy appeared again. It seems that he was hidden by Marine. Beasta kept thinking about Moser's figure 4.8 just now. 10 years ago, with such strength, it is difficult for Beasta to imagine how strong Moser is now. Retreat first, go back and tell my father that that guy has appeared again. Fortunately, that guy didn't want to keep us today, otherwise we might not be able to run away either. Marco looks very solemn. 0. Yes, they were so scared of Moser. The impression left by them was too deep. In addition, today's shot was blocked with just one blow. The three of them combined for a blow. In their hearts, if Moser had just made a move, none of them could escape. Chapter 173 Gion's Birthday Party. On the other side, the three of Lands appeared on the 27th island at the moment, and Jill also held a devil fruit in his hand, which was the time fruit that had just been auctioned off by St. Charles Rose. What about this guy? Jill asked the two of them. Wake him up first, beat this B********** D violently, and then throw him into the sea. Lands said with a vicious expression on his face. Just do what he says, and Lands slapped his hand directly with his big 40-centimeter hand. Papa, Papa. 2 loud slaps sounded, and St. Charles Roth woke up in pain. Who are you? Seeing the 3 masked men, St. Charles Rose looked full of horror. The one who beat you. As soon as the voice fell, Lands banged his head directly. Hey, blood and a tooth spurted out, and St. Charles Roth leaned back heavily. Painfully covered his mouth, St. Charles Rose looked at them with fear. Who are you? You dare to do this to me? I am the noble celestial dragons, I want to take you. Before the words of Charles Rose were finished, the 3 of Lands violently beat Charles Rose. After a few seconds, the 3 of Lands dragged the swollen pig-headed St. Charles to the beach. What do you want to do? St. Charles Rose, who didn't know how many teeth were missing, was a little unclear about his words. Nothing. Send you to the sea. Lands looked at Charles Rose Saint with a smile on his face. I'm Celestial Dragons, dare you? St. Charles Rose looked terrified when he heard that he was about to throw himself into the sea, but even so, he still didn't forget the threat. Do you think I dare? As soon as the voice fell, Lands threw it directly, and after a burst of spray, St. Charles Rose was thrown into the sea. Plop. Help, help. I can't swim, you inferior people, hurry up and save me. Charles is constantly thumping, seeing the help. If this continues, in a few minutes, he will sink into the sea. Let's go. The province was discovered. Jill looked at St. Charles Rose who was struggling, wanted to laugh, and then said to the 2 of them. The 3 of them instantly turned into a stream of light, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the sky. Advertisement. A few seconds after the trio had gone, Pelusalino appeared in the trio's position. Under the search of the mighty observation hockey, he found the direction of St. Charles. But at this moment, St. Charles Rose has completely sunk into the sea, and Pelusalino, as a capable person, is also helpless. He could only fly quickly towards the town and find someone to rescue St. Charles, hoping to make it in time. The next day, the morning dawn woke up. Moser and Pelusalino were sitting in the marshal's office at this time, reporting the killing of celestial dragons this time. Yesterday, when Pelusalino brought people over, it was too late after all. St. Charles Rose had sunk into the bottom of the sea, completely at a loss, and it could be said that he was basically dead. The expression was a bit angry. Kong didn't expect Marco and the others to be so arrogant. They dared to support celestial dragons at Sabayati Archipelago. The most excessive thing was the 3 guys who took celestial dragons away and threw them into the sea. Yawning. Pelusalino reported the incident at the front, while Moser yawned at the back, as if he wanted to end it soon. Half an hour later, Pelusalino reported on the incident. Kong looked at Moser and asked, Moser, you were there at the time, did you find the whereabouts of the 3 people? No, Marshal, I was hanging out at the time, nothing was wrong, I'm leaving now. After that, Moser didn't care whether Kong agreed or not, and walked directly outside the door. Of course the 3 people who hijacked celestial dragons, Moser, knew who they were. And he was instructed, so how could he say that? Is it possible to report yourself? Watching Moser leave, Kong's face was full of black lines, but he didn't say much, he was used to it. Moser, who returned to the villa, was lying on the sofa, a little bored. Yesterday Jill and the 3 of them went back to the marine branch first. Walking to the kitchen, today's Moser doesn't know why, thinking about cooking for himself, although his cooking skills cannot be complimented. Open the ice phase, bury the ingredients, and when Wuchu was just about to sigh, GG. A bell rang. Putting down the things on hand, ran to open the door, a long-haired Oni-san appeared outside the door. It was Gion. What's the matter, dear? Moser looked a little happy, because he remembered, Gion said that something seems to be coming to him tonight. Advertisement. Well, tonight is my birthday, I want to invite you to participate. Gion said shyly. Upon hearing this, Moser thought that Gion was going to take her to see her family, and was immediately very happy. Moser was disappointed to find a place to sit down at random. Moser saw so many people staying where they were in an instant, and when you understood that you were thinking too much, looked at Gion who was snickering on the side. My dear, you sit down for a while, wait for me, I will tidy up my clothes, and I will go over immediately. Moser looked at Gion and said, then walked upstairs. Looking at Gion at this moment, and celebrating her birthday happily among the crowd, Moser felt happy for her from the heart. At noon, Chen Ran put on his casual clothes and walked towards the home of Gion. After a while, he arrived at the villa. Moser in the room naturally didn't know about it. He thought he really wanted to see his family, and he was a little nervous. Plap. There was a sound of closing the door, and Moser closed the door to change his clothes. Looking at Moser's excitement, Gion sitting on the sofa thought he had misunderstood. Sakazuki, who was not far away, gave Moser a look. Including Lance, Sakazuki and others. Thinking of his D father Garp, he didn't seem to have a birthday since he was a child. Moser felt a little angry, and if he didn't want to, he would be better off in the future. In fact, everyone I know is basically invited to this birthday party. Ever since Moser had been killed by Moser on Sakazuki, he had been stubborn, thinking that one day he would seek revenge from Moser. Akio. I was still in charge of New World's decline in the implementation of the task, and made another spray selection. But 093 Moser was invited by her in person. As for, Tianzi on the side has been staring at Sakazuki. In the villa, Crane Vice Admiral, Zephyr Admiral, including Moser and the other students of the class were among them. Lands and the others also appeared here, and the whole occasion was extremely lively. Chapter 174 Swallowing the Fruit of Time. Recently, Garp is very depressed, because he can't understand, what is Kong's recent flu. Always let him perform tasks, he has not been on vacation for several months, and even the two good grandchildren have no time to go back to sea. At Gion's house, looking at Moser who was sitting alone, Gion picked up a piece of cake and walked towards him. In fact, Gion didn't even know when she fell in love with Moser. She only knew that she hated Moser from the beginning, but didn't hate the others. Until now, every time I saw Moser, I couldn't help my heartbeat speeding up and getting nervous. No matter if he bullied himself or not, he will forgive him immediately. Moser, this year is my happiest birthday party because of your coming. Gion looked at him shyly. Is this a confession? Moser thought to himself, no, as a man, how can I let a woman confess to me? Moser looked directly at Gion and said slowly, my dear, I like you. In this scene, all the brown dolphins next to him were in his eyes, his heart was extremely angry, and he wanted to rush up to beat Moser and snatch his goddess back. But when he thought of the strength gap between the two, he could only give up this idea in an anguish. Gion raised his head and looked at Moser. Moser lowered his head to look at her, too. The two were affectionate and hugged each other when they were about to kiss. At this moment, Vice Admiral came over and coughed. As a result, the kiss between Gion and Moser was forcibly interrupted. Sister. Seeing Crane appeared, Gion quickly let go, with a shy expression on his face. Crane Vice Admiral is good. Moser also looked a little embarrassed. Crane's eyes widened and glanced at Giza, and then at Moser. Then she pulled her into the room. Do you like Wuchu? Crane has a low profile. Gion nodded shyly. Are you sure you really like Moser? Although this little guy is powerful, I have heard that this little guy has a bad reputation. Advertisement. It can be said that you are doing no evil, getting in the flowers and making grass outside, so are you sure you like him? He looked at Gion and said solemnly. I know, but I just can't help but like him, and I don't know when I started. Sister, but I can be sure that I like him. Gion looked directly at Suru and said. With a sad face, he knows how good his sister's temper is. It was decided that 10 cows could not be brought back, but because of Moser's character, she was really worried about Gion. Looking at Suru like this, Gion knew that her sister cared about her, but since that day, her heart had been completely stolen by Moser. Okay, you have grown up too, my sister believes that you also have basic judgments about love. Crane also accepts this reality. Yeah, thank you sister. Seeing that Suru was not objecting, Gion gave Suru an excited hug. After that, Suru and Gion walked out of the room. Moser had been waiting outside. Crane walked towards Moser slowly, and said to him viciously, little guy, if you let the old man know in the future that you are not good to my sister, you will know the consequences. Relax, Suru Vice Admiral, I will definitely be good to Gion. Moser said quickly. Afterwards, Vice Admiral left. Moser and Gion looked at each other again now. How, honey, did we do what we didn't do just now? Moser was about to kiss Gion with a smile on his face. Moser lowered his head, when he was less than 3 centimeters from Gion's lips. Gion reached out and blocked him directly. What's wrong, dear? Moser looked puzzled. Don't do it today, I'll talk later. Gion smiled and walked directly to the center of the party. Leaving behind, Moser stood there stupidly. Oh, Moser sighed, shook his head, and thought, unfortunately, he still didn't kiss him. In the midst of any festivities, Giwan's birthday party ended happily. The next day, when the morning dawn woke up, Moser returned early, the Marine Branch, and the 3 of Lands came back with him. Advertisement. In the Marine Branch Villa, at this moment, there is a devil fruit on the table. Boss, is there anything magical about this devil fruit? Why are we going to grab it? Lands asked Moser in a puzzled manner. This, devil fruit is the legendary time fruit. Moser picked up this devil fruit and slowly said this sentence. Boss, is this the legendary fruit of time? The Lands trio pretended to be surprised. Do you know what time fruit is? Moser looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Without experiencing the trials and tribulations of life and death, and blindly practicing, it would be difficult for the 4 of them to make a big breakthrough. Well, all right, what you said is correct. Moser didn't know what to say for a moment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although they can learn a lot with Moser, it also limits their development. As for Moser asking them to leave first, the reason for the experience is very simple. The 3 of Lands have question marks on their faces. Yes, no, what is the answer? Good promise. Of course, it was Moser who told them to leave first, otherwise they could not choose to leave. Every time they fight, they have to look at the front of the 328th term, and they have no chance of fighting and tempering at all. Naturally, it is necessary to quickly accumulate military exploits, improve one's military rank, and win glory for the family. Boss, are you trying to swallow devil fruit this time? Tianzi asked Moser. I don't know, boss. But just hearing the name is pretty awesome. Jill replied without thinking. If even the 3 of Lands can't beat the opponent, they will be a second killer if they go up. As for the 4 ghost spiders, they have been transferred since they came back last time. After all, they belong to Wangman, and their parents were either vice admiral or rear admiral. Okay, let's do your own thing. I'm going to rest too. Moser walked directly to the room after speaking. This time in Sabayati Archipelago's trip, Pelusolino's strength made them understand that they and others still have a gap with the admiral level of combat power. The 3 of Lands didn't think much, and went out of the villa, ready to practice. Yes, nor is it. Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 175 Time and Space Fruit. After returning to the room alone, Moser opened the system store. Before, he felt that his strength had reached the ceiling, and there was no need to swallow devil fruit, or to swallow the most advanced devil fruit. Why did Moser auction off this time devil fruit, in order to swallow it? No. The purpose of the auction is to integrate it. Moser found a fusion card on the market, which sells for 10,000 sheets. The effect is that it can completely merge the 2 things together, including the ability, and has no side effects. After the exchange was completed, a card appeared in Moser's hand, and his cheating value was only 93,000 points left. This was not over yet. Moser checked the column of devil fruit and found the space fruit. Without hesitation, Moser directly exchanged the space fruit. Suddenly, time fruit and space fruit appeared in his left and right hands respectively. Fusion. With a light on the card, for an instant, the time fruit and space fruit in Moser's hand merged miraculously, turning into a brand new devil fruit with a blue water pattern. Looking at this new devil fruit, Moser named it Time and Space Fruit. No more thoughts, Moser swallowed this space-time fruit in one bite. As soon as he took the first bite, Moser began to vomit. It is indeed the legendary devil fruit, which is worse than urine. With just a light bite, he felt the turbulent waves in his stomach, as if the whole thing was going upside down. However, as the secret treasure on the sea, there are still countless people vying to grab it. Feeling the power coming from his body, Moser clicked his finger, and in an instant, the flow of time seemed to slow down. Even, as long as his mind moved, he found himself, in an instant, teleported 100 meters away. Yes, it is true teleportation, not fast movement. Changing the flow of time and space shuttle, this is the ability that the fruits of time and space bring to Moser. This is the reason why Wu just swallowed the time and space fruit to buy, and paid for the future Yuanju to develop it. It may be possible to achieve such feats as changing space, reversing the future, and stopping time completely. This is not impossible. Thinking of this, Moser smiled. The current Moser can be described as the true ceiling of combat power, absolutely invincible. Advertisement. In the master space, Moser suddenly appeared in the sky, looking at the sea. He just wanted to say, invincible is really lonely, and I really hope that there is a strong man who can let him do his best. After a while, Moser returned to the room again, freely shuttled in space, and the flow rate of everything changed with him. At the moment Moser, no one in the entire One Piece world is a rival, except. After a while, he teleported continuously, and within half an hour, he appeared from the Marine branch to Naval headquarters and came to the front of Gion's villa. Moser, Colonel. The 2 guards at the gate of Gion saw Moser and nodded respectfully. Is Gion inside? Moser asked the 2 of them. Gion Rear Admiral is inside now, do we need to go in and call? The two guards looked respectful. No need, I'll go in by myself. Then Moser walked in. Without seeing Gion in the direction of the first floor, Moser walked directly to the second floor. Suddenly, Moser walked to the front of the bathroom, tick 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 tick. The sound of water continued to be believed in it. Moser swallowed in an instant. He didn't need to think about it, knowing that Gion must be taking a bath in it, and then thinking about the time and space fruit he had just obtained. If it teleports in, not just. Moser shook his head, and gave up the idea, which was too trivial. Gion, are you taking a shower? Moser asked. Is it Moser? Why did you come here? You wait a moment, don't come in, I'll be fine right away. Gion in the bathroom, hearing Cfei's voice, was stunned for a while. However, she just happened to be washing her hair at this moment and couldn't stop. Well, don't worry, I'm you. When he said this, Wu Jian slobbed, and he didn't let it in. Didn't it mean we didn't watch me go in? No, I want to hold back. Moser forcibly restrained the second brother. After a while, Gion finally came out of the shower. At this moment, he was wearing a red dress and his wet hair, which was full of beauty. Suddenly, Moser couldn't help but stare at it. Moser, didn't you just go back to the Marine branch yesterday? Why did you come back so soon? Gion looked at him with some confusion. Advertisement. I miss you. Moser walked over and hugged Gion. Hate, my hair hasn't been blown dry yet. Gion's face was shy. Then I will blow your hair. Moser said with a smile. Yeah, good. As they said, the two walked into the bathroom. Moser stood at the back of Gion, blowing his hair up, his body was completely close to each other, and the two of them were like a young couple now. Devil, the power of the fruit, let's go, you didn't mean that you want to go to fun places, I will take you there. Moser looked at Gion and said with a smile. However, she didn't think much about it. She firmly grasped Wu Xian's right hand, and the two clasped their fingers together. Moser, are you free today? Let's go out for a stroll, okay. Gion said slowly. After a while, the two sat on the sofa and Moser lay on Gion's snow-white thighs. I don't know, what do you think is fun? Gion looked puzzled. Honey, where are you going to play? Moser closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. With that, Moser took Gion's hand, and the two of them disappeared in place, appearing above naval headquarters. I wanted to write something ambiguous, and that kind, but I can't help it, I'm afraid of being blocked. Gion hugged Moser tightly from behind, she leaned close behind Moser very relaxed, and the two of them were full of warmth like this. Yeah, good. Although Gion was surprised, Moser actually swallowed devil fruit and had the ability to teleport. I will take you there and you will know. Gion clearly felt that Moser was not moving fast, but teleporting directly. A fun place. I thought of one. Moser sat up. Seeing the macro-level naval headquarters below, Gion was shocked and couldn't help asking, how come we are here? Aren't we at naval headquarters just now? Where? Gion asked in a worried expression. In an instant, the two disappeared to the horizon. 5 CP Chapter 175 The Legendary Sky Island 3 hours later, in the Endless Sea, two figures appeared on the shore of Guy Island, Gion and Moser. On the island, Gion looked at the soaring river like a Milky Way ahead, and came into sight. Moser, is this the landscape you want to show me? It's so beautiful, I couldn't help but sigh when I saw the upside-down cupola in the garden. Actually, I want to take you to a place where basically no one has been. Moser smiled. Where? Gion asked curiously. Wait a while, you'll know. Moser sold a pass. In an instant, the two disappeared again, and everyone around was dumbfounded. Alts, take a look, am I wrong? Did those two people disappear out of thin air? A young man with an inch head asked a friend next to him. You're not mistaken, it seems to disappear out of thin air, isn't it a bad thing? A trace of fear appeared on Alts's expression. When he said that, all of a sudden everyone ran away. Moser, who was heading to Sky Island at the moment, didn't know that they were misunderstood as something bad. The breeze was blowing slightly, Moser and Gion were lying on their backs on an island cloud. Gion looked at the wide ocean underneath themselves, and couldn't help feeling again that the magic of nature made people breathtaking. Standing up, Gion looked around and asked curiously, Moser, what is this place? It's amazing. Why is this ground made of clouds? This is Sky Island. The island cloud on it is different from the land. Sometimes it will suddenly become empty. So if you walk now, you may suddenly fall off. Moser looked scared and looked at him. Garden. What? Gion was frightened for an instant, and he hugged Moser all of a sudden. Okay, don't worry, little fool. How come I will make you fall? Moser touched the tip of Gion's nose with his finger. Damn it. You lied to me again. By the way, Moser, you said this is the legendary Sky Island. Gion suddenly remembered something. She just remembered, Sky Island is called the Island of Gold. No one knew he was. Where, it seems that people think it is a legend. Yeah. Moser said with a smile. Advertisement Moser, how do you know where Sky Island is? Gion looked at him curiously. Guess. Moser smiled. Humph, don't tell me, I don't want to know yet. Only puffed up angrily. Okay, don't be angry, let's go, I'll take you to the island above Sky Island. Moser said and took Gion forward. This time he didn't use the space to teleport. Instead, I walked forward step by step, enjoying the feeling of walking on the island cloud. The two were holding hands at the moment, like a couple who just dated shopping and walking. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 2 full hours of walking. In front of the two Moser, it was finally not a white sea, but a strange building in the shape of a six-pointed star. As they walked faster and faster, in front of them, the huge buildings are becoming more and more obvious. Moser, where is this place? Gion asked curiously again. After all, she had never seen anything on Sky Island. This is the gate of heaven. It is the only way to enter Sky Island. Passing here is considered to truly enter Sky Island. Let's go, then. Moser took Gion into this day. The gate of emptiness. As soon as they entered, they saw a tunnel about a few hundred meters long. Without hesitation, Moser took Gion and continued to walk forward. They saw the end of the tunnel appear on the side. A door. Suddenly the door opened, and came out an ugly old woman who was just over 1 meter tall and the flesh on her face hung down. But she was actually wearing a pink dress with a pair of pure white wings behind her. Without thinking about it, Chen Ran knew that she was from Sky Island. She was holding a camera in her hand, and before Chen Ran could react, she shot him wildly. After the filming, she came over and looked at the two Moser with a pair of vicissitudes of eyes and said, I am the Watcher of the Kingdom of Heaven, Amazon, if you are visiting in the Kingdom of Heaven or advertisement if you want to go in for a tourist, 2 people must first hand in a billionic store. The old woman's voice was very hoarse. Ask for Flowers Wu was not surprised at all when he heard the proper effect. He was already prepared. Extor is the currency used by Sky Island people to buy and sell goods. 10,000 Extor is equivalent to 1 Bailey on the sea, so 1 billion Extor just sounds bluffing. In fact, it is equivalent to 100,000 Baileys on the sea, which is very cheap. Gion looked at Amazon in surprise, because the wings behind her were different from ordinary people. Moser took out a bag from his arms and opened it. It contained a small pile of gold and silver jewelry, worth about 1,000,000 Baileys. He gave one of the rubies to Amazon, and then said, this gem is worth at least billions of Extor, now I can go in? 0. Amazon observed the ruby carefully, and slowly said after a while, of course, 2 distinguished guests. She naturally knew that the price of this ruby had already surpassed 1 billion Extor, so her tone began to become respectful. Amazon let the door out, and gestured to please. Okay, I want to ask you, where is Burka Island? Moser asked while standing at the door. Is Burka Island? Let me think about it. It seems to be southeast of Angel Island, and Angel Island you can see when you go out and keep going. Okay. The two Moser walked into the cloud at the center of the gate of heaven, and they saw a creature like a seahorse in front of them. Moser, what's this? Gion was behaving like a curious baby at the moment. This is an express shrimp unique to Sky Island. His speed is the same as his name, very fast. As Moser said, he took Gion to ride on the express shrimp. Seeing this new creature, Gion was very curious and even a little nervous, but when Moser sat behind him and held her hand, she was not nervous. Chapter 176 Enel, there's a thunderfruit? Passing through the vast jungle, Moser led them to the place where people gathered. Buildings composed of island clouds were arranged in an orderly manner. People come and go on the street, everyone is very kind, greeting each other, looking very kind. Moser and Gion are usually interspersed among the crowd, and everyone's eyes are on them. They seem to meet in front of Sky Island people because they don't have wings behind them. Moser, why are they staring at us all the time? Gion asked suspiciously. It's okay, because in the eyes of Sky Island people, those without wings are Qinghai people. They naturally hate Qinghai people, Moser said with a smile. The two of them kept walking forward. Gion saw that there seemed to be a group of people in front of him. Very good, 097, strange, Gion directly pulled Moser forward. You see, I said that this guy doesn't even have wings. He is definitely not a good person. He started stealing at a young age. A middle-aged woman shouted. The two Moser followed the sound and saw the crowd surrounded, an 11 or 12-year-old child. Everyone was accusing him, as if saying that he was stealing something. Taking a closer look, Moser's expression has changed. Isn't this the Enel when he was a child? At this time, he is being held in one hand by a strong man who is more than 2 meters tall. The current Enel has not swallowed thunderfruit. His physical fitness is no different from that of an ordinary child. Naturally, he will not be a strong man who is more than 2 meters high. Opponent. Constantly struggling, Enel tried to get rid of the strong right hand of the strong man with both hands, but there was no effect at all. Boy, do you dare to steal the necklace from our shop? You are looking for death. The strong man held a crystal necklace in his left hand, and his right hand held Enel as if he was carrying a little chicken. I didn't steal this thing. Someone just stuffed it into my hand. Enel blushed and said. People get stolen goods, you still want to quibble, thinking you and us will believe what you say? That's right, I said that this kid doesn't have wings behind his back. It's not a good thing at first sight. Han and other people in the crowd ridiculed Yinlu. Obviously, it was impossible for them to believe what Yinlu said. Advertisement humiliated, unwilling eyes appeared on Enel's face. His anger was so great, at this moment how much he hopes that someone will stand up and speak for him. But no one, as the strong man's right hand continued to exert force, his face flushed. For 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a sense of breath came from his mind, and his consciousness had begun to blur, as if he was going to be pinched to death in the next moment. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Gion couldn't bear to see it and wanted to make a move. At this moment, the burly man's right hand lowered his strength, as if discarding a dead dog, he slammed Enel against the wall fiercely. Boom! With a muffled sound, Enel fell to the ground in a coma, and no one cared about his life or death. In the eyes of Sky Islanders, Qinghai people should die, not to mention that they now think Enel is a thief. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the strong man also vented his anger and returned to his shop. Only Enel lying unconscious on the ground, Moser and Gion were left in the entire clearing. Gion looked at Enel lying on the ground in a coma, then looked at Moser and slowly asked, "Moser, do people from Sky Island hate Qinghai people so much?" "Well, there is no way. Racial discrimination is everywhere. Let's go. I observed just now, this little guy is fine." Speaking, Moser took Gion away. After leaving, Gion had a preoccupied look, and seemed to have been thinking about the incident just now. Moser was thinking too. No wonder this guy Enel would torture Sky Island people like slaves in the future. It turned out to be because of the shadow of his childhood. Since Enel can become the king of Sky Island in the future, it means that he will definitely not die now. However, Moser is even more curious. Is it still thunder fruit in the temple now? After all, the thunder fruit that Jill swallowed came out of the system. What about the thunder fruit that was originally in One Piece world? "Let's go, honey, I'll show you a fun place." Thinking of this, Moser took Gion and walked towards the temple. Soon after Moser and the two left, Enel, who fell to the ground in a coma, was struggling to get up. Advertisement. "You dog things, let me remember, one day, I will torture you to death." He cursed in his heart, and then limped away on his chest. Just now he fell into a coma and fell to the ground. It was actually Enel who pretended to be. If it weren't for this, the brawny man wouldn't have let him go so easily. At this time, Wu had already made a low return, and when he came to the inside, above the leash, there was a strange mural carved on the wall. In front of him, there were many guards holding spears patrolling the door. The shrine is like a sacred place in the eyes of Sky Island people. They must not let outsiders enter, and there is only one entrance, and there is no way to get around it. Don't want to waste a moment of time, Moser guessed that thunder fruit is likely to be in the temple. "Moser, why are we here?" Gion asked curiously, looking at the mural on the temple. "Go to see. A good thing." Moser smiled slightly and replied. The two kept approaching the temple. "Who are you two guys? How can the Holy Land be approached by you and leave quickly, or you will be rectified on the spot?" The guard at door 4.8 looked at Moser and shouted. Ignoring his meaning at all, Moser's figure quickly disappeared in place. Space shuttled. Moser and Gion instantly appeared inside the temple. Seeing the two people who disappeared out of thin air, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of the guards. "Have you seen it? Those two guys disappeared out of thin air?" "I have seen it too. Are we dreaming?" "No, where must those two guys hide? We have to find them quickly, or we will disturb the Lord's servant for a while." The guards at the door suddenly looked outside like headless flies. In fact, they didn't know that Moser and Gion had already appeared inside the temple. Chapter 177 Time, everything is still. At this moment, a thin figure appeared in the forest outside the temple. It was Enel, who was secretly hiding behind the big tree. Seeing that they gradually came out looking for Moser and their guards, he found the right time and carefully walked from behind the big tree to the inside of the temple. The guards Ishin wondered how to find the two Moser, but miraculously did not find Enel. Inside the temple, Moser and Gion looked at this golden statue that looked like a human and a bird, with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a golden tine, prayer beads, and golden keys. Right in front of the statue, there is a table, with a golden stove on the left and right sides, and a golden ball in the middle. I don't know what it is enshrined. Taking a closer look, Moser's attention was completely attracted by a box on the palm of the golden statue. Without thinking, he slowly walked over. The blasphemer, don't retreat quickly before Raoul is killed. Boom. As soon as the sound fell, a terrifying sonic boom appeared instantly, deafening. A step away, Moser's palm was less than 10 centimeters away from the treasure box, but at this moment, a powerful shockwave hit him 25. "Moser, be careful," Gion hurriedly shouted at the back. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Moser's fingers moved forward slightly. In an instant, the shockwave of several meters floated directly in the air. Although it was still flowing, the speed was so slow that people thought it had stopped in place. Gion at the back looked at this miraculous scene with a look of surprise. On the left side of the temple, a figure slowly walked out, wearing a gray robe, bright forehead, and an old woman with white wings behind her. She looked at Moser in shock, and muttered to herself, "How is this possible? Who are you?" The shock wave of several meters stagnated in the air. In the eyes of ordinary people, this scene is really incredible. The pupils were wide and the old woman's expression was horrified, and she said to Moser, "Dear sir, this fruit will bring terrible disasters to Sky Island. Please don't pay attention to this fruit and leave quickly, otherwise." Advertisement Chong Ran was threatening, but the old woman's tone was so unconfident. If it were not for her duty, she would not dare to say this at all. "Oh, then you're welcome to me." Moser looked at her with a playful expression. "The person who reads God will eventually be punished." The old woman held a shock shell on her right hand, raised it to Moser, but her hand was trembling a little. Small shells are launched. This is an item unique to Sky Island, the impact shell, which can absorb the impact of the outside into the shell. As long as the hands are pressed firmly, it can be sent out in an instant, a terrifying shockwave. Without thinking about it, Moser knew that the old woman in front of him was the guardian of the temple, but what about it? There was nothing he could not get. At this moment, Gion was obviously looking outside of the situation. She was very puzzled. What exactly was in that treasure box? And that shell could send out shockwaves. A native of Qinghai, you went straight to the fruit from the very beginning when you entered the temple, proving that you must be very clear in your heart what it is. Although you are very strong, however, this is not something that belongs to you after all. You should give up obediently. Otherwise, you will be punished by the gods. The old woman said to Moser with a trembling tone. Oh, the punishment of the gods, then I would like to see if there are really gods. After all, I have been invincible for too long, so what if there is a god? If you dare to stop me, you have to die here. When Moser said this, he showed great confidence, and his gestures were filled with haughty. You will be punished by the gods. As the voice fell, the old woman shot a shock wave directly from the shell on her hand and shot directly at Moser again. Haha, the gods are just a joke. If there is a god, I will kill the god. Moser sneered, and tapped his finger lightly. The shock wave from the direct shot disappeared in place, and then appeared behind the three old women. The expression was incomparably horrified. Boom! The gravel flew across, and the sound of the explosion sounded the old woman who was directly drowned in the firelight. As the smoke dissipated, the old woman's whole body was bloody and her face was in violent pain. God will punish you after all. The old man's last words before his death. Then his hands dropped weakly and turned into a corpse. The blood ran to the floor of the temple, and his face was unwilling to despair. The old man did not expect that he would die like this. A joke and punishment. Moser hopes to have a god. Baijin Wujun is too lonely. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Gion seemed a little angry and walked over to Moser and said, Moser, how can you kill people casually? Dear, this world is like this. Even if you don't want to do it, others will not let you go. When you had him shot at me for the first time, I already let him go, but he still wanted to kill me once. How could I let him go? Wu Hong smiled slightly with Taoyuan. After thinking about it, Gion felt that what Moser said was reasonable, and indeed the old woman did it first. Although Gion is a woman, she is also marine, and her thoughts as a soldier since childhood 097. She also knows that kindness to the enemy is cruel to herself. In an instant, Gion felt that Moser was doing the right thing, and that he might do it too, because he thought too much. Okay, dear, I'll go take down the box and take a look. Moser is very curious. What fruit is in the box now? Is it still thunder fruit? Looking at the box on the golden statue's hands, Moser slowly walked over. Suddenly a thin body rushed out from him. It was Enel, who had been hiding outside the temple. He stretched out his right hand directly, already touching the treasure box after taking it. He did not hesitate and opened it immediately, and a fruit with a white pattern like a dragon fruit appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing it, Moser can recognize that this is definitely not thunder fruit. Seeing this devil fruit, Enel was about to swallow it in one bite. Suddenly, devil fruit disappeared into his hand out of thin air. The next second, it appeared in Moser's hand. This devil fruit belongs to me. I planned for this devil fruit for 3 years, and this is mine. Enel saw devil fruit appear in Moser's hand, and rushed towards Moser like a madman. Chapter 178 Sword Intent Fruit. Looking at the moth ants in his eyes, Moser just pointed his fingers slightly towards the air. Suddenly, Enel was still in place for an instant, except for his eyes. His limbs couldn't move, and he couldn't speak at all. He looked at Moser in front of him with a horrified expression. He thought to himself, is this a god? Why can't he move? Gion next to him was also surprised. Even with his current knowledge, he had never seen such a magical landscape today. Space teleported and time stopped. What kind of devil fruit did Moser swallow? This was terrible too. Although Gion was very curious in her heart, she didn't ask much. She knew that everyone had a secret in her heart. She only needed to know that she liked Moser. Looking at the white spiraling devil fruit on his hand, Moser's face was full of curiosity. Moser, what devil fruit do you think this is? Gion looked at this devil fruit and was also very curious. I don't know, but just compare it. Moser took out a devil fruit illustration book from his arms. This is of course the devil fruit picture book he exchanged from the system with a small amount of cheating value. At this moment, the huge sound formed by the shockwave just now attracted the attention of the guards outside the door, and dozens of guards had already rushed over. As soon as they came in, they saw Enel, who was immobile in the air at the moment. Just when they felt shocked and thought they had read it wrong, they saw the body of the servant again, lying on the ground in a bloody form. You dared to kill Mr. Shinigami. You were really looking for death. The guard in the lead yelled, and dozens of guards rushed towards Moser. Wild ants. Moser's eyes moved slightly. All of a sudden, dozens of guards stood in place, motionless. In Moser's eyes, these guys are ants, and he is not qualified to kill them. Moser, I found this devil fruit. The Gion on the side turned to look at the devil fruit illustrated book. At the back, there is a picture of a white devil fruit, which can correspond to the devil fruit they're holding now. Advertisement, Sword Yiguo. Paramecia Demon Fruithead. Taking this demon fruithead can greatly increase the user's sword breath and the rice in the group, and even the powerful sword with the middle rice. Seeing this introduction, Gion's face was full of surprise. Isn't this devil fruit specially made for swordsmen? Gion, did you eat this devil fruit? Moser looked at Gion and said slowly. In his heart, Gion would definitely want to eat this devil fruit. After all, there should be no swordsman who can resist the temptation of this devil fruit. However, Gion still refused and said, "No, you got the devil fruit, Moser." "Fool. I have eaten devil fruit, and mine is yours. If you don't eat it, I will throw away the fruit." Moser looked at Gion with a smile on his face. "Okay, then I'll take it." Gion was a little shy when he heard Moser's words. Seeing Gion's reluctant look, Enel could not move if he hadn't been left in place now. "I can't speak, I can't wait to yell, grab the devil fruit and eat it myself." "Don't give it to me. Lousy has planned for that devil fruit for several years, but you still push it around in a disgusting manner." The guards also looked curious, looking at the devil fruit in Gion's hand, and wondering if this is the thing guarded by the Lord's servant. However, at this moment, they couldn't move, they couldn't control so much, their attention was all on Moser. They don't know what will be facing themselves and others next. The Gion who decided to eat devil fruit, raised his right hand and snapped a bite of the devil fruit. Nauseous, unpalatable, just as unpalatable in general, Gion's face was instantly hard to look, and his stomach surged and he almost couldn't help but vomit out. But she still resisted, and swallowed abruptly. The smell of shit was unpalatable, which made Gion an unforgettable smell. Moser on the side saw such a Gion, almost couldn't help laughing, because I just ate devil fruit a few days ago and knew the taste. At the moment it was swallowed, an astonishing sword intent burst out, and Gion was surrounded by white sword auras all over his body. The entire temple was filled with wisps of sword energy. Advertisement Gion's kendo realm was improved in an instant, including physical fitness to a certain extent. Now her strength can be said to be greatly improved, and the realm of swordsmanship has broken directly from the swordsman to the great swordsman, completing a leap of the great realm. Missing, Taoyuan pulled out the knife in her hand, and for a moment, once the golden sword spirit came out. Boom! The dust was everywhere, and the rubble flew horizontally. Ultimate's sword aura directly penetrated more than a dozen walls, cutting out a sword mark, all the way to the outside of the temple. This is still a trial experiment with Gion Kobuk's sword, and the terrifying aspects of kendo fruit have not really been revealed yet. Seeing this powerful sword, Enel and the guards who were frozen were all stunned. I wondered, who are these two guys? Are all Qinghai people such monsters? Gion looked at the sword she had cut out, but she was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ken Dao Guo to improve herself so much. With just a random wave, he has such a great power, and the most important thing is that his kendo realm has broken through to the great swordsman. It's too small inside, let's go out and try its power, Moser said with a smile, and then directly pulled Nuo Jiao, Gion and disappeared in place. After a while, the giant immediately appeared outside the temple. Holding the middle sword tightly, Gion felt an astonishing sword aura about to explode in his body. The horrible sword is constantly improving. Gion waved his right hand forward, and for an instant, a golden sword gas of hundreds of meters slashed out and shot directly toward the bottom of the White Sea, and a huge explosion sounded. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, and a pothole with a radius of several meters appeared. Looking down from the pothole, you can directly see the 7-kilometer altitude. With just one blow of Gion's hand, he can penetrate the island cloud at an altitude of 10,000 meters, which explains the terrifying aspects of this sword. Holding the famous sword tightly, Gion felt the powerful power from his body and the breakthrough of sword energy. Chapter 179 God's Island. As if she was still in the mood, the sword aura rose to the sky. In an instant, white light flashed, and a golden sword aura bombarded the temple like a giant dragon. Boom! Under this terrifying power, the temple collapsed and disintegrated, and pieces of boulders made up of islands continued to fall. In an instant, dust was everywhere, the earth shook, and the temple was completely turned into ruins. A casual blow was like a punishment from heaven. This was the terrifying point after Gion broke through the great swordsman. Looking at the ruined temple, Moser looked a little surprised. Moser, you were right. You shouldn't be kind to the enemy. Those people want to deal with you. Damn it. Gion's tone was very indifferent. However, Moser smiled knowingly after listening, and stroked Gion's hair. In fact, Moser hadn't planned to let them go. After all, those people wanted to kill themselves, so why did they keep them alive? Moser, are we going back now? Gion asked Moser. No hurry, honey, you wait for me here, I'll come as soon as I go, Moser said. Okay. Gion answered. 1 minute later, with a slight breeze blowing, Moser appeared on the top of Angel Island. As he developed the fruits of time and space, the farther he could span. On the 100 Golden Beach, countless guards wandering around, at this time also felt an extremely powerful power above them, and they all looked up. A sense of surprise appeared on their faces, a figure standing horizontally above the sky, obviously just standing there. However, the passing birds stopped flying, and the clouds seemed to stop floating. The time around it is static. They had seen this kind of scene before, and they stood there for a while. It took several seconds for the guards to react. A patrol captain with a spear stood up and shouted at Moser above the sky. Who is your excellency? What is the purpose of our ambassadors? If Moser were alone, he would be patient and accompany them to have a good time. Unfortunately, Gion is waiting for him. He doesn't have much time to play today. Moser said in a cold tone, I'm here to rule your country, and ask your ruler Ganfor to get out and see me. Incomparable hockey. Everyone on the Golden Beach heard these words with angry expressions on their faces, and the patrol CFEI said with anger, "How dare you say it to our supreme god on Angel Island? He was disrespectful, and he tried to rule our country in vain. He deserved all the guilt. Brothers, kill him for me." With an order, hundreds of patrol soldiers were holding bows and arrows, and clouds of arrows aimed at Moser, pulling strings, and launching them. Hey! For an instant, the clouds and arrows overwhelming the sky, with a strong wind breaking like a storm, pierced Moser above the sky. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly, and Moser moved his finger lightly. Space moves. In an instant, the hundreds of cloud arrows disappeared in the air, and then reappeared in the next second. However, the arrow turned its direction, and its power was undiminished, and it rushed down like the sky and the earth. The people below were shocked when they saw this scene. Most of them were stunned for a while, and a small number of people thought of running away. But they found that their bodies couldn't move, as if they were settled in place. They could only look at Moser above, and the arrow that kept approaching themselves and others. The expression was terrified, and Moser at the moment looked like a demon in their eyes. Rumble. The earth quaked, rubble flew horizontally, dust was everywhere, and thousands of arrows rain completely submerged everything. On the earth, arrow pits appeared, shallow. Advertisement: countless pieces of soil. On the broken soil, there are dozens of corpses with arrows studded on them. Before they die, their faces are full of fear. The other hundreds of guards saw this scene with cold sweat on their foreheads and dared not move. No, they couldn't move. These means, in their eyes, are like miracles. This was the result of Moser's deliberate control, otherwise none of them would survive. It can be said now, where is Gan-4? Moser teleported from the sky to the bottom in an instant. The captain of the guard who asked questioningly, when Wu Shang came down, he jumped, but he couldn't speak, nor could he. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot, you can't talk." Moser smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the hand that was raised in the sky by the guard chief dropped down and was able to move again. "Who on earth are you?" The chief guard stepped back in fear. "Tell me, where is Gan-4? Otherwise." Moser looked at him with a smile, but the threat was self-evident. "On the Island of Gods." Incomparably scared, the guard chief instinctively said where Gan-4 was going. The most important thing is that he thinks that only Gan-4 can solve Moser, but he will know later that he obviously thinks too much. Gan-4 can't even stop Moser. In an instant, Moser disappeared in place again, and at the same time, the guards also regained their freedom. When they saw Moser disappearing out of thin air, they thought about what happened just now. The guard, "Chairman, was that God just now?" a guard asked involuntarily. "I don't know." The guard commander didn't know how to answer this question, his expression was lost in thought. The power Moser showed just now completely surpassed their imagination and insight. A minute later, Moser came to the top of the Island of Gods, and took a look. What was greeted as an island full of emerald green, and towering trees grow on it. The most special thing is that the ground of this island is not composed of island clouds, but like the islands of Qinghai. Above the surface is soil. On Sky Island, soil is the most precious thing. There is no one. This is called a god. The island of Apayado. Falling from the sky, Moser fell like a meteor. Boom. The dust was everywhere, and with this huge sound, the surrounding guards were all attracted to it. Naturally, Moser did it deliberately. "Boy, who are you? You dared to trespass into the Island of God. Everyone listen to me to take him." The officer in the lead said that the Guard of God is the strongest force on Sky Island, and everyone claims to be able to take one. Enemy 10. However, in Moser's eyes, below Admiral are all ants. Chapter 180: The Holy Land is attacked. Empress. For more details, facing hundreds of guards who are holding long spears and rushing forward, Moser's expression is extremely indifferent, and his finger slowly taps into the air. The people who had been aggressive and rushed immediately stood on the spot. They found that they couldn't even move, their expressions instantly became horrified, and their hearts were even more shocked. He looked at Moser's side as hard as he could. Too lazy to waste time with these ants, Moser disappeared directly in place, covered with a powerful sight, and locked the target. The next second, Moser appeared in the lobby of a huge palace. With a casual look, Moser's mouth is full of smiles and looks at the people in the palace. It is Gan-4 sitting high above the main seat, and underneath it are the 4 god-tier officials under him. And other ministers. They looked at with a surprised look. Moser appeared in the hall in front of them, even wondering if they had made a mistake just now. Did this person appear out of thin air in the hall just now? "Who are you?" a prince asked. Not wanting to waste time, Moser moved his finger, and for an instant, time seemed to stand still in the entire hall. Everyone stayed in place, motionless. In the entire hall, only Moser and Gan-4 were left to move. "Who are you?" As calm as Gan-4, seeing this scene, it is better to have shock and fear on his face. "Who I am is not the key. Next, I need you to surrender to me, understand? Otherwise, it's death." Moser looked at Gan-4 with a smile on his face. "Why should I listen to you?" Although Gan-4 was scared, he still held the spear tightly in his hand, as if he was about to do it. "Why are you listening to me?" "That's a good question." Moser pointed his finger into the air. In an instant, Gan-4's face became extremely ugly, and he felt as if his body was being squeezed by space. If this goes on, he will explode and die in a few seconds, and there is no way he can do it all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, at the moment when the body is about to burst, I am convinced by you. Zephyr hurriedly yelled. The squeeze of the space on his body finally disappeared. All of a sudden, Gonfuer knelt on the ground with cold sweat on his forehead, breathing continuously. Just now he was really facing the feeling of death. Very well, remember, you are the king of Sky Island? However, the real master is me. If you dare to betray me, there is only one fate facing you, and that is death. And no one can help you. After that, Moser's figure quickly disappeared in place. Gonfuer looked at Moser, who was leaving, with 5 flavors of tea in his heart. He didn't expect Moser to leave like this. Everything that happened just now seemed to be a dream. But the sense of lethality can make Gonfuer clearly perceive that this is not a dream, it is real. And he didn't dare to have any question about Moser's words. This kind of power that controls everything and time pauses seems like a miracle. He believed that if he really dared to betray Moser, there would only be one end, and that would be death. Advertisement at the same time, as Moser left, the time in the hall finally returned to normal. Wong, what about the person who just appeared? Several princes and ministers couldn't help asking. Let's go. Gonfuer said this with a sense of despair. After all, whoever it is suddenly threatened, and there is no resistance to it. Anyone with this kind of powerlessness will feel desperate. As for why Moser wants to rule Sky Island, a small part of the reason is because of the rich gold resources on Sky Island. And the secret of its existence, after all, money is only too much. Most of the reason was because he felt that he had come to Sky Island. Wouldn't it be a pity not to give this magical island to the master in his own hands? Of course, he can't waste time on Sky Island, so Gonfuer, the original king of the Island of Gods, is his best puppet. That's it, Moser is completely arbitrary, and the control of an island is completely determined by his mood. On the other side, Moser returned to Gion's side again, and returned to the present. In fact, half an hour had not passed. Moser, you are back. At this moment, Gion was still holding the sword in his hand, apparently still holding the master, the improvement that Jian Yibo brought to her. Let's go. When it is not posted, you have the sea among the laid-off rocks in our city. After Moser finished speaking, he took Gion's hand, and within a few moments, they returned to the place where they first came up. Gion looked at the white sea above 10,000 meters, and slowly asked, Moser, are we going to jump straight down? Seeking flowers. Yes. Close your eyes and slowly fall down. Moser hugged Gion from behind. Gion closed his eyes slowly and leaned forward. He had absolute confidence in Moser. I saw the figures of the two swooping down from this tens of thousands of meters at an extremely fast speed. Huh. The endless strong wind whizzed, a little harsh, passing by both sides of the two people's bodies. Opening his eyes, Gion looked at the clouds passing by his side. His eyes were full of novelty. Feeling the wind blowing and falling from a height of 10,000 meters, this was a feeling that Yuan had never felt before. Soon, they left the white sea like a shooting star, below the endless sea. Gion opened her hands and enjoyed flying like a bird. Although she was getting closer and closer to the sea, she was not afraid at all because of the presence of Moser. 0.00 at the moment when they were about to fall into the sea, they disappeared in place and reappeared on the island. Dear, is it exciting, happy? Moser asked with a smile. Excitement, I'm very happy, thank you Moser. After speaking, Gion directly kissed Moser on the cheek. Then walked forward shyly. Feeling the touch just now, Moser couldn't help standing stupidly on the spot, wondering if he was kissed forcibly? Dear, yes, wait for me. Watching Gion go further and further away, Moser also smiled and chased after him. In the following time, Moser accompanied Gion for a whole afternoon until dusk. The two returned to naval headquarters. On the second and third days, for a week, Gion and Moser stayed together as if they were young lovers, until the 8th day Gion followed his sister out to perform tasks, and the two were separated. When the scorching sun was in the sky, Wu Jirigu sat boredly in the Haichai Cultural Department, wondering whether she would like to secretly search for it. Suddenly, Buru. The phone in his arms rang and answered, Moser, boy, where are you? Hurry up. Head to Sabaladi Archipelago, where the Holy Land Mariajoy is attacked. From the other side of the phone worm, Kong's voice. Chapter 181 Holy Land, The Three Sisters of Hancock, Time Stands Still. The attack on the Holy Land is usually done by Admiral, but now Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are all performing tasks outside. The situation was so serious this time that Kong had no choice but to call Moser over. He had already made plans in his heart, and he was going to be cheated again. Has the Holy Land been attacked? Moser wanted to make an excuse for not going. But when he remembered, it seemed that the young empress was also rescued at that time, and it seemed that it was not impossible to go. At the same time, Sabaladi Archipelago. At this moment, the Holy Land Mariajoy, a raging fire ignited above, and the people below shouted loudly. The slaves ran away frantically, and the whole Mariajoy fell into chaos. Among them, 3 little girls, stand in the middle, although the one is very young, 100, but his appearance is surprisingly beautiful. The 3 of them rushed to the blackmail bar. When everyone was running away and fell into chaos, the lady proprietor of the bar was still sitting at the bar calmly, and she saw 3 little girls running in. Seeing the 3 of them like this, he immediately knew the identity of the 3 of them. They were definitely slaves, but so what? The 3 Hancock sisters looked at Shaki warily. Come with me. Shaki took a cigarette and said slowly. Go, take a look here. Although the three sisters didn't believe Shaki, the voice of Marine soldiers came from outside. Sister, what should I do? The fat girl among the three sisters asked Hancock. Go, follow him in. Without hesitation, Hancock asked the two sisters to go in behind the bar with Shaki. You three are hiding here, don't come out, Shaki said to the three sisters who came in, and then walked in by himself. Not long after she came out, a dozen Marine soldiers broke in. Have you seen slaves running in? A Marine chief asked Shaki viciously. Sorry, sir, I didn't see it, Shaki replied calmly. Really? Long-eyed eyes replied, and then he walked around for a few times, only to walk towards the kitchen. Advertisement watching the chief walk towards the kitchen step by step, step, step. The three Hancock sisters hiding inside, heard the footsteps approaching, and their expressions became nervous. Shaw's expression also changed a little, his fists were clenched, as if he was about to shoot at any time. Just as the officer walked into the back kitchen. Way! Suddenly, gunfire came from outside. Hurry up and grab them, and the cry of the other Marine soldiers. All, follow me to catch slaves. The officer immediately turned around and led the Marine soldiers to the door. Seeing the Marine officer leading the soldiers away, Shaki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The three Hancock sisters hiding inside, with a hanging heart, also let go. But just when Shaki was about to call the three sisters Hancock out, a figure walked in slowly. It was Moser. Hello. Can I have a glass of rum? Moser said with a smile. Yes. Shaki paused a bit when she spoke. She wanted to say she refused to close the store. I don't know why, Moser seems to have magical powers, so she can't refuse. After Shaki had finished drinking, he looked at Moser and said, Sir, we are about to close after you finish drinking this glass. Oh, are you in such a hurry? Moser said with a smile still. With a wary expression, Shaki felt a great sense of oppression. But Moser was sitting there obviously, and he didn't explode with any aura, giving himself so much pressure. This feeling was something that Shaki didn't feel in Rayleigh or Roger. If Shaki can't tell at this moment, Moser's is not easy, then she has been in vain for more than 20 years. Sir, can I ask about your identity? Shaki still couldn't help asking directly. Advertisement after all, she should have heard of the strong on the sea in her situation. This guy looks so young, but gives him such a great sense of oppression, and she has never heard of this guy. Ah, what's my identity? I'm mostly the calluses on my lower back. Wu drank his sip of wine. At this time, Garp, who was still on a mission in New World, Achu, sneezed again, and Garp wondered who was thinking about Lousy. Did you say your father is Garp? Are you also Marine? Shaki was a little surprised when he heard Moser's answer. Smart. Moser looked at Shaki with a smile on his face. I don't know, Lord Marine. Why are you here? I'm just an ordinary little woman. Shaki pretended to be calm, but clenched his fists unconsciously. No, Miss Shaki, how could it be an ordinary woman? After all, you have a great relationship with Pluton Rayleigh. Moser said with a wine glass in one hand. Hearing Moser's words, Shaki's expression became a little nervous. She thought to herself, is this guy? Is it the old guy Rayleigh to trouble him? Rayleigh, this old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Excellency, is it a misunderstanding? I'm just a little woman, how can I know the famous Pluton Rayleigh? Shaki denied directly. Oh, that might be my misunderstanding, but there is one thing I don't think I have misunderstood. There is no need to hide, the three little guys hiding behind. Moser looked at the back kitchen. With his observation hockey, how could he not notice the three Hancock sisters? Hearing, Moser unexpectedly found the traces of the three Hancock sisters. Shaki immediately became tense, clenched his fist, covered armament hockey on his right fist, and threw his fist directly at Moser. 4.8, oh, do you want to do it with me? This is an irrational choice. Moser looked casual, not evasive, but picked up the wine glass and continued drinking. Just as his fist was about to hit his head, Moser just touched the tabletop with his left index finger, and all of a sudden, Shaki stayed on the spot, unable to move. Her fist stopped just like that, less than a foot in front of Moser's head. How is it possible? Shaki was full of surprise and fear. She found that she could not even move except for talking, and her body was completely set in place. The three Hancock sisters hiding in the back kitchen also saw this scene. Chapter 181 Pluton Rayleigh appears. Sister, what shall we do now? The tall and thin one of the three sisters asked Hancock. Go out and fight him. Hancock's eyes were full of determination, and the three sisters rushed out towards Moser. Seeing the three sisters coming straight, Moser smiled. Then, the three of them just rushed over. Moser's fingers lightly moved into the air. The three Hancock sisters instantly settled in place. Especially Hancock's whole body fell forward, half of it was exposed, but fortunately he has not yet developed completely. If there is a mind in the future, what kind of landscape is it? A hole, you let us go, Hancock yelled at Moser. Your Excellency, what do you want to do? Shaki did not yell like Hancock and the others, but asked calmly. He knew that Moser would definitely not want to kill them or arrest them, otherwise he would have them arrested as soon as he came in, not like he is now. Nothing, help the three of them escape, Moser said with a smile. What are you talking about? Shaki was instantly surprised when he heard Moser's words, because Moser is not Marine. How could he want to help the three Hancock sisters escape? The three Hancock sisters who were anchored were also surprised. The fat girl among them said directly, "Ah, you will help us escape with kindness." Moser didn't explain their suspicion, but just smiled. Hancock also looked at Moser suspiciously. "You can choose not to believe it," as he said. Moser directly unlocked the three people's time fixation. All of a sudden, the four of Shaki were able to move. Seeing that Moser really let go of themselves and others like this, their thoughts were mixed, and they didn't know whether to believe it or not. However, they also had to believe it, because they had already felt the magical power of Moser just now. If they really had to do it, the four of them would not even last a second together. Advertisement at the same time, the Sabaody group fell into chaos. At this moment, an old man with white hair, glasses and slippers on his feet walked calmly on the street. A wisp of breeze swept through the sand, violent explosions continued to sound, and there were gunshots, but the old man was still walking like a walk. Pluton Rayleigh. At this moment, a voice stopped the old man. "Oh, you're the little guy from Logia. What's your name is Sakazuki, right?" Rayleigh turned around, still looking casual. Faced with such contempt, Sakazuki was instantly angered. All of a sudden, there was little white smoke. The dark red magma burned the entire site, exuding incomparable high temperature, and instantly spread to the surroundings. "I saw Sakazuki's lower body completely turned into dark red lava, looking very serious," Rayleigh said. "Pluton Rayleigh, today you meet me and you are unlucky. Give up struggling. You will never get away. Oh, isn't it? Really a confident little guy. Except for the B*************** D Garp. It has been a long time since Marine said that he was going to catch me." Rayleigh's face showed a smile, that thin body, to give people a kind of boundless hockey. With a serious look in Sakazuki's eyes, although Rayleigh is a strong man, it is definitely not as strong as the legend says. Those old people in the old age should have died on the beach obediently, and even dared to come out to hang out, then it is up to him to end them. Marine soldiers who came from a distance also spotted Pluton Rayleigh. "Look, that person is Pluton Rayleigh." "Nonsense. We're not blind, don't hurry up, Marshal." Pluton Rayleigh appears. "Old thing, you are going to be arrested by me today." Sakazuki burst into terrifying lava. "Did you know? The guy is small. Young people can't be too confident, otherwise, it will be easy to capsize in the gutter." Rayleigh's pupils became extremely cold, his face gradually became serious, and there was a great feeling from him. A sense of oppression. You products of the old era, it's time to leave." Sakazuki, who had a temper, was already intolerable. Magma splashed all over his body, and terrible energy surged with his right fist clenched tightly. Who knew his voice just fell? He shot in an instant. Big Red Lotus. The right hand turned hot, and with the sound of breaking through the air, Sakazuki appeared to the right of Rayleigh, and a vicious dog carrying a fiery flame spewed out. Advertisement. That's what Chong Sasuke said, but he didn't dare to underestimate King Wu Rayleigh. Armed, punch. His face was calm, his whole body burst out with great power. Pluton Rayleigh didn't draw his sword for the first time, but was extremely dark on his fist, which contained a powerful armament hockey. A fist light like a shockwave, carrying the power of destroying the world, rushed straight to the giant magma dog. Rumbling. The land is cracked, dust is everywhere, and rubble is flying. The terrifying fist light and the hot magma collide like a meteorite. In an instant, a radius of 100 meters turned into a ruin, terrifying. In the spreading dust, Sakazuki made another move. He wanted to try these old age characters for a long time. Unfortunately, there has been no chance. Now that there is a chance, he is certainly not willing to let it go. Armed, great eruption. Sakazuki's arms were covered with armament hockey, countless magma erupted from his hands, and finally formed a meteor shower, directly and powerfully covering Rayleigh. Armed and cut straight. Suddenly, the sword energy rushed into the sky. Rayleigh pulled out his famous sword, 100 meters of sword energy, as if to destroy everything, carrying a terrifying power, straight to the magma wave. Bang! The mountains collapsed, the explosions continued uninterrupted, gun smoke was everywhere, and the square kilometers were all plunged into riots, magma raged, and sword gas destroyed everything. The power of the two ultimates collided again, forming a terrifying aftermath that swept across the four places, and then offset each other's consumption, forming a huge storm of destruction, and then scattered between the world. In the dust, the two faced each other in the gravel. The surroundings had been hiding far away. The Marine soldiers looked at this scene with extremely surprised expression. In their eyes, how terrifying the strength of the two was. With their strength, there is no way to intervene, and they can only wait for Garp Zephyr and others to come over. Chapter 182 Sakazuki vs Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh, this time you must die, and I will judge you on behalf of absolute justice. The momentum of Sakazuki's whole body continued to rise, and the terrifying magma boiled once again, rushing straight into the sky, forming a burning cloud, which looked golden and red. The little guy is not strong, and there is a lot of nonsense. If you want to take the old man's life, you are a bit early, Rayleigh said with a mocking look. Damn it, Rayleigh, I'm going to kill you, armed, dark hound. Rushing to the sky, the magma on Sakazuki's right hand exudes terrifying temperature, like a volcanic eruption, continuously compressed and finally burst out. Two with a look of wolf, Rayleigh was also angry at this moment. He didn't want to be taunted by a junior, even though this junior was really strong. Armed, cut instantly. Two, the sword intent of ultimate was contained on the famous sword, and a sword aura of hundreds of meters slammed out suddenly with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Boom. The two collided like dragons in midair with a terrifying sword aura, unceremoniously, directly raging towards Sakazuki. Guru. Guru. Magma erupted. Sakazuki blocked everything. His face was full of madness. You can't do it, old stuff, let me die here. Two without being provoked by Sakazuki's words, Rayleigh had only one thought in his heart at this moment, to kill this dead dog at all costs. The horrible sword aura came out instantly, cutting forward, and Sakazuki's arms were completely dark, and the attack was blocked forcibly. The right foot was pitch black as a column, pulling straight towards Rayleigh, his body leaned back, and the powerful hind limbs slammed forward, and there was a roar on the ground. At this time, both of them had already hit real fire, and every sword and every punch could inflict fatal damage on each other. Sakazuki's eyes were full of endless cruelty, and he was bound to kill Rayleigh here to establish his prestige. The huge chasm, the ground with a radius of 100 meters, had already cracked, and the constant sound of sonic booms all showed the fierce fighting between the two. Advertisement 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, the two of them were covered with hideous wounds, and the blood kept flowing. But the two did not intend to stop at all. Each move was a killer move, carrying out the most fundamental bloody fight. With a look of surprise, Sakazuki at this moment thought that Rayleigh was so old and his strength was not as good as the peak. He should be able to easily suppress him, but he did not expect. In the rationale just now, he was vaguely defeated. Impossible. I don't believe it, this old guy is so strong, Sakazuki roared in his heart. The terrifying magma burst out, hitting the whip leg and hitting Rayleigh's forehead. Bang. Blood gushed out, and the body leaned to the side, ignoring the pain, turning his head, waving the famous sword, and the terrifying power covered it, directly on Sakar's. Left a sword mark on his body. Without any evasion, the hot lava gathered in his hands and blasted straight towards Rayleigh's head. Sakazuki seemed to want to replace Rayleigh with an injury in order to defeat Rayleigh. With a look of wolf, Rayleigh is also completely serious. Boom. The sharp famous knife slashed, accompanied by flesh and blood falling. A bloody wound appeared on Sakazuki's body, even his intestines were exposed, looking terrifying. At the same time, hot magma bombarded Rayleigh's head, the famous sword blocked in front, and the magma continued to burn everything. A powerful force, steel. Rayleigh also took a few steps back. Rayleigh looked at Sakazuki ahead, feeling amazed in his heart, thinking about the little guy now, are they so strong? If a few more years pass, it may be yourself who will be the victim. However, Rayleigh would not choose to back down. After all, it would be too embarrassing to be beaten by a junior. The two have fought until now, except for the whole cards of life and death, they have already made full shots, especially Sakazuki's more and more frightened. The old one did not have the upper hand, and even fell into the disadvantage. The shocking wounds seemed to tell myself that he could not defeat Rayleigh. Advertisement, little guy, I want to change the pattern of the world now. It's too early, we are not old enough to move. Rayleigh's figure turned into a streamer and rushed away. The two fought fiercely together on the ground. The speed was so fast that ordinary people could not see it. The fists, hands and feet, body, and head were all turned into weapons for the two. In the fiercest fight, outsiders can only see the terrifying sword aura and hot magma, as well as the constant explosions above the ground. As a great swordsman, Rayleigh and two-color hockey have cultivated to a high level, so his physical skills are naturally not weak. Marine onlookers, at this moment, the expressions are very close to see Ren Zhongtian's Weidu. This success has surpassed his door's expectations. They hoped in their hearts that Sakazuki could win, but everyone with a discerning eye could see that Sakazuki fell into the disadvantage. Explosions continued to be produced above the ground, and the aftermath of the battle spread from the middle to the fore to form a chain and destroy everything. There was already no figure in a radius of 100 meters. After all, the aftermath of the two fighting, but can easily kill an ordinary person. Do you think Sakazuki Vice Admiral can win? A marine soldier asked his friend next to him. I don't know, the opponent is Pluton Rayleigh. If you want to win, it's basically impossible. The marine soldier shook his head. How could your power be so strong? Ming, obtained. Clearly that you are not at your peak, Sakazuki said with his face covered, and at this moment he could not suppress Rayleigh at all. Instead, it fell into a disadvantage. Spit out the bruise in the mouth, Rayleigh grinned. You little fellow, it's not too far away. Damn it. Sakazuki roared, hot lava bursting out of his body, and he rushed away again. The terrifying magma fist, carrying the sonic boom towards Rayleigh's head, blasted straight away, making a fist and concentrating his whole body power at one point. Swinging a knife, the sword aura containing ultimate power, slashed straight out, and the aftermath alone caused bursts and the roar of the atmosphere. The two intersected, and the darkness was extremely dark. Each hit was like a meteorite collision, destroying everything around. At the same time, on the other side, the three Hancock sisters at this moment have completely believed in Moser. To be precise, they have to believe. Chapter 183 Admiral arrives for covetous beauty. Why are you helping us? Hancock still asked. Help if you want. Moser looked calm, he couldn't say that he coveted your beauty in the future. Although Shaki was also very confused, he couldn't help but think too much. Let's go, Moser said slowly. Aren't you waiting for Marine to leave? There are Marine soldiers outside now. How are we going to get out? Boya Sandersonia looked at Moser with a puzzled look. Hancock and Shaki also appeared puzzled. After all, Moser is Marine. Even if his strength is strong, it is not good to run out so blatantly and reveal his identity, right? I can leave if I want to. As soon as the voice fell, Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth, only with a light wave of his right hand. In an instant, the three sisters Moser and Hancock disappeared in place, and in the next second, they appeared on the shore of Sabadi Archipelago. Shaki in the blackmail bar saw the four Moser disappeared out of thin air. The expression on his face was shocked, and he thought to himself, what kind of monster is this Moser and possesses such a method? Still everything disappears out of thin air. 110. This can be said to be a miracle. It is much more terrifying than his old father Garp. I really don't know what the sea will be like in the future. On the other side, at the moment, Sabadi Archipelago, in the island, Rayleigh and Sakazuki are fighting fiercely. Huh. Huh. Gasping for breath, Sakazuki panted heavily, sweat ran through his body. Looking at the other side, Rayleigh, who looked like he had enough energy, his face became extremely sullen and roared. Impossible, I don't believe you, an old guy, have such a strong power. There was no word, but Rayleigh's body exuded a sword intent in response to him. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and the most terrifying power burst out from Rayleigh's body. At the head of the county, Rayleigh is not as easy as he can get up. The rare opponent is His Majesty. In the distance, Sakazuki looked at Rayleigh, who was brewing a big move, and his inner fighting spirit continued to rise. Advertisement: I will not lose, I will never lose, I will not lose to you products of the old age. In an instant, the endless magma on Sakazuki burst out, covering the entire kilometer from left to right, half of which contained ultimate haki, and the other half turned into hot magma. Little guy, your strength is indeed very strong, but if you want to change the situation now, it is too early, and we are not too old to move. Endless, extremely chopped. The mighty power erupted, and suddenly, the sword intent on Rayleigh's body rose into the sky, as if to break through everything in the world. A radius of 100 meters was completely ravaged by the sword intent. In an instant, the famous sword in Rayleigh's hand was extremely dark, and it was swung with ultimate sword aura in an instant. Roar. The ultimate sword aura that reached hundreds of meters, carrying the power of destroying the world, slashed towards the Sakazuki ahead, and everything along the way was destroyed. Sakazuki couldn't help being shocked when he saw this sword that ruined the world, but his face was full of wolves, and he wanted to catch Pluton Rayleigh with his own hands. Armed, great eruption. He raised his hands high, countless terrifying magma fireballs spewed from his hands, turning into giant magma dogs in midair, bombarding the sharp sword energy. A series of terrifying vicious dogs, like a pack of wolves eating beasts, kept blocking and biting the sword energy that was hundreds of meters away. Rumble. The sky and the earth shook, the atmosphere roared, and the explosions continued. The sharp sword gas and magma scattered like meteors, and just a small strand of it could destroy a huge boulder. Ultimate sword aura seemed to cut everything, leaving gaps and continuing to move in the direction of Sakazuki. The terrifying giant magma dog seemed to swallow the sword energy of hundreds of meters. In an instant, the two were evenly matched. Ah! Sakazuki roared, and the lava above the sky that covered the sky and the earth gathered from all directions, constantly providing him with energy. The flames on the several giant magma dogs climbed again, becoming more violent and powerful. Facing this scene, Rayleigh did not panic. Cold sweat ran down from his forehead, but he was still incomparably hot. He said, Little guy, you are still a little too tender, ask Garp or Sengoku to come over. Ah! Mingtu, Rayleigh roared, swiping the famous sword in his hand, and another sword aura of Baiju slashed out. The two sword auras gathered together at any moment, as if to break through everything. Advertisement: in a flash, the fiery magma giant dog, the ultimate sword aura, and two terrifying attacks, like the wild beasts, burst out with the most terrifying power and destroy everything. The sky is thundering, sword aura is raging, magma is covered, and the whole world is white. Boom, boom, boom. The world burst, and a dark mushroom cloud rose to the sky. In an instant, an unstoppable wave of air swept across, the earth trembled, and everything around was annihilated, and everything had no interest. The marine soldiers thousands of meters away could even feel a strong wind. In the endless dust, whoop, everyone only heard two heavy gasps. Sakazuki was covered with hideous wounds all over his body, especially on his chest, with a sword wound nearly 10 centimeters in length. Rayleigh on the other side was not much better. His back was full of sweat, and the hideous wound caused by magma on his right arm looked particularly terrifying. Just when the two were about to continue their hands, a fist containing a powerful force fell from the sky and blasted towards Pluton Rayleigh. Observation Haki sensed in advance that Pluton Rayleigh instantly backed away, avoiding the punch. Rumble. Countless rubble flew horizontally, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground in an instant. In the endless dust, a strong figure slowly walked out. It was Zephyr. Zephyr Admiral. The marine soldiers behind saw the arrival of Zephyr and shouted. Including Rayleigh seeing Zephyr come, his expression has also changed a little. Zephyr Admiral. Sakazuki also said hello. Although he is arrogant, it does not mean arrogance. In the battle just now, he himself could feel that he had fallen into a disadvantage. It was basically impossible to catch Pluton Rayleigh just by himself. Chapter 184. Kuzan appears and war starts. Rayleigh, you old fellow, if you don't hide well, you still dare to appear here. Zephyr looked directly at Rayleigh like a tiger and said. Ha 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 ha, None of you have retired yet, why would I hide? Not at all. Rayleigh's expression returned to calm and laughed. He looked at the translation in Sakazuki in front of him. Even if he was better than Rayleigh, he couldn't be the opponent of the two. And if you continue to fight, maybe you really might be left here. Thinking of this, Zephyr, the old man is leaving first, and goodbye. After that, Rayleigh did not hesitate, and rushed directly to the direction of the sea. When the Sakazuki and the two reacted, Rayleigh had already jumped into the sea and swam into the distance quickly. Sakazuki saw this scene and hurried to chase him. Rayleigh stretched out his hand to stop him and persuaded him. You can't catch Rayleigh by yourself. Now the more important thing is to stop the riot in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Damn it. Sakazuki clenched his fists, but he still did not choose to catch up. Indeed, it was impossible for him to catch Rayleigh just by himself. At this moment, the three Hancock sisters, who were on the coast of Island 37, looked shocked when they saw themselves appearing on the coast out of thin air. Sister, how come we are here? Boya Marigold asked in amazement. Hancock's face was also shocked, and the three of them looked at Moser. Without thinking about it, they all guessed that Moser brought them here. This is too surprising. Instant movement, this level of power, let alone the three Hancock sisters, have never heard of them. They couldn't think of it, they could feel it in person today. Moser, how did you do this? Hancock asked still involuntarily. Devil fruit ability. Moser didn't give much explanation. Seeing that Moser didn't want to explain, the three Hancock sisters didn't ask any more, but the shock in their hearts did not dissipate. No way, everything that happened today, Yenji impacted their values, time is still, space is moving, this kind of thing that is left in the imagination, how did they expect to see it in person one day? Where do you want to go? Moser had just finished asking this sentence, but his face changed, and he immediately took out a mask from his arms and brought it up. Advertisement because he felt a familiar force and was rushing over here. Sure enough, less than a few seconds later, a stream of light fell from the sky, and as he descended, the surrounding temperature began to drop. When Kuzan saw the disheveled appearance of the three Hancock sisters, and the tattoos of slaves that appeared behind them, they immediately recognized their status as slaves. However, Kuzan's gaze immediately turned to Moser's side, and he could clearly feel the great pressure on the masked man. Who is this guy? Why is his body cold? Hancock asked Moser. One of Marine's three Logia monsters is stronger than Marine Vice Admiral. Moser looked calm, changed his tone, and said this. However, the three Hancock sisters were so surprised. After all, they have also heard of Logia, and the strength of this guy is stronger than Marine Vice Admiral, then we are not finished. Can you beat him? Hancock looked at Moser. Faced with this question, Moser did not answer, but just smiled. Even if the three of Moser team up, it is impossible to be Moser's opponent, let alone Kuzan alone. The only trouble is that Moser has no space to move, and quickly takes the three Hancock sisters away. After all, he didn't deliberately hide his fruit ability, there is still a small group of people in Marine who have seen him show his ability. Especially the space shuttle, an extremely rare ability, as long as Moser dares to use space shuttle or the ability to use time to stand still, he will definitely expose his identity. Who are you? Kuzan looked at Moser. This is not the point. The point is, can you treat us as if you haven't seen us? Just retreat. Moser said with a smile. Then the three of them are handed over, you can go. Kuzan's expression is still so cold. When the three Hancock sisters heard these words, they looked at Moser nervously. It might not work. Moser directly refused. When Wu Xian was in charge, the two brothers and sisters Hanku breathed a sigh of relief, especially when brother Hanku kept asking Wu Xian in his eyes. For Flowers advertisement, that can only be sorry. As soon as the voice fell, Kuzan burst into a cold air, facing such a powerful enemy, he dared not keep any hands. Armed, violent mouth. The cold ice burst out, a huge whistling, a huge ice-bird, wherever it went, it turned into ice and swept towards Moser. Seeing this horrible scene, the three Hancock sisters showed worry for an instant, wondering if Moser would be this guy's opponent. Facing this ultimate ice, Moser couldn't help but say, I was so serious from the beginning. But his expression didn't panic at all, instead, it was a difficult expression, because if he didn't want to reveal his identity, he couldn't use even Marine's moves except for the fruit ability. In this case, it would be the same if he wanted to quickly solve Kuzan. A troublesome thing. Point zero for a moment, Moser's right fist was incomparably dark, and his whole body was full of blood. Armed, blood fist. The right fist blasted straight out, and a terrifying blood fist was like a boulder, carrying terrifying power, and blasted away. Boom. Two ultimate attacks that looked like meteorites collided on the ground. The sound of the explosion was continuous, the ice splashed in all directions, and the ground under the feet of the two broke directly. The fluctuations caused by the hard bump, like the waves, directly scraped the ground 3 feet and swept out. Seeing Moser blocking his own blow so easily, there was a hint of surprise on Kuzan's face. Moser's figure quickly disappeared in place. Suddenly, a voice came from Kuzan's ear, be careful. Moser, with a playful look, containing fists of terrifying power, came straight towards Kuzan's face. Broken. The ground trembled, the ice shattered, Kuzan's expression relaxed, and he reappeared elsewhere. Seeing that this attack didn't work, Moser still had an indifferent expression. Since it is difficult to solve quickly, then play with Kuzan, mainly to pretend to be forced in front of the girl. Table, a sea of blood. The blood was surging and rose to the sky, carrying the power to swallow everything, and drowned to chapter 185. Logia Fruit awakens. Frozen, double lances. Facing this terrifying blow, Kuzan was still the same iceberg face of 10,000 years. He slowly opened his hands, and two huge spears made of ice were caught in his hands and pierced towards the sea of blood. Boom, rumble. The two ultimate forces collide with each other, constantly resisting and consuming. In an instant, the weather roared, smoke rose, flying sand and rocks, countless airwaves rotating at high speed, and the entire ground turned into a surging sea of blood while turning into a cold polar region of ice. Taste. The figure instantly disappeared in place. A terrifying sound of breaking wind resounded in Moser's ear, followed by a fist containing ultimate ice, blasting towards his head. With just two moves against each other, Kuzan felt Moser's powerful force, so he had to choose to take the lead in 1-1-3. With blood surging, Moser didn't even have the idea of avoiding, and the right fist was extremely dark, and he blasted out directly. Boom. The force sank, and the two fists collided like dragons. For a moment, terrible power. Puff. Vomiting blood, Kuzan spouted out a mouthful of blood, his body moved back quickly, and his right hand was trembling even more. The expression was shocked. Kuzan didn't expect Moser to be so powerful. He was vomiting blood just by touching each other with punches. The three Hancock sisters, who were hiding behind, were surprised to see this scene. They were still worried that Moser would not be able to beat Kuzan. After all, Logia's attack looked too terrifying, but in the current situation, Moser completely suppressed Kuzan. If they knew, it was Moser who couldn't use all his strength in order not to reveal his identity, otherwise Kuzan couldn't support them with 20 moves in his hands. What would it be like? Who are you? Kuzan looked at Moser warily. Come on, your incumbent has drawn my 20% lead, Wu said indifferently. Damn it, armed, ice saber. Advertisement. The arrogant Kuzan had never suffered this kind of humiliation. He saw a cold air burst out of his hands, and a long knife of several meters of ice was conceived. System. In an instant, Kuzan's figure quickly disappeared in place, holding a long ice knife in front of Moser and slashing away. Armed, bloody sea is overwhelming. When the attack was about to come, Moser burst into the sky, turning into a huge blood sea barrier, blocking this terrifying blow. In an instant, the blood sea barrier was cut off, but Moser's figure had already appeared a few meters away. Kuzan looked at Moser on the opposite side with an extremely serious expression. He has not fully seen Moser's strength until now. But what about it? With Kuzan proud, how could it be easy to admit defeat? Without saying a word, Kuzan looked extremely cold, and Kuzan, who had been in a disadvantaged position, chose to take the initiative again. Moser faced Kuzan, who came straight, still smiling. Taste. Figure disappeared instantly. People turned into streamers and crashed into each other. A sea of blood was overwhelming, and the other was icy. The collision between the two produced a huge storm, which rolled up the surrounding ground, forming a meteor shower and smashed out in all directions. The three Hancock sisters, who were originally 100 meters away from them, are also constantly running farther away, for fear of being affected. Puff. He vomited blood. Kuzan tilted his head, his eyes were cold, and he turned around and punched him, but Moser easily avoided him with this punch. Bang, bang, fists to the flesh, the two erupted with powerful strength, tore together, and were engaged in the most primitive fight. In just a moment, the scars on Kuzan's body were all over his body, looking very hideous and terrifying. Bang. Kuzan struck Moser's chest with a punch containing terrifying power. Facing this punch, there was no idea of avoiding it, and the pitch-black right foot blasted away. In an instant, hey! Kuzan again, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his body like a cannonball, flying backwards towards the distance. Rumbling rumble. Countless trees do not break in a big mountain in the coherence. All of a sudden, rubble flew across, and dust was everywhere. Advertisement. The three Hancock sisters were all staring at the mountain at the moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the dust dissipated, and Kuzan flew straight out, covered in blood, with a hideous wound on his right arm, his complexion extremely hideous. He had a sense of despair since the battle. No matter how he broke out, no matter how strong he exerted, he would still be suppressed by Moser. Moser, who looked at the opposite, was still so relaxed and casual, especially the look in his eyes, as if he didn't put himself on an opponent of the same level at all. But this is obviously Kuzan thinking too much. It's not that Moser didn't put him on an opponent of the same level, but he didn't put him on an opponent of the same level. I don't believe I will lose here. Kuzan roared into the sky, and Kuzan's previously indifferent face became a little distorted. Eldest sister. What's wrong with that guy? Are you going crazy? Boya Sandersonia on the side asked Kukin. I don't know. Compared to this, I care more about how strong this guy is. Hancock looked directly at Moser in front of him. Armed, freezing moments. For an instant, Kuzan burst into cold air all over his body, and the temperature dropped accordingly. Boom. Frost is flying, crystal clear ice flowers, ultimate ice is permeating this world. In an instant, the temperature dropped drastically, with a radius of 1,000 meters, directly turning into a frozen place. Kuzan directly changed the landform, exuding cold air, forming a land of icebergs. This allows him to maximize the strength of frozen fruit by 4.8, quickly recover from his injuries, and even improve his physical strength and energy. At this moment, the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters has completely turned into a land of extreme ice. The three Hancock sisters in the back were shocked when they saw this miraculous scene. "Sister, what the hell is this? The whole landscape has been changed. Moser won't lose, right?" Boya Sandersonia asked Hancock on the side. "No," Hancock answered the answer quickly, because he saw that Moser was not panicking at all, but still so casual. "Kind of, meaning, does Logia fruit awaken? But it's kind of interesting." For Kuzan's use of this trick, Moser's expression appeared a little surprised, but just like that, he didn't bother to play anymore. Chapter 186 completely crushed, 50%. With an angry expression, Kuzan's breath kept rising. Looking at Moser with fierce eyes, Kuzan, who had reached the peak of momentum at the moment, was ready to make the final fight. Armed tyrannical mouth. The cold ice burst out, a huge whistling, a huge iceberg, wherever it went, it turned into ice and rushed away. Seeing this scene, Moser's expression finally appeared serious. The sea of blood is overwhelming. In an instant, a terrifying blood burst out. Moser's right fist was incomparably dark, and he blasted forward, drowning in a sea of blood. The two attacks collided, and for an instant, the atmosphere roared, the sky shook, and explosions continued. Endless, there is a monstrous sea of blood above the ground, and a giant iceberg in the sky. At this moment, the three Hancock sisters watched this scene nervously, thinking, if Moser waits for a while and really loses, what will they do? However, later they will deeply discover how redundant their idea is. The sea of blood began to erupt, and the force of terror seemed to swallow everything. Boom! Ultimate's ice continued to spread, as if to freeze everything. The ground of the entire island is a sea of blood and a polar region of ice. In the sea of blood, Moser's expression is still so relaxed and casual, but his whole body burst out with a power that makes people afraid to look directly, and his eyes exude absolute confidence. In the ice, Kuzan's bruised body, his aura is still rising, his strength seems to be breaking through to an extreme point, and he stares directly at Moser with cold eyes. Kuzan's physical strength has completely reached its limit, but his arrogance does not allow him to admit defeat, and he will have to fight for the last time. It's time to end. Moser was tired of playing, and powerful power erupted from all over his body. His right arm burst like a dragon, as if to destroy everything, exuding unimaginable power. Advertisement. Your head knife is lowered, connecting with my 50% head knife. Wu Xian said close. Armed, a sea of blood is overwhelming. Moser blasted forward with both fists, and countless terrifying fists burst out from his hand, like a violent storm, and drowned toward Kuzan. Armed, frozen bird. Facing this terrifying blow, looking up, Kuzan looked a little desperate, but he didn't want to lose. He, who has always been called a monster, has never been crushed like this. In an instant, Kuzan's whole body, the air of ice burst out, his hands opened, countless ice covered, visible to the naked eye, and ice hovering. In an instant, a giant iceberg with a length of hundreds of meters, like a meteorite torn space, galloped towards the endless magma giant dog. Rumble, heaven and earth burst, ice shattered, ultimate power overwhelming everything. In an instant, an unstoppable force overwhelmed everything, the earth shook, and the entire ground was divided into two halves. Boom. At this moment, the three Hancock sisters focused their eyes on the ground, wanting to see who wins and who loses. Puff. Blood sprayed, and a figure fell heavily on the ground in the mist. Kuzan was covered in blood, and the bone wound on his chest looked terrifying. He looked unwillingly at Moser, who had only a scar on his arm in front of him. Kuzan couldn't believe it, he didn't believe that his full blow could only bring a slight scar to Moser. The three Hancock sisters behind saw this scene. Their expressions were already shocked, and they also knew how ridiculous their thoughts were before. Moser and Kuzan are not at the same level. Until now, Kuzan's last full blow brought Moser a little bit of damage, and only a little bit of damage. The three Hancock sisters all had the same idea in their hearts at this moment. How could Moser be so strong that it was beyond their imagination? Moser slowly walked towards Kuzan, but he didn't choose to do it. Instead, he said with a smile. Actually, you are already very strong. I have used 50% of my strength in this battle. Moser's words of comfort are a great humiliation in Kuzan's eyes. He has been called a monster since he was a child, and he has never received such humiliation. Kuzan struggled to stand up, but the huge pain in his body caused him to just put his hands on the ground, and then jumped off in an instant. Advertisement. Instead of ending Kuzan, Moser glanced at Kuzan and walked away slowly. This look, in Kuzan's heart, seems to be the pity of the strong to the weak, or in other words, in his eyes, he is absolutely impossible to be his opponent, so the root. There was no need to kill him. Kuzan secretly made up his mind at this moment that no matter who the masked person is, he must defeat him. The next second, Kuzan, who had been holding on for a long time, passed out into a coma. Moser couldn't think of it. Before he left, he took a casual look, which was interpreted in Kuzan's heart. Seeing that Kuzan was in a coma, Moser was also surprised by the three Hancock sisters who were still staying in place at this moment, and slowly said, "Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, Moser waved his right hand lightly. In the next second, they disappeared instantly. 113. Within a few minutes after a few people left, two figures rushed over in an instant. It was Sakazuki and Zephyr. It is strange to come over. This is why Moser wants to resolve the battle quickly. Otherwise, when Marine's reinforcements come, although no matter how many people come, they can't be Moser's opponent, but he doesn't need to cause trouble for himself. When the two of Sakazuki arrived, they saw Kuzan, who was full of scars and fainted on the ground. Without hesitation, Sakazuki immediately picked him up and prepared to send him to the nearest place. Hospital. At this moment, both of them are full of shock. You must know that Kuzan is not at his peak now. However, it is also much stronger than Vice Admiral, and if the two of them are singled out, they may not be able to beat Kuzan. Who could beat him like this? And it seemed that the fighting didn't last long, not even half an hour. Can you defeat an Admiral-class combat power within half an hour? This is even Garp can't do. Chapter 187 9 Snake Island, Super King Strength. After the two rushed Kuzan to the nearest hospital, they have been waiting anxiously next to each other. They can't wait to know who hurt him like this. In half an hour, defeating the Admiral-class combat power, even with the knowledge of Sakazuki and Zephyr, can't think of who can do it in this sea. At the same time, on the other side, Moser took the three Hancock sisters to Hydra Island. The three Hancock sisters looked at Moser suspiciously, wondering how he knew that they were from 9 Snake Island. "We are destined to see you again," Moser said to them with a smile on his face, and then turned around. "Wait a minute!" Hancock yelled, but Moser had disappeared in place at this moment, and she could only see Moser's back leaving. For a moment, Hancock stayed there stupidly. Moser had left an indelible impression in her heart at this moment. "Eldest sister, why are you staying where you are? You are not thinking about that guy?" Boya Sandersonia asked Hancock. "Where is it, Sandersonia? What are you talking nonsense?" All of a sudden, Hancock blushed, looking embarrassed to be dismantled. "Really isn't it, sister? In fact, what is the name of the Moser is very good, saved our life, and the strength is so strong." Boya Marigold showed a star-eyed look. Everyone admires the strong, not to mention the three little girls. "Okay, I said if I didn't have it, there would be no, don't hurry back to find the snake mother-in-law." Hancock forced a sophistry, and then walked directly into the interior of 9 Snake Island. Seeing Hancock gone, the two girls of Boya Sandersonia also hurriedly followed. On the other side, Moser, who appeared in the sky, didn't think much, but teleported one after another in the direction of naval headquarters. This time, Moser appeared in Sabaody Archipelago only because of idleness. Now Hancock is still young no matter where it is. Moser can't mention it, too much interest, just leave an unforgettable impression. It will be time to harvest when she grows up. Sabaody Archipelago, inside the hospital. Advertisement. At this time, Yisha's warehouse goods have woken up. Seeing Kuzan waking up, CFEI, Zephyr quickly asked, "Who beat you seriously?" Sakazuki also looked at Kuzan. "I don't know, that person is wearing a mask." Kuzan is no longer in any serious trouble. The main reason for his coma is because of physical exhaustion. "Wear a mask? How did you get defeated? Is he alone?" Zephyr asked. "Just one person. I was defeated head-on. That guy was so strong that he was beyond imagination. I couldn't hold on for half an hour under his hands, and I could clearly perceive that the guy had reservations and didn't use his full strength. If he does his best, I might not even be able to hold it for half an hour." Kuzan clenched his fists and looked serious. Hearing Kuzan's answer, Sakazuki and Zephyr stayed in place at the same time. "Are you sure what you said is true, and you are not joking?" Although Yifa thinks that Kuzan will not make jokes about this kind of thing, it is really incredible. Still couldn't help asking. No, Kuzan's tone and expression were extremely serious. Hearing Kuzan's definite answer, at this moment, the hearts of Zephyr and Zephyr were surging like a stormy sea. They had originally guessed that Kuzan was probably attacked by a sneak attack, or that they were defeated by several people. Unexpectedly, as they had just imagined at the beginning, Kuzan was defeated head-on, and it didn't even last for half an hour. Moreover, that guy's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He defeated an Admiral-class combat strength in half an hour. Whether this is still hidden strength, what if he burst out with all his strength? Will anyone in the whole world be his opponent? At least in the hearts of Sakazuki and Zephyr, I can't think of anyone with this kind of strength. Garp can't, Whitebeard can't, even the dead Roger can't. No, for this level of power, we have to take precautions and be prepared in advance. Zephyr's expression was serious. Advertisement. Although this strong man does not know whether he is an enemy or a friend, after all, if it is an enemy, it is impossible to let Kuzan go, but if that mysterious guy does something to Marine, it will definitely be a catastrophe for Marine. Buru. Buru. Naval headquarters arrived at the office, and at this moment, the phone on his desk rang, and he just picked it up. Zephyr's voice came from the other side, with a serious tone. "Marshal Kong." "What's wrong, Zephyr? Is there any accident in the Holy Land?" Hearing Zephyr's tone, Kong wondered if something unexpected happened. "No, Marshal Sora." This time, a strong man appeared, and he took Kuzan. In a few minutes, Zephyr told Kong about what happened, and the more he talked about it, the more surprised Kong was on his face. "You mean, a Super King level combat power appeared, and his identity was unknown, and within half an hour, he defeated Kuzan?" Kong asked in amazement. "Yes, Marshal, but he spared Kuzan. He may not necessarily be our Marine's enemy, but there are strong men of this level hiding in the sea and we have to be on guard." Zephyr's tone was very serious. Kong was also in deep thought. Indeed, the strong of this level had to beware, but how to beware? The strength of the Super King level, even Garp would not be the opponent of this level of power. To be honest, Kong couldn't think of any measures for Marine to respond. No, with that lil guy's strength and Garp, maybe it's okay. Kong suddenly thought of Moser. The strength of this lil guy can easily crush Admiral, although it may not be as terrifying as the strong one described by Zephyr, but if Garp is added, the two will join forces, and there may be a battle. Thinking of this, the dignified expression on Kong's face disappeared a little, and he slowly said, "Don't worry, Zephyr, we still have the secret weapon Moser. This lil guy plus Garp, and the father and son team up, even if the mysterious person really comes over, it might not be without the strength to contend." Hearing Kong mention the little guy Moser, Zephyr also remembered. That guy's small strength is also extremely terrifying, no weaker than Garp. Indeed, if the two work together, even if the mysterious person can really defeat Admiral within half an hour, it is not necessarily the opponent of Moser and Garp. Chapter 188 Marine Proving Ground, Breakthrough Admiral? What would it look like if Kong and Zephyr knew that Moser and the mysterious person were the same person? They actually thought, let Moser deal with himself. Moser on the other side originally wanted to return to the Marine branch, but when he thought that Gion had already returned, he flew in the direction of Naval Headquarters. Just teleported to the villa in Gion. "Hello, Colonel Moser. Colonel Moser, are you looking for Gion, Rear Admiral?" The two guards standing at the door said the tall one. "Well, smart, is Gion in there now?" Moser said as he walked in. "Well, this Colonel Moser, Gion Rear Admiral is not inside, in the proving ground of Naval Headquarters," Marine soldier replied. "Oh, is it? Where is the direction of the proving ground?" Moser stopped, and then asked the Marine soldier. At the same time, Marine Proving Grounds. At this moment, Gion is on a broadcasting station like arena. On the high platform, standing Crane Vice Admiral and Sengoku Country Admiral, as well as several Rear Admiral and a school official referee. In the auditorium, there were some students and spectators. "You said, can Gion break through the 9th level?" Sengoku asked the Crane aside. "Not necessarily, but there is hope. This time Gion's strength has improved a lot. When Gion came back a few days ago, Suru Gen was taken aback, because her strength had improved too much. 10 days ago, Gion was at the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Within 10 days, he was promoted to Quasi-Admiral. It can be said that Jian Yiguo has greatly improved him. The purpose of the current Gion Challenge Arena is to go one step further and see if you can cross the threshold of Admiral. It can be said that the trial field was created by Marines specifically for the powers above Vice Admiral to break through the limit, and the opponents that came later were selected from impelled down. Pirates, it can be said that Zai Ren has a certain degree of danger. When there is no strong challenge, the trial field is not open. The rules of the trial field are as follows. There are a total of 9 levels in the trial field. One victory will automatically proceed to the next. There is no rest time in between, until you fail, or you admit defeat, understand? Already? The school official on the high platform yelled. The two sides of the broadcast station each stand with 2 Vice Admiral. When Gion has a life crisis, they will step down to rescue. Gion nodded slowly, the famous sword with her right hand already on her waist. She knew that no matter how much she practiced, it would not be as fast as the fight between life and death. The first, off, following the command of the school officer. Advertisement. The iron gate in front of Gion opened slowly. She stared at the iron gate in front of her intently. Rumble. The huge iron gate opened. Roar. A huge bear rushed out and ran wildly. The earth shook, and the 2 sturdy arms waved, making people couldn't help but tighten. Coming. Gion held the famous knife Jin Kunluo and rushed out angrily. It's boring, just such a weak beast can be killed at will. Most of the students in the audience came to watch the trial field for the first time. They had only heard of how horrible it was before. In the end, they didn't expect it to be ordinary beasts. However, they obviously forgot one thing, this is only the first level. Their words just fell. Broken. On the arena, the bear's huge giant claws didn't have a chance to swing down, and was instantly divided in half by Gion, turned into 2 huge pieces of flesh and blood, and fell on the arena. The battle lasted less than 5 seconds, and Gion was victorious. Good. The Marine soldiers and students in the audience cheered. Sengoku and others in the stands also smiled. Taoyuan and the others are not as good as His Majesty, they're one. However, with Zun and Chamai, these 2 lil guys, it can be said that they can barely be regarded as Admiral seeds. Moreover, Gion, who obtained the sword intent fruit, was now only 1 step away from Admiral's strength. The second level. Just after the battle, a huge tiger of more than 10 tons rushed out. The physique was larger than the bear just now, and it was more than that. For strength and speed, felines are definitely the strongest, and for agility and explosiveness, felines have evolved to the most perfect place. Boom. This time the battle was solved in Gion in less than 30 seconds. Advertisement. Obviously it was not as easy as the first game, but there was no injury on his body, and the battle was resolved. Look for Flowers. The third scene. It was still a fierce beast, a huge Tyrannosaurus with dozens of tons. The physique is several times that of the bear and the tiger, and the strength is several times. Marine in the audience couldn't help but sweat for Gion. However, Sengoku and Crane on the high platform are confident. They believe that with the strength of Gion, a dinosaur is nothing. The huge Tyrannosaurus opened its huge mouth and rushed towards him, making the ring vibrate at every step. Facing such a wild beast, Gideon didn't panic at all, holding the sharp sword in both hands, and rushed straight up. Rumbling. One person, one beast, close fights, bloody fights. The terrifying and huge claws of the Tyrannosaurus formed a clear contrast with Gion's young body. But the result of the battle was completely the opposite. The battle was won within 1 minute. Boom. The huge body of Tyrannosaurus fell on the ring, with wounds caused by countless sharp swords on his body. The expression was indifferent. After the 3 passes, Gion had no scars on his body, and he didn't even leave any sweat. It can be said that he was very relaxed. The goddess of the low garden, the goddess of the low garden. At this scene, the H and Zebe in the audience shouted. However, how could it be so simple for the trial field used by Marine to break through the limits? The most difficult part of the trial field is that the biggest test for the players is physical strength. After each victory, there is no breath of breath, and the next game is immediately followed. The first 3 games are just warm-ups, and the 4th game is the real battle. The further the game goes, the opponent will increase exponentially. A pirate who offers a reward of 20 million berry, now this time, not in the future, in the era when the bounty has a lot of moisture, every pirate's bounty can be said to be genuine. 4th level. The opponent in the 4th level is a pirate who offers a reward of 20 million berry. At this time, it is not the future, the era when the bounty is extremely moist. The bounty of every pirate can be said to be genuine. However, this is still difficult for Gion, and the 4th battle ended in less than 3 minutes, long. Chapter 189, the 9th level. Moser arrives. Gion is still as relaxed and casual as before, without any scars on his body. In the 5th game, a bounty of 50 million berries pirates was offered. This time, it finally took nearly 5 minutes for Gion to end the battle, and there were a few drops of sweat on his forehead. Huh. A faint gasp, although the first 5 battles were easily resolved. However, Gion is not at all happy. After all, there are 4 battles behind, and the opponent is better than the other. At this time, Moser also walked in from outside the trial field. Moser, little guy, why are you free to come over? Sengoku looked at Moser. He didn't even know that Moser was in love with Gion. Sengoku Admiral is good, Crane Vice Admiral is good. Moser first said hello politely, and then stepped onto the platform. Before, Crane looked at Moser without a good face, but today her face has eased a bit. Because she heard from Gion that her strength can make a big leap, which is the devil fruit that Moser gave her. In this way, Crane finally accepted Moser a bit. After saying hello, Moser looked at Gion on the court. Gion also discovered Moser's arrival, and just wanted to say hello. The enemy of the 6th level had already come out, and then she remembered that she was still in the trial field. The enemy in the 6th game is the pirate who offers a bounty of 100 million berry. By the 6th game, the pirates had already begun to have the 2-color hockey, and had the ability to compete with Rear Admiral. It can be said that from the 6th game, it is the real Marine test field. 5 minutes, 1 to 7 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Boom. The head of the pirate fell on the ring. This time, it took 15 minutes for Gion to resolve the battle. However, apart from her hair is a little messy, she has no injuries at all. It can be said that the 6th game did not reach her limit at all. Sengoku Admiral, there are several levels in this trial field. How strong is the strongest opponent? Moser was a little worried about Gion, and asked Sengoku aside. I tried the exercises for a total of several days, and the younger brother had the strength to reach the level of a big boy for a few days. Sengoku round. Alright Admiral. Moser muttered to himself, with a worried look on his face because it was in his eyes. The current Gion has little chance to pass the 9th level. After all, her strength has just reached the level of Quasi-Admiral. The first 8 levels will definitely consume her stamina, so Moser feels that Gion has little chance of winning. At this time, the 7th level has already begun, and no rest time will be given. The opponent in the 7th level is even more scary, and can already master the 2-color hockey, the pirate who offers a bounty of at least 200 million berry. However, at the beginning of the battle, the situation was one-sided. The pirate was firmly suppressed in Gion, who was holding the famous sword Jin Kunra, with only resistance. After half an hour, the pirate lost his breath and fell to the ground. Although he won, a small scar appeared on Gion's arm. This is the first time she has been injured since she fought, and Moser looked distressed. The 8th off officially begins. There's no rest time, as the referee announces. Kaka. The iron door slowly opened and walked out of the iron door. An old man holding a cane and standing upstairs could not see any strong breath. Sunshine. The old man can't remember how many years I haven't seen the sun, an old voice sounded. He looked at the opposite Gion, who was panting violently at this time, and said with a smile, "Ah, I'm still a beautiful girl, I don't know what it's like to get up." With a face full of anger, as the proud girl of heaven, where did Gion suffer such insults? The audience on the stage was also full of scolding. As their goddess, how could Gion be insulted like this? Old thing, dare you say one more thing? Lousy came down and tore your mouth. Goddess Gion killed this old guy and shredded him into pieces. There was constant curses in the audience. They wanted to come down and kill the old guy. Fortunately, they had nothing on their hands. Otherwise, the entire broadcast station would probably become a garbage dump. Advertisement Moser on the high platform was even more sullen. If Gion was still fighting, he would have liked to kill the old guy directly. The old man's face doesn't matter, ha ha ha. On the contrary, I will say tomorrow. Little girl, you are very welcome to have rice, let old rice love you well. Looking for death. With a face full of anger, Gion held Jin Kunluo and rushed away. Countless gravel flew up at the venue along the way. At the same time, with an angry wave of his right hand, a sharp and powerful golden sword light whizzed towards the old man. The little girl has a very angry temper, but she's too slow. Quick step. The old man's trembling legs only exploded with powerful force, and disappeared in place in a flash. Boom. The sharp golden sword light, countless broken stones flying across, the earth sensation, a few meters of sword marks appeared directly on the ring. It was extremely terrifying. Little girl, the explosive power is very strong, but it's useless. You can't beat the old man. The old man is a quick fruit ability. Obediently, let the old man spoil you. The old man looked at Gion wryly and said. Who could have imagined that an old man who walks with crutches is the best at speed? Quick punch. The old man's hands were covered with armament hockey in the first stage, and a powerful force broke out under his feet. Using the powerful speed, he formed an unparalleled force to attack Gion. In the face of this direct attack, Gion did not panic on his face, and clasped Jin Silla with both hands. Slashed in a flash. Swinging a sword, a golden sword with a length of hundreds of meters, instantly appeared, carrying the powerful power, and slashed away. Boom. The land is cracked, the dust is the sharp golden blades, and the fists that explode quickly. The moment the two collide, they form a powerful wave of air that sweeps across the square. The tiger's mouth was in pain. The old man looked at himself. The hideous, deeply visible wound on his right hand instantly put away his wretched expression and became solemn. From the blow just now, he knew that the little girl in front of him was not easy to provoke. Little girl, are you capable? I will let you see the real strength of the old man. Extremely stepped. The figure of the old man disappeared in the same place in an instant, moving at a high speed, so fast that he could not see it at all. All of a sudden, Laozi seemed to be a clone. In the eyes of everyone, the figure of the old man suddenly turned into three, and all of them burst into powerful force. At the same time, at a fast speed, don't look down and rush away. Little girl, how can I block your move? The old man has already confronted him. No, it should be said that there are three. Can't see which is the afterimage and which is the real body. Gion could only believe his instinct and slashed forward, and the terrifying golden sword directly swiped in the air, flying towards the distance, guessing wrong. Steel. The sound of the collision between the fist and the famous knife sounded, and Gion returned to defense in time to block the old man's attack. At this time, Gion seemed to be attacked by three people at the same time. It was obvious that only one was the real body, but she could not tell it at all, and could only resist constantly. With the passage of time, more and more scars on Gion's body. Although the old man could not cause a great attack on her, her physical strength was also decreasing at a slow rate. Little girl, you can't do it. Let the old man spoil you. Although the old man was mocking, but the stormy attack never stopped, but faster and faster. Cold sweat dripped on his forehead, and Gion knew that he couldn't keep it, otherwise his physical strength would be consumed more and more. Sword rain. The long sword in his hand flicked past. This time, the sword blade shot in Gion's hand was not a sword light. Rather, golden sword auras shot in all over the sky, like rain falling on the earth, with nowhere to hide, overwhelming the sky. He wanted to attack all three clones directly at once with a wide range of attacks. Boom. The sky full of sword rain directly covered Gion, the old man, and his two afterimages. The look of horror, the old man did not expect that Gion would be so cruel to him. There was no time to avoid it. Advertisement, boom. In an instant, there was a violent explosion, the ring broke apart, countless rubble flew across, smoke was everywhere, and the tiny blades covering the sky collided with each other, completely flooding the two of them. Not again. 1 second, 2 seconds, the smoke dissipated, and the old man stood on the ruins full of sword marks. The sword blades caused devastating damage to him, and he fell to the ground in pain, completely silent. Before he died, his face was full of daze. He didn't expect that he would lose to a little girl. Looking at Gion on the other side, except for the slight wounds, there was basically no injury. At the same time, Zun waved the famous sword to stop her, which also prevented her from receiving any serious harm. Excuse me, do I need to proceed to the 9th level? The general on the high platform asked. Go on. The head of the garden exhaled and said. The 9th level officially begins, following the announcement of the general. This time the iron gate did not even open, and there was no one in front of it. The marine soldiers and students in the stands were very puzzled. What about the opponent? Is that iron gate stuck? Just as everyone was discussing, a figure fell from the sky, full of muscles like a dragon. With a purple inch, a determined gaze, and two sturdy and powerful arms, this person is Admiral Zephyr. It turned out to be Teacher Zephyr. No, the opponent in the 9th level is Teacher Zephyr, is it true? How do you fight then? The students were surprised when they saw Zephyr appearing. Seeing this scene, Moser couldn't help but ask. The strength of Zephyr instructor should be Admiral, how could he be the opponent in level 9? No way. Admiral level opponents are not easy to find, and sometimes we can only go to the end. However, rest assured, Gion does not need to be defeated, Sengoku replied. At this moment, Gion on the ring was also a little desperate. She thought to herself that her previous opponent was just a pirate who was quasi-admiral. Why is Zephyr admiral this time? At this time, the general's voice on the high platform sounded. You can rest assured that although the opponent in the 9th level is your most respected Zephyr Admiral, the rules are different from the first 8 levels. Gion Rear Admiral only needs half an hour under Zephyr Admiral to pass the 9th level. And Zephyr Admiral's strength will lower himself to the same level as his opponent. Then, the battle of the 9th level officially begins. Gong Zibaman, the owner of the sea car in the audience, heard this rule. His face finally did not look desperate. But this is basically impossible. Okay. The same level of battle, not to mention the fatal consumption of the first 8 levels, just face the same level of Admiral Zephyr. Which student dared to say with confidence that he won 4.8? Fortunately, it only lasted for half an hour, otherwise there would be no need to continue. It is worthy of the last level. It is really hell-like difficulty. It seems that I am not late. Sengoku and the others had known that they would pass the 9th level, so they called Zephyr to come back from Sabaody Archipelago in advance. Ms. Zephyr. Gion bowed respectfully to Zephyr first. Come on, I'm going to let you go first. Zephyr stood motionless. Then Teacher Zephyr is offended. One shot, instant. Swinging a sword, a golden sword with a length of hundreds of meters, it appeared in an instant, and the powerful might it carried, it struck straight away. Facing this terrifying sword, Zephyr still stood still, his muscles bulged, and his right fist was covered with armament hockey and blasted forward. Boom. The ring broke, the rubble flew horizontally, and the moment the fist collided with the blade, the horrible power blasted the golden blade directly away, terrifying. The speed of this blow is quite fast, but it's a pity that the power is not enough. Yefa stood still and looked at Gion and said. There is still a power gap between Gion and Zephyr. However, Zephyr's ability to suppress the battle to the quasi-admiral level is not necessarily without a fight. Gion's face was solemn. Although the strength was not much different, Zephyr's combat experience was far beyond her ability. Chapter 190 Marine 6 Styles Upanishad, Angry Moser. System. The figure quickly disappeared in place. Zephyr's 6 forms can be called the textbook level. Gion, little guy, you're careful. As soon as the voice fell, Zephyr came toward the gate of Gion with a fist of terrifying power. Ken. The ground trembled and the gravel flew across. Gion gasped heavily and reappeared elsewhere. With Zephyr's terrifying punch, Gion didn't even have the courage to resist, so he hurriedly avoided. Gion, you have to come on, the old man has just started warming up now. Control. Zephyr appeared next to Gion in a flash, a pair of terrifying fists, blasting away mercilessly. Sword Rain. The famous sword swung and rotated quickly, forming a sword gas barrier to resist this terrifying punch, but only for a moment. Bang. The extremely powerful fist was about to bombard Gion's chest. At the moment, Gion's body withdrew back and avoided the blow dangerously. Fortunately, Zephyr suppressed his strength, otherwise he relied on his speed. It was impossible for Gion to escape his attack at this moment. Boom. After chasing and fleeing, Gion desperately ran away, trying to delay time. Zephyr wouldn't let his strategy succeed, he kept catching up, relentlessly, and didn't give any chance to breathe. For a while, Gion was able to be beaten passively, and Zephyr played extremely hard. As long as she catches the opportunity, it will be a powerful and heavy attack, which makes her energy that has not been recovered before is consumed more quickly. At this moment, Gion's idea is very simple, it is to delay for half an hour, and then win the 9th level. No way, he already knew that he was definitely not Teacher Zephyr's opponent just now. Xiaojiyuan, it's a good idea, do you want to delay the time for half an hour? But it's that simple, then you have passed the 9th level, where is the old man's face? Marine 6 Styles, upright, life is 25. Ah. Raising the sky and roaring, the scorched black surface under Zephyr's feet turned into artillery instead of falling apart, but scattered like sand particles. The blue veins outside of the skin skyrocketed like a dragon, looking hideous. Earth-shaking changes in the body, muscles, blood, skeleton. The meridians vibrated with a very small amplitude and a very fast speed, and the powerful potential in the body gushed out at one time. This is Marine 6 Styles, an extended technique for life return. Normal life return is to consume energy in the body and repair injuries. And the return of life, the secret is to stimulate the cells in the body and consume the blood in the body. In a short period of time, the power in the body burst out at once. This can only be realized by a master who returns his life to the master level. The possibility of this trick in the entire marine is only Zephyr. There was a resonance in Zephyr's body, which was small but existent. The blood throughout the body flows quickly. In the rapid flow, a destructive force will burst out. This move was deliberately shown by Zephyr, and he had a better way, making Gion unable to escape. But Gion is her student after all. Even though she has graduated, as a teacher Zephyr still wants to teach her the last lesson. The meaning of Marine 6 Styles, thinking of his students all the time, Zephyr is a great character. A look of horror appeared, Gion saw this trick, and he stayed where he was for a while. She has never seen anyone use the profound meaning of Marine 6 Styles. She has always only used Marine 6 Styles as the basis for practicing two-tone hockey. She never thought that such a powerful force could erupt. Moser above was also a little surprised, he completely copied all Garp's physical skills. But he doesn't know this trick either, this Marine 6 Styles secret, this trick can be said to be Zephyr's exclusive trick. Moser looked at Gion with a worried look, resisting the urge to make a move. In his eyes, Gion is basically impossible to last more than half an hour. Advertisement, Xiaojiuan, see clearly, this is the last lesson I will teach you. Zephyr's aura has skyrocketed several times, his blood boiled, and his strength continued to explode. Table, punch. Running fast, Zephyr at this time was like a god of war. A fist containing armament hockey was brutally attacking Gion. He was shocked, but Gion would not give up easily, he was a real monster. One shot, instant cut. Facing this terrifying pressure, Gideon forced his mind to calm down, shook hands with the famous sword, and swung the sword. A golden sword with a length of several hundred meters instantly appeared, carrying the powerful power, and slashed away. Zephyr's face was indifferent, his right fist blasted forward, and his sword aura rushed straight up like a 9-day river. His horrible right fist actually blasted the sword aura of hundreds of meters into the air. Gion, you're going to work hard, now it's just over half of the time, the old man is going to be serious. With a smile on his face, the taste figure quickly disappeared in place, and the translation, strength, speed, and resilience in this state doubled or improved. Boom. The bright black fist hit like a hammer, and the strong wind began to tear the earth apart. Bang. Gion's famous sword was also covered with armament hockey, punching and blasting. Steel, steel. One at the moment of the fight, Gion felt a powerful force. Her body couldn't stop moving back, and the hand holding the famous sword couldn't help but feel pain. Zephyr Admiral is too powerful, right? Is the Garden Club an opponent? Rear Admiral on the high platform asked the others. But no one answered him, including Crane felt that Gion couldn't pass the 9th level. Moser has been holding back the urge to do it. Above the ring, Gion had firm eyes and shook hands with the famous knife. She had her own arrogance, what if she fell into the wrong? She would never give up easily. The powerful sword intent of the whole body burst out, and Gion disappeared in place in an instant. She actually chose to take the initiative to attack. Interesting, come on Xiaogian. The two turned into a stream of light one after another, above the air, they collided like a dragon. Soaring sword intent, ultimate power. Unconsciously, there was only one last minute left in the game. At this time, a figure fell like a meteorite, falling heavily on the ring. Boom. The earth cracked, dust was everywhere, and it was smashed out of the ring, a crater tens of meters deep. The eyes of everyone on and off the stage were watching the cloud of smoke. Did Gion lose it? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the smoke dissipated. Huh. Huh. A violent gasp sounded. At this time, Gion was standing on the ruins, breathing continuously, and the countless hideous wounds on his body looked terrifying. Her physical strength was exhausted, her head was dizzy, and she couldn't stand still, as if she was about to faint in the next second. Seeing this scene, Moser finally couldn't help but want to make a move, but just when he was about to make a move, Crane reached out and stopped him. Boy, only this kind of battle can help Gion break through the limits. Moser looked at Crane and forced his calm down, thinking that when the battle was over, he must beat Zephyr violently. Falling from the sky, Zephyr stood on the ruins, looking at Gion. Now half an hour away, there are still 50 seconds left. As long as he shows some mercy, Gion will be able to pass the 9th level. However, Zephyr's character is absolutely impossible to be merciful. Xiaojiuan, this is already very good, give up, it is better to admit defeat than to be ousted by me. Hey. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Gion looked at Zephyr with a firm gaze, as the younger sister of Vice Admiral Crane, after everyone. Although she is a female body, she also has her own stubbornness and arrogance. Even if she is seriously injured, even if she is exhausted, she will never give up. Okay, you deserve to be my student. As long as you hold on for the last 45 seconds, you will pass the 9th level. Zephyr sees Gion who is still going to hold on, showing a relieved expression, but this does not mean that he will be merciful. Advertisement. One sword of the sky. For an instant, Gion stood up straight and trembling, her spirits condensed to the apex. She clasped Jin Kunluo with both hands, her eyes were extremely firm, and she swung the sword forward, a dark green blade of hundreds of meters, and slashed towards it. Zephyr, this is her strongest blow. Facing this sword that has reached the level of a great swordsman, Zephyr still has a relaxed expression on his face. Harden, collapse fist. At this moment, Yang Jia hadn't broken his arm, and his right hand was not Haiyu arm. The color of the arm was covered on the right hand. The muscles all over his body bulged, the powerful force concentrated on one point, his right leg took a step back, and he slammed forward with a powerful blow to destroy everything. Boom. The world broke apart, rubble flew across, and dust was everywhere. The sword that returned to the original, but contained the power of terror, was actually forced to force Zephyr back. The footsteps couldn't stop back, and the broadcast station continued to collapse. Zephyr's whole body was constantly violent. His body stepped back, 10 meters, 20 meters, blood vessels seemed to be about to burst, and his hands vigorously waved upwards. The blade that destroys the world is like a river, hitting the sky directly. He waved his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. After all, the current Zephyr has reduced his strength to the same level as Gion. Facing a sword of this great swordsman level, it was extremely difficult to stop it abruptly. Very good, this sword has all the power and speed, and your swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman. As long as you continue to practice hard, it may not take long before you can reach admiral level combat power. It is a terrible sword. Fortunately, the old man is not too old and can barely stop him. Zephyr looked at Gion and said. Boom. His physical strength had already reached its limit, and Gion could no longer hold on when he saw that his strongest sword was blocked. The whole person's mind sank and he fainted directly on the ground. At this moment, the timer in the referee's hand also stopped, and there were still 10 seconds before half an hour. The Marine Proving Ground has existed for 15 years. In history, under Admiral, only Sakazuki 3 have passed through 9 levels. It is a pity. If only the garden survives the last 10 seconds, then she will be the 4th person. Hey, there is no way, Zephyr Admiral is too strong. Gion can support this point is already very good 117, said a rear admiral who kept an inch. Yes, I remember that Gion is less than 30 this year. With such a strong strength, and swordsmanship has broken through to the realm of a great swordsman, maybe in the future, it will really reach the admiral level of combat power. At this time, wearing a waist, Vice Admiral of the famous sword, put his hand on the famous sword. You must know that he is 40 years old this year, and he has not broken through the swordsman realm. The realm of One Piece Kendo is divided into 5 levels. The first stage, swordsman. At this stage, as long as you hold a sword in your hand, you are a swordsman, and there are so many people at this stage. The first stage, each. At this stage, you can play, you can call it, each. People at this stage can be said to be 1 out of 10. Among 10 swordsmen, there is only 1 swordsman. The third stage, Gion. At this stage, if a sword can cut the sea, it can be called a swordsman. At this stage, it can be said that the number of people is even smaller. It can be said that it is 1 out of 100 swordsmen. The fourth stage, the great swordsman. At this stage, the sword can cut the sky, so it can be called a great swordsman. At this stage, it can be said that it has reached the top of the swordsman on the sea. This kind of existence is rare, 1 in 1,000 swordsmen. Inside, there is a great swordsman. As for the 5th stage, no one knows what it is, and no one has reached it. It is a legend. Among 5 elders, the old man with a knife is the one who claims to be closest to the 5th stage. The current Gion is in the 4th stage. With the strength of a great swordsman, it can be said that it is standing on the sea, the top of Kendo. On the broadcast station, a group of medical staff were about to go up and lift Gion for treatment. Suddenly a figure appeared and slowly lifted Gion. In full view, Moser took a shot of medicine from his arms and injected it into Gion's arm. This life medicine is exactly what Moser exchanged from the system mall. In an instant, Gion's original injury was visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, Gion slowly opened his eyes. Moser. Chapter 191 Dear, oh, it's okay. Take a break first. I'll help you teach you the old B************ D Zephyr. With that, Moser handed the woke up Gion to the medical staff who came over, and then looked at Zephyr with a smile on his face. Seeing Moser's smile, Zephyr suddenly felt bad. Moser, what do you kid do? Nothing. Teacher Zephyr, as your student, I want to ask you for advice. Moser said slowly and walked towards Zephyr. You kid don't come here. The translation was a little panicked. Others don't know the true strength of Moser. Does he still know? What to ask for? This guy obviously wanted to beat himself up because he defeated Gion. However, the Marine students and soldiers in the stands did not understand at all. They were still thinking, what is Moser doing? Why challenge Zephyr? However, compared to Gion, they would love to see Moser be beaten up. After all, most of the students and Marine soldiers have been bullied by Moser before. Zephyr Admiral, teach him a lesson. Yes, Zephyr Admiral beat him up violently. The Marines in the stands began to shout. Zephyr heard them telling himself to beat Moser. In an instant, Zephyr wanted to scold his mother and beat him violently. It must be himself who was beaten violently. Zephyr looked at Moser walking in step by step and didn't hesitate. Zephyr tried to escape. Although it was a shame to escape, it was better than being beaten up in full view. Zephyr Admiral, where are you going? Zephyr just appeared outside the ring, and suddenly Moser's voice, beside him, remembered that a fist containing powerful power followed. No way, Zephyr can only blast out the block with 1 punch. The 2 punches collided like a giant dragon. In an instant, Zephyr was beaten back several steps until the edge of the ring did not stop. Boy, this is a misunderstanding. I also broke the limit for Gion. Zephyr explained quickly. Really? What are you talking about? Zephyr instructor, I just want to ask you for advice. Moser didn't listen at all. Seeing Moser like this, Zephyr knew that he couldn't get away with this fight today. There are Marine soldiers closing, and the middle talisman Xiaofu on the high platform. At this scene, they're all surprised. Advertisement, brother, am I right? That Moser actually forced Zephyr Admiral to retreat. Isn't he a second-generation official who has no skills and only bullies men and women? A Marine soldier rubbed his eyes and asked his friend beside him with a face full of disbelief. You read that right. Zephyr Admiral was indeed forced to retreat just now, and listening to Zephyr Admiral's tone, he was a bit reluctant to fight Moser. The student with short hair said slowly. At this moment, everyone realized how wrong their previous ideas were. What kind of waste, official second generation, this is a fierce tiger. Even Zephyr Admiral was forced to retreat by him. How dare we think he was incapable before? Sengoku and Suru also shook their heads when they saw this scene, especially Sengoku. He was originally the gatekeeper of the 9th pass. Fortunately, he called Zephyr back, otherwise he might be beaten up now. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but compliment him for calling Zephyr back. Zephyr Admiral, be careful. As soon as the words fell, Moser's right foot, like an Optimus pillar, blasted directly at Zephyr's head. The speed is so fast that Zephyr has no time to evade, so he can only cover his arms with armament hockey and resist his head. Bang! With the powerful force, Z took a few steps back again. Boy, wait a minute! Zephyr shouted. However, Moser completely ignored him, attacked like a storm, and bombarded him constantly. In an instant, the two fought together, fists to the flesh, but the battle was in a downturn, and Zephyr could only resist under Moser's hands. The Marine soldiers in the stands were so surprised that they could not describe their expressions in words. Especially Gion, seeing Moser beating Zephyr violently for her made her heart touched even more. However, this is a bitter Zephyr, and no one can stop angry Moser. In less than a moment, Zephyr's face was blue and purple. However, Moser had no intention of keeping his hands at all. Time passed by minute, and Moser didn't stop until 10 minutes later. At this moment, Zephyr's face was as swollen as a pig's head, and his body was blue and purple. There was nothing like Admiral at all. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Seeing the pig-headed Zephyr, the Marine soldiers in the audience couldn't help laughing. However, while laughing at the sky, their hearts were shocked like the stormy waves. This is a big talisman of foreign law. Wu Xian's head knife is really so strong, and he beat a big talisman violently. If others told them that Moser was better than an admiral, they would definitely take it as a joke and would taunt him. But now, Moser's strength is completely beyond their imagination. What waste officer second generation, is this a monster, okay? Hearing the ridicule in the audience, Zephyr looked at them with cold eyes, and all of a sudden, they could only suffocate a laugh, but did not dare to laugh out loud. Feeling the scorching pain on his face, Zephyr deeply regretted why he had to be the gatekeeper of the 9th pass. This was what Sengoku should have done. Zephyr looked at Sengoku and saw Zephyr be beaten like this. Sengoku was also holding back his smile, almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Damn it, this old B*****************. Zephyr scolded Sengoku in his heart. Or, it's Zhao, is now seriously injured and can't beat Sengoku, he has to be like Sengoku. At this time, Zephyr was beaten violently, and Moser, who was in a good mood, slowly walked towards Gion. Thank you, Moser. Gion kissed Moser in full view. When the Marine soldiers saw this scene, their teeth tickled with hatred, and their goddess was kissed like this. But when they thought of Moser's terrifying power, they were helpless. Sengoku on the high platform suddenly felt that they were fed a bite of dog food. It's okay, dear, if you think it's not enough, I'll go and beat Zephyr again. Moser looked at Gion. No, Moser. Hearing these words, Gion also looked at Moser affectionately. Chapter 192 Alabasta. Nico Robin the translation not far away heard the conversation between the two, and suddenly, there was a black line on the face. Thinking you were like this? The old man hasn't left yet, co-offering me is a tool for you to vent your anger and show affection. Honey, go, I'll take you to heal first. Moser picked up Kuzan, and then walked slowly towards the Marine hospital. Gion also relaxed completely, resting his head on Moser's chest. People in the trial field at this moment suddenly felt that this scene was too cruel. An hour later, only now the garden was lying in the Marine hospital. Honey, do you need an apple? Moser picked up an apple and was about to cut it for Gion. Yeah, good. Gion nodded shyly. At this moment, both Gion and Moser are enjoying this time. The two of them are just like the young couple who just fell in love. Most of the time, they're tired of being together. 2 days later, Gion was discharged from the hospital. During these 2 days, Moser stayed with her until she was discharged from the hospital before Moser returned to the Marine branch. Boss, you're back. Tianzi quickly asked when Moser was back. At this moment, the three Lands brothers have completely turned into a cultivator, but the threshold of Admiral is 120 that is so easy to break through. You know, even with the talent of the garden and creative fruit, he reached the level of quasi-admiral at the age of 28. The current Tianzi 3 are 22 years old, even if Sakazuki and the three of them are at this age, they are of the level of vice-admiral. So Lands and the three of them, at this age, have this kind of strength. There are basically no rivals among the same age on the sea. However, who called their boss Moser is an absolute threat. With the presence of Moser and the addition of 3 Admiral, they will practice so hard, because Lands and the others don't want to lose again. Looking at the 3 people in Lands who were working hard, Moser yawned, wondering what he was doing. In fact, he also wants to cultivate hard, and he also wants to gradually become stronger, but who told us to have a system? Head Wu Fan also wanted to show off his cultivation talent, but there is no way, this system does not give himself a chance to show it. Advertisement. If someone could hear Moser's inner thoughts at this time, no matter who it was, he could not help but violently beat him up. Of course, no one could beat him. Having nothing to do, Moser originally wanted to find Gion again, but then thought that Gion had just been discharged from the hospital and had gone to sea with her sister. Forget it, it's okay to go around. Thinking of this, Moser's figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared in the sky. For New World, he naturally has nothing to think about, so it's better to go around and take a look. Thinking of this, Moser's figure once again disappeared in place, continuously displaying spatial movement. If in the past, whoever was the fastest in the world of One Piece, it must be Bluzolino, but now there is Moser's existence, the fastest, but it is about to change. After all, no matter how fast the speed of light is, there's time, but Moser moves directly in space. Fast shuttle along the way, Moser unexpectedly came to Alabasta. Looking at this desert kingdom, Moser remembered, this seems to be one of the plots of Luffy going to sea behind. I don't know if Crocodile is ruling Alabasta at this time. Forget it, it's boring, stop and stroll. Thinking of this, Moser teleported from the sky to the desert. Not long after Moser wandered around, he noticed that a dozen people were walking in front of him. One of the young girls ran in the front, and the dozen people in the back seemed to be desert bandits, chasing and killing her. Moser, who was about to leave, looked at the girl in front clearly. Her eyes changed a bit. Isn't this Nico Robin? Seeing someone in the front, Nico Robin seemed to have caught the straw, and ran toward Moser desperately. Seeing this scene, Moser didn't choose to leave either, and stood directly on the spot. CFA. Help me, those people want to kill me. Nico Robin ran to Moser out of breath. She didn't know if Moser would be the opponent of these desert bandits. Oh, how can I help you? I don't know how to do anything. Moser spread out his hands and put on a helpless look. Seeing this, and the approaching desert bandit, Nico Robin suddenly felt a little desperate. Is he really going to die here? However, I have not yet avenged my mother, I have not yet avenged Ohara's people. The young Nico Robin's eyes are full of unwillingness. Advertisement Moser looked at Nico Robin like this, and had to flee against several desert robbers, thinking that she might not have swallowed devil fruit at this time. At the same time, more than a dozen Shashi pirates were also forced to come over. One of the robbers with a scar on his face walked in front with a threatening look on his face, looking at Moser. Boy, hand over this baby girl, I will let you die. At this time, Nico Robin, already hiding behind Moser, wanted to take advantage of those desert robbers not paying attention, leaving Moser to escape. No reply, Moser just looked at them with a smile on his face. But this expression seemed to mock them in the eyes of those desert robbers. Boy, do you know who we are? You are really looking for death. Since you refuse to hand over that little girl, then you will die there together. With that, the desert robbers tens of meters away from Moser and the others rushed towards them. At the same time, Nico Robin also fled directly behind. Only Moser, alone, stood still. Suddenly, with a move of Moser's finger, the surface of the desert collapsed. A dozen desert bandits who charged straight up all fell into the sand. Ah! Help! Help! The desert bandits kept calling for help. Nico Robin, who was running away, suddenly heard the robbers' help, and immediately turned his head. In less than a moment, the dozen or so desert bandits were all buried alive in the sand and lost their lives. Seeing this scene, Nico Robin thought to himself that his luck was so good, that a dozen robbers actually encountered a sand trap. Miss. Where are you going? Moser slowly walked towards Nico Robin with a smile on his face. I'm sorry just now, I almost hurt you. Fortunately, the two of us were lucky, and the dozen robbers actually encountered the sand trap. Nico Robin said apologetically. In Nico Robin's eyes, Moser was a person who had no power to restrain the chicken. Naturally, she didn't think that Moser did everything just now, and only attributed it to the bad luck of the dozen desert bandits. Current timeline, 1507, Nico Robin, 15 years old, Chapter 193 Baroque Studio, Kadakdal. It's okay. Where are you going? Moser smiled without explaining. Hearing these words, Nico Robin looked suspicious, looked at Moser and said, Where am I going? Don't you recognize me? Oh, what's your identity? Moser directly looked unknowingly. Nico Robin stared at Moser a few times. Moser looked at her still smiling. The more I looked at it, Moser thought to himself that although the Nico Robin at this moment is not as beautiful in the future, it has grown into a properly long-legged Oni-san, but it is a pity that the piece on the chest has not reached its peak. Well, okay. Nico Robin thought to himself, this guy may really not know himself, he is also an ordinary person, it is normal not to know himself. I'm going to find Crocodile, he is a big pirate, very powerful and terrible, so don't follow along, Nico Robin said. Oh, really? I'm actually very strong, too, Moser said with a smile. Really? Do you think I believe it? Nico Robin almost couldn't help laughing. If you don't believe it, I can't help it. Moser didn't explain, still smiling at the corners of his mouth. Well, I don't care about you so much, if you are not afraid, you can follow along. With that, Nico Robin walked towards the front of the desert. Without using teleport, Moser slowly followed. Seeing Moser really followed, Nico Robin shook her head, but she couldn't even protect herself, let alone Moser couldn't follow. Along the way, Moser took the initiative to provoke the topic. As for Nico Robin, there was a match and no match. After all, her childhood experience made her not very fond of talking. Half an hour later, with the hot sun and the sound of sand flowing, Moser and Nico Robin who were walking on the road saw a figure in front of them, a strong man with a bald head, but their eyes were extremely sharp. Be careful, he is Das Bonus, a senior Baroque cadre. Nico Robin reminded Moser on the side. You, who are you? Darth Bonisley looked at them. Advertisement, I am the son of the devil, Nico Robin, and want to join the Baroque studio. Nico Robin said directly without hiding his identity. Because only in this way, she has the opportunity to join the Baroque studio. Nico Robin, son of the devil, Das Bonus, thinking of this name, seemed to be someone who had escaped from Ohara, and he would also have a history text. It just so happens that now the president seems to be looking for someone who knows the text of the history. A long time ago, Nico Robin knew that Crocodile was looking for someone who could interpret the text of history, which is why she sought to join the Baroque studio. Crocodile just wants to find someone who can interpret the text of history, and she needs the shelter of a powerful pirate. You follow me. Daz Bonus decided to take Nico Robin back for Crocodile to take a look. As for Moser next to Nico Robin, Daz Bonus looked directly at Moser, a murderous intent came from him, and he slowly moved towards Nico Robin step by step. Facing this scene, Moser stood there without panic. Seeing this scene, Nico Robin finally couldn't stand up and stood in front of Nico Robin. Wait a minute, he is my assistant. Oh, isn't it? Daz Bonus stopped with a dubious look. However, in his eyes, the life or death of the little bug, Moser, is irrelevant, and it doesn't matter if you take it back together. Let's go, Daz Bonus said in a cold tone, and then led the two of them forward. Seeing that Daz Bonus was not ready to kill Moser, Nico Robin exhaled for a long time, then turned to look at Moser, as if saying, let's tell you not to follow. Come here, I have to come here, because I saved your life. Moser still smiled at Nico Robin's gaze. In fact, what she didn't know was that she didn't save her life, but Daz Bonus's life. The two of them were like this, following along. Daz Bonus kept walking forward, the hot sun in the whole desert exuded high temperature. At this moment, Moser and Nico Robin are both dry, and they feel almost dehydrated. Buffaloization. Advertisement of course, Moser pretended to be. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, a building similar to an ancient castle appeared in front of the three of them. This should be Crocodile Studio headquarters. Oh, Daz Bonus, you're back. Why did you bring back two people? When the three of them arrived at the door, they were wearing glasses on one face, and the most special thing was that his hair was like a love standing tall. This is Nico Robin, the son of the devil, and the kid next to him is his assistant. I'm going to take them to the president and let me go. Daz Bonus' tone was very indifferent. Oh, son of the devil? Mr. 3 was so boring that he hadn't asked for himself, so obediently let go. Zero walking in the studio, Moser looked around all the way, thinking about whether Crocodile now rules Alabasta. Soon, Daz Bonus stopped in front of a room. Dong dong, I knocked on the door a few times. Come in. The room came a relatively hoarse voice. President. Daz Bonus walked in, followed by Nico Robin and Moser. As soon as he came in, Crocodile, who was sitting at his desk, looked at Nico Robin behind him and slowly said, Son of the devil, Nico Robin. Yes, President, I just ran into this guy outside. She said she wanted to join our Baroque studio, so I wanted to bring her back, Daz Bonus said. Oh, then who is the person behind her? Crocodile looked at Moser. Still looking calm, Moser didn't seem to panic at all. This is my assistant, Nico Robin said before Daz Bonus could speak. Oh, do you think? Why should I let you join the Baroque studio? Crocodile didn't struggle with this question too much, but directly asked Nico Robin. Chapter 194 3 Weapons, Pluton. You need someone who can interpret the text of history. I happen to be able to interpret the text of history, and there are very few in this world who can interpret the text of history. Nico Robin looked directly at Crocodile. Hearing Nico Robin's words, Crocodile actually wanted to subdue Nico Robin in his heart. However, he didn't want to show at the beginning, he wanted to subdue Nico Robin's meaning. After pretending to think for a few seconds, Crocodile said to Nico Robin, Okay, I agree with you to join our Baroque studio, but you'd better interpret the historical text, otherwise you will understand the consequences. Relax. Nico Robin heard Crocodile's simplicity and agreed, and he took a long breath. Daz Bonus, take them down to rest first, Crocodile said to Daz. January 20th, Bonus said. Someone who understands the text of history, Crocodile is now thinking about how to rule Alabasta. A few minutes later, Daz Bonus led the man to a room. It's a room, but it's almost like a small house. It has that kind of living room and 2 rooms. You guys rest here first. If you have anything to wait for the president's order, Daz Bonus walked out directly after speaking. Long breathed a sigh of relief. Nico Robin sat down. She didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Then he looked at Moser and said, Do you want to thank me and tell you not to come here? If it wasn't me just now, you would have been killed by that Daz Bonus. 11. Moser just smiled and didn't speak. Not to mention a Daz Bonus, even Crocodile will not be able to survive him, let alone kill him. King Alabasta, oh, King Alabasta, Cobra let out a long sigh. Baroque Studio, now its behavior is becoming more and more arrogant, and it does not hide its wolf ambition at all. Just a few days ago, it just killed one of its own countries. Dazu. Everyone, for the Baroque Studio, do you have any ideas to deal with them? Cobra looked down at the princes and ministers. Advertisement for a while, everyone below was silent, and after a few seconds, no one responded. Seeing this scene, Cobra looked desperate. At this moment, a general covered in armor came out of the battle and said with a strong voice, The reason why the Baroque studio of the king is so arrogant is that. Because their president Crocodile is a pirate with a bounty of 80 million, if he can be killed. The Baroque studio shouldn't worry, we can look for someone stronger than him to deal with him. Which one of us don't understand what you are talking about? The main thing is, where do we find such a person? A royal minister next to him looked at the captain of the guard. Yes. Where are we going to find such a person? The other princes and ministers also echoed. I just happen to know that the sea is in Moria and appeared near our Alabasta. If he can be invited over, let him and Crocodile bite the dog. When the time comes, we have suffered both losses, and if we solve them, we will be able to solve the problem of Crocodile. The captain of the guard looked at several people and said, "No, King, this method is too dangerous, in case it fails. Crocodile was originally a tiger, and then a wolf will be brought in. What will we do at Alabasta?" An older minister stood up to persuade. Road. After thinking for a few seconds, Cobra looked at the princes and ministers below and asked, "Then I ask you, do you have a better way?" Well, for a while, there was silence again underneath, and no one spoke. Seeing this scene, Cobra's face was full of disappointment, and he sighed and said to Baton, "If there is no other opinion, Baton will follow your way. This matter is left to you. It must be successful. Find a way to get the Moria over, no matter how much it costs." The subordinate is not completely sure, but the subordinate must do their best to bring that Moria here. The captain of the guard said respectfully. "No, King, no," the princes and ministers quickly persuaded. "Okay, it's all quiet, I have already decided." Cobra looked at them directly. "Advertisement, Baton. I order you to find a way to invite Moria over. There is no way to bring him over. The others will leave without any problems." Cobra stood up. "Come to announce. The subordinates will take a different job, and they will definitely not meet the expectations of Zinbei. Huang Yuan, the chief of the guard, is transferred." Wan Shang walked away. The princes and ministers originally wanted to say something, but Cobra didn't give them a chance at all and left. On the other side, in the Baroque studio, Nico Robin was sitting on the sofa and resting. Suddenly, Daz Bonus walked in and said to the two of them, "Come with me, President, if you have something to ask you to go over." 11. Subsequently, Nico Robin and Moser followed Daz Bonus. He walked into a secret room, where Crocodile was there. There was a stone tablet in front of him, on which was written densely in rune-like words, which Moser could not understand at all. As for Nico Robin seeing this scene, his eyes are like bright light, and he blurted out directly, the text of history. "Come over and translate it for me. If you can't translate it, you understand the consequences," Crocodile said to Nico Robin. Ignoring Crocodile's threat, Nico Robin walked towards the steel straight 4.8. Kneeling down to read the words carefully, as for Moser at this moment, he was a little embarrassed and stayed in place stupidly. Crocodile didn't care about him either. In this way, time slowly passed, and after several minutes, Nico Robin stood up. However, her face was a little disappointed. Obviously, what the steel said was not what she wanted. "What does this steel say?" Crocodile asked Nico Robin anxiously. "Pluton, one of the three major weapons, is in Alabasta. 1. Without hesitation, Nico Robin directly told the contents of the steel. Hearing what the steel said, it was really the legendary Pluton. Crocodile looked very excited, and quickly asked, "Then, where is Pluton now?" Chapter 195 Gecko Moria appears. "I don't know, this steel only introduces the origin of Pluton and his presence in Alabasta. Where is it? What is it? There is no record, it may be on the next steel." Nico Robin looked at Crocodile Kaido. This is why she dared to translate it directly. It takes a stone tablet to know, what exactly is Pluton? Where is it? Crocodile looked suspiciously at Nico Robin. "I have said everything, you can choose not to believe it." Nico Robin also looked directly at Crocodile. After a few seconds, Crocodile said slowly, "Daz Bonus, take them both down first. He needs to think about how to find the next stone tablet." Later, Nico Robin followed Daz Bonus back to the room. Upon returning to the room, Moser took the initiative to speak. "Robin, there is really no mention of Pluton's location on that stone tablet." 1. That's Nature 25, otherwise how could I tell Crocodile the whole content in one go? When Nico Robin said this, he looked suspiciously at Moser. The experience from a young age made her a little suspicious, and she and Moser had originally met together. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, when the sun was blazing, Crocodile took Nico Robin to meet the members of the studio. As for Moser, he was completely treated as a moth ant. Of course, Moser didn't care about it either. Outside the castle, a voice came, "Crocodile, give me the historical text." Moria led his army of zombies and appeared outside the Baroque studio. Since losing to Kaido last time, he has lost confidence in his own power. Ishin wants to defeat Kaido by external force. The day before yesterday, he learned from a person named Baton that Crocodile had a steel in his hand, which recorded the location of Pluton in the legend. Upon hearing this, Wu Lia instantly became interested. If he had the legendary Wu too, he would definitely be able to defeat a lot and avenge his boat shells. Hearing the scolding, the members of the studio rushed out immediately, including Nico Robin and Moser. Any moth ants dared to come and die. Crocodile with elementalization must be the fastest to get outside. He was covered with sand, and his right hand was raised. 100-meter-high sandstorm was conceived, and it was actually rushing toward the zombie army. Advertisement facing this horror, the sandstorm that can destroy everything at will. Moria's face is full of calmness. Shadow horn gun. Moria turned the shadow into a huge spear, blasting towards the sandstorm at a very fast speed. Rumbling. The moment when the two collided. The entire sandstorm was actually divided into two by the shadow spear, and rushed towards the two sides of the zombie army until it dissipated into the distance. Seeing Moria's attack, Crocodile's face was full of surprise. The mysterious power covered on Moria's fist was instantly recognized by Crocodile, and that was armament hockey. Although Logia won't be hurt by physical attacks, armament hockey can hurt herself. Because Moria can fight Kaido, I set him to use two-color hockey. As for the previous battle, he and Luffy were not used. It should be because, after Summit War, hockey was actually added to the setting. Crocodile's expression immediately became serious and said, Moria, you want to come over and make trouble for me, you are really looking for death. 1. Ha 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 ha, Crocodile, I know your abilities, but this battle, I will undoubtedly win, you still obediently hand over the history text to me, and I will let you go. Moria looked at him confidently. Really, Moria, don't you value yourself too much? Do you think you can beat me by owning an armament hockey? As soon as the voice fell, Crocodile's eyes became fierce, his whole body became elemental, and he disappeared instantly. The arc moon-shaped dune. Boy, die for me. Crocodile did not know when he would appear behind Moria. The back became huge in an instant, and it was transformed into terrible sand, and then a crescent sardine was formed to ask Wu Lia. Facing the sudden attack, Moria looked a little flustered, and her figure instantly disappeared in place, avoiding the blow, as if she had noticed it in advance. Crocodile was not shocked when he saw Moria, who had been hiding a few meters away, because it was normal for him to observation hockey. He suspected that Moria not only mastered armament hockey, but also observation hockey. Advertisement Moria, who told you that the text of the history is with me? Crocodile asked Moria, staring directly at him. You don't care who told me, if you don't want to hand it over, then I will grab it. Moria, there is no more nonsense. At this time, Daz Bonus and others also drove out. Seeing reinforcements coming out, Moria didn't panic, and waved, go on the zombie army. Hundreds of zombie army rushed towards Daz Bonus and others. In addition to Moser, both of Daz Bonus rushed up. For a time, the zombie army fought with members of the Baroque Studio. The zombie army has a quantitative advantage, but the Baroque Studio is stronger alone, and for a while, the two sides fight inextricably. Moser. Who is that guy with 2 horns on his head? Do you know 120? Although Nico Robin has been out for a long time, not all the pirates know about it. Gecko Moria, there's a reward of more than 300 million yuan, Moser said slowly. What? You said that the bounty is more than 300 million, which is more than 3 times more than Crocodile. Then how could Crocodile be this guy's opponent? Suddenly, Nico Robin appeared desperate, thinking that he had just found a person to protect him. Is he going to run again? You can't say that. The bounty doesn't mean everything. Moria can get such a high bounty because he has been in New World and has done a lot of evil outside. Crocodile spends most of his time in Alabasta and focuses more on finding Pluton. That's why the difference in bounty between the two is so much. Really fighting, it is really possible that the two are strong and weak. Moser smiled, watching the battle ahead. Hearing that, Moser said that he was eloquent, and he looked calm and relaxed. Nico Robin looked at him suspiciously and asked, how do you know so much? I told you that I am really strong, Moser replied, still smiling. Well, it's all this time, I don't want to make fun of you anymore. Looking at Moser like this, Nico Robin felt that he was joking. Chapter 196. On the other side, in the middle of the battlefield, the bats were stacked up, Moria seemed to be covered with bats, and the shadow was wrapped around the right fist and blasted towards Crocodile. Moria's attacks are more inclined to physical skills than in the future. Crocodile didn't worry when he saw it. The same left fist was covered with armament hockey and entangled with sand. Bang! The figure disappeared instantly. The two fists collided like a dragon. The earth shattered, dust was everywhere, and the two could not hold each other for a while. Crocodile had an evil smile on his face, and the Sasori poison needle he was wearing on his right hand pierced towards Moria. Her face was not calm. Moria knew that Crocodile's weapon was very poisonous, and her figure disappeared in place instantly, and she did not dare to collide with it. Seeing Moria retreat immediately, Crocodile's face was puzzled. This guy actually knew that my Sasori needle was very poisonous. But so what? Anyone who dares to snatch Pluton from me is bound to die. Desert Sunflower. Crocodile's right hand turned into endless sand. In an instant, the sand on which Moria was located continued to flow and sink, and then countless sands rose into the sky, covering upwards. Oh, to form a circular earth ball of several hundred meters, Moria must be completely covered in it. Flying bats. In an instant, Moria's whole body swelled, and countless bats flew out of him, and then they kept hitting like a huge circular giant ball. Rumbling. The moment the bat collided with the round earth ball, the explosion sounded continuously. In this constant bombardment, a crack appeared in the earth ball, and Moria rushed out. Armed, desert sword. Seeing Wu Lia escape the blow, his brother Lockdale kept walking away, and his whole body was covered with SARS. In an instant, his left arm turned into a sand blade, and then it became huge, and with a violent swipe forward, a slash of several tens of meters rushed towards Moria. Advertisement. Everything along the way was destroyed, and a crack formed in the ground. Seeing such a terrifying blow facing him, Moria did not dare to hesitate. Shadow Angle Gun. Moria's right fist was incomparably dark, and his power was concentrated at one point. A huge shadow covered it out and condensed into a spear. He held it tightly with his right hand, and then rushed out as if to destroy everything. Rumble. The two attacks collided like a meteorite, the mountains broke and the ground cracked, dust was everywhere, and waves of air swept away. At the same time, the battle between the Baroque Studio Zombie and the Legion was extremely intense. You said those two guys just stood there stupidly and didn't help. Zala, with blue curly hair, had just shot a few zombies and looked at the two Nico Robin behind. You count on the two of them to help. That's what Nico Robin is called. It's of no use except to interpret the text of the history, let alone the person next to him. It's a complete waste. Had it not been for the president to keep them interpreting the text of the history, they would have been killed long ago. Explosive Man Mr. 5 said in a disdainful tone. Later, Zala will know how wrong his mockery is now. Hiding behind and watching Moria and the two fighting fiercely, Nico Robin looked worried. Said to Moser on the side, or we will find a chance to run. If you wait a minute, Crocodile loses, we will be miserable. No need, just leave it to me then. Moser gave her a confident smile. Well, what time is it now? You still joked with me and gave it to you. If it wasn't me a few days ago, you would have died in the hands of that day's bonus. Nico Robin looked speechless. Look at Moser. Now Moser was a person who knew nothing but bragging rights in her eyes. Moser guessed Nico Robin's thoughts, but he did not choose to explain, but looked at her with a smile on his face. Seeing Moser still looks like this hippie smiling face, Nico Robin already feels speechless. She thinks that she can't help it, let him go, or find a chance to escape by herself. P-bar. In the middle of the battlefield, Crocodile and Moria were still fighting between life and death. Bang. Crocodile's figure quickly disappeared in place, covered in sand, and headed towards Moria. Advertisement Moria didn't feel angry at all when he saw this, and rushed forward. The two collided in midair, fighting bloody, and the shadow swallowed directly towards Crocodile. Covered with sand, Crocodile also blasted away with a punch. Is your power like that, Crocodile? Moria's face was calm, and endless shadow bats kept covering him. Really, boy, you still have to worry about it, can you survive? The terrifying sand giant fist kept blasting away the shadow bat. As the two attacked stronger and stronger, blood continued to drip, and scars began to appear on the two of them. The two were mercilessly fighting, not as if two humans were fighting, like wild beasts. With every blow, every punch, I wanted to cause a fatal injury to the opponent, without reservation. The eyes were full of endless cruelty, and it was bound to kill the opponent. With the fierce anxious battle between the two, the battle between Baroque Studio and the zombie army came to an end. The Baroque Studio, which has a stronger individual strength, has the upper hand. At this moment, the remaining shadow legions on the battlefield range from a few thousand at the beginning to less than 1,000 now. But the cadres in the Baroque, obtained, Studio, except for the massive exhaustion of physical strength and full of scars, not a single cadre died. Moria, who was in a fierce battle with Crocodile, also discovered the defeat of the zombie army, and looked anxious. He knew that he had to hurry up. If you can defeat Crocodile, otherwise it is very likely that you will lose. Ha 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 ha, Moria just dared to snatch me from you, leave it to me to stay here. Seeing his men have the upper hand, Crocodile has all. Covered with sand, he shot with all his strength without reservation. Do you think Lousy is afraid of you? In an instant, the army of zombies that had been fighting gathered from all directions to Moria's body, and in an instant, a huge shadow giant was born. Seeing this scene, Crocodile, who was about to do it, also stopped vigilantly. Benevolence. Chapter 197 Jack the Drow, Doflamingo appears Daz Bonus and others also looked at Moria. Crocodile obediently tell me the whereabouts of Pluton, or you will die here, Moria threatened loudly. Haha, it's up to you. Crocodile faced the huge Moria without fear. Needless to say, he doesn't know the whereabouts of Pluton. Even if he knows him, it is impossible to tell Moria. Looking for death. Moria's huge fist hit Crocodile directly. With a look of surprise, Crocodile instantly disappeared into the element and escaped the blow. Rumble. In an instant, the surface cracked, rubble flew horizontally, and a deep hole smashed by a fist appeared on the ground. Desert Knife. Crocodile, who appeared 10 meters away, completely turned into sand with his right hand, slashing forward in an instant, and a slash of several meters made of sand slashed towards Moria. Do not dodge or avoid. All of a sudden, Moria's huge fist blasted directly at the desert sword. Rumble. The sand split, and several meters of slashes turned into sand and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Moria was unscathed. Seeing this scene, Crocodile's face also changed a little. Crocodile, you are not my opponent, but 123 is obediently telling Lousy about Pluton's whereabouts. I can spare your life. The giant Moria looked at Crocodile arrogantly. Let's go together and help the president. Daz Bonus behind saw this scene and quickly said to the cadres next to him. No, retreat, just rely on Moria, not my opponent. Crocodile showed an incomparable hockey at the moment, he is not weak enough to beat Moria. Also need helper. 3 Just as the two were about to start their hands, for an instant, both of them looked back together. A huge figure appeared, with a strong physique, tied with a ponytail and 2 braids, with a metal tremor on his mouth, and 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. The 2-day lieu of Giakaji's listing is a community of people dressed in feathers. Advertisement. This person is Jack, one of the 3 plagues of beasts pirates. The reason he is here is because Baton, in order to ensure that Moria can know the whereabouts of Pluton, Crocodile knew the news and spread it widely. Jack the Drow, who happened to be here, CFEI, naturally heard the sound and rushed over. At this moment, King Alabasta and others hiding far behind saw that another big pirate appeared, and their faces were very ugly. Originally, they saw that Crocodile and Moria were going to lose, and they were very happy. Now it seemed that things were beyond their expectations. All of a sudden, everyone looked at the captain of the guard with vicious eyes. For everyone's eyes, the chief guard didn't know what to say, and he didn't expect this kind of result, so he could only take one step at a time. In the middle of the battlefield, seeing this person, Crocodile Moria blurted out 4 words, Jack the Drow. Crocodile, I heard that you know Pluton's whereabouts, so obediently tell Lousy. Lousy will let you go. Jack the Drow looked at Crocodile arrogantly. What are you? You deserve to spare my life. Facing the mockery, it is naturally impossible to recognize Crocodile's character. Really? You are really looking for death? After speaking, Jack the Drow stepped directly on his huge body. Above the right fist was incomparably dark and directly blasted towards Crocodile. Crocodile also didn't persuade at all, the hook was covered with sand and blasted away. Rumble. The two blasted a blow, and both retreated. The few people behind Dasbonus also looked at Jack the Drow with a vigilant expression, wondering if they would go out and help. Especially Nico Robin at the back, now he is secretly screaming bad luck. Who is this new guy? I just joined the Baroque studio, won't I have to run again? Moser. Who do you think this guy is? Nico Robin asked Moser to the side. One of the 3 plagues of beasts pirates, Jack the Drow. Moser replied slowly. 100 beasts, 3 plagues of pirates, are they strong? Nico Robin, who has never been to New World, has obviously never heard of this name. Beasts pirates, one of the most powerful contenders of New World 4 emperors nowadays, as for Jack the Drow is not too strong, offering a reward of 500 million berry. Moser paired. Advertisements say this in a casual tone, but when Nico Robin heard it, she was so shocked, although she didn't understand the concept of beasts pirates. But she knew, what was the concept of a 500 million bounty? 500 million bounty, isn't he higher than that Moonlight Moria? Nico Robin looked at Moser with a surprised expression and said this. I said, the bounty does not fully represent strength, and I am here. What are you afraid of? Moser said with a slight smile. Regarding Moser's words, Nico Robin obviously didn't want to speak anymore, looking at him speechlessly. Nico Robin is now carefully watching the battle ahead. If Crocodile is a little bit downwind, she will immediately run away. In the center of the battlefield, the huge Moria looked at Jack the Drow and Crocodile who were fighting fiercely. Crocodile was a bit downwind. After all, he had just fought with Moria. Suddenly, that huge fist, surrounded by armament hockey, directly blasted. Hit Crocodile's body. Before the elementalization, Crocodile was still rubbed a little, and Crocodile rolled around in the sky for several times before he stopped. Suddenly, a stone monument came from him. Fell off his body. Not good. This steel is exactly the historical steel that Crocodile carried with him. Seeing this scene, Moria and Jack the Drow shouted at the same time, the text of history. Coincidentally, the historical text just fell in the direction of Moria. At the same time, the 3 of them all rushed towards the falling historical text. At the moment when the 3 of them were about to touch, a thin thread directly grabbed the historical stone steel in the air, and violently pulled it down under the eyes of everyone. The stone steel fell on the hand of a man with blonde hair, sunglasses, pink feather coat and cropped trousers and pointed shoes. One of Shichibukai after Doflamingo. The 3 Moria stared at him fiercely. Chapter 198. Auto-generated chapter title. At the end of the 198th battle, Moser pretending to be forced. Boy, who are you? Dared to snatch lousy Moria's things. At this time, Doflamingo was only famous in South Blue, and Moria naturally didn't know him. There was no time for Doflamingo to reply. On the ground, the other 2 figures rushed towards him. Moria rushed forward unwillingly after seeing this. In an instant, 3 powerful pirates came to Doflamingo at the same time. There was a smirk on Doflamingo's face, and there was a slight panic on Doflamingo's face. At the moment of his death, I saw that he was actually the historical steel on his hand and threw it out into the sky. In an instant, the 3 figures who had been rushing down suddenly stopped their bodies and fought for the historical steel in midair. Damn it. He whispered inwardly, and Jack the Drow, the slowest, also rushed towards the sky above. Boom. Crocodile Moria and the 2 were at the same speed. They collided with each other, and the sound of fierce fighting sounded. They would rather not get the historical stone steel. Don't let others get it. At this moment, Jack the Drow, who was originally behind, suddenly appeared above the 2 of them, and his right hand firmly grasped the stone monument of the historical text in his hand. When the 2 saw this, they immediately stopped, and a powerful force burst out from all over their bodies and went straight towards Jack the Drow. Jack the Drow is a reckless man. Naturally, he doesn't know what it is. Just 2 people, what do you think of me, Jack the Drow? He didn't mean to run away at all, and rushed towards the 2 of them. Boom. The 3 collided like dragons on the desert, violent sands, terrifying shadows, and angry mammoths. In an instant, there was a fierce collision, the weather kept roaring, and the explosions continued. Jack the Drow, Moria, Crocodile, the 3 of them are on the desert, constantly fighting in fierce collisions, and every move will kill each other. For a period of time, the historical stone steel appeared in the hands of the 3 people in turn. As long as one person gets the historical text stone tablet, the other 2 will attack him madly together. For a while, the 3 of them can't stand each other, and no one can run away with the historical text stone tablet. On the other hand, Doflamingo below is a laid-back look. Standing there is no intention to fight, and when he wakes up, he looks like a fisherman. After Nicole was fighting each other in this scene, he instinctively blurted out and asked Wu Huo, who is this guy? Wu Xian. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, a reward of 340 million berry. Moser still said this sentence in a casual tone. Hearing this answer, at this moment Nico Robin felt that his values were constantly impacting, and his beautiful face was surprised. She used to think that a pirate offering a bounty of hundreds of millions of dollars was an incredible big pirate, but today one by one the pirates offering a bounty of hundreds of millions appeared in front of her, completely beyond her imagination. If he knew that Moser beside her was the strongest, what kind of expression would she look like? After being shocked, Nico Robin looked at Moser on the side and slowly asked, "Moser, how do you know so much?" "I said I'm very strong, but these guys combined are not enough for me to fight." Moser looked at Nico Robin confidently. "Okay, I know you are the strongest." In addition to being speechless, Nico Robin still wants to laugh. At the same time, the battle in the center of the battlefield has long been chaotic. With the terrifying strength of the three people, Dazbo's behind can't intervene at all, and can only watch the three-way melee. Dazbonus clenched his fists and looked at the battle ahead. He felt very unwilling in his heart. If he could be stronger, how good he would be to help the president. In the desert, the three people fought more and more fiercely, the atmosphere roared, and the heavens and the earth changed. Only for a while, no matter what one of the three people, no one could leave with the historical stone monument. The biggest advantage among the three is Jack the Drow. After all, Moria and Crocodile have already played a game just now. It can be said that in heads up, he is the strongest now. On the contrary, Moria is relying on the huge external force. After all, it is not his own strength. If one of the three is the first to lose, it must be him. Half an hour later, the three of them were wounded and looked at each other fiercely. For a strong man of their level, it would really take a few hours to fight. Advertisement. The historical text at the moment was on Jack the Drow, and both Crocodile looked at him. After all, from the battle just now, they could clearly feel their physical strength, because the previous battle was greatly consumed, but Jack the Drow retained the most physical strength. Jack the Drow handed over the historical text stone tablet. "Lousy spared your life." Moria looked at him arrogantly and said, "What are you?" "The last time I was the captain of our family, Lousy's historical justice stone should be the same as the previous one." Yanghuo Jier is not vulgar at all. If it is not Jack the Drow. Death. Moria was poked into the painful spot, and for an instant, an endless ghost burst out of him and went straight towards Jack the Drow. Crocodile on the side saw this situation, and his whole body was elementalized, covered with sand, and rushed away. Boom. The atmosphere continued to roar, and the sky and the earth changed. In an instant, the three of them collided fiercely again, not giving way to each other. At this moment, Doflamingo is watching the battle of the three from a distance. This is why the three of Crocodile, none of them have been seriously injured so far. They are all on guard against Doflamingo, who is hiding in the dark. At the same time, the people of King Alabasta's army hiding a kilometer away, it can be said that they don't know what words to use to describe their feelings. When one more appeared, they felt extremely annoyed, but now there is another person. They are thinking about waiting for others. Can they kill them all at once? At this time, everyone looked at the head guard with extremely resentful eyes. If it weren't for the fear of drinking too loudly, the head guard might be devoured. An hour later, at sunset, three violent gasps sounded, and the three Crocodile were covered with scars, and blood was flowing continuously. In particular, Jack the Drow suffered the most serious injuries. In the battle just now, most of the time it was Crocodile, who joined forces to deal with him alone. After all, his current physical strength is the best preserved, and the historical steel is in his hands most of the time. Crocodile's idea was to kill him first, and then to compete for the historical steel. With anger on his face and fierce eyes staring at the three people in front of him, Jack the Drow knew that if he continued like this, he would lose without any doubt under the joint efforts of the two. The two Crocodile, no matter what he thinks, what if they had a fight before? Of course, they can make a short alliance for the benefit. In an instant, the two figures disappeared in place, and they attacked again towards Jack the Drow. Boom. Steel. The three collided with each other like meteorites. Roar. With a roar, Jack the Drow's power swelled again and became very terrifying. At this moment, Jack the Drow shot with all his strength, and in an instant, he abruptly repelled the two of them. Their expressions changed in shock. The two Crocodile didn't expect Jack the Drow to hide such a hand, but this could not be the key to changing the situation of the battle. 2 against 1. Jack the Drow will undoubtedly lose. The sound of the explosion was endless and cloudless. Jack the Drow's injuries continued to aggravate. He had to throw away the historical stone monument in his hand, and then concentrated on fighting, not snatching the historical stone monument. The fragile alliance between the two, with Gary Yonghuaji's injury, also completely disintegrated. The two started fighting on their own, only to compete for the historical stone steel above. At this moment, Ishan wanted to kill Jack the Drow of the two, but regained the upper hand. Doflamingo, who was watching all this in the distance, had already ran thousands of meters away, giving them the appearance that they had already left. At this moment, the three people in the desert were completely angry at this time. At this moment, Moria fell into a disadvantage. After all, he was the weakest among the three. Under all-out shots, it was normal for him to fall into a disadvantage. As time passed by, blood was constantly flowing on the sea, the roar of the atmosphere continued to sound, and the waves of fighting, like tornadoes, swept everywhere. Look for flowers. Although the three of them have been fighting to the death, they still have the final hole cards, because they always think that Doflamingo has not left. They didn't want to be taken advantage of by others, which also made the three of them stubborn for a while. Advertisement: the three of them have strengths and weaknesses, but none of them can be absolutely crushed. Complete the historical text and escape. Suddenly, the three of them stopped attacking, looking at each other with fierce eyes. At this time, the historical stone steel appeared in Jack the Drow's hands. But there was no sign of excitement on his face, because even if he got him, he couldn't get rid of it at this moment. Knowing that this matter was so troublesome, Jack the Drow would call his eldest brother and second elder brother over, and it would not fall into the current situation. With a tired face, Crocodile already wanted to quit, because he already knew the content of this historical steel, and it seemed that there was no need to fight. However, this place is his base camp. If someone hits the door and runs away in embarrassment, he won't have to mess with him after he spreads it out. With an extremely solemn expression, Moria is different from Crocodile. Since the last time he lost to Beast's pirates, he has wanted revenge. But he knew clearly that if he could never defeat Kaido with his own strength, let alone avenge his partner, now this Pluton is his own opportunity, and he will never give up. Moreover, Jack the Drow is the three plagues of Beast's pirates, strictly his own enemy. How could Moria let him go? As for Jack the Drow, he was completely a reckless man, a man who didn't know how to back down. He could tell from the boat he leaned over in the future. From the back of the battlefield, Moser, who do you think the three of them will win? Shall we run away? Nico Robin looked at this moment, the three of them unable to tell the winner, hesitated to himself. Do you want to run away? Not necessarily, but you just have to remember that the three of them are not my opponents together. How can you run away? Moser looked at Nico Robin confidently. In this regard, Nico Robin was speechless and didn't want to talk anymore. In her eyes, Moser was a total pretender. Counting on him to be strong, it is better to think about how to escape later. Originally, Nico Robin wanted to take Moser and run with him, but now looking at Moser's self-confident look, Nico Robin thinks even if he calls him, Moser won't run with herself, and maybe it will drag her down. She is carrying the hope of Ohara. Naturally, it is impossible for her to be because of Moser. In danger. On the other hand, Doflamingo, who is a kilometer away, is paying attention to Moser, because he found that Moser's expression is too calm, facing the battle of so many strong. How could the expression of ordinary people be so peaceful? The expression of a normal person should be the same as that of Nico Robin. This made Doflamingo, who was usually suspicious, wondered if this guy was hiding his strength. However, after that, Doflamingo shook his head and denied his idea, because Moser is too young, and he has never heard of this number. Figure. Doflamingo did not expect that his suspicion at the moment was correct. Perceiving Doflamingo's gaze, Moser didn't care about it. Suppression, the ceiling of combat power, is not just casual talk. The battle between the three people in front was fiercely anxious, and a slash of more than 100 meters directly attacked the Crocodile three at extremely fast speed. In an instant, the three separated immediately, avoiding this slash. Two silhouettes appeared in front of the three of them, and all of them looked at the two silhouettes at once. Chapter 199. Two silhouettes appeared in front of the three of them, and all of them looked at the two silhouettes at once. I saw a slender man and a woman appearing in front of everyone, one of them still holding a long sword. The visitors were Charlotte, Katakuri, and Shah Rock's Muji. Oh, are so many people coming? It seems that things are getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help exclaiming when they saw the two appearing. Charlotte, Katakuri, why did you two appear here? Are you also here to snatch the historical steel? Jack the Drow stared at them fiercely. Advertisement. As for Moria and Crocodile, although they didn't speak, their expressions became extremely serious. Obviously, hand in the historical stone steel, and we'll let you go. Charlotte, Ka, 1 2 3. Taku Lee showed incomparable hockey on his body. It's up to you to think about it. Even though he didn't do it, Jack the Drow didn't recognize it either. But even though he said so, he knew in his heart that with the injuries he had now, he could not be the opponent of the two at all. Including Crocodile and Moria is the same, especially Crocodile thought that he was hiding so well. Who on earth revealed the news? So many difficult guys came all of a sudden. For a time, the 5 people in the center of the battlefield were at a standstill, and no one voluntarily chose to do it. Who are these two persons? Nico Robin couldn't help asking as they watched the 2 people who stopped the battle immediately. The Big Mom Pirate Group, one of the 4 Emperors Pirate Group, 3 of them will star. That man's name is Charlotte Kata, Cooley, who is offering a bounty of 730 million berry, and the woman next to him is called Sherlock, Smokey, who is offering a bounty of 560 million Bailey. Moser, beside him, replied with a relaxed face. What are you talking about? 730 million Pele. Nico Robin was shocked instantly when he heard the bounty. She thought that Bailey, which was more than 500 million yuan, would be very high, but there was another 730 million bounty. Advertisement. What are you afraid of? I know, you are very strong, and they are not your opponents together. Before the Wu dialect had changed, Nicole directly interrupted him and gave him a day's sleep. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Moser didn't explain too much, just smiled at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Daz Bonus and others, who were standing not far from them, were no less surprised than Nico Robin. They were very confident in their president, but as each strong person appeared, they gradually lost their confidence. Daz Bonus and others were knocked on the door by so many strong people, and they were very depressed, but now they still hear Moser pretending to be forced. Bentham walked towards Moser, and a sharp voice sounded, "Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time, do you know? What do you think you are pretending to be? A trash can only scream. If you have the ability, you can go. Let us see, what do you have?" There was no answer. Moser just looked at him like a moth ant. Bentham saw that Moser dared to look at him with mocking eyes. He immediately froze and shouted sharply, "Boy, you are really looking for death." After speaking, his fist was about to be slammed at Moser's head. Facing this coming punch, Moser looked calm, still holding a calm smile on the corners of his mouth, with no intention of avoiding it at all. Nico Robin on the side saw this scene with a panic expression on his face. When Bentham's fist was about to reach Moser's head, a powerful right hand stopped his fist. Daz Bonus shouted at Bentham, "When is it? You are still in the mood. This kid is too irritating and pretending to be too aggressive. I can't help it." Bentham looked at Moser viciously. Even if he was angry, his voice was very sharp. "Okay, let's just say a few words. Daz Bonus is right. Now the enemy is now. How can we be inside?" Zala also shook her little waist and stood up to persuade. Advertisement faced with the persuasion of the two, Bentham finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Moser with an unhappy expression and said, "Boy, this time you're lucky. Let you go. When this matter is over, you will be there. Nice." Regarding Bentham's threat, Moser didn't care. He still had an indifferent expression. Nico Robin on the side saw that Bentham didn't move on. He breathed a sigh of relief, and whispered next to Moser, "You guy, don't pretend to be like that in the future. Fortunately that guy didn't do anything, otherwise, you are miserable." Wu Xian is also a world instrument, and he is miserable. That guy should be thankful that he didn't do anything, otherwise, no one would be able to save him. The quarrel between the few people also attracted the attention of the 5 people in the center of the battlefield. They had just glanced at it randomly. However, when Charlotte, Katakuri, Sherlock, and Smokey not only looked over, they looked terrified. They stared at Moser and didn't look back. At the same time, there was a doubt in their hearts, and they couldn't help but say, "Moser, how can this guy appear here?" The words of the two and their expressions of horror attracted the attention of Jack the Drow and the 3 of them. They also looked at Moser together. When I saw Charlotte Kata, the person Curry looked at was a young man who seemed to be about 20 years old. Moria and the 3 of them had different expressions, thinking, why Charlotte and Kata Curry looked scared when they saw this young man. 4.8. Especially Crocodile thought to himself that this little guy was not Nico Robin's assistant, and if it wasn't for Nico Robin, he might have killed him. Doflamingo, who was hiding behind, also had a strange face. He wondered if he had guessed right just now. This kid is really not easy. Ha 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 ha. At this time an untimely laughter rang out. Jack the Drow looked at Charlotte Kata, and the 2 of Cooley said, "Why, the dignified dessert 4 stars. How can I see a little guy with such a scared look?" For Jack the Drow's mockery, Charlotte, Katakuri looked at him fiercely. Chapter 200. Stopping, space suppression. You call that little guy, believe it or not, you guys add up, none of them are his opponents. Charlotte, Katakuri looked at them with a serious expression. Hearing these words, Jack the Drow's faces appeared shocked, full of unbelievable. Bentham at the back was even more incredulous. Suddenly everyone's eyes were focused on Moser again. Seeing the gazes of so many powerful people focused, Nico Robin looked a little flustered, and asked Moser to the side, "You really are so strong?" Advertisement, what do you mean? Moser looked at her with a smile on his face. At this time, Nico Robin is still dubious, because how he thinks of Moser is also in his early 20s, including Jack the Drow. They also don't want to believe how strong a guy in his early 20s can be. Charlotte, Kata, Cooley, you 2 guys, don't you want to deceive us on purpose, so that you can take away the historical text stone? Where does this kid look like a strong man? Jack the Drow looked at Charlotte and Kata Curry with a suspicion of 25. Do you believe it or not? Sherlock and Smokey said before Charlotte Kata and Curry could speak. After speaking, Sharrock's Mew G walked towards Moser. Coming to the front, he said slowly, "Sorry, I disturbed you, let's go now." After the previous battle, Sharrock's, Mew G and the others clearly knew the true strength of Moser, which could be crushed even by their mother, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin. Especially after that battle, Aunt Charlotte Linlin personally ordered that if the pirate group cadres met Moser outside, they must not be an enemy. Seeing that Moser hadn't spoken for a long time, Sherlock and Smoggy looked a little flustered. You must know whether they were able to escape last time because their mother was there. If Moser didn't let them go today, none of them would get away. Sharrock's Mew G looks like this, in the eyes of everyone. How surprised. You know that this is one of the dignified 3 general stars, and it looks like a man in his early 20s. The guy, with such a guide, even his face is full of fear. Well, you can just watch the theater outside, Moser said calmly and slowly. Advertisement Moser had just finished talking. Sherlock, Smokey and Charlotte Kata, and Curry retreated quickly to the side in relief. When Jack the Drow saw this, their hearts were shocked, but they still didn't believe it. You 2 guys, do you think you can fool Lousy by just looking for a guy? I don't believe that he is so strong. Jack the Drow is a reckless man. Still showing no anger. Greater than, if you don't believe me, you can try it. Sharrock's Mew G looked at him defiantly. Try it. Lousy will still be afraid of a little guy. Jack the Drow turned his head and looked at Moser fiercely. With a calm expression, Moser looked at him indifferently. When everyone saw that Jack the Drow was about to take a shot, they all stepped aside. Anyway, with this reckless man taking a shot, they could test out the true strength of Moser. Moser, are you really strong? Nico Robin asked Moser with a worried look, looking at the burly Jack the Drow. Not very strong, but invincible should be worthy of me. Moser looked confident. Hearing this answer, Nico Robin didn't know what to say for a while. Boy, Charlotte, the two Katakuri guys said you were very strong. Why should I not believe it? Drought? Jack clenched his fists and looked at Moser fiercely. I'm not very strong, just hit you with a finger. Moser looked at Jack the Drow with a look of moth ants. Boy, you are looking for death. Facing such a mockery, Jack the Drow, how can it be tolerated? Above the fist, the blue veins violently entangled Armament Hockey's breath, and the burly body rushed towards Moser. Facing Jack the Drow who had killed him, Moser still stood there calmly, motionless. Moser, people rushed over. Nico Robin on the side reminded him in a hurry. The crowd onlookers, as well as Doflamingo behind, are all paying attention to this scene at this moment. Boy, die for me. When Jack the Drow's fist was less than 1 meter away from Moser. Advertisement, stopping. Moser stretched out his right index finger and moved forward slightly. In an instant, the heavens and the earth faded, the square kilometers turned gray and everything seemed to be still. And the rushing brother Yang Huo Lien just like this, staying where he is, including Wu Lia. Except for Charlotte Kata, Cooley and Nico Robin, as well as Doflamingo who is a kilometer away, the others live still in place, and time seems to stop. How could it be possible? Jack the Drow found that his body couldn't move, except for his thoughts, he couldn't even speak. Nico Robin on the side was shocked in addition to shocked, he was shocked and stayed where he was. At this moment, the audience, including Charlotte and Katakuri, both looked shocked, because they had never seen Moser make this move before in the fight. This is beyond their knowledge and imagination. Time is still. Is this still something that people can do? Moria and the others tried their best to get rid of this bondage, but they found that no matter what 127 they had, they couldn't move their bodies any minute. This kind of power similar to the gods made them unable to produce the desire to resist. Space suppression. For an instant, Moser's fingers moved a little further forward, and Jack the Drow seemed to be oppressed by space. His whole body was lying directly on the ground, and there was no resistance at all. At the same time, the gray world returned to its original color, everything began to flow again, and Moria regained freedom. After feeling that they had regained their freedom, Crocodile all looked at Moser in horror, with the same doubts in their hearts. Who is this guy? He is a man or a god. The kind of power just now can't be done by humans. Crocodile, even more fortunate in his heart, at that time, he did not choose to destroy Moser, otherwise he would die. Especially Bentham, who mocked Moser just now, at this moment, his face is terrified, and he can't wait to slap himself a few times. I dare to mock such a character. Isn't it that you live too long? Too for a moment, his body began to tremble, and he thought, what if Moser wants to settle his account? Chapter 201 Fighting Power Ceiling, The Real Horror. Boy, you have the ability to let me go, then we'll take it seriously. Jack the Drow, who was struggling desperately under the ground, found that he couldn't even stand up, raised his head and shouted loudly. The ants, there are so many words. After speaking, Moser lightly waved forward with his right hand, and the power of space compression was even greater. In an instant, an astonishing force came. With a scream of pain, Jack the Drow felt as if he was being held down by several mountains. Woo! Even the sound of broken bones kept ringing. When everyone saw this scene, they all looked at Moser with fear. Especially Nico Robin, only at this moment knew that Moser did not lie to himself. He is really strong, and he is outrageous, he is free to solve, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berry, which reminds Nico Robin of Kuzan who started in Ohara many years ago. I don't know who is better than Moser's Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan, Nico Robin thought in his heart. If Moser had known that Nico Robin had compared him with Kuzan, he would not know how he would feel. Charlotte and Katakuri looked at Jack the Drow like this, and both shook their heads. No way, who told this guy with well-developed limbs to have no brains and find excitement on his own? Doflamingo, who was hiding behind, looked even more shocked. He wondered when this number would appear in the sea. This power is really terrifying. Boy, let go of Lousy quickly, otherwise Kaido of the Beasts, our captain, will not let you go. Jack the Drow, who felt that his bones were about to be crushed alive, raised his head and threatened Moser. Oh, is it? Kaido of the Beasts, you can play with him if you have time. Hearing the name, Moser still looked casual. Boy, know who our captain is? Don't let me go, or you'll be dead. Jack the Drow thought Moser was afraid, and threatened. After hearing these words, Charlotte and Katakuri almost couldn't help laughing. You know, even if their captain, Charlotte Linlin, is completely crushed by Moser, if they are replaced by Kaido of the Beasts, the result will definitely not be any better. Advertisement. If Kaido of the Beasts knew, because of what he had said, Wu Shang would look for him, and would not know if he wanted to kill brother Yango in the future. Do you know you are afraid? Don't let me go soon. Jack the Drow's face is very revealing at the moment. Ant, you talk too much. Moser looked cold, his eyes moved slightly, and for a moment, space was oppressed. Accompanied by a scream of ghost crying and wolf howling, Jack the Drow fainted completely. When everyone saw this scene, they didn't dare to say a word. The strength was too strong, and they hadn't done anything yet. With just one finger, a sea of strength above Vice Admiral screamed and passed out. Crocodile, who has seen the strength of Whitebeard, feels that even Whitebeard at his peak will definitely not be able to do this. This is really terrible and completely shocked Crocodile's understanding of power. Especially Bentham, who was hiding behind, swallowed and collapsed to the ground in fright. He can only hope in his heart that Moser will not pay attention to small people like him. Moser didn't care about the shocked look of everyone. He slowly walked towards Crocodile. Seeing Moser walking step by step, Hockey is usually like Crocodile, and there is a trace of panic in his expression at this moment. Historical text, hand it over. Moser said calmly, but it felt like he had to surrender. Not daring to resist, not daring to hesitate, Crocodile directly took out the historical stone steel and placed it in Moser's hand. Looking at this historical stone steel, Moser just randomly fiddled with it. He really couldn't see anything famous, and threw it directly to Nico Robin. Seeing Moser standing still and showing no sign of leaving, the air seemed to freeze. No one dared to speak at once. Everyone was nervous. What would Moser do next? Moser turned around, looking at Bentham with a playful expression on his face. Perceiving Moser's gaze, Bentham was trembling with fright. A golden liquid flowed directly from under him, accompanied by a smell. Bentham was scared to pee. Seeing this scene, Moser almost laughed, only to see his finger move lightly, and for a moment, Bentham was held in place, unable to move. Advertisement. No one dared to help, no one dared to defend Moser, including Crocodile. This is the terrible thing about Moser as the ceiling of combat power. Let's go. Kwang Yuan. Wu Chi pressed the rice to the heart of Nicole's soldiers, and then grabbed her wrist with one hand. Nico Robin was still in shock and did not react. In an instant, Moser and Nico Robin disappeared where they were. Seeing the two Moser, Charlotte, Kata, and Curry who disappeared out of thin air, they felt shocked again. Even with their insights, they had never seen such a terrifying ability. Time stops, space teleports, this terrifying force, even Whitebeard Roger, can't resist it, right? Doflamingo, who was hiding behind, felt that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. He kept looking at the place where Moser left last, not knowing what he was thinking. As for the last, Alabasta's King Army, these strong men were shocked into this, let alone them. At this moment, they only have one idea in their hearts, and that is the scene just now. Absolutely not human can do it. Only God can do this step. Damn, it's horrible. Lousy is leaving first. The historical text stone has been taken away by Moser. After that, Moria, who was completely frightened, naturally had no need to stay any longer, and instantly left in the direction of the north. Ga Zhao, Charlotte Kata, Carisha Rocks, Mew and G also left. Compared to everyone's surprise, they were even more shocked, who had actually learned part of Moser's strength before. Because, when Moser was fighting their mother before, he didn't use this terrible ability at all, which means that when Moser crushed the ant, he didn't use all his strength, and he still had extra energy. What a terrible thing. Fighting with the four emperors, it is in a crushing situation, and there is still room for it. They can't imagine how strong Moser is. Suddenly, in the entire desert, the headquarters of the Baroque studio, only Crocodile and others remained. They were frightened and stayed where they were, including Crocodile. Even Dasbonus, I am very fortunate that when I met Nico Robin before, I didn't choose to kill Moser, otherwise I would die there at that time. Still. Chapter 202. Legend on the Sea, Earl Red. On the other hand, at this moment, Nico Robin floating in the sky, the shock in his heart has not been reduced by a point. Moser, you are so strong, Nico Robin couldn't help exclaiming. Yeah, I told you a long time ago, Moser said casually, which made people feel extremely surprised. Nico Robin, for a while, was stunned. After several seconds, she recovered and asked Moser, who are you stronger than the Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan? Well, I should be stronger, Moser replied with a bit of tears. Really? Nico Robin asked with some surprise. Well, it should be true. Moser could only continue to answer somewhat awkwardly. If Nico Robin knew that Kuzan actually couldn't rush for half an hour under Moser's hands, what kind of expression would it be? Then, Moser, do you know who I am? After a few seconds, Nico Robin asked these words nervously. Of course I know, son of the devil, Nico Robin, Marine Offer Order, 79 million Bailey, O'Hara, the only one who survived. Moser said this sentence indifferently. You know who I am. Why do you want to help me? Are you not afraid of Marine? Nico Robin asked Moser with a face of 127 confusion. Why should I be afraid of Marine? First a Marine, Moser said with a smile. You said you were Marine, don't you know what we did? Marine won't let me go. The more Nico Robin listened, the more he couldn't figure out Moser's thoughts. So what? I do everything, my life depends on my own mind. If I want to protect you, I will protect you. No one can kill you. When Moser said this, he showed an incomparable hockey. Hearing these words, Nico Robin was very moved in his heart for a while, and his delicate face was even more excited. During these 7 years, she felt that she was living in hell every day, without any friends. No one dared to help her, she could only run away constantly. This also caused Nicole's mutual soldiers not to believe in others easily, but she didn't know why, and she wanted to believe today. Advertisement. Let's go. Go back to the Marine branch first, Moser said with a smile, and then took Nico Robin, constantly teleporting. An hour later, Moser and Nico Robin appeared in the Marine branch, but at this moment Nico Robin had a mask on his face. This is what Nico Robin insists on. After all, he doesn't want to cause too much trouble to Moser. "Boss, you're back. Who is the woman next to here?" Lance saw Moser come back, stepped forward, and then looked at Nico Robin with a puzzled expression. "My name is Nicole." Before Moser could speak, Nico Robin said first. "Okay, you continue to practice, I'll take her back first." After speaking, Moser took Nico Robin to the direction of the villa where he lived. Seeing this scene, the Lance trio were full of doubts. Lance said first. "You said that the boss brought a woman back, will the sister-in-law not be angry?" "I think so, let's help the boss hide the secret. However, this woman is a bit mysterious and wears a mask," Jill also said. "The boss does definitely have his reason, let's not think so much, let's practice." With that, Tianzi started his long-distance running with weights again. Inside the villa, Moser took Nico Robin to a room. "You live here first. Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me," Moser said with a smile. "Yeah." Nico Robin nodded. Over the years, she has rarely been so moved. Just as Moser had just walked out, "Buru, Buru." The phone worm in his arms rang. "Moser, now you bring the three little guys from lands here, naval headquarters, there is a very urgent matter." On the other side, Sengoku's voice, CFEI, came. Very confused, Moser has never heard Sengoku look so nervous. "Are you thinking about something important? Forget it, take a look. I'm going to naval headquarters. Don't go out these days and wait for me at the villa." Moser opened the door and said to Nico Robin. But when he opened the door, he saw that Nico Robin had only one. He was going to take a bath. "Ah!" Nico Robin exclaimed. Advertisement Moser ran out immediately in shock, but while he went out, he kept thinking about the scenery just now. Nicole in the room is fighting each other. At this moment, it can be said that she is ashamed and angry, and she has been watching with fear in her heart. Wu Kang. In less than a few seconds, a smiling Moser teleported to the three of lands. "You follow me to naval headquarters." After saying that, Moser teleported and disappeared in place with the three of lands directly. After a while, the naval headquarters Sengoku office, Moser 4 people appeared in the office. Looking at the 4 people who appeared out of thin air, Sengoku was also a little surprised, thinking, is this the little guy Moser who has new abilities? It's terrifying, since it can move in space, but that's okay. Moser is now capable and should be able to deal with that guy. "Sengoku Admiral, what's the matter?" Lands asked. Moser then found a place to sit down. Sengoku Admiral stood up and said with an extremely serious expression, "You now go to Sabadi Archipelago. Marshal Sora and Earl Red have already met there and may start fighting at any time. Now Garp is in New World. I want to guard naval headquarters. Zephyr is in South Blue at this time, and there is no way for him to support him quickly. Now you go to support Marshal Empty. I will ask Bluzolino to help you right away. Remember, you can't do it when the two of you don't know the outcome, but if Marshal Sora loses, you understand." Hearing the name Red Earl, the Lands trio were a little puzzled, wondering what kind of powerhouse they were. Sengoku needed to call his boss over, and they had to take the 3 of them. Earl Red. The 3 of lands didn't know. Moser still had an impression of this name. The top strong man above the sea, alone, can be as famous as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger. It is the legendary sea thief. In the comics of the previous life, there is only an overview of a character that did not appear. Chapter 203 Celestial Dragons Direct Institution, Mysterious CP0. And the comparison with the Whitebeard trio, to set off this person's incomparably powerful strength. It is no wonder that Sengoku is so nervous when fighting against a strong player of this level. Moser needs to bring the 3 of lands, but this is obviously because Sengoku has not fully understood Moser's strength. No matter how strong the Red Earl is, Moser alone is enough. After Moser thought about it for a while, before he could finish Sengoku's words, he took the 3 of lands and disappeared in place and flew to Sabadi Archipelago. His face was full of discomfort. In the past 2 years, Sengoku has been a little annoyed with these 4 little guys, and it can even be said to be jealous. They never showed absolute loyalty to Marine, especially the dragon case, which made Sengoku extremely worried about Mosei. After all, not only is Moser stronger than the dragon, but the 3 little guys in lands are completely obedient to Moser. If one day Moser. For Marine, it may be more troublesome than Whitebeard Roger. Forget it, there is no way, let's take one step at a time. Sengoku shook his head. Over the past 2 years, Kong has gradually handed over the affairs of the Marshal to Sengoku. It can be said that Sengoku is now waiting for Kong to retire and succeeding Marshal, so it is natural to think further. At the same time, New World, a Marine warship with a dog's head flag, is returning at full speed. Standing on the deck, Garp looked forward. "Earl Red, you haven't appeared for so long. What is the purpose of appearing this time?" Red Earl is a legend above the sea, and Garp has naturally played against him. In his eyes, the strength of this opponent is no weaker than Roger and Whitebeard. Sabadi Archipelago, outside Island 27. Countless Marines and several Marine warships were docked on the shore, and Marine soldiers stood on the deck waiting in battle. This time, the number of Marines is no less than Buster Call. It is conceivable that Marine attaches great importance to Barlow E. Clyderfield. One day ago, Barlow E. Clayfield came to Sabadi Archipelago for some reason. Advertisement in general. Brother Barlow came to pay for Field's strange appearance and appointed Sabadi Archipelago. No one knows what he came to do. And he seemed to have a purpose, and he went to the Holy Land as soon as he came over. The palace where celestial dragons was located, without warning in less than a few hours, killed 3 celestial dragons, and he had to continue to do it. In an instant, the top of the mangrove fell into a riot. Fortunately, it belonged to celestial dragon's direct lineage. An existence in the CPC stopped the Red Earl. For a time, the two fiercely confronted, from above the mangrove, hit the 27th island of Sabadi Archipelago. At the moment of the fight, CPO fell into a disadvantage, but he thought that with his own strength, even the legendary Red Earl would not be able to defeat him in a short time, as long as he supported the reinforcements. But he valued himself too much, and too underestimated the legendary Red Earl on the sea. The battle between the two strong men caused a very large loss to Sabadi Archipelago, and a random blow alone destroyed a lot of houses. Hearing the death of celestial dragons, the news, 5 elders was extremely furious, and immediately gave Kong a death order, must capture the Red Earl alive. But when Kong arrived, Earl Red had blood on his right hand, and he greedily sucked the blood from his fingers. And above the dust on his side, a corpse with constantly flowing blood, lying on it, was the CPO who had fought fiercely with the Red Earl just now. "Oh Kong, you seem to be late, it's a pity, I should show you the horror of this guy when he died." Letterfield looked at Kong with a bloodthirsty look. "Rider, why did you come to the Holy Land to kill celestial dragons, Field?" Kong held back his anger and asked Leadfield. "Why, ha ha ha, why? What a funny joke, do you need a reason to kill such a beast?" Leadfield laughed loudly. "It's you, Marine, who claim to be righteous and have been helping the celestial dragons who are inferior to this pig and dog. Are you the real righteous?" Letterfield's blood-red eyes looked directly at Kong. "We Marine does not need you as a pirate to judge whether we are right or not. Today, the old man must arrest you and impel down." Kong, fist clenched and looked at Leadfield. "Seeking flowers. You Kong, you are still a bunch of trash Marines. You guys want to catch me too, next life. What you guys should think about is how to survive under my hands." Advertisement Letterfield was so arrogant hockey at the moment. As soon as the words fell, Letterfield's eyes became fierce, and the completely substantive crimson armament hockey appeared coquettishly condensed on the black umbrella for an instant. Barlery Claterfield has absolute confidence in his own strength. Kong, on the other side, was not to be outdone when seeing this scene. The dark purple armament hockey in the 4th stage covers it like armor, revealing powerful muscles. "Old stuff, I don't know if you are a marshal, have your strengths regressed in the past few years? Lousy has been improving." Raising the black umbrella in his hand, the atmosphere shattered, and the scarlet arm color covered it to form a 1,000-meter scarlet sword aura, rushing towards the air. The entire cloud-covered sky split instantly. Above the sky, there was only the blood-red sword aura that was all over the sky, which was completely flooded like a storm. The blue veins all over the body violently, the internal organs are agitated, the blood is boiling, the veins and veins keep beating, producing the sound of tiger and leopard thunder. Kong's whole body's strength is now concentrated on his fist. The air roared, and the sky broke and the earth cracked. The fist covered with armament hockey was like a dragon that would destroy everything, bombarding the dark red sword energy for thousands of meters. Boom! The mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground above the island split in an instant, and countless houses collapsed. The sea was turbulent, rushing out like mountains, and everything within a kilometer radius was completely destroyed. This is the battle of the top strong above the sea, and a random blow will have the power of shaking the gold and cracking the stone, which is terrifying. 6 CP Chapter 204 Red Earl vs Kong. Boom. The will to dominate everything, emanating from Letterfield, like Zhongyue, completely pressing on everyone. Suddenly, the atmosphere roared and dark clouds covered the sky. Dark red thunders enveloped the entire island, and a kingly will suppressed the audience. Still remaining on the island, officers above Commodore level faced this kingly will. Their complexion also looked very ugly. They felt suppressed all the time, just like a huge boulder placed on their chest, the blood-red figure standing proudly in the sky, making people afraid to look directly. Fortunately, as early as just now, Kong ordered soldiers below General Marine not to go to the island, otherwise this powerful conquerors is not like them at all. People who have not reached the general strength can resist the 1-3-0. As for the people on the island, they had all escaped when Letterfield was fighting with the CPO, or else under this will to dominate everything. In an instant, the entire island will turn into a sea of dead mountains and blood. In the center of the storm, in the blood-red sky, dark red thunders kept flashing, cloudless, and the atmosphere kept roaring. Letterfield stood on it yesterday, and all the sentient beings looked at the people underneath, as if they were looking at the weak ants. Of all the Marines present, only Kong has the power to fight. Including the headquarters, Vice Admiral is not even qualified to do it. This is the loneliness of the same name as the Whitebeard 3. This is the true strength of the legend on the sea. I haven't seen you for so many years. Your conquerors has reached this level. Have you already broken through the last stage and reached the level of the domain? Kong's face was full of dignity, looking at the opposite Letterfield, because he only felt the suppression of conquerors. What a terrible thing this was. Although Sora does not own conqueror's hockey, but his head knife is the big one in the ocean. The average conqueror's hockey, even if it is interstate and Whitebeard, can't affect him. Advertisement, but now Letterfield's Conqueror's Hockey actually suppressed him, which shows that Letterfield's Conqueror's Hockey is better than Roger and Garp. Sora, you are not a king after all, even if you are in the position of Marine Marshal, in Lousie's eyes, you are like a running dog of celestial dragons, sad and ridiculous. 11. Letterfield's blood-red pupils stared straight at the sky, and the black umbrella in his hand was stroked, and the atmosphere shattered. A bloody slash of destruction was conceived, and the entire cloud-covered sky was instantly split. Justice is never what you and first say. Marine has always been to maintain peace on the sea, unlike you careerists, who only want to rule this sea and bring cholera to this sea. With the constant roar of the atmosphere, Kong's fist with powerful force blasted forward, and in an instant, that terrifying slash dissipated between the sky and the earth. Haha, joke, you said that you represent justice. In my eyes, you Marine is inferior to our pirates, just some hypocritical guys. As soon as the words fell, Letterfield's eyes became extremely fierce, and he rushed towards Kong holding a black umbrella. Upon seeing this, Kong on the other side, with blue veins violent like a dragon, and went straight to greet him. Boom boom. In an instant, above the sky, two figures entangled with each other, and they rose straight up. The sound of explosions continued. The Marine soldiers underneath could not see the battle between the two at all. Only two beams can be seen colliding with each other in midair at extremely fast speeds. As everyone knows, the two have attacked each other dozens of times in just a few seconds. Letterfield was full of scars from his fists, with terrible power. Similarly, Kong's body is also full of shocking wounds caused by the black umbrella. The armament hockey of the two reached the pinnacle of the fourth stage, and their physical skills were also top in the sea. With a random blow, they could shake gold and stone. Under this high-intensity collision, no matter how strong the physical fitness and recovery ability of the two are, it is inevitable that wounds will be formed. When everyone was amazed, Moser showed up here with the three of Lands. Advertisement, Colonel Moser, Colonel Lands _ Marine soldiers saluted quickly. Boss, the fight has already started, are we going to make a move? The violent Lands was in flames all over, as if he was about to make a move. No bogey, this level of battle is so interesting, there's a good scene, I'm sorry for coming all the way. The Wu Chu family has tens of thousands of battles, and it looks like a show. When the three of Lands heard Moser tell them not to do anything, they naturally didn't dare to refute, they could only stand in place and watch the show. In midair, Kong, who was fighting fiercely, also discovered Moser's arrival, and broke out with all his strength, not being restrained. Anyway, with Moser's existence, even if he loses, Letterfield can't run away. Letterfield on the other side, although wondering why Kong let go of his hands and feet suddenly. But I didn't think too much, and immediately covered the blood-red hockey, and rushed up. In an instant, the two people fought fiercely and fought bloodily. Half an hour, 1 hour, the destructive battle between the two lasted for almost 2 hours, and an endless flash of light pierced the sky, and Bluzolino also rushed to Sabaody Archipelago. When the Marines on the warship saw the arrival of Bluzolino, they quickly saluted, Vice Admiral Bluzolino, good. 4.8 There is no unnecessary nonsense. Bluzolino looked at the battle above and asked with a wretched look, how is the situation now? How long has the battle been going on? A Marine soldier beside him hurriedly said, before you arrived, the battle has been going on for almost 2 hours, and now the Marshal and Earl Red can't tell the outcome. Turning around, Bluzolino also spotted Moser and them. Oh, brother Moser, come here in person. Bluzolino looked at Moser with his wretched face. Yeah. Moser replied indifferently, and then continued to lie on the recliner. People in the distance saw this scene, didn't know, thought he was really here. Chapter 205 Fighting Fiercely, Garp arrives. However, Jill looked at Bluzolino with a very interested look, and even wanted to fight. Feeling this hostility, Bluzolino's gaze also looked at Jill. He felt very confused. It seemed that he hadn't offended this little brother last time. Why was he hostile to me? What Perusolino didn't know was that since the last time he showed his great fighting power against Marco, Jill knew that the last time he fought with himself, he had released the water. I've always wanted to fight one more time, to see if the gap between the two is big. Of course, Jill will definitely not pick this time to fight. Moser lying on the recliner felt the battle between the two above, although it seemed to be evenly matched now. But Moser knew that Kong, Sora had fallen into the wind, and every move he made, Letterfield could guess in advance. The Red Earl's observation hockey seems to be not just the 4th stage, but the 5th stage in the legend, awakening 25 special abilities. This gap caused Kong to be completely suppressed. The battle above the sky has been going on, the atmosphere is constantly roaring, everything fades, the more you fight, the more strange Kong feels. He felt that every time he attacked, and the next move, he would be perceived by Letterfield in advance, as if his heart was completely seen through, if it weren't for the strong. Greater than with great physical fitness, I have already been defeated. The two constantly collided like wild beasts. The sky fell apart, and the huge island underneath was torn apart due to the powerful destructive power produced by the fighting between the two. Turned into a block of boulders, floating on the sea, you can imagine the terrible part of the battle between the two top powerhouses on the sea. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, strong physical fitness, terrifying resilience, these two terrifying beings are vividly displayed. Even if they have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, the aura of the two of them is still so high, and the strength is still so terrible. Advertisement on the second day of the battle, Garp also rushed to Sabaody Archipelago. Even if there is a Zai Ren who is watching Wu Xian, Sengoku still calls Bogisali dialect to MI, plus the lower back who is going to MI from New World at this time. Moser's current strength is in the eyes of Sengoku, above the king level, plus Lanz's 3 quasi-admiral level combat power, as well as a Paluzolino, an admiral level, and Garp a king level. Such a terrifying combination would not be a problem even if the Roger Pirates at its peak was destroyed. It is conceivable how much Marine attaches importance to Letterfield, and the anger of 5 elders, this time Marine is bound to capture Letterfield. Looking at the battle above, Paluzolino said with a wretched look, "It's terrible. Is this the loneliness of the Red? This strength is too strong, and Marshal Kong has fallen into a disadvantage." Garp also looked at the battle above seriously, and he could feel that Letterfield was stronger than before. As for Garp seeing Moser lying on the recliner, he didn't say much. After all, he couldn't control Moser. One day later, the entire island, in the battle between Letterfield and Kong, completely turned into a block of boulders, floating on the sea, and a medium-sized island disappeared. The meteor fell, with a ray of light, and a mountain of thousands of meters was directly penetrated. Then cracks spread, and the 1,000-meter-high mountains shattered and turned into endless rubble. The ground moved and the mountains shook, and the rocks fell like a torrential rain. The land was cracked and dust was everywhere. Amidst the sky full of smoke, a figure slowly stood up, and Kong's body was full of scars. Especially the 1-meter-long wound on the chest, even the intestines are exposed, which is very shocking. He kept breathing heavily. Letterfield above the sky was also pale, and his condition was not known how much worse than 5 days ago. But compared to Kong, his condition looks much better. The figure turned into a red light and landed, and Letterfield, who was dripping with blood, looked at Kong with a grim look, and said, "It seems that I won this battle." Just after speaking this sentence, Letterfield directly vomited a mouthful of blood. "Advertisement, boss, do we want to take action?" Lanz asked from the side. When the three saw Kong who was seriously injured, Sora couldn't help but want to make a move. "Wait a second, the outcome has not been determined yet." Moser stopped the 3 of them. "It's not necessarily, I haven't lost yet. The body is bruised and bruised, the bones endure the pain alone, the trembling arms, swinging both fists." His eyes were staring straight ahead at Letterfield with great firmness, and the power burst out again, but this was the end of the force, and the light came back to light. There won't be any thoughts of mercy from his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, Letterfield stripped and disappeared in place, appeared in front of Sora, hit an uppercut, and hit Sora's chin heavily. Now he had no time to react at all. His chin was raised high, like a rocket from the ground, and in an instant, the air flew upwards. Knees squat down slightly, and Lidfield is like a spring, catching up. Above the sky, the endless black shadow has disappeared, and the golden sunlight is shining on the earth again, but the island that was originally on the sea has completely disappeared. After 5 consecutive days and 5 nights of high-intensity eruptions, both of them were in a state of exhaustion. But even so, Letterfield still had the upper hand in the battle. One can imagine the terrifying aspects of his strength. As Letterfield said at the beginning, Kong spent most of his time dealing with marine matters because he became Marine Marshal. Not only did his strength not go one step further, but it declined. The 2 people in the air once again turned into 2 streamers, fighting each other, but compared to before, the speed was more than twice as slow. Angrily widened, Kong punched Letterfield's chest with a fierce face, and Letterfield also punched Kong's head fiercely. From the sky, the 2 hit the endless ruins, fist to the flesh, bloody fight. Chapter 206. Such a terrible battle, which broke out to the limit with all its strength, continued for a whole day and night. Both mental and physical trauma reached their limits, and if they were replaced by others, they couldn't hold on for a long time. But the 2 are still so tenacious. You punch, I punch, there is no fancy moves, only fights like wild beasts. "You said, Marshal Kong, wait a minute, and if we lose, the 4 of us will rush forward. How about?" Paluzolino looked at the other 3 people wryly and said. Paluzolino asked the 3 of Lanz, because he felt that Letterfield's state at the moment did not require Garp and Moser to take action. Even he alone is enough, but, just to be on the safe side, he is still planning to call the 3 of Lanz together. The 3 of Lanz didn't reply. Although they wanted to fight, it all depends on what Moser meant. Looking at the 2 men above who were fighting for the last time, Moser had an expression of interest on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Boom. 2 figures, one up and down like 2 meteors, are constantly entwined together, making the most intense collision. With a grim face, Letterfield waved his right hand forcefully, and the blood umbrella swept across. Puff, a mouthful of blood, gushing out. Angrily widened, Kong ignored the pain on his body, and turned around with a punch. The fist containing terrifying power hit his chest directly. The powerful impact made Letterfield feel a pain in his chest, and his internal organs seemed to be shaken. Accompanied by the continuous decline of blood, as well as the shocking scars on the 2 of them. Broken. With his face full of pain, Kong rolled out his whole body until a few tens of meters away. The wound on his chest and the ribs were faintly visible. Falling into the ruins, Letterfield was covered in blood and walked over step by step, looking at Kong with an extremely grim expression, and said, "Old friend, you are still not as strong as you were at your peak." The black umbrella was covered with scarlet arms. Advertisement with a face full of disbelief. Ken didn't expect to fight until now, and come to Durfield to be able to guarantee that he will be armed, which shows that his head sword has not fallen for so many years. Instead, it has grown. 2. This is the legend above the sea, the true strength of Red Earl Letterfield. The distance is getting closer and closer, facing Letterfield's ridicule. Kong. Kong looks very angry. Damn it. I look down on people, it's not necessarily who wins and who wins. Ah. Accompanied by a roar, and resisting the severe pain, Kong's body swayed and stood up, his right fist was covered with dark and shining arms, and he blasted forward. With a savage expression, Letterfield's black umbrella turned into a light spot, which also pierced forward. Rumble. In an instant, the land broke and the dust was everywhere. Countless Marines looked at the smoke, and they knew that with this blow, they would be able to tell the real victory or defeat. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a bloody body with a hole in the chest that pierced through the whole body, a very terrifying figure, fell among countless rocks. Not far away, hoo-hoo. A violent gasp sounded. Letterfield stood on the ground with a pale face. Let's do it, the outcome has been divided. Paluzolino looked at the four with a wretched expression. The three of Lands turned to look at Moser, and didn't mean to object, they had long been unable to bear it. In an instant, the extremely hot flame, shining all the light, the absolute 0-degree ice, and the thunder that destroys everything. The power of the four elements burst out in an instant, and the powerful aura moved the earth and the earth. Just as the four were about to rush over, an astonishing force burst out. Moser's figure appeared in front of the four of them. Leave this opponent to me, no one is allowed to come on, Moser said slowly, looking at Letterfield in front of him with a smile on his face. Advertisement, okay. Looking at Moser like this, Paluzolino waved his hand and stepped back. As for the three of Lands, although they masturbated, they would not violate Moser's orders. It was just strange that the boss would be interested in a seriously injured Red Earl. Garp took Kong down and looked directly at Moser. The Marine soldiers who retreated outside the island port looked at Moser with surprise, wondering who this guy is. They dared to stop Paluzolino. Brother, have you heard of this guy? He looks so young. Take the look of more than a dozen years old. How dare he challenge to pay for Feld, and his injury is not comparable to ordinary Vice Admiral, right? A Marine asked a friend next to him. Who is this, don't you know? First Marine, second-generation ancestor, son of Garp Vice Admiral. At this time, the voice of a Marine from behind sounded. Ah, I remember now, he is the Demon King of the world. I heard that when he was in naval headquarters, he used to behave every day, bullying men and women. After the man's reminder, most people recognized Moser's identity. Although not everyone may have seen Moser, but most people have heard of him, after all, he is notorious. Such a guy like this, dare to challenge Red Earl Letterfield. Isn't this just looking for death? Others are afraid of Garp. He doesn't think Red Earl is also afraid of Garp. After the discussion, the Marine soldiers all looked at Moser above as if they were looking at fools. Shut up all to me. Hearing the comments of the Marines, Lands turned his head and stared at them fiercely. Good, after being stared at by Lands, everyone immediately calmed down and didn't dare to speak anymore. Moser didn't care about the comments, after all, he had to rely on the pitfalls of hidden strength, and later they would know how wrong their ideas were. At this moment, Letterfield's whole body was covered with scars, but the aura of his whole body never weakened. Letterfield's blood-red eyes looked straight at Moser, who appeared in front of him, and said, Boy, who are you? I have checked the information. Red Earl has not swallowed devil fruit at this time. When he swallowed the fruit of the Eudemons, it should be after Luffy went to sea. Therefore, at this point in time, I designed the Red Earl to not devour the devil fruit. Chapter 207. Who I am is not the key. The key is that you are too weak now. You may not even be able to force my 50% strength. Moser looked at Letterfield with an indifferent expression. The Marine soldiers behind, when they heard these words, they were shocked, wondering if this guy was looking for death. That's a legend in the sea, Count Hong, he dared to provoke this way, is this kid a fool? And Paluzolino, Garp Vice Admiral just put this guy in a joke? Isn't this embarrassing as Marine? At this moment, Garp and the others showed what they should look like. After all, each of them knew that Moser's true strength, indeed, with the current strength of the Red Earl, it was impossible to be Moser's opponent. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? Lousy is a legend on the sea, Earl Red. Letterfield shook the black umbrella, his expression was full of anger. He had never thought that a young man would dare to provoke him so much. I figured out a way, maybe this can be a bit challenging. Moser was still calm. But in Letterfield's view, this is the biggest insult to him. Boy, you're looking for death. In an instant, a kingly will burst out of Leafield 130, drowning towards Moser. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, no panic. Moser just moved his eyes slightly, and in an instant, a stronger Conqueror's Haki burst out. In an instant, two terrifying Conqueror's Haki collided, and the whole world was completely divided into the left and right sides. The dark red thunder flickered, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the dark clouds above the sky were all scattered. Under the collision of these two powerful conquerors, everything in the world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Boom! The sky and the earth are roaring, and the sea looks turbulent under the collision of Conqueror's Haki, constantly rolling. The two ultimate Conqueror's Haki, held for less than a few seconds, led to a slight change in Letterfield's face. Hello. Letterfield spouted blood directly, and muttered to himself. How is it possible? Obviously, he fell into a disadvantage in the collision of Conqueror's Hockey just now. Advertisement Marine soldiers outside the small island, seeing this scene, feel even more incredible. I have no friendship, right? That, seal. But Wu Shenaren will also Conqueror's Hockey, and it seems to be more independent than the Red Old Time. A Marine soldier with Ding Da, Ying looked surprised. You're not mistaken, we take it for granted, we don't see the sky and the earth. At this time, the group of Marine soldiers all understood how ridiculous their thoughts just now were. They understood why Garp Vice Admiral would let Moser go up to challenge Letterfield alone. Because Moser's strength really exceeded their imagination. As expected, Moser, it's terrible, Paluzolino said with a wretched expression. The Lands trio looked at Paluzolino a little uncomfortably. They didn't know why. It was clear that Paluzolino was complimenting their boss, but they felt that Paluzolino was owed. Perceiving the eyes of the three, Paluzolino waved his hand awkwardly. Boy, you were looking for death. Although Letterfield was shocked, he couldn't tolerate him. He was vomited blood by a little guy. As soon as the voice fell, Letterfield shook hands with the black umbrella, disappearing in place, containing unparalleled power, and piercing towards Moser. In the face of juniors, even if Letterfield was seriously injured, he did not bother to attack. The attack was approaching, and Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth. Go back in time. Moser's finger moved forward slightly, and for an instant, a green light enveloped Letterfield. With a frightened expression, Letterfield wanted to break free, but found that there was no way, and he felt that his injuries and strength were constantly recovering. Sure enough, in the eyes of everyone, Letterfield's injury was visible to the naked eye from the battle. No, it should be back to the previous state. Moser, brother, what are you doing? Paluzolino looked at Letterfield above with a look of surprise. Advertisement The Three of Lands, including Garp, looked confused. After a few seconds, Letterfield's injuries all over his body disappeared, including the damage to his clothes. Letterfield clenched his fists, and he felt his strength and stamina return to the peak state they had before fighting. Looking at the Moser on the other side, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, obviously using the trick just now. Even with his strength, it is extremely difficult. Boy, what did you do? To pay for Feld's surprised look, I saw Wu say, even if I knew him like him, I had never seen such a miraculous thing. This will be a bit interesting. Moser looked extremely confident. A Red Earl, who was less than half of his peak strength, really couldn't attract Moser's interest. Only Red Earl in the state of Dai Feng could give him a hint of desire to fight, but there is only a trace. Brother Moser, this devil fruit ability is so amazing, it can make a person's body go back and return to its peak state. However, is Moser a little too confident? The Red Earl at his peak is a bit scary. Perusolino's face was surprised at first, and then became a little dignified. Our boss, we still need you to teach us to do things. The Three of Lands looked at Paluzolino with bad eyes. Suddenly, Paluzolino dared not speak more quickly, and shut up obediently. Wow, ha 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 ha, not my son, ambitious. Is this right? What's the point of defeating a seriously injured Letterfield? It's fun to defeat a peak state Letterfield. Garp laughed straight out, as if he didn't worry about Letterfield running away. Over the huge boulders that the island had turned into, Letterfield looked puzzled, but he felt extremely confident when he felt the mighty power coming from his body. Letterfield watched Moser slowly and said, Boy, your fruit ability is so amazing, you can restore me to peak state, but are you too confident? As soon as the voice fell, Letterfield appeared to Moser's right. The blood-red black umbrella, carrying the sound of breaking through the air, was about to pierce Moser's chest straight. Chapter 208 Time and Space / Super King vs King. For an instant, Moser disappeared in place, and the black umbrella in Letterfield's hand pierced into the air. The expression was shocked. With Letterfield's powerful observation hockey, he didn't even feel how Moser disappeared. However, as a strong man, Letterfield immediately recovered, turned and continued to kill Moser, who was 100 meters away. Stopping. Moser moved forward with his right hand. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the 100-meter radius turned gray, and everything stopped flowing, including Letterfield, stopped in place. Surprised, Letterfield felt as if he was suspended, unable to move a single move. The Marine soldiers behind, including Garp, were shocked when they saw this miraculous sight. They were wondering how strong Moser was and how many tactics were hidden. Moser looked at Letterfield, who was still floating in the air, and was a little disappointed. It seemed that he still valued Letterfield too much. But at this moment, Letterfield was holding the black umbrella's hand, and it turned out to be slightly moved. Then, Letterfield slammed his right hand forward, and a red slash, containing the power of destroying everything, slashed straight towards Moser. Moser looked surprised, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that right? That's interesting. Moser disappeared out of thin air at the moment when the slash was about to hit. Turning around, with a cold sweat on Letterfield's forehead, he looked directly at Moser, and slowly said, Boy, your abilities are really terrifying. You have the two powers of time and space. Although the old man has heard of the fruit of time, he has never heard of what kind of fruit can combine the two forces of time and space. It could be heard from Letterfield's heavy breathing that he had expended a certain amount of physical strength in order to break through the restraint just now. No answer. Moser just smiled indifferently. Garp outside the island was lost in thought. Yuan Ji has no idea that this is less than that. Letterfield, your strength is also very good. You can break through my time constraints, but now I have only used 30% of my strength. Moser looked at it. Ant's eyes looked at Letterfield. Boy, you're looking for death. Letterfield had never been seen by this kind of gaze, and a powerful force burst out from his body. Rumble. The red thunder flickered, and the terrifying Conqueror's hockey was wrapped around the black umbrella, as if to destroy everything. It pierced towards Moser. Advertisement, space backflow. Moser waved his right hand forward, and for an instant, click. The surrounding space seemed to be broken, forming a stream of gas that flooded like a river. Rumbling. The two ultimate attacks collided in an instant, and hundreds of air returned, like a violent wind, completely flooding Letterfield, as if to strangle it. The black umbrella in his hand was constantly waving, and red slashes came out instantly. In an instant, above the sky, explosions continued to sound, and smoke piled up. After this explosion that lasted for several seconds, Letterfield floated in the sky. Huh. A heavy gasp sounded, and the body was covered with tiny scars, and blood dripped. Oh, is it blocked again? Moser finally got serious. Space suppression. For an instant, Moser moved his finger forward a little, click. The space around Letterfield seemed to be broken, and a huge force of gravity pressed against him. Without time to react, Letterfield fell straight down like a meteorite. Boom. A deep pit appeared on a huge boulder that was split into a small island. After a while, rubble flew across and dust was everywhere. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were looking there, and their expressions at the moment were full of shock. 1 second, 2 seconds, as the dust dissipated, Letterfield half kneeled on the ground, looking embarrassed, as if being oppressed by an invisible mountain. Ah! With a roar, Letterfield's trembling body slowly stood up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, he completely broke through the restraints. Seeing this scene, Moser was also a little surprised. Boy, you have a unique tool, but just think of it like this, it's still a long way from defeating the boss. The boss is a legend on the sea, read in the old days. Look for flowers. Letterfield's figure turned into a streamer and rushed straight up again, without avoiding. His whole body was full of blood, and Moser also directly blasted out a punch. Advertisement. Rumble. The pitch-black fist and the blood-red black umbrella collided like a dragon, and the world seemed to roar. After the move, Letterfield stepped back a few steps, while Moser remained in place. Shocked, Letterfield thought Moser was just a little stronger in fruit ability, but now it seems that this guy not only has fruit ability, hockey and physical skills are also terrifying, really a monster. Letterfield, your strength is good, you are qualified to let me use 50% strength, Moser said to Letterfield in a calm tone. 0.5% strength, kid, less insulting. Letterfield's figure appeared in Moser's right for an instant. The black umbrella in his hand was going to cut directly to Moser's head at an extremely fast speed. With a calm expression, Moser stretched out his hand and moved forward, abruptly blocking Letterfield's angry blow. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, Moser kicked directly at Letterfield, like the kick of Optimus Prime. With a shocked look, Letterfield quickly blocked his arms in pitch black. Crack. As if the sound of bone fracture sounded, Letterfield fell straight down like a cannonball again. Rumble. It caused a burst of dust, but within a few seconds, Letterfield rushed out again. This time, a powerful burst of power broke out all over his body. The black umbrella in his hand seemed to pierce the air, and he slew towards Moser. Time and space slash. Moser's mind moved, and the space shattered in an instant, and a huge time slash that could destroy everything was drowned. Rumble. The slash of time collided with the tip of the umbrella, and for an instant, an explosion sounded like a nuclear bomb, deafening. In the endless mystery, call. When he came to field, he was constantly arrogant. He couldn't imagine that since Wu Zi was so alone, he was even a little desperate. I can't do anything with PH. Moser, on the contrary, Moser's attack. I have to do my best to resist it. Long, Chapter 209 Fighting to Fall, strong crushing, shocking all over the world. Moser at the top also showed approval. It can be said that Earl Hong is the strongest opponent he has encountered. After all, there are not many people who can block his 5 moves in a row. Your strength is very strong, you can be called my opponent, Moser praised from the heart. But this sentence was so ironic in Letterfield's eyes. Even if the whole body was covered with scars, the Emperor should not be humiliated. Letterfield shook his hand against the black umbrella, and the tip of the umbrella was bursting with red light. With a violent forward swipe, a bloody slash of thousands of meters, as if to destroy the world, swept straight out. Seeing this massive blow, the Marine soldiers outside the port couldn't help but panicked. There was also a trace of seriousness on Moser's face. The time circle. In an instant, Moser waved his right hand downwards, 133, and green halos appeared in the sky, containing the power to destroy everything, and fell straight down. Rumble. 2 terrifying attacks collided together, as if a meteorite collided, a huge mushroom cloud emerged, and everything around them was annihilated. At the same time, Letterfield appeared behind Moser, and the black umbrella was about to stab Moser directly. With a calm expression, Moser instantly disappeared in place, and then a fist, containing the most terrifying power, directly blasted towards Letterfield's chin. Before he could react, Letterfield's entire head leaned back. Hey! His teeth spurted out with blood. Sky, boy, the old man is fighting with you. Letterfield endured the pain, his fist blasted at Moser again. Suddenly, Moser disappeared in place again, but when he was about to attack, Letterfield had already guessed where he was about to appear, and the black umbrella in his hand quickly swept back. With a shocked expression, Moser had no time to escape, and there was a slight wound on his chest with blood flowing. Kind of, meaning. Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth. The eyes of Coming to Durfield were full of reports. Advertisement in an instant, the two of them fought in close hands, fisted to the flesh, and fought bloody, fiercely constant collisions, as if they were about to destroy everything in the world. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. A body fell straight down like a hill, and the earth shattered. Amidst the ruined dust, Letterfield tremblingly stood up slowly. Huh. Letterfield was bloody, and his head was even more dizzy, as if he was about to faint in the next second. In the battle just now, his expression was highly tense, and he burst out with full force every second, but even so, he still fell into a disadvantage. On the other hand, Moser above, his body also showed scars, but his condition was obviously much better, and he didn't show his full strength yet. You were very strong, but that's the end. You should be proud of allowing me to use 70% of the strength. At this moment, Moser's expression was also full of seriousness, and his fingers lightly moved forward. Splitting the air. A huge white slash of thousands of meters came out, slashing straight towards Letterfield, accompanied by the continuous breaking of the air. It seems to transcend time, transcend space, and destroy everything in this world. The Marine soldiers behind, including Garp, saw this scene as if they saw a miracle. For a while, they lived in the same place, and at the same time they had a thought in their hearts: is this still something human can do? Is this definitely not a miracle? This is true for people watching from a distance, not to mention Letterfield, who faced the blow. He felt that this blow was like an attack beyond this world level. With the idea of making life unable to resist, Letterfield's trembling right hand tried his best to hold the black umbrella. Letterfield, as a legend on the sea, he can allow himself to fail, but he is not allowed. He doesn't even have the courage to make a move. With a roar, Letterfield's whole body power was concentrated on the black umbrella. The blood-red light was shining, and he swung forward with all his strength. A bloody slash of thousands of meters, in and out, like an endless river, straight up. Rumble. In the midair, two destructive attacks collided, and the whole world seemed to be divided into two halves from top to bottom. The island that was originally split into huge boulders was also completely annihilated. Everything was eclipsed by the collision of these two attacks. Advertisement: the stalemate is less than a few seconds, the white beat of time, complete destruction, that bloody blow. Then, at a very fast speed, it flooded towards Letterfield. Rumble. Letterfield was full of unwillingness and helplessness, and the only boulder that was left was plunged into endless explosions. For a time, dust was everywhere, and rubble flew everywhere. All people's eyes were concentrated in that piece of smoke. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The smoke dissipated, and Letterfield was bloody and dying, floating above sea level. He looked at Moser above. He lost, completely lost, whether it was from hockey, physical skills, or ability. He was completely crushed. I didn't expect that there should be such a monster in this era. The old man was convinced that he lost. Letterfield slowly closed his eyes, and went into a coma after being seriously injured. The Marines, who were hiding thousands of meters away, saw that Moser really defeated Letterfield, and he defeated it by an absolute advantage, and felt shocked in their hearts. Including Paluzolino and Garp, they stayed in place for a while, unable to calm down for a long time. They didn't come back to their senses until Moser returned to the warship. "Boss, your strength is too strong." The Land's three immediately started flattering. Enjoying the praise, Moser sat back on the reclining chair again. 4.8. Sora and Garp, who had awakened on the warship, looked at the young figure. Letterfield, who has crushed his peak state with a strong force of 2 decades, has this terrifying talent and strength, which is the strongest among everyone they have ever seen. Including Roger and Whitebeard or the Rocks more than 10 years ago, there is no way to compare them. They were very fortunate that Moser belonged to their Marine, and even Garp felt proud in his heart. After all, Moser's current strength absolutely surpassed him. As for Letterfield, who fell to the bottom of the sea, within a few seconds of sinking into the sea, Garp went to fish him up. With the sunset in the west, in the shock of everyone, several warships returned to naval headquarters in a mighty manner. The next day, news spread that Red Earl Letterfield was arrested and sent to Marine prison. Chapter 210: The Emperor's Fear, the Marshal's Alternation. Above the sea, the pod exploded in an instant, and countless pirates believed that their beliefs had collapsed, first the Golden Lion, then the Red Earl, and the death of the Shanghai pirate king Roger. Now above the sea, the only 4 legends left is Whitebeard, who is still dominating one side. Especially the young figure in the newspaper has become a nightmare for all the pirates at this moment. They have never seen this guy, but the newspaper reports say that this guy has defeated the peak state of Letterfield strongly. This makes them unbelievable, and even some people think that this guy must have swallowed some fruit to become so young. Otherwise, how could it be so strong at this age? The report of Moser's strong defeat of Letterfield was passed on by Marine, because Kong also felt that it was time to show Moser's powerful strength and make the pirates more afraid of the Marine, and let these riotous pirates be quieter. As soon as this report came out, the effect was very significant. Some pirates even chose to abandon the ship and become pirates and return to their hometowns. New World, Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, looked at this newspaper. No matter what happened, his expression would not change, but today I saw that Red Earl was defeated by these 25 boys. His expression has changed greatly, but he knows the strength of Moser, the tip of the iceberg. But Whitebeard always thought that Moser was better than him at best. But look at the state of Moser when he defeated Letterfield. Whitebeard knew he still underestimated Moser. Ant 4 Emperors, who is far away on Cake Island, has been staring at Moser in the newspaper. As a crew member on the Rock's pirate ship, she has seen the strength of the Red Earl with her own eyes. It can be said that even if the current one is against the Red Earl, there is only one end, and that is to lose. But the fellow, Earl Red, lost to Moser in this way. Charlotte Linlin, who was still thinking about revenge, now has a hint of fear in her heart, which can make an emperor fear. This is a terrible thing. Wanokuni, at this moment, Baichong Kong Duo also has news in the newspapers, and it is not easy to watch Yonghuo Jier at the age of Gion. In Alabasta, Moser did not kill Jack the Drow, he dragged his wounded body back to Wanokuni. Advertisement. When Kaido of the Beasts heard Jack the Drow at first, he still didn't believe it, thinking that he was making excuses for failure. But today's incident made him have to believe that even Kaido of the Beasts did not dare to say that Moser would kill him, because he felt that Moser might really kill him. For a time, the entire sea was shocked by this incident. The name Moser spread throughout the entire New World and became the dream demon in the hearts of countless people. The Marine branch, Nico Robin, who is in the villa at the moment, holds a newspaper in her hand, and her delicate little face is even more astonished. Nico Robin also saw the report that Moser defeated Letterfield. Although she doesn't know what Letterfield represents, but she can see the bounty. As one of the 4 legends, Letterfield has a bounty of 4.9 billion berry. Nico Robin has never seen such a high bounty in her life, and she finally knows what Moser said: as long as he thinks that no one can hurt him, it is not a joke. At this moment, Moser, who was aboard the warship, just returned. Seeing Moser come back, Nico Robin rushed up and gave Moser a hug. All of a sudden, Moser stayed in place with a dazed expression. "What's wrong? What's so happy?" Moser said. "Moser, I believe what you said now, your Kuzan is strong, this is not a lie to me, really you are so strong," Nico Robin said with a smile. "I told you already." Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then touched Nico Robin's head. At this moment, Nico Robin felt a long-lost sense of security in Moser, and even as a little girl, she had a feeling that she didn't even know about herself. 2 days later, after the incident, Moser was also a little annoyed. Everyone knew his strength, so he couldn't help it. Moser shook his head and continued to lie on the recliner. As for Nico Robin, he was sitting next to him. Since then, above the sea, it seems that they have fallen into peace, and those fierce pirates have also kept a lot of low-key. In this way, time flows like white sand, day after day, year after year. Advertisement. In the past few years, Nico Robin has been following Moser, and Gion inevitably met him. It can be said that in the past few years, Moser has been trapped in the aftermath of the battle between the 2 women, and he dared not say much. 5 years later, see Circle Calendar 1512, Marineford. Today is the most lively day for Marine, because at this time, it will usher in the moment of exchange between the old and the new. On the huge square of Naval Headquarters, a Marine has a serious expression. Stand neatly on it. 9. The symbol of the supreme power of Naval Headquarters, Marshal Marine, Kong, will officially resign from the position of Marshal Marine, promoted to Marshal of the whole Army, and command the Navy and the Army. 133. Marine Marshal, Marine Admiral. This represents that the highest combat power of the world government will complete the transition from new to old today. Countless screens in the world are broadcasting this grand event. Countless reporters picked up the camera and flashed continuously, with extremely excited expressions. They felt that it was worth their lives to cover such a grand event. On the high platform of Naval Headquarters, big people appeared on it. Behind the stalwart figure is a cloak representing justice, which is the highest combat power of Marine. And Gao Zan was in the main position, Marshal Marine, Kong, Sora, this man who used that powerful physical skill to suppress countless large pirates. This man who used his life's blood to compose a legend. His extremely mighty body conveyed the power of Marine to the world. The voice was extremely majestic and powerful, and Hockey's incomparable breath radiated from his body to suppress the audience. First, Marine Marshal Kong will step down from the position of Marine Marshal today and be promoted to the command of the whole army. In recent years, the sea has become more and more chaotic. Numerous large pirates have burned and looted in New World. We will implement absolute justice and eliminate these maritime garbage. Now we have the invitation, the former Admiral Sengoku and the current Marshal Sengoku, to come to power. Chapter 211. The opening of a new era. The audience suddenly burst into applause, and the Marine soldiers filled their eyes with enthusiasm, looking at the figure who was about to leave, Kong. This old man dedicated his life to Marine. He is a true hero. On the high platform, there are Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Peluzolino standing on both sides. Today, they will also be promoted to Marine Admiral, Marine's highest combat power. With an extremely serious expression, a man in a suit walked onto the high platform. The Buddha Sengoku looked down at a group of energetic Marine soldiers and the future of the 3 Marines beside him. Take over the Cape of Marshal Marine. 2. I announce that it is up to 5 elders, the Holy Land Marichoya, that Sengoku, the former Admiral Buddha, succeeded Marshal Marine. Kong personally put on the medal of Marshal Marine for Sengoku. Salute. Sengoku raised his hand and saluted Kong, then bowed at a 70-degree military salute. Thank you 5 elders and Marshal Kong for their trust. I will devote my whole life to Marine's career. Countless flashes light up, and all the big screens in the world are broadcasting. This historic moment, the alternation of martial marine, is enough to affect the world. I'll leave it to you next. Let's perform the rights and duties that belong to your martial marine. Sora patted Sengoku on the shoulder, and looked at him very firmly. Turning around, facing the mighty marine soldiers underneath, Sengoku of Buddha declared. The era of chaos has begun. We marine will continue to be wiped out. The garbage on the sea, justice will eventually defeat evil. Next, I announced the appointment of Marine Admiral. After waiting for a speech for nearly 2 hours, I finally came to the most critical moment of the transition of marine power. The marine soldiers underneath, the generals, were full of energy, staring straight ahead. The original Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki was promoted to Marine's highest combat force admiral, code-named Akainu. Having the right to launch, Buster Call, at any time can destroy any place without reporting to the superior. The former Marine Vice Admiral Peluzalino was promoted to Marine's highest combat force admiral, code-named Kizaru. Advertisement have the right to oppose, Buster Call, at any time, can be deduced to any place, without reporting to the superior. Formerly Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan, promoted to Marine's highest combat force admiral, codenamed Shing. Have the right to launch, Buster Call, at any time, and can destroy any place without reporting to the superior. 1. Now, please, Marine Admiral, Akainu, Huang Yuan, Xingshang come to the stage. Sengoku's majestic voice spread throughout the naval headquarters. The marine soldiers underneath, the generals looked at the high platform, the 3 extremely powerful figures. Sakazuki, who came up first, dressed in a suit, still looked as serious as before, took over Marine Admiral's cloak and put on a medal, proclaiming, I will run through absolute justice, and all evil in the world will be eliminated by me. Afterwards, taking firm steps, walked to the 3 chairs that symbolized power behind him, and then sat down. Marine Admiral Kizaru also walked up, with a wretched face as always, wearing a Marine Admiral cape, and wearing a medal high, proclaiming, Speed is power. No pirate on the sea can escape my pursuit. Changed from the insignificant tone of the past, and then sat on the chair that symbolized power under the applause of everyone. Marine Admiral Aokiji, a lazy character, a man who insists on his own righteousness. He took over the Marine Admiral cloak and put on the Marine medal, proclaiming, Justice will eventually overcome all evil. 12. When everyone heard this sentence, they always felt very familiar. Doesn't this mean the same as the previous 2? Sure enough, they're still as lazy as before, and they don't even bother to think about the declaration. Taking firm steps, Kuzan sat on a chair that symbolized power. With the end of the 3 admiral positions, Gion and Shamai were promoted to Admiral, Ghost Spider, and Lands, and they were also promoted to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The Ghost Spiders have been accumulating military merit, as for the Lands 3 because they have been unable to break through the Admiral level of combat power, go to sea for experience, and constantly catch pirates. Naturally, the big pirates caught with their strength, so in the past 5 years, they have continuously accumulated military service, and they have also been promoted to Vice Admiral. Moser below watched the Ghost Spiders become Vice Admiral one by one, and Gion even became Quasi-Admiral, with a happy expression on his face. Although his current rank is Rear Admiral only, but so what, he is the eldest brother of Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. Advertisement with the appointment of Admiral and the appointment of the mid-career, the grand meeting of the new and old fathers of Naval Headquarters came to a successful conclusion. In the 4 seas, countless pirates are also watching. Marine's power alternates. Looking at the Marine Admiral on the marine platform, some weak people are even scared to abandon the ship as a pirate. More big pirates in the sea are full of disdain. They think that Garp Zephyr's old admiral can't be taken. How about them? What's more, these juniors, they are only afraid of Moser. But in the next time, they will understand how wrong their thoughts are. This year's Marine 3 Admiral will be known to represent Marine's highest combat power in the future. New World, Whitebeard Pirates. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, looked at this newspaper with the headline Marine Power Alternation. His eyes were not on Garp or Marine Admiral. Instead, it was placed below Rear Admiral. With a lazy look, Moser was on him. More than 10 years ago, this little guy's conqueror's hockey made by who? Good enough, unforgettable. The defeat of the Red Earl 5 years ago made him feel ashamed. Looking at his children next to him, Whitebeard couldn't help feeling sorrowful. Being born in the same age as this guy is a kind of sadness. Cough, cough. After a dry cough, Whitebeard's physical condition has declined gradually over the past 10 years, and it is no longer at its peak. Father, are you okay? Marco walked out of the cabin and asked caringly. As soon as he looked at the newspaper, he immediately recognized the husky, even though he was in the dense crowd of Marine. Father. Chapter 212 New Marine Competition. However, Marco still recognized it at a glance. It is conceivable that Moser had a deep impression of Marco. He could never forget that he lost to a 10-year-old kid more than 10 years ago, and he didn't even touch Kakuzu, his clothes. Although so many years have passed, Marco's strength has continued to improve, but he never thought that he could defeat Moser. Previously, Marco still regarded Moser as a goal of transcendence, but now it can be said that he does not even have the courage to regard Moser as an enemy. Moser was able to defeat the Red Earl 5 years ago. How strong should he be now? Is there anyone in this world who is his opponent? Marco was thinking in his heart. Looking at Marco's dull gaze and staring at the figure in the newspaper, Whitebeard knew that his child had already expressed fear and felt that Moser was unbeatable. However, with that guy's terrifying talent and strength, let alone the younger generation, none of our older generation is his opponent. Oh, Whitebeard exclaimed inwardly. The old man kept my children under my protection, not knowing whether it was right or wrong. Whitebeard couldn't help feeling that he was really old. Whitebeard's goals and dreams have always been simple. He never thought of fighting for the king of the sea. He thought of having absolute power to protect the safety of his family. Naval Headquarters, today is the day of the second Marine Grand Tournament Finals. At this time, two Logia were fighting on the Marine Grand Competition arena. Sengoku, Garp, and others watched the battle on the high platform. There was a little disappointment on their faces. Although there are also two major Logias in this year, the quality of the other students is uneven. In addition, the strength of the three Sakazuki is too strong. In comparison, the new students in this year appear to be much worse. But they still have expectations. That is the little girl with a mask in the final arena at this moment. Advertisement 5 years ago, when Wu brought Nicole Zybing back, he asked her to join Naval Headquarters to study. Although Moser is strong, he may be a little better than Garp for teaching. When Moser rushed to the high platform, the battle had come to an end, and the icy snow completely covered the endless smoke. Although it is Logia, Nico Robin has Moser who has to teach himself, plus the early learning of two-color hockey. As for her Logia snow fruit, Moser naturally exchanged it to her from the system store. Smoker is not at the same level as her, as the generals on the high platform announced Nico Robin's victory. Smoker was lying on the ring full of scars, and Nico Robin had no serious injuries except for some external injuries. The strength gap was indeed too huge. This is the advantage of having a strong person who teaches himself, plus Nico Robin himself, in order to help Moser early, practice day after day. Even if she compares her with Momosagi T. Dolphin, who just graduated in the first class, she is not bad at all, and even stronger. The faces of Nico Robin, Sengoku and Crane, who were standing in the ring, were slightly smiling. Although they are not as good as the three Admiral, they are at least the seedlings of the Quasi-Admiral. Moser, your sister's strength is really terrible. She is so strong at a young age. I remember she is only 20 years old this year. She is so strong, but the strange thing is why she wears a mask all the time. Paluzolino on the side, he said wretchedly. Rather than caring about these, you should practice well, and be careful that your senior is ousted by some younger generation. Moser said something threatening. It was strange why Moser looked a little angry, but Paluzolino still shut up very funny. CFEI. Seeing Moser on the high platform, Nico Robin hurried off the ring and ran in his direction, hugged Moser directly under the eyes of everyone. Moser, I won the first place. Can you go back and cook something delicious for me? 11. In the past few years, with the protection of Moser, Nico Robin can say that he has finally recovered a kind of nature that belongs to a girl. Advertisement: the 20-year-old Nico Robin is already slim and 1 meter 8. At this moment, Moser is also nearly 1.9 meter tall. The two of them hug each other and it feels like a young couple who just fell in love. What's so nice about being the first place at Marine? Isn't this what we should do in our house? It's not like some people. After speaking, Moser glanced at Paluzolino, and the sarcasm was full. Feeding the broadcaster, in the face of the ridicule, Bobisaleu was timid, with a look of helplessness. With his character, he would not choose to recruit Wu Chu, and he knew that he could not beat Moser. As night fell, the two returned to the villa and looked at Nico Robin, who was already resting on the sofa. Moser walked to the kitchen and looked at the stars through the kitchen window. He actually wanted to stop and enjoy the warm time. But as a traverser, he also has his own goals and dreams, but this thing requires a lot of cheating value. At this moment, there are only Moser and Nico Robin in the villa. Here, even for most of the past few years, there are only two of them in the villa. As for the three of Lanza's missions outside, in the past 5 years, they have also successfully crossed the sky and broke through to the Admiral level of combat power. But having seen Moser's terrifying strength, they also knew that Admiral was not the end point, so they still practiced desperately outside, and their strength could go further. While Moser was cooking in the kitchen, there was a knock on the door, and then a long-legged Oni-san pushed in, and she was carrying a lot of luggage behind her. Seeing the people coming, Moser's expression was full of joy, but he was a little annoyed. As for Nico Robin, he looked completely unhappy, and even looked at Momosagi with some hostility. What are you doing here? Nico Robin asked directly. You latecomer, how dare you talk to me like this? Why am I here? Do I need to report to you? Gion also said rudely. Seeing the two people straight up, Moser was suddenly very upset. Chapter 213. Two women clash. Domineering Moser. It was said that there were 3 women in one play, but now it was only 2 women. Moser thought of her own windmill village, and a childhood sweetheart, the Empress of Nine Snake Island, and she was waiting for her to grow up. When the time comes, the 4 women will be together. Oh. Moser thought that this is definitely a Shira field. This is the end of the opening of the harem. Ah, you wear a mask every day, it must not look very good. Momosagi took the lead and mocked. Hey, you think everyone is the same as you, so fierce, a man-in-law. Nico Robin also said unceremoniously and directly. Who are you talking about? Momosagi put his hands on his waist and looked angry. Who should I say? Man. Nico Robin also put his hands on his waist and didn't back down. For a time, the eyes of the two were full of fire, and they looked like they were about to fight. Seeing this scene, Moser quickly stood in between the two and said humbly, Everyone, the rice is cooked, shall we eat first? Get out. the two women said in unison, staring at Moser fiercely. Moser didn't dare to refute at such a scolding, so he could only retreat obediently, thinking that a woman who was going crazy would not be easy to provoke. UB*ch, you have the ability to go out and fight with me. Momoshagi drew out the famous knife in his hand, as if about to fight. You think I'm afraid of you, man? Nico Robin also exudes cold ice. Suddenly, the two were about to fight. Moser saw this and knew he had to stop it. Momoshagi is holding a famous knife and slashing directly at Nico Robin. In the same way, Nico Robin's fist is supreme, covered in snow and ice, and he wants to swing straight out. At the moment when the two attacks were about to collide. Stop. Moser quickly moved his finger forward, and the two of them were suspended in place, unable to move. Realizing that he couldn't move, Momoshagi had very fierce eyes and yelled, Moser, you be ***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Otherwise you will be exempted. Nicole also threatened and threatened each other with an angry tone. Oh. Moser walked between the two with a helpless expression on his face. Advertisement, I can let go of you, but you have to promise me that you can't do it anymore. When Moser said this, his tone was a little angry. Okay, you let me go, I promise I won't do it. Momoshagi looked at Moser fiercely. I will never do it either. When Nico Robin said this, he looked at Moser fiercely. I was a little scared in my heart, but Moser, it was impossible not to let them go. Moser's eyes moved slightly, and Moser stopped suddenly. As soon as they were lifted, Nico Robin and Momoshagi's fists slammed towards Moser at the same time. Moving instantaneously, Moser immediately disappeared in place, smiling at the corner of his mouth and said, I knew you would come here. Really? Momoshagi looked fierce, and directly drew out the famous knife in his hand and chased it out. Nico Robin on the other side is the same, covered in ice and chasing after him. Not good. Moser immediately realized that something was wrong. Didn't he want to run outside the door? Help, help, it's going to kill, Moser yelled as he ran. Nico Robin and Momoshagi are chasing Moser behind. Suddenly, the entire marine branch was attracted by the noise they made. But seeing Tauzi and Nico Robin chasing Moser, no one dared to help. In this way, Nico Robin and Momoshagi chased Moser for half an hour before stopping. This is still the result of two people tired of running. Stop, let's have a good chat first. Moser also had a lingering fear, stopped, and prepared to have a good talk with them. Talk about your sister. As soon as the words fell, Momoshagi waved the famous knife in his hand, and a sword sheath slashed towards Moser. So scared, Moser hurriedly avoided, looking at the gap left on the ground. Moser couldn't help swallowing. This was not over yet. Before he could catch his breath, a blizzard rushed towards him. I'll go and come. Moser immediately teleported in space, avoiding the blow. On the ground, countless rubble flew horizontally, and a 100-meter deep pit appeared in an instant. After seeing these two horrible attacks, Wu Xian kept sweating on her face, thinking that these two girls were playing really hard, but luckily they ran fast. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, how can I say, I'm your boyfriend too. As for the start is so cruel. Moser looked at the two and said. Really, when you used your abilities with us just now, why didn't you think we were your girlfriends? Momoshagi's eyes were very bad. Yes, I think you are just looking for a fight, and it won't work if you don't teach you a lesson. Nico Robin also said, and the two suddenly became a united front. Looking at them like this, Moser knew that there was no way for this matter and it was resolved peacefully. If you are like this, don't blame me for the action. 1. You still dare to do it. Momoshagi's face was full of anger, and he stared at Moser. Try it yourself. Nico Robin is the same, covered in snow and ice. Oh, it seems that it's time for me, so you know what is family status. Stop. Moser tapped his finger forward. Suddenly, the two women who were still about to do it just now were set in place again, and they couldn't move. Moser. You were looking for death, let me go quickly. Finding that, I can't move anymore, Momoshagi threatened loudly. Moser. If you don't let me go, you know the consequences. Nico Robin on the side is the same. However, Moser didn't care about them at all, and walked over slowly with a smile on his face. What do you want to do? Momoshagi asked at the same time. What do you think I want to do? Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then directly picked up the two women with one hand. What do you want to do? Momoshagi asked at the same time. What do you think I want to do? Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then directly picked up the two women with one hand. Hurry up and let me go, Momoshagi said with a blush on his face. What the hell are you doing? Nico Robin did the same. Of course I took you back. In full view, Moser carried the two women back to the villa. When this scene comes, Marine Soldier and Taichung both want to see Wu Xin. What will they do? Chapter 214 conquers hockey and lands. As soon as he entered the villa, Moser put the two of them on the chairs, and then slowly said, let's talk about it first. What's the matter? We'll talk about it after the meal. 1. Before the two women could answer, Moser snapped his fingers and told them to let go. The eyes of the two women after the shackles were very bad, but they seemed to be tired from chasing them just now, and miraculously they didn't do anything. Instead, after eating, Moser was also relieved in his heart when the two girls didn't do anything. Half an hour later, the two women went back to their room after eating. When they saw that they didn't say a word or made any actions, Moser thought they had died down, and he was secretly happy. Just as Moser finished cleaning up the dishes and watching it was late, standing at the door of the two women's room, he was hesitating, which one should he go in? After thinking about 137 for several minutes, Moser decided to go to Momosagi. After all, it has been a long time since I saw each other. But when he was about to open the door, Moser found that the door had been locked. Boom. He could only knock on the door twice. I thought Momosagi would open the door. Go. The Momosagi inside just told him to go. With this deafening sound, Moser didn't dare to say anything, thinking that Momosagi might not have subsided, so angrily, he had to walk to Nico Robin's room door. Knock on the door again. Boom. You. Get out of the room. Robin inside the room still roared. Suddenly, Moser stood there stupidly. Originally, he thought that the two women would stay in, and he could choose a night. Now it seems that he is thinking too much, he is not even qualified to go to the room to sleep. Oh. Moser sighed, and could only walk to his room to sleep in silence. The next day, the scorching sun was in the sky. The sea breeze was blowing slightly, and a warship with a fire dragon flag was sailing in New World. Report to Vice Admiral, the Cake Island is in front of us. According to our marine information, Bartholomew Kuma is now in Nut Island. Do we want to dock? A marine. A total of 3 aunts reported. Ashore at full speed. Lands yelled, and the warship swiftly moved towards Nut. Advertisement Lands, who had been challenging the strong outside, focused on the Storm-kun, Bartholomew Kuma. After the warship docked, Lands ordered a full search for the traces of the Storm-kun bear. After half an hour. Report to Vice Admiral, Bartholomew Kuma is now in front, in the tavern not far from the town. Shall we pass now? Or I'm afraid he will run away at that time. A marine soldier ran over, panting. Let's go. A flame disappeared in place, followed by a dozen marine soldiers nearby. In a tavern, a huge man with a sturdy body was drinking a glass of rum. Captain, this person is Bartholomew Kuma. The marine soldier pointed to the man in front of him and said. Of course I know what he looks like, and I use you to say it. Lands walked to Bartholomew Kuma's wine table and sat down. Marine soldiers stood behind. I heard that you are called Bao-kun. I want to see your strength. Lands looked at him arrogantly. Seeing the people behind, Bartholomew Kuma recognized him at first glance. After all, with Lands' strength, plus, he has been catching big pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million. He naturally recognizes it. To the most important point, Bartholomew Kuma heard that Lands is Moser's younger brother. Defeating the Red Earl Moser can be said to be a nightmare for the pirates, and Bartholomew Kuma is also jealous. Your Excellency, it should be Marine Vice Admiral Lands. I don't know what to do with me. I have nothing to do with you. Are you here to arrest me? Bartholomew Kuma's eyes were straight. He looked at Lands and said, it can be said that as a Marine and you as a pirate, I should arrest you, so let's give you a chance to fight with me. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, you will naturally be captured by me. Lands looked at Bartholomew Kuma with an arrogant expression. What if I don't want to fight? Bartholomew Kuma looked directly at him. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, there was a flash of lightning and thunder, and the sky became dark, and the dark red flames seemed to shine on everything. The ore like a soiler radiates from Sansi. There are no people who drink in the tavern. It was said in less than a moment. The terrible aura pressed against Bartholomew Kuma, and felt this king like spiritual will. His face was shocked, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. This guy actually owns Conqueror's Hockey. If you don't agree, then die. Do you think you can run away under my hands? Lands looked at him with a smile on his face. But his body exudes endless aura, which is constantly pressing Bartholomew Kuma. A year ago, Lands accidentally awakened Conqueror's Hockey. Looking at the man in front of him, Bartholomew Kuma knew that today's battle was unavoidable. A few seconds later, Bartholomew Kuma looked at Lands and said, you really have to do it, you will regret it. Ha ha ha, then I hope you can make me regret it. Lands' face was full of arrogance, and then the aura of kingly dominance dissipated. Ordered to the marine soldier behind, you all get out. Not daring to hesitate, the marine soldiers hurriedly withdrew from the room. At the moment of withdrawal, a breath of terror radiated from the tavern. Monument. At the same time, the two figures quickly disappeared in place, just a random collision, a terrifying aftermath, destroying everything. Both backed a few meters, and the house began to collapse, but looked at the unconscious people in the tavern. The huge palm of Bartholomew Kuma pushed forward by 4.8, and a shockwave spread from all directions, sending ordinary people out of the collapsed houses. At the moment of violence, Bartholomew Kuma's mentality has changed, because he has already passed the dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Bartholomew Kuma's huge fleshy palm carried an incomparably powerful force and rushed towards Lands' forehead. Taste. In an instant, Lands' figure disappeared in place. After hesitating for a long time, I was still preparing to add Conqueror's Hockey to Lands. After all, Rayleigh, as Roger's right hand, has Conqueror's Hockey. In the future, Lands will definitely become the right and left hand of the protagonist. It doesn't seem to be an exaggeration to arrange a Conqueror's Hockey. Chapter 205 Lands vs. Storm-kun Shang. The powerful shockwave hit the floor. Rumbled, rubble flew everywhere, dust was everywhere, and the house completely collapsed and turned into ruins. The marine soldiers from a kilometer away watched this battle, hiding far away, not daring to approach the slightest, for fear of being affected by the aftermath. Wielding the dragon's claw that destroys everything, there is a hot flame on it, and for an instant, it is at Bartholomew Kuma at an extremely fast speed. The face was calm, the huge palms pushed straight forward, and a terrifying shockwave came in and out. In an instant, two terrifying attacks collided, rubble flew horizontally, the mountain fell apart, the dragon claws covered with flames and the terrifying shockwave. For a time, no one can help anyone, can't hold back. Seeing Zhuang, the terrifying breath of Bartholomew Bear erupted again, and the body seemed to be constantly beating with great power. This terrible breath made Lanz's expression serious, but there was more excitement in his heart. After the test just now, Bartholomew Kuma has already noticed that Lanz is no weaker than him. If you continue to test, it doesn't make any sense. Only when you make a full shot can the winner be determined as soon as possible. The bear's paw flies. A terrifying shockwave was contained on the right hand, forming a white halo in front of him, and slammed straight towards Lanz's chest. Without panic, I saw Lanz wave his right paw forward, a terrifying flame claw attack, containing the most terrifying power, blocking that terrifying palm. Boom! The collision of two terrible attacks, the ground shook in an instant, and a terrifying wave of air swept across the four directions. Look at ordinary moves, but Lanz can't help it. Bartholomew Kuma, the rhythm in the body is more terrifying, as if the heart and blood are beating, the powerful fruit ability, like a shockwave, is stimulating the potential in the body. In an instant, an extremely terrifying force spread out, and countless terrifying coercions scattered on the entire island. People on the island felt the smell of the fire, and immediately let them run to the coast. This is the sorrow of being the weak, whether they are right or wrong, just because of the battle between the two strong. Advertisement: he must retreat to the edge of the island, otherwise he may pay the price of his life, and being weak is the original sin. With a solemn expression, Lanz didn't expect Bartholomew Kuma to save a hand when he fought with him before. I couldn't help feeling in my heart, and I was shocked. But since breaking through Admiral to level, his strength has always been stuck in Admiral's lock file, it can be said that there is no way to advance. Lanz desperately needs an opponent of the same level now to let his strength go further. This time a fight with Bartholomew Kuma may be an opportunity for him. It turned into a light and dashed away. The arms were covered with red scales and turned into dragon claws. At this moment, Lanz contained terrible power all over his body, looking at Bartholomew Kuma in front of him. The marine soldiers below looked at the two people who had exploded with all their strength, and couldn't help asking their companions aside with some worry, "Hal, do you think Vice Admiral can win this Bartholomew Kuma?" "Not necessarily, that's a violent coon bear," said the marine soldier next to him. "Ah, what about the coon bear? I saw Vice Admiral and Sakazuki Admiral fight with my own eyes." "A violent coon bear, how could it be Vice Admiral's opponent?" At this time, a marine soldier who kept an inch stood up and retorted. In the conversation among the people, the battle in the center of the battlefield was still going on. Suddenly, the two had their bloodiest fight on the ground. The ability of Bartholomew Space Bear's teleportation made Lanz a headache, but he still used a powerful force to suppress Bartholomew Kuma forcibly. The world broke, the atmosphere roared, and the sound of explosions continued. The entire island's surface began to shatter layer by layer, and the terrifying airwave generated by the airwave swept the audience like a tornado. The secondary reading flame that burns everything, a powerful shockwave. The weight of the two ultimate swords seemed to cut the entire island in half from left to right. Advertisement shocked. This ruining scene seemed like a miracle in the eyes of the people below. Which boulder will be blown up by the aftermath? Constant bombardment towards the town. Houses collapsed, and the original beautiful towns became a little dilapidated, with pieces of wood flying all over the place. Fortunately, the people in the town have already retreated to the coast. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to resist such a big boulder with their strength. At this time, three figures suddenly appeared. It was Moser who left the mark of space on Lanz. I felt it, Lanz was fighting the strong, so he brought Nico Robin and Momosagi over to watch the excitement. But looking at this moment, Nico Robin and Momosagi, who ignored Moser, were obviously still angry. Oh. Moser could only sigh at this, he really didn't know how to coax girls, otherwise he wouldn't be single in 137's previous life. He can only stand proudly above the sky leisurely, watching the battle between the two. Watching the battle between the two, there was a hint of surprise on Moser's face. This Bartholomew Kuma was able to fully meet his expectations, and he was able to beat Lanz with all his strength in a short period of time. It seems that in the previous comics, Bartholomew Kuma was still a bit underestimated. This strength is already close to the Admiral level. Momosagi and Nico Robin on the side were also a little surprised. On the island, the battle between the two is constantly and fiercely going on. Less than an hour passed, but the two above had already fought thousands of times, and the hot flames kept burning everything in the world. The terrifying offensive power and the absolutely powerful physique made Lanz an incomprehensible existence. However, Bartholomew Bear's strength is not weak at all. Every blow hits the palm of the flesh and sends a powerful shockwave, and his fruit ability brings him a bug-like teleport. Chapter 216 The battle is over, unexpectedly revealed. This makes the difference between the two people very small, and it is impossible to tell the winner for a time. You are quite strong. You can fight with me for so long without defeat. What's the point of being alone? Do you want to be my little brother? my boss is Moser. The endless flames on lands continued to erupt. He was attracted by Bartholomew Kuma's powerful strength and was ready to let him join the extremely evil gang. I yearn for absolute power, but I don't want to rule the world. Although the Moser defeated the Red Earl, it was indeed very strong, but I am not interested. As for you want to accept me as a younger brother, you must defeat me first. Bartholomew. The breath of the bear keeps erupting, and the terrifying shockwave has been blasting towards lands. One day and one night had passed unconsciously in the fight between the two. Both of them had a good understanding and kept flying upwards. Otherwise, this island may have disappeared in this sea area because of the aftermath of their terrifying attack. Countless blood dripped onto the ground, and Bartholomew Kuma's original powerful aura has been weakened. The whole body was also covered with scars, and the injuries that the meatball could eject had already reached its limit. Lands on the other side of the sky was not in a good state. There were bone wounds, and the dragon clawfire was trembling, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. The two looked at each other. They were like a needle to a wheat man. They met their opponents. Any slight gap could cause the balance of victory to fall to the other side. After a day and night of fighting, the injuries, strength, and physical strength of the two have completely reached their limits. There is no room for relaxation. They all know that the next move will be the one to decide the outcome. As for what Moser saw was a bit boring, but the two women on the side were different. After all, in their eyes, this was an admiral-level battle, and they would naturally not find it uninteresting. The middle of the ruined island. Ah! A roar, hands folded, like an fen deduced in sumo. In an instant, Bartholomew Kuma's original weak aura burst out in an instant, and the whole body's strength was concentrated on one point, as if to completely break through the limit. Push the pressure gun, broken. A white halo appeared. Advertisement in an instant, Bartholomew Kuma's huge fleshy palms spread out, and countless bare palm-shaped shockwaves came in and out in an instant, like a storm, overwhelming and flooding like Lands. Facing this powerful and numerous blow, Lands's face was not panicked or afraid, but extremely excited, and a terrifying force on his body was about to explode. Greater than send it out. That endless flame covered the blazing dragon, as if to burn everything in the world. The strength was continuously concentrated at one point, and in an instant, the blazing fire dragon opened its blood basin with a big mouth. A red light spot appeared, constantly getting bigger, and then in an instant, a 1,000-meter-long pillar of flames shot out directly. Rumble. Two ultimate attacks collided with the sky, and the energy-type shockwave like a gust of wind and rain burned all the flames. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the atmosphere roared, everything lost its color. A powerful hurricane-like airwave swept across the square, scattered random strands of energy, can easily shake gold and stone. The people below, fortunately, they have already fled to the edge of the island. Looking at the devastating attack above, their hearts were all shocked. Is this still the power that humans can have? They couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the two equally matched people above, Momosagi couldn't help thinking in his heart, can he win if he is against the two of them? Momosagi, who has creative fruit, has now reached the level of admiral. As for Nico Robin, he is thinking how far his strength is from them. In fact, in the past 5 years, Nico Robin has been very satisfied with his strength improvement. From the beginning, he couldn't even beat a colonel. Now, with Logia Snowfruit, his strength is even more comparable to Vice Admiral. Thinking of this, Nico Robin looked at Moser. Seeing Nicole's gaze at each other's soldiers, Wu Chu returned to the university and said to him, "What's wrong? What are you thinking?" "Nothing." Nico Robin was just moved, but when he thought that he should be angry now, he immediately puffed up his mouth, turned his head, and ignored Moser. Looking at this scene, Moser was also crying without tears. Advertisement: the battle above the sky is still going on fiercely. The thick soil that is absolutely defensive constantly erupts, and the huge flame pillars of thousands of meters continue to climb. Bartholomew Kuma is not to be outdone. Above the huge palms, bear-shaped shockwaves continue to advance. The countless shockwaves, like meteor showers, will completely destroy the flame giant. In an instant, the constant collision and consumption between the two, the huge flame pillar that was constantly bombarded by the shockwave, wanted to break through and block it. Countless shockwaves are like squalls and showers, which will completely destroy the flame giant. For a while in the sky, the huge pillar of flame that burns everything dominates, and for a while, countless bear-shaped shockwaves dominate. Both of them burst out with all their strength, and for a time, they were at odds with each other. No one can swallow someone completely. Just in this situation is very anxious. One awe. With a roar, Lanza's power burst out in an instant. The huge pillar of flame that contained the power to burn all things swelled fiercely in an instant. Chi suddenly climbed again, as if to completely break through the block of this powerful shockwave in the next moment. Good, Zhao. With a face full of surprise, Bartholomew Kuma didn't expect Lanza's power to explode again. He tried his best to squeeze the last trace of the body's strength. Rumble. The two terrifying attacks finally produced a reaction like a nuclear bomb. A violent explosion sounded and a mushroom cloud was produced. The atmosphere is roaring, dust is everywhere, and the sound of explosions is endless. The two attacks cancel each other out and produce an unparalleled explosion. The powerful aftermath is like a tornado of level 20, sweeping across all quarters. For a moment, everything was silent. In the smoke from the explosion in the sky, two figures covered with blood and shocking wounds fell slowly like a hill. When the two of them were about to reach the ground, the endless flames exploded, and Sanlixon turned into a human form and stood on the ground. The insects were covered in blood, but in the end he won. Chapter 217 Meeting of Moser and Dragon in the battle just now, he has been regarded as being merciful. Otherwise, it is not as simple as the two attacks cancel each other out. It was the huge pillar of flame that burned everything and completely swallowed Bartholomew Kuma. But in this way, if Bartholomew Kuma can't stand to die under his own blow, then why would he take him over as a little brother? The whole body was covered with hideous wounds, accompanied by a 100 meters deep pit appeared on the ground, the smoke dissipated, and Bartholomew Kuma lay in the endless ruins. With his eyes open, there was still consciousness, but he had completely lost the ability to fight, and just moved his arms slightly, and there was a kind of pain like a heart-piercing attack. At this moment, Lans, dragging his wounded body, walked towards Bartholomew Kuma step by step. With a face full of unwillingness, Bartholomew Kuma struggled desperately, trying to stand up, but the severe wound made him just move, and he felt extremely painful. Bartholomew Kuma could only look at Lans, slowly walking towards him step by step. It seems that there is no suspense of winning 137. Momosagi looked at the two people in front and said. Just when Lans was about to capture Bartholomew Kuma, a terrifying hurricane descended from the sky and struck him directly. Taste. With a shocked look, Lans's figure quickly disappeared in place, the ground broke, and a 100-meter deep pit appeared in an instant. Two figures appeared in front of Lans. One was covered with a cloak and could not see clearly, the other was wearing a black feather coat with a beak-like loudspeaker on his mouth. Looking at these two familiar faces, Moser recognized them all at once. The visitors were his titular brother, Long, and his Northern Army commander Callus. Moser could recognize it, but no one else could recognize it. After all, the dragon was now wearing a cloak and a mask on his face, completely covering his face. Advertisement if it hadn't, Moser knew that the dragon was dressed like this, let alone his, even if Garp came over, he wouldn't recognize it. Dao Xian and Nicole are also looking at each other with a look of confusion, two new mysterious people appearing. Seal. Who are you? Lans, who had just been attacked, looked at the dragon angrily. Your Excellency is Marine Vice Admiral, Dragonlance. Can you give me a face and spare the Bartholomew Bear? The dragon has a very good tone and attitude. What kind of thing are you? Why do you want to save you? If you want to save him, you can beat me. Lans's cold eyes looked directly at the dragon, and the flames flashed all over his body for a moment, as if he was about to do something. Suddenly, Moser appeared and stopped in front of him. Boss. Seeing the incoming person, the flame on Lans's body instantly dissipated. It was Dragon. He was shocked to see Moser's expression. As Moser's brother, he hadn't seen him for more than 10 years. However, with Moser's recent work and reputation on the sea, Long naturally saw his photos. Sir, do you know me? Moser looked at the dragon with a smile on his face. Realizing that he had been paused for a long time, Long immediately came back to his senses. Kaido. You have to defeat the Red Earl, Lord Moser. I believe no one in the entire sea doesn't know it, Jew. Although Long has recognized Moser's identity now, his revolutionary army has only just begun, and he will naturally not choose to expose his identity to Moser at this time. After all, they're brothers. In fact, they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and the positions of the two are also different now. Late, it turns out that I'm so famous, but, sir, why do you wear a mask? Don't show your true colors. Moser saw that the dragon was trying to pretend to be garlic, and continued without breaking it. I'm a small person, no matter what my identity is, I can't get into the eyes of Lord Moser. Long thought Moser hadn't recognized his identity. Nico, Robin and Momosagi at the back were also very puzzled, wondering if Moser knew this guy well. How could the two chat so happily? Kara's beside the dragon was also very puzzled, he rarely saw his leader talk so much. Advertisement, I don't know, Lord Moser, can you give me a face, let Bartholomew Bear be spared, I can't thank you enough. Long looked at Moser and said. Well, you just attacked my little brother, and you are going to take people away like this now, it's a bit unreasonable. Moser smiled faintly, and looked directly at the dragon. Then, Lord Moser, I don't know what it means. Long knew it was not that simple, and then asked. It's very simple, if you win my little brother, you can take Bartholomew Kuma away. Moser wanted to test the true strength of the dragon. Lans behind heard that he was about to do it, and his whole body was burning with flames. What if he was seriously injured? Anyway, with the existence of the boss, he couldn't suffer. Long had 3 badly wounded, thinking about what his younger brother was thinking. Could it be that he saw an imitation of Marine Huxia talisman that could cause harm to himself? Momosagi and Nico Robin behind, as well as the Marine soldiers and Karas who were hiding far away, couldn't understand this. Although Lans, who was seriously injured, can also play against the General Vice Admiral. However, this mysterious guy knows that he is not simple just from his aura. Isn't it really a battle without disparity? After a few seconds of silence, Long slowly said, yes, then I hope your excellency can keep the promise. Of course, it's just that my little brother just had a fight, and now he is not healed from his serious injury. Just after his voice fell, Moser's fingers moved a little forward. Back in time. For an instant, Lans was surrounded by a green light all over his body. Under the eyes of everyone, his physical condition seemed to look back. In less than a few seconds, Lans not only recovered his injuries but also his clothes. This time, Moser, who used this trick, showed no signs of respite. Obviously, compared to 5 years ago, Moser has developed more fruit and has become stronger. Seeing this scene, Nico, Robin and others were surprised and felt like a miracle. Even Long couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His own younger brother is really terrifying, if he can be recruited into the Revolutionary Army like that. Chapter 218 Dragon's Strength. That's fair. Let's start. Moser smiled slightly, then stepped back. Feeling that his injury and physical strength were fully recovered, and Mo Jinsei said that he could do it, without any hesitation, Lance clenched his fist and waved his right hand forward. Flaming Dragon. In an instant, Lance was full of flames, and his fists were swung forward. The flames turned into a fierce fire dragon that was hundreds of meters long, and it rushed towards the dragon in an instant. Armed, finger pistol. Looking up, seeing the blazing fire dragon burning everything, the dragon didn't expect Lance to act without saying a word. His expression was calm, and his right arm was covered with armament hockey, 5 fingers into claws, carrying an endless hurricane, and rushed straight away. Boom. The earth cracked and the roar sounded. When the terrifying flame fire dragon collided with the finger containing the hurricane, it could not make any progress. The two collided violently like a stone, and then formed a powerful wave of air that swept across the 4 directions. The dragon waved his hand on the remaining flames, and the opposite lands watched the dragon use Marine 6 styles. He showed a strange expression and wondered how this guy could have Marine 6 styles. Momosagi and Nico Robin at the back also looked confused. Momosagi couldn't help asking directly, Moser, do you know this guy? How can he know Marine 6 styles? Wait a minute, you will know his true identity. Moser did not directly say the identity of the dragon, but left a suspense. You know Marine 6 styles, but so what? People like you who dare not even reveal their true colors will definitely not be my opponent. 1. After the surprise, Lance turned into a fire, and his hands turned into dragon claws, covered with red dragon scales, and went straight away. Without saying a word, the dragon's hands contained a terrifying hurricane, and he greeted him directly. Broken. 2 terrifying figures, like meteorites, collide with each other in the sky, and attack at will, which can cause the roar of the atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lance. Yi. Dark as the season with his right foot, carrying a knife with a hurricane in it, rushed violently. Advertisement with his right fist clenched, armament hockey covered the dragon's claws, carrying a fiery flame, and slammed towards the dragon's chest, with a look of surprise on his face. Call. With 2 dull sounds, deafening, Lance glared his pupils, and spit out a mouthful of blood. The dragon on the other side was also injured. The claw containing the fiery flames directly caused 3 scratches on his chest, with flames still remaining on it. Nico Robin and Momosagi who watched this scene were a little surprised, thinking that the strength of this cloaked man should have reached the admiral level. Only Moser was very calm. He knew that the strength of the dragon was definitely more than that. On the other hand, Karas ran to Bartholomew Kuma and swallowed a few small pills that he didn't know what they were. At the end of the sky, come again. Lance was full of hot flames, as if to burn everything. The battle between the two of them hit the sky from the ground. The terrible claws were moving towards again, and the dragon attacked directly. Lance had to rely on his terrifying speed and resilience to force the dragon to fight hard. As a strong man on the top of the sea, Long has not encountered an opponent for a long time. Naturally, he is not afraid of close combat, and his body is covered with terrifying hurricanes. In just a few seconds, the two had already fought, dozens of times. Their whole body was stained with blood. At this moment, they didn't have any moves, just like wild beasts, carrying out the most primitive fighting. Endless hurricanes, blazing flames, destroy the hurricane. 2 terrifying hurricanes were bred on the dragon's hands, and the sound of the gust of wind rang out in an instant. With both hands slamming into the sky, 2 hurricanes of thousands of meters merged into one, carrying an extremely powerful force straight to Lance. Armed, fire dragon claw. The flames all over the body shone, covering the right paw, and then violently attacked the sky. Endless hurricanes, fiery flames. The 2 terrorist forces collided, the atmosphere roared and there was no cloud. The terrible aftermath became a wave of terrorist air and spread out. Advertisement: a destructive force struck, and Lance flew out, tumbling in the sky to stabilize his figure. Chilled on the other side, the dragon was also affected by the powerful airwave and the shaking body. Karas, who was watching this scene from the bottom, opened his mouth into an O shape in surprise. He was thinking about who this Lance was. He was able to fight his own leader more than once. And if he remembers correctly, isn't this Moser the younger brother of the leader? Why did he ask his younger brother to fight with the leader? Although Karas was puzzled, he didn't think much about it. Bang! The atmosphere roared, Lance disappeared in place, and the flames that burned everything with the power of ultimate erupted. 0. Endless power came from the body. The left hand stretched out and the right hand leaned back. The claws carrying endless flames rushed towards the dragon. The destructive power and the sound of breaking through the air can't help but make people's hairs burst into flames. A trace of solemnity also appeared on Long Tingting's face. There are endless hurricanes on both hands, and armament hockey is wrapped around, and a punch is blasted forward. The terrible hurricane seems to destroy everything. The flame burned, and the blazing flame was like the sea, swallowing it toward the endless hurricane. The two collided like a giant dragon. The sound of explosions from the sky and the surrounding clouds had disappeared. Moser, who the hell is this guy, can actually match lands. Nico Robin couldn't help but ask Moser aside. At that time you will naturally know, but it is too early to say that it is equal, and the captain has not used his full strength. Moser smiled at the corner of his mouth and looked directly at the cloaked man above. Huh, let's not talk about pulling it down. Nico Robin rolled his eyes to Moser. In this regard, Moser could only helplessly smile awkwardly, without saying much. Chapter 219 Full Beast Form vs Logia Fruit Awakening. The end of the sky. Lands disappeared and came behind the dragon. In the battle just now, he vaguely felt that the dragon seemed to hide a trace of strength. He wanted to see where the dragon's strength was. With a hard laugh, the flames all over his body went forward, and the strength continued to rise. The terrifying dragon claws contained terrifying power, and he suddenly grabbed it forward and swallowed it away in a fiery sea of fire. The body shook, and the dragon's face was extremely solemn. He thought to himself, is this guy an ordinary vice admiral from Marine? Why is his strength so strong? It's not much better than admiral. Endless hurricanes erupted from him, whizzing, spinning at a high speed and swelling continuously, isolating all attacks. Rumble. There are continuous explosions, fearing, 1 or 4-0, flames raging. Can always be resisted by that endless hurricane. System. The dragon's figure turned into a hurricane and quickly disappeared in place. The speed is extremely fast, and Lands even feels that his speed may not be able to match him. Suddenly, observation hockey instinctively manipulated consciousness, forcing Lands to hide to the right. At the same time, an endless hurricane, from the left of Lands, rushed straight away like the sky and then dissipated in the sky. The airwave was blowing, and the dragon did not know when, appeared behind Lands, his right hand raised high, containing a terrible tornado. With a punch, the wind screamed, but Lands still disappeared first. His face sank. Lands was also shocked. Except for Sakazuki, he hadn't met for a long time, and suppressed an opponent who could hold him. Appearing 100 meters away, in the tentative fight just now, Lands did not take any advantage, but the dragon is the same. For the time being, the two can be described as. Is the flag to be quite? With a serious face, Long felt that he had to be serious, otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing to lose to his younger brother in front of his younger brother. Advertisement, bang. With the roar of the weather, the dragon figure quickly disappeared in place, carrying an endless hurricane on his fist, and blasted towards Lands. Until now, the dragon hadn't completely suppressed Lands. He knew that only if he broke out with all his strength, the two would win. Flavor. Covered by flames, Lands disappeared instantly, but on his right arm, there was still a hideous wound formed by an endless hurricane. He was still rubbed, and he couldn't avoid it completely. Interesting, Lands originally thought that the strength of the dragon would be similar to that of Solomi Bear, but now it seems to be much stronger. Even compared to Sakazuki, he puts more pressure on himself. It can be said that this is Lands' strongest opponent in history. Lands seems to be at a disadvantage. This cloak man is very strong. Momosagi unconsciously placed her hand on the famous knife around her waist. Although it was only a small gap, she was naturally able to see that as an admiral-level powerhouse. Regarding this, Moser just smiled indifferently, thinking that his elder brother is good, stronger than the average admiral. With a look of excitement and a thorough understanding of the dragon's terrifying strength, Lands didn't have the slightest fear. Anyway, he was extremely excited. It is definitely a good thing for him who has reached the bottleneck now to meet an opponent who can make a full shot. Only fighting beyond the limit can bring him the greatest improvement, and the dragon in front of him is definitely one of the best candidates. I was also puzzled. Long didn't know what Lands was laughing at. Didn't he think he was sure of himself? The pupils contained fiery flames, and his face was fierce, and Lands burst out with real full strength. A terrifying flame gleamed all over the body, and for an instant, a sea of fire appeared above the entire sky, burning blazingly, illuminating the entire world. The phantom beast is in the form of all beasts. J. At this time, the awakened form of the Land's Eudemon species appeared. The flames of horror erupted continuously, as if to burn the world. ZZZ. The flames of Brahma. In an instant, the sky turned into a sea of flames. Then they gathered on Lands from all directions. Advertisement. The continuous flame power was condensed and compressed on his body, and in an instant, a 100-meter-high flame dragon, exuding monstrous might, appeared in the sky. This endless flame that covers the sky and the earth, even the marine soldiers below, is not the first time, but every time I see it, I feel like a miracle. The surprise of the face. I never thought that Sansi was not very strong, and the fruit-buying ability to open friends did not fall in the slightest. Coupled with such a young age, is this guy really Marine Vice Admiral? I say it is Admiral. Letter. My younger brother, his younger brothers, are all such monsters. Long's eyes couldn't help but look down at Moser. Perceiving his gaze, Moser also raised his head and smiled indifferently. The endless hurricane awakens. After looking back, Long knew he couldn't hide his strength. Endless hurricanes roared across the sky. At this moment, the dragon seemed to be a child of the wind, and all the winds in the world were used by him. There are two fast-rotating hurricanes in both hands. As long as a random movement of the mind reaches endless hurricanes, everything can be destroyed, and the terrifying power of nature is revealed. This is a battle between two fruit awakening abilities, and it is also a battle between two admiral-class combat powers. The awakening of the fruit is like a natural disaster. After the trial is over, both of them know that under the undead battle, it is impossible to tell the winner. At this time, the two of them had already shot with all their strength and the real battle began. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, I hope you will hold on for a while. Huge, flame dragon, as if to destroy everything, blasted away. Flavor. The gust of wind howled in 4.8, facing this strong sense of oppression, the dragon also rushed out. Taste. The two turned into streamers and collided with flames and hurricanes. Compared with the flame dragon, the dragon's weak body is like an ant and an elephant, but the power between the two is not allowed. The fierce collision produces a huge storm and the sound of explosions, flames, hurricanes, smashed out in all directions like a meteor shower. 2. The islands were continuously destroyed in an instant, the earth broke apart, and deep pits exploded one by one. The already dilapidated islands, if this continues, it will not take long before they will completely disappear on the sea. Puff. Vomiting blood, the huge flame dragon was blasted and suddenly wanted to retreat. Chapter 220 The terrifying flame dragon, the claws grabbed forward. The pain caused the dragon's shoulder to become black and blood dripping. Bang, bang, above the sky, the figure containing the hurricane and the flame dragon, tore and killed together, in the most fierce fight. In just a moment, the scars on the two of them spread all over their bodies. Although the flame dragon has a huge body, a dragon with endless hurricane power is not a vegetarian. Boom, monument, after several fierce rounds of collision. The huge body fell rapidly, and on the horrible right claw of the flame dragon, a powerful attack erupted, grabbing straight up. However, the dragon barely escaped by relying on the powerful observation hockey, but the flames that emitted still left burns on his shoulders. Regardless of the pain, he chased him straight away. The pitch-black right foot slammed on the huge flame dragon's body. Accelerating the speed of his fall, the thin body is more flexible and changeable than the huge body. Lands contained 25 dragon claws with fiery flames, grabbing towards the dragon. Arms were pitch black, blocking this terrifying blow. With this terrifying power, the dragon's body flew backwards, tumbling in the skies several times before stopping. With an angry expression, the dragon appeared to the right of Lands in a flash, and the terrifying fist contained endless hurricanes, and it went straight down. The huge body had no time to dodge, and Lands's figure fell like a meteorite. Rumble. The earth quaked, countless cracks spread, and for a time, flying sand and rocks, smog. A large hole of several thousand meters appeared on the torn island, and the entire island surface continued to disappear. Huh. Huh. Suspended in the air, panting slightly, the dragon's eyes fixed on the pit. In the fierce fight just now, Lands fell into a weak disadvantage. This guy's head is very strong. When did a character like this appear on the sea? The Japanese yen sacrifice day, you see, looked at the dragon of 10,000. She compared her strengths and thought that if she changed herself to Lands and fought with this mysterious guy, she would probably fall into a disadvantage. Advertisement. That's natural, don't look at which family it belongs to. Moser said from the side, but he closed his mouth immediately, thinking that he almost missed it. Nico, Robin and Momosagi looked at him at the same time. Huh. Moser put his hands behind his back, pretending to be himself, as if he didn't say anything just now. With an incomparably hideous face, Lands, who was lying on the ruins, felt a pain in his chest, and wisps of wind still remained on him. He found that he was doing his best to shoot, but he was still suppressed. Lands opened its huge gruesome mouth and asked the dragon facing upwards, "Who are you anyway?" "Boy, your strength, I really don't know how you have such a powerful strength at this age. Your talent is the second horrible thing I have seen in my life. If you grow up there, I really don't know what the pattern of the sea will look like in the future." Long has a solemn expression on his face. Proud son. However, this guy doesn't seem to be 30 years old, and he can match his own. This talent is even better than him. As for the most terrifying aspect of the dragon's talent, it is naturally his younger brother Moser, who defeated the legendary Red Earl on the sea at the age of less than 30 years old. This kind of talent and strength has never been seen in the entire sea. Lands, who said nothing, patted his eyes slightly, and was full of flames, looked at the dragon above. He knew that the difference between the two people's current strengths was not large, but he was still weaker than him. But Lands didn't want to lose, because he had promised the boss that he would not lose again. Boom. In an instant, the flames went forward. Beside Lands, the fiery flames flew like mad dragons, with flame-filled eyes staring at the dragon above the sky. The ruining aura shocked the audience, and all of them looked here at once. The face of the dragon above was a little surprised. He could feel that Lands's breath at the moment had become extraordinary, indicating that he had some reservations when he fought with him just now. But what about this? Our baby has taken a knife. The Eudemons is the second order all beast form. Advertisement. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the island completely turned into a sea of fiery flames, and then in an instant, it continuously gathered from all directions to Lands, and the terrifying flames continued to rise. That powerful force directly caused the blazing dragon to be covered with violent flames. It looked no different from usual, but it felt so amazing. At this moment, Lands seemed to have turned into a real wild beast, and the hot flames seemed to burn everything in the world. The original huge body unexpectedly expanded for a while. A blazing dragon nearly 500 meters away looked at the dragon above, and opened its ferocious mouth and said, "The real battle has only begun now." Taste. The roar of the atmosphere sounded, and the blazing dragon rushed straight up like a sea of fire. The expression was shocked, not to mention other things. Just this kind of power, the weak people didn't even have the courage to do it. The dragon above the sky is also full of shock, but as the leader of the revolutionary army, he is not afraid. 140. The endless hurricane broke out, and his body completely turned into a stream of light. Boom. The two collided like meteorites in the sky, and the aftermath of the waves could easily destroy a large mountain. The huge dragon claws grabbed forward, and the dragon's arms were in pitch black, and the attack was blocked forcibly. The right foot was pitch black as a column, containing a terrible hurricane, and pulled straight toward Lance. His body leaned back, and the dragon claw containing endless flames slammed down. There was a roar in the sky. At this time, it was not two human beings fighting, it was more like two huge wild beasts fighting. The power of natural disasters appeared vividly in the hands of the two of them. Every blow, every punch, contains elemental power, which can inflict fatal damage on the opponent. The eyes of one person and one beast were extremely serious. At this moment, Lance completely kept up with the dragon's fighting rhythm, and did not even lose the wind. On the island, the countless deep pits, the constant explosion of the weather, and the loud sonic boom in the sky all explained the fierce fighting between the two. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, continuous high-intensity eruptions, but the breath of the two of them did not fade. The two Nico Robin women above the surface also watched the battle intently. Chapter 221 Flame Brahma. The battle fell. This battle is wonderful. Watching the top confrontation of the strong above the sea is absolutely helpful for them. With a blow to the whip leg, covered with a terrible hurricane, it blasted straight towards the head of the blazing fire dragon. Bang! The huge body leaned to the side. Regardless of the pain, turning his head, the terrifying flame dragon claws blasted straight towards the dragon. Without any avoidance, the endless hurricane covered his hands and rushed straight up. The dragon seemed to want to exchange his injuries for his injuries, but Lance, who was like a monster in physical fitness and physique, certainly wouldn't be afraid of such a battle. Boom! The terrifying flame dragon claws blasted straight out, as if to destroy everything in the world. A terrifying wound appeared on Longda's body, and the internal organs were visible, and it was extremely painful. At the same time, endless hurricanes bombarded Lanza's huge body. The terrifying power constantly destroys everything. The entire dragon body is covered with countless scars, and the blood is constantly dripping, which is extremely hideous. Both of them have suffered extremely serious injuries since they fought. Continuous high-intensity bursts, but powerful strength, compared to the beginning but did not attenuate the slightest. At this moment, the two of them broke out astonishing fighting intent. They all knew that the duel between the strong sometimes depended on whose willpower was stronger. Turning into two streams, they fought fiercely together. The flames of Brahma, the hurricane howled. The speed of one person, one beast is so fast that ordinary people can't see it at all. Dragon claws, giant teeth, hands, knees, heads, and the incomparable darkness, all turned into weapons for two people. In the fiercest battle, the speed was so fast that even Momosagi and Karas could only see it, and there were constant explosions in the sky. At this time, Bartholomew Kuma also woke up from a coma. One can imagine how long the fighting between the two lasted. Advertisement: the injuries of the one person and the beast above continue to deepen, and no one can see it now. With the current state of the two, who will win? The two bursts of such high intensity, unreserved shots, are also extremely costly to them. Do you think I want to go up and help Sanji? With the current champion and 3 pots, it may not be possible. The identity of that fellow is too loose. Moser asked Moser on the side. No need, Lands is not that easy to lose, and if there is a defeat at that time, I will take the shot myself. Moser looked lazy, watching the battle above. He already had a preliminary judgment on the dragon's combat power, the royal level combat power. In the discussion between the two below, the battle at the end of the sky is going on more intensely. Each collision between the two can cause a roar of the atmosphere, and the aftermath of the battle spreads from the middle to the surroundings, forming a series of drops, destroying everything, and terrifying. The more he fought, Long became more frightened. He found that Lanza's physical resilience was actually stronger than him. He thought that Lanza's physical fitness was definitely one of his shortcomings at his current age. But how could the dragon think that while Lance himself focuses on his physique, and he has an illusion beast species, and his physical fitness is the top in the sea? The appearance of the injury cannot have any effect on the two of them. Both will return Marine's life. Only in a moment, the injury will be restored to its original condition. However, in this way, the consumption of their physical strength is also extremely serious. His expression became more and more fierce. At this moment, Lance felt extremely excited, and he continued to explode with all his strength. He tried his best with every punch. This was the battle he longed for. The blazing flame, constantly shining, confronted the endless hurricane. The entire sky was completely divided, with a sea of fire on one side and a devastating hurricane on the other. Lanza's face was a bit ugly, because he found that although his injuries were not too serious. But since the battle, most of his physical strength has been consumed, and his strength has been declining. Looking back at the dragon on the opposite side, fighting until now, has been suppressing himself. Although I didn't take any advantage, I really fell into a disadvantage. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Lance didn't want to, thinking so much, just wanted to enjoy the battle. Advertisement: the huge flame dragon claw, carrying the sonic boom, grabbed the dragon's body. 5 fingers formed 8 inside the knife, concentrated at one point. The hurricane covered it, swelled at any moment, and witnessed it, especially Songbo, which caused bursts of atmospheric roar. The two claws intersected, and it was incomparably dark. Fiery flames, endless hurricanes, every hit of the two was like a meteorite collision, destroying everything around. 11 panting slightly, although Lanz was constantly suppressed. But he was not discouraged at all. His arms were covered with armament hockey, which forcibly blocked the dragon's terrifying, endless hurricane attack. In a blink of an eye, a piercing pain came, and the huge dragon claws became bloody. Hey! He vomited blood, and Lanz's body nearly thousands of meters was like a cannonball, rushing to the distance, until 10,000 meters away, he forcibly stabilized his figure. Cough, cough. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of the mouth, and bones were visible in the wound on the huge body, which seemed particularly terrifying. Lanz's face was extremely hideous, with blood-colored pupils, staring straight at the dragon in front of him. On the other hand, the dragon on the other side is not as relaxed as before. His sweat has flowed through his body. Until now, his physical strength has been extremely exhausted, and his wounds have spread all over the body. In an instant, the endless flames on the blazing fire dragon swelled again, surrounding, get it, and Lanz didn't want to lose again this time. The entire sky was full of fiery flames, the sky and the earth changed color, everything rioted, and the most terrifying power erupted from Lanz's body. The dragon in the distance saw this scene. His face was full of dignity, he had his own ideals and ambitions, and he could not lose either. The endless hurricane contained in the hands, soaring into the sky. I saw him grabbing with both hands, and countless hurricanes instantly merged into one, forming an infinite hurricane of tens of thousands of meters. It hasn't been waved, and the whistling wind blade can easily shake the gold and crush the stone. The two Nico Robin underneath felt this great horror. They both knew the outcome of the battle, and they would have a position under this blow. Chapter 222 The Brahma burned thousands of miles into the sky. In an instant, above the sky, a sea of fire covered the entire sky, red, as if to burn everything in this world. Roar. With a loud roar, the 1,000-meter-long sea of fire, carrying the power of destroying everything, drowned toward the dragon in front, and everything along the way was burned out. Extremely, endless hurricanes. Looking directly at this devastating blow, the hurricane tens of thousands of meters in front of the dragon became even more violent. With a sudden wave of his hands, the endless hurricane whirled away along with the roar of the weather. Rumble. The terrifying endless hurricane, carrying the power to destroy everything, collided with the huge horrible sea of flames. Roar. The sky-shattering roar, the sea of flames, and the flames on his body were constantly burning, like a wild beast, as if to completely swallow the endless hurricane, and it was forcibly suppressed the destruction hurricane in a short time. Above the sky, the atmosphere is roaring, explosions are endless, and the terrifying endless hurricane forcibly resists the sea of flames that burns everything, as if to completely break through the blockade of the sea of flames and rush towards Lanz. Everyone under 143 looked at this scene, and their hearts were also full of tension. You said Lanz lost by the time. Is it my turn to play? Momosagi asked Moser to the side. In fact, she was also a fighting freak in her heart. No need, I just want to test the real strength of this cloaked man. There is no victory or defeat in this battle. Moser said with a smile on his mouth and said with a certainty. At the end of the sky, the flames on Lanz's huge body continued to burn, the sea of flames continued to expand, and the power of the whole body burst out in an instant, but there was no way to stop the endless hurricane's progress. 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters, endless hurricanes have swept across. With a loud roar, Lanz completely broke through the limit, and the sea of flames became more violent. Rumble. In an instant, the sea of fire that swelled up and burned everything, just abruptly blocking the endless hurricane, making it impossible for it to step forward. Enter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the endless terrifying hurricane and the sea of flames that burned everything, accompanied by an explosion like a nuclear bomb, blasted each other in this area. In the world, it turned into nothingness. Advertisement. It's not over yet. The dragon's figure quickly disappeared in place, although the breath of the whole body is extremely weak, but the power of the terrifying hurricane is still covered on the fist. Boom straight towards Lanz. Lanz's body, which was about to collapse, was constantly squeezing the last trace of strength in the body, and the injuries on his body were extremely serious, and the form of all beasts changed again. Become semi-beastization. Regardless of the severe pain, just want to win the victory, the flame covered the dragon's claws and went straight to meet him. Bang! Accompanied by the roar of the weather, the fists and claws collided, and for an instant, the two figures fell straight down like meteors. Momosagi from below was going to rush to catch Lanz, but was stopped by Moser's hand. Don't worry, this battle is not over yet. Moser looked up, and it was not so easy for a strong admiral to tell the winner. In an instant, the earth shattered, dust was everywhere, and 2 deep pits of more than 1,000 meters appeared on the surface. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Guy Aaron both looked into the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Lanz lay on the ruins, full of hideous wounds all over his body. He wanted to stand up desperately. However, the severe pain from his body made him unable to stand up for a while, so he could only kneel on the ground. In the other deep pit, the dragon's condition did not improve much. He pushed his right hand to the ground, and he stood up tremblingly. CFEI. This is the horror of admiral-level powerhouses, powerful physical strength and resilience. If it continues, it will be a life-and-death battle. On the other side, Lance was full of disbelief. He was extremely confident in his physique and physical fitness. Including Sakazuki also rely on fruit ability to overpower him. Greater than advertisement, but the guy in front of him was not only as good as his physical skills, but hockey was vaguely stronger. On the other side, Bartholomew Kuma and Karas also looked at this scene in awe. They knew the strength of the dragon. Even 4 emperors, it might not be Dragon's opponent. But the guy in front of you can push it to this point. Especially Bartholomew Kuma, he was very lamented in his heart. He thought he was just weaker than Lance. It now seems that when that guy is fighting against himself, he still retains his strength. Looking at the figure in front of him, Lance's expression was full of ruthlessness. The 3 brothers had promised Moser that they would never lose again, so he can't lose today. An astonishing will burst out of Lance's body. Even if he was crushed to pieces, I would never allow myself to lose like this. Ah! Lance stood up with all his strength. The cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing. His determined eyes only stared at the dragon in front of him. Feeling this amazing aura, the 2 Bartholomew bears in the distance were shocked. This guy is really a monster. I thought that the only one who could stand up in the desperate situation was the leader. I didn't expect this guy to do as well. This kind of person is really terrifying. Karas couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The most terrifying thing is not him, but the one. You know that he hasn't taken any shots until now. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Moser with extreme vigilance. The pupils were extremely indifferent, and the dragon didn't expect Lance to stand up again. It was terrifying potential and strength. I didn't know if there was a chance to recruit him to the Revolutionary Army. The dragon now has the intention of soliciting. The weak force of the hurricane recovered the right fist. At the same time, Lance, whose whole body was covered with scars, looked ruthless, and the right paw was covered with a hurricane. Lance on the other side was also where his right fist hit the dragon's chest directly. Zzz. Along with the sound of the hurricane cutting flesh and blood, a blood hole appeared in Lance's chest instantly. At the same time, his body leaned slightly. Lance's punch that contained fiery flames just hit the dragon's shoulder. Chapter 223 Stop the fight. Moser's conversation with the dragon. The eyes were full of anger, and Lance's body retreated suddenly. The hideous wound on his chest, blood flowing continuously, looked terrifying. Damn it. Lance was so angry that his pupils turned blood red. Enduring the severe injury, the flames all over his body broke out in an instant, completely squeezing the last trace of strength in the body. The second order of all beast forms. In an instant, the flames in Lance's whole body expanded again, forcibly changing into the form of a full beast and flew into the sky. The fire started a prairie fire. Above the sky, a monstrous sea of fire covered the entire sky, the fire dragon proud of the world, red, as if to burn everything in this world. Roar. With a loud roar, the 1,000-meter-long sea of fire, carrying the power of destroying everything, drowned toward the dragon in front, and everything along the way was burned out. The people below were all surprised when they saw this scene. Including the dragon on the opposite side was also a little shocked, but he wouldn't admit defeat. Extremely endless hurricanes. Looking directly at this devastating blow, the dragon's body exuded a violent wind, as if to destroy everything, and a hurricane was conceived. Ah! The dragon also roared, and the hurricane that was nearly 10,000 meters ahead was even more violent. With a violent wave of both hands forward, the endless hurricane whirled away with the roar of the atmosphere. In an instant, the terrifying endless hurricane, carrying the power to destroy everything, will collide with the terrifying sea of flames in midair. Stopping. A figure appeared in the middle of the 2 terrorist element attacks. I saw that Moser's eyes moved slightly, and the 2,000-meter-long terrorist attacks were just like that, suspended in the air, forming a beautiful scene. The people below saw this scene as if they had seen a miracle. Even if it was him, is no exception. Including the 2 dragons who were seriously injured at the moment, they were also shocked. Advertisement Long, in particular, thought that his younger brother was so strong that he could easily block the full blow of 2 admiral-class combat powers. The battle can be over. Moser looked at the 2 with a smile on his face. Space transfer. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 monstrous attacks rushed straight up like 2 9-day galaxies. Boom. It exploded in the sky full of flames, like brilliant fireworks. Although Lance was very puzzled, why did Moser suddenly stand up and stop the fight? But for Moser's decision, he never asked more or opposed it. The dragon looked at Moser seriously. The 2 of them were in midair, looking at each other. Let's go. Let's talk. Moser looked at the dragon with a smile on his mouth. With a puzzled look, Long, wondering did Moser recognize him? Shouldn't it? My mask hasn't been knocked off either. Before Long could think about it, Moser quickly disappeared in place with him. The 2 Nico Robin daughters below watched Moser leading the dragon, disappearing into place out of thin air, their faces full of confusion. Bartholomew Kuma and Karas on the opposite side are the same. Bartholomew Kuma is still a little worried because he doesn't know that Moser is Dragon's younger brother. Are we going to find the leader? Moser's strength is too strong, and the leader is too dangerous to face him. Bartholomew Kuma asked Karas aside. No, Karas replied indifferently, without explaining too much. As for Lance in the midair, the flames all over his body dissipated, and he returned to the ground. With his clenched fist, he knew that if he really had a life-and-death battle, he would probably die. Lance's proud pride does not allow him to fail, and absolutely does not allow him. You said, did Moser know the man in the cloak? Momosagi said to Nico Robin, who had already seen some clues just now. Insufficient, but there is a high probability that we may recognize it. Now we can slowly come back here. Nicole also replied without error. Advertisement and unknown island, Moser and Dragon appear here at the moment. Seeing that he moved here in an instant, Long couldn't help but sigh. Moser, your devil fruit ability is really amazing, but I don't know what's going on with me here. Ask for flowers. Oh, it's okay. You hurt my little brother. I must not beat you up, or else who will recognize me as the boss in the future? Moser saw that Long refused to reveal his identity, and looked at him with a smile, as if to teach him how to behave. Yeah. Long looked at Moser with his fists clenched in front of him, his muscles and bones clenched, his face was full of black lines, and he wanted to be violently beaten by his little brother in his current state, right? Unfortunately, Long didn't know that even in his heyday, Moser could beat him violently as long as he wanted to beat him. Wait a minute. Long saw Moser approaching step by step, and finally couldn't help it. Long took off the mask, revealing his tattooed face. Seeing the true face, Moser pretended to be surprised and said, Brother, why are you? You didn't say it earlier, I almost beat you up. Seeing Moser's hypocritical appearance, Long Dun felt speechless, and his tone was very indifferent, and said, Did you recognize my identity long ago? Nonsense. How is it possible? You are my brother in arms. If you really recognize your identity, why would I let my subordinates beat you? Moser pretended not to know. With black lines all over his face, the dragon looks like you see me, believe it or not? Well, we haven't seen it in more than 10 years. How could your strength suddenly become so strong? Long couldn't help but curiously asked. Of course it was because of cheating. Moser smiled. Ah, what? Long was puzzled. Oh, no, mainly because I have incomparable talent and look handsome. Of course, more importantly because I work hard. Moser thought about the danger, and almost told the truth just now. Hearing this round, Long didn't know what to say for a while. Chapter 224 Luffy, Dragon's Concern. Is that Lance the little brother you adopted since childhood? That guy can't even defeat me with absolute certainty, and his strength has reached the admiral level. Long looked at Moser with a serious expression. Of course, don't look at who trained it. Moreover, not only Lance, but the other two younger brothers who have been adopted since childhood, have reached the admiral level. Moser looked at the dragon triumphantly. Hearing these words, the dragon's expression was astonished, and he couldn't help but ask. You mean, there are two people under your hand, who have admiral level strength? Yeah, it's not normal. Moser said this in a casual tone. But in Long's eyes, he felt that he was pretending to be forceful with himself. 3 admiral class combat power. What is this concept? None of the 4 emperors at this stage has such a strong combat power configuration. 3 admiral plus Moser's 1, 4, 3 combat power ceiling. This is even more terrifying than the King Regiment. It can be said that the Super King Regiment can compete with naval headquarters. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but have that thought. He looked at Moser with a serious expression and said, Moser, are you interested in changing the world with me? Overthrow the rule of celestial dragons and make the world fair. No interest. Moser refused decisively. How could he not know what the dragon thinks, but what does it matter to him? Not to mention whether he wants to rule the world. If he really wanted to, he would have achieved it himself, and he had another goal in his heart. Don't be anxious to refuse. If you are willing to join us, I can even give you my leadership position, and you don't want to return the world to justice? This world is under the rule of celestial dragons, and it is miserable. It is said that the pirates are the disaster of this world. In fact, celestial dragons is the biggest slave owner and the biggest disaster. Long Yi's words of enthusiasm wanted to impress Moser. No, Moser refused again directly. Hearing Moser's refusal again, Long didn't say anything. He knew their family too much. As long as they decided, they would never change, no matter what the reason. Just like myself at the beginning, for the sake of dreams, I can disregard Garp's wishes and betray Marine. But he didn't know that Wu Xian's thoughts were different from him. If he couldn't protect his family and relatives, and couldn't make him happy, then what's the point of keeping this world? On the other side, the Nico Robin at the moment are waiting anxiously. Especially Bartholomew Kuma and Callus, looking at the Lands group with a vigilant face. Although the current Lands was seriously injured, Bartholomew Kuma was more seriously injured. Although he was awake, he has no fighting ability at all. Advertisement. What's more, Karas also felt the sword intent that belonged to the great swordsman from Momosagi. When he really fought, he was not sure that he could beat Momosagi. Fortunately, Momosagi had guessed that Moser might have known the man in the cloak, and they would not do anything without Moser's order. On the unnamed island, the chat between Moser and Long is also over. They said they were brothers. In fact, they have not seen each other for more than 10 years, and there is not much affection. Moser, can you take care of Luffy for me? That's your nephew. Long finally couldn't help but said. Yes. Looking at the dragon, Moser smiled indifferently. Sure enough, no matter where he is. As a father, he will definitely care about his son. Thank you. Long said these 2 words indifferently and then slowly put on the mask. Let's go. Long said. Space teleportation. After a little smile, Moser's eyes moved slightly, and for an instant, the two disappeared. In an instant, it appeared once again on this ruined island. Chief, are you okay? Bartholomew Tiankalashi, seeing the dragon coming back, hurriedly walked forward caringly. I'm fine. Long replied indifferently. Boss, shall we keep them? Lanz asked Moser. Hearing these words, Bartholomew Kuma and Karas stared at them with extremely vigilant expressions for an instant. No, let them go. Moser waved his hand. Got it, old man. Sansi was very puzzled, but he never asked more about Wu Gang's orders. Let's go, Long said to the two behind him. In an instant, Karas transformed into a huge dark crow. The dragon and Bartholomew Kuma jump on this huge dark crow together. Then, with a black stream of light, the three of them disappeared into the sky. Advertisement. Why? That Moser will let us go. With his strength, if we really want to do something, we can't run away either. Bartholomew Kuma couldn't help but ask the two of them. He has naturally heard of Moser's reputation. After all, he is the ceiling of combat power. That's because our leader is Moser's brother, Karas said. Hearing these words, Bartholomew Kuma instantly appeared astonished on his face. Only then did he remember that his leader seems to have another identity, Monk Garps Son. On the ruined island, the marine soldiers hiding in the back were confused when they saw it. You said, why did Moser Rear Admiral let them go? A marine soldier with purple hair asked the person next to him. You ask me, who do I ask? We still ask less about this kind of thing, it's beyond our control. And Veteran warned him directly. But there are still marine soldiers who can't help but talk. Hearing their comments, Lanz turned to look at them and said with an extremely serious expression, shut up all. If anyone dared to spread this incident today, you will know the consequences. After Lanz's rebuke, all the marine soldiers were quiet. Moser didn't care about the soldiers' comments. Even if the incident spread out today, it would not have much impact on him. Is that man in the cloak a dragon? Momosagi walked over and asked Moser in a low voice. Oh, how did you know? Moser was very curious. How did Momosagi know? I don't know, I just guessed, but now I know. Momosagi smiled happily. Nico Robin on the other side was very puzzled. She always felt that the name dragon was very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. After several seconds, she remembered, Monkey. D-Dragon, isn't it the son of Garp Vice Admiral? Moser's brother. No wonder, Wu just wanted to end the fight, and then leave the Dufengren city here to talk. Let's go, Moser said to the two women. He thought to himself that it has been a long time since he returned to Windmill Village. Ace and Luffy are not too young now. As soon as the voice fell, Moser took Nico Robin and the two daughters and disappeared instantly. Chapter 225 Windmill Village, Ace and Luffy. When I returned to the Marine Branch, night had slowly fallen. After the two women had dinner, they went to bed. As in the previous 2 days, Moser still had to rest in his room. 5 days later, in East Blue, the sea breeze was blowing slightly and a warship with a dog's head flag was driving on the surface of East Blue. Boy, I will see your two nephews soon, and then you have to help Lousy persuade them to join Marine. Garp smiled and said to Moser, who was lying on the recliner. As for the two nephews of Moser he mentioned, they are naturally Ace and Luffy. Oh. Moser replied perfunctorily, then put on the blindfold and fell asleep. In this regard, Garp was full of disgust, thinking how cute Moser was before. Seeing his lazy look now, Garp was angry. Of course, the main reason is that when he was young, Garp could still use his iron fist to educate Moser, but since he was 10 years old, let alone a lesson, he couldn't beat Moser. With the fast sailing of the warship, soon an island appeared in front of him. Bang! The warship docked on the shore at 25. After it docked. You little guys, stay on the warship. You can't walk around without my order. Garp first ordered the marine soldiers on the warship to wait on the warship. Then, looking at Moser on the side, he shouted, Boy, don't get up quickly when you get there. Ah! Moser woke up with this roar, took off his blindfold and stretched. This is Garp, and if other people dare to wake him up, it will definitely be a violent beating. Looking impatient, Moser stepped off the warship with his hands behind his back. Ha 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 ha. When Garp saw this scene, he laughed and walked off the warship. Ignoring it, Garp, that bad old man, Moser teleported and disappeared into the banquet bar. It has been almost a year since Wu Sei and Ma talked to each other. Last year, he deliberately came back for a meal. As soon as he walked into the banquet bar, Moser saw Makino sitting at the bar. 2 or 3 wine tables were full of guests. Obviously, business is pretty good now. Makino, I'm back. Moser yelled. Hearing the familiar voice, Makino turned his head and saw that it was Moser, his face full of excitement. Advertisement without hesitation, Makino rushed over and hugged Moser. Some aggrieved tone said, Why do you only come back once a year? I'm back. Moser looked directly at Makino. Suddenly the two of them looked at each other, and the same drinking guests around. Seeing this scene, they all booed, kiss one, kiss one. As villagers in Windmill Village, they naturally know the relationship between Moser and Makino. Kiss. Moser asked Makino. Yeah. Makino closed his eyes shyly. For a moment, Moser lowered his head, and the two of them were like this. The only way to prevent it from failing the audit. When the guests in the tavern saw the kiss between the two, they all cried out for dog abuse. On the other side, Garp also came to the house of Dayton the bandit. Garp, you old B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** You still know to come back, hurry up and take these two bastards away, I can't control them. Dan saw Garp and immediately cursed, as if he had deep hatred. Wow, ha ha ha, don't be so stingy, Dayton, Luffy and the others will have to take care of you for a few more years. Garp didn't care, and laughed directly. Then he looked at the two Luffys behind. At this moment, Luffy and Ace, a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, are still children. My dear grandchildren, do you miss Grandpa? Garp laughed at the two of them. You old fellow, what are you doing back? Ace, Kaido was just angry. Yes, that's right, Luffy echoed as he dug his nostrils. You two bastards, what are you talking about? I'm your grandfather. With that, Garp walked over and hit Luffy's head with two fists. What? Two screams sounded instantly, and a big bag grew on both Ace's heads. Advertisement, damn it, you old fellow. Ace cursed directly. It hurts. Luffy was crying for pain while holding the big bag on his head. Now you know how powerful the old man's iron fist is? This time, not only the old man is back, but also your Uncle Moser. 1. Moser. Is Uncle back? Luffy's face was full of joy when he heard Moser had returned to Windmill Village. As for Ace on the side, even though he pretended to be arrogant, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. As Luffy's uncles, Moser naturally met Ace when he came back to Windmill Village before. You two little guys are so embarrassed to laugh, Moser, that be D. Although lazy and arrogant, but when he was 10 years old, his strength had reached admiral level. And you still have this strength, so obediently follow me to marine training and become an excellent marine soldier. Garp looked at Ace towards the two of them. Old man, don't think about it, I'm 143 but I'm going to be the man of One Piece. Before Ace could speak this time, Luffy said first. Yes, old man, first can join marine too, and don't brag to fool us, Uncle Moser is really strong. But if you say that he is so strong at the age of 10, I don't believe it, Ace said proudly. What are you talking about? You two little guys must join marine. Hearing Ace's remarks, Garp was very angry, and he just raised his fists and slapped them on the head. It hurts. This time, the two of them shook their heads at the same time and a big bag grew out of it, calling it pain. Garp didn't explain too much, Moser's strength. Indeed, at the age of 10 to reach the admiral level, this kind of thing is said, let alone Ace and the two little guys. If there is no fact in front of you, even oneself would not believe it. Old guy, you or Uncle Moser, who is stronger? Ace asked Garp. He hesitated for a while, although Moser is very strong, but compared to that, of course the old man is stronger. When Garp said this, he didn't even have a bit of himself. Sorry, haha, I believe you a ghost, it must be Uncle Moser is stronger. Ace said unceremoniously and directly angered. Chapter 226 Mera Mera Fruit, the Turning Point of Fate. Yes, I also think Uncle Moser is stronger. Luffy also stood up and agreed. You two little guys, how dare you not believe the old man so much? Garp didn't beat the two unexpectedly this time, obviously because he was a little embarrassed. While they were chatting, a tall, thin, handsome man appeared outside the house. Moser, Uncle. Ace and Luffy shouted in unison when they saw the visitor. Garp saw the two little guys, and they had completely different attitudes towards Moser and himself, blowing his beard angrily. You two little guys, do you miss me? Moser walked in. Of course. Luffy looked happy. Ace on the side still pretended to be arrogant. Ace, I'm back this time, I brought you a present. Moser looked at Ace Shong with a smile on his face. A little curious, Ace looked at Moser. I saw Moser took out a red pattern from his arms, like a devil fruit like a dragon fruit. Seeing this, Luffy said first. Ace, I have eaten this, this is worse than shit. Garp at the back was also a little surprised when he saw this scene, because he knew that the devil fruit with this pattern was Logia devil fruit. As for Dayton, they were shocked. As ordinary bandits of East Blue, they had only heard of devil fruit. In their eyes, devil fruit is a legend, they didn't expect that they would encounter it today. And in Moser's eyes, devil fruit can be given away at will. Dan thinks this, Moser is much better than Garp. If Garp knew their inner thoughts, he would definitely cry out injustice, because in his eyes, pure physical skills are a man's romance, and devil fruit is an external force after all. He does not oppose or agree with it. So of course it is not possible to find devil fruit for the two Ace, otherwise it is not simple to find two devil fruits with Garp's strength. This is the burning fruit head of the Mucha series. After swallowing it, you can control the flame in the knife, and you can also metabolize it. Wu Xianfu devil fruit handed it to EC. Advertisement. This is naturally not the Mera Mera fruit in the original, but Moser exchanged it from the system, mainly because he was too lazy to waste time looking for it. As Ace's uncle, Moser could not make him repeat the same mistakes and die in Summit War. As for why he still gave him Mera Mera fruit, the main reason is that Mera Mera fruit itself is not weak, and the reason why Ace lost to Blackbeard is mainly because of his lack of physical skills. Although it was also because Mera Mera fruit was restrained by dark fruit, it was challenging. Moser did not choose to kill Blackbeard and rewrite his fate. Instead, he prepared to train Ace in advance so that Ace would defeat Blackbeard himself. Seeing this devil fruit, Ace thought of Luffy's magical ability to turn into rubber at any time. I thought that if I swallowed this devil fruit myself, would I get that kind of magical ability? Ace took over Devil Fruit. As a fighting freak, he was still willing to improve his strength. As for the latter, Garp didn't say much, but watched this scene quietly. Although he was disgusted with eating Devil Fruit, he still knew the rarity and power of Logia Devil Fruit. Ace, don't eat it, it's worse than urine. Luffy thought of the taste of Devil Fruit and immediately persuaded Ace. Luffy, don't make trouble. Garp glanced at Luffy. After taking a closer look at this Devil Fruit, Ace did not hesitate to bite the Mara fruit because in his heart, Moser would never harm him. At the moment when he took a small bite, Ace's complexion became ashen, and he threw up directly, and his belly was even more upset. At this moment, he knew that what Luffy said was worse than shit. What did it taste like? Wow, ha 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 ha. Seeing Ace, Luffy and Garp burst into laughter instantly. It took nearly a minute before Ace slowed down. In an instant, a hot flame burst out all over Ace. This made Luffy on the side startled, and said in shock, Ace, you are on fire. Seeing that Ace didn't speak, Luffy still touched his body with a finger deadly. It hurts, it hurts. All of a sudden, Lou immediately pulled his hand away, and a small flame appeared on his index finger. Huh. Luffy blew it out quickly, looking at Ace in surprise. Advertisement. Seeing the raging fire burning all over his body, Ace was really shocked. He now feels that there is endless power in his body. I thought this was the Devil Fruit. Is the head with a knife? Uncle Moser, old man, what is this ability in Ace? How come it looks so much better than mine? And it's so cool, it will be hot all over. Luffy looked at Ace with some envy. This is the ability of the Logia Fruit. Swallowing this Devil Fruit can master the power of the element. Moser said to Luffy, then looked at Ace. The next few years, you will go to sea with me, and I will train you in the devil. 11 greater than hearing the words, going to sea, Ace was a little surprised. Garp on the side doesn't care, after all, he even dared to let Moser, who is less than 10 years old, let him go to sea. What's more, what about Ace, who is now 12 years old? But Dan at the back was different. She immediately walked forward in a hurry. What are you talking about? You want to take Ace out to sea for training? He is only 12 years old now. Don't worry, Dan. Moser's, God Zhao, strength is very strong, and he won't be dangerous in Ace. Before Moser could speak, Garp said first. Dan looked at Garp. After a few seconds, he didn't say anything. Although Garp is an old man, he usually doesn't do things well, but he won't take his grandson. Child's safety is joking. Hearing that Ace was going to sea, Luffy was full of envy and shouted, Uncle Moser, I also want to go to sea, I also want to be a pirate. But when he had just finished speaking, Garp rushed over and knocked his head evenly. Suddenly, a big bag appeared on Luffy's head. You kid, you want to dream of going to sea, and even if you go to sea, you can only be a marine. Garp looked at Luffy seriously. Old man, I don't listen to you, I'm going to be the man of One Piece. Luffy looked at Garp without anger at all. Chapter 227 Calm Belt, Fierce Beast Island. When Moser saw this scene, there was nothing he could do. Naturally, he would not choose to take Luffy out to sea. Luffy is the protagonist in the original comics. As long as he walks along the normal plotline, not only will he not die, but he will become stronger step by step. But Ace, if he walks along the plotline of the original, even with Moser's existence, he will never die. However, he will lose to Blackbeard again, be captured by Marine again, and experience Summit War. Moser is not interested, so I will kill Blackbeard now. It's so boring, it's better to let Ace do it yourself. With his guidance anyway, Ace's strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Let's go. Moser looked at Ace. In an instant, the two disappeared in place. Everyone in the Dayton family, except Garp, was shocked when they saw this scene. Old man, Ace and Uncle Moser, how did you disappear into place out of thin air? Luffy asked Garp curiously. These are all Moser, that kid's fruit ability is very magical. Garp gave a thoughtful expression, not knowing what he was thinking. New World, Calm Belt, Fierce Beast Island. 1 minute later, after several space shuttles 147, Moser and Ace came to the island of the beast. Where is this? Ace couldn't help but ask curiously. Calm Belt, the island of beasts. In the next time, you will survive on the outskirts of this island for 7 days. In the meantime, I won't give you any help, although the elements of Logia are immune to most physical damage. But most of the beasts here are armament hockey, and some even observation hockey. Remember, don't go deep into the jungle, and don't think I will come to rescue you. Of course, if you are afraid, I can take you back now, but you will stay in that windmill village forever, don't come out. Moser looked seriously. Yees. I won't be afraid, Ace said immediately, and then walked deep into the jungle without hesitation. In the boundless jungle. Advertisement, 071. Oh, the roar and roar of fierce beasts resounded throughout the jungle. Ace felt a lot of pressure. With the instinct of observation hockey, he could perceive the existence of this island that could kill him. CFEI. Above the sky, Moser of the Master's global scene showed a hint of surprise when he saw that Ace had actually learned observation hockey. You should know that he just handed an Ace observation hockey 2 years ago. I originally wanted him to learn about it, but didn't expect him to learn it. Unexpectedly, Ace now has a preliminary master observation hockey. The endless jungle, like a black hole full of light, is not only invisible, but also contains countless fatal crises. Roar. A small roar came from Ace's ear. He stood in place, seeing and hearing colors spread quickly. It's a pity that his sight is just the master, and he can only spread to within 10 meters of the surrounding distance, and he didn't notice any strangeness, but the great pressure is real. Observation Hockey's instinct told Ace that something nearby must be staring at him, but he didn't see it. Ace stood on the spot, his whole muscles bulged, like a tiger, in a fighting posture. He slowly moved his body, walked forward slowly, and returned as he walked. Looking around, finally found an anomaly. In the jungle on the left, a pair of blood-red eyes is staring at Ace violently, and a sense of oppression comes from there. Roar. It was deafening, visible to the naked eye, just a roar, and the grass in front of it was lifted up by a layer, exposing the moist soil above the ground. A powerful beast appeared. To his right, the hideous fangs, needle-pierced hairs, strong limbs, sharp claws, all said. Ming, the horror of this fierce beast. Advertisement. What was even more frightening was that this fierce beast still exuded a bloody coercion, which made Ace feel a touch of solemnity. It's a bit interesting, and you can feel that this fierce beast's head knife is not weaker than his own, and even stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, resisting the fear, Ace took the first shot. His body disappeared in place and turned into an afterimage, like a high-speed train, flying sand everywhere. Everything along the way was destroyed, and he was attacked directly by the beast. Go with. Seeing this scene, Moser's face above was gratified, facing such a huge beast for the first time, and the courage to take the initiative to attack, worthy of Roger's son. Roar. With a roar, the fierce beast opened its blood basin with a big mouth, sharp teeth, and snapped at Ace. Broken. There was a bite, and Ace's eyes were startled. The monster in front of him could predict his attack. He remembered Moser's instructions before setting off. The monsters on this fierce beast island, some powerful ones, even the master wears two-color hockey. Flame, fire fist. There was a trace of solemnity on Ace's face, and flames wrapped around Ace's right hand, boldly blasting towards the head of the fierce beast. Roar. The dust was all around and the sand splashed. After a blow, Ace stepped back and was startled. Roar. His eyes were full of hostility and stared at Ace. The fierce beast shook. Its huge head, Ace's powerful punch just now did not cause any damage to it. It was accompanied by the vibration of the ground. Go straight away. No way. Ace just swallowed the Mara fruit, and the control of the fruit ability and the development of the ability are far from enough. It can be said that if Ace got the Mara fruit a few days ago, at least it can hurt this beast. Roar. With a roar, the fierce beast opened its blood basin and showed its terrifying fangs. At this moment, it was close to Ace. System. Ace turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place between the electric light and flint. With this blow, the fierce beast bit the air directly. It shook its head, looked at Ace angrily, and then moved its huge body towards Ace to attack. Upon seeing this, Ace didn't have any reason to be afraid. His figure turned into a streamer, and he attacked straight away. Shattered. Flying sands and rocks, broken woods clumped together, one person and one beast killed together in the most primitive way, blood dripping from both of them as if they were free of money. Chapter 228. The last day. Knowing the strength of these fierce beasts, Ace was not afraid. This was his first battle since he went to sea. He knew that Moser must be secretly watching him in the dark, and he must win this battle. Logia was elementalized, and for an instant, Ace burned with flames all over his body, and it was contained in his fist, without fear, rushing straight into the huge beast. One person, one beast, fierce fighting, bloody fight. Ace seems to be alive and blasting this beast on the spot. Straight punches, uppercuts, roars, bites, rumble. Dust is everywhere, the earth is cracked, the broken wood is flying horizontally, and the blood keeps falling. The battle between the two has already reached a terrifying level. 15 minutes later, hoo-hoo, a heavy gasp sounded. Ace stood in place. His coat had already been torn apart, and blood stains on his body caused by sharp claws. It looks a bit hideous and terrifying. Greater than on the opposite side, the dying fierce beast was breathing the last air. Its skull was forcibly broken, revealing blood and pulp, and his body had already become a pile of minced meat, dry and dead. Standing proudly in the sky, Moser showed an expression of approval, defeating a fierce beast in 15 minutes. This result is not bad. In the jungle, Ace found that after the battle just now, he had taken a step closer to the development and control of the fruit. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to improve strength. Now Ace finally knows why Moser wants him to train on the island of the beast. Time passed by like quicksand, and Ace had been on the island of the beast for 6 days. At the beginning, he went from only Logia to elementalization, and later developed his own moves. You know, it only took 6 days. The fierce beasts that died in his hands are countless, and the aura on his body is very different from before, and he has improved a lot. Moser above did not expect that in the past few days, Ace was forced to be seriously injured several times, and even once Moser almost couldn't help but shoot. But every time, Ace stubbornly fights back. Advertisement. Roar. With a roar, a huge monster was like a hill, completely lost its life, and fell heavily on the ground. And above Renchion de Bay, Ying is also firm. His eyes are so firm, his upper body is straight, allowing both to look at the countless bloodstains, and he only exhales slightly. As Ace gets deeper and deeper, he encounters fierce beasts getting stronger and stronger. Just now he encountered a fierce tiger, which lasted for an hour and paid a painful price before he killed it. Sitting still on the ground, Ace used the life return in Marine 6 styles to recover from his injury. If there is no life to return, This time the Fierce Beast Island experience, he may not be able to survive for 3 days. This Marine 6 styles was naturally handed over to Ace by Moser 2 years ago. It took 2 years for Ace to learn all Marine 6 styles. His talent is extremely terrifying. Although there is no Lu Chi within a year, the learning will come quickly, but you must know that Lu Chi is taught by someone. Most of Ace's groping is on his own, so his talent is even more terrifying. Moser, who has been in control of the overall situation at the top, is also very satisfied, thinking that Ace is worthy of Roger's son. If not, in the later stage, he relied too much on the fruit ability and wasted the training of physical skills, but he did not cultivate the peak of fruit ability like Bluzolino, which led him to lose to Blackbeard. Of course, with the existence of Moser, the current Ace does not know, it is several times stronger than the 12-year-old in the original book. It can be said that if this development continues, 6 years later, the outcome of the battle between Ace and Blackbeard is really hard to say. The battle just now was extremely thrilling, and Ace had already been forced to explode the Mara fruit's ability with all his strength, without leaving any cards. Otherwise, it is not necessarily true, it is the opponent of that fierce beast. In the depths of the jungle, looking at the sun that had already set in the western mountains, Ace immediately left the place. The Fierce Beast Island at night was far more terrifying than the day. After today, it was the 7th day. As soon as he was about to get up, the nerves in Ace's whole body were tense, and he raised his head to look forward. In a dark jungle, a blood-red eye was staring straight at him. For flowers. Advertisement, damn it, Ace screamed bad luck in his heart. He knew that the strength of this fierce beast was very powerful. It can be said that it is difficult for him to beat him now, and it can even be said that he basically cannot beat it. In the city with an expression of incomparable expression, he then used the fruit ability. Facing such a dangerous enemy, he would not expand. In an instant, the flames all over his body burned, and a radius of 100 meters seemed to be completely transformed into a sea of flames. A figure full of flames came out from it. The opposite fierce beast, looking at the flames that burned everything, unexpectedly showed a hint of fear. Yang Yan. In the jungle, flames raged. Ace waved his palm forward, and a huge pillar of flames several meters long, directed towards the behemoth and drowned. Zertzi. The blazing flame instantly drowned the wild boar, and the flames seemed to burn everything. Boom. A huge figure rushed out from the sea of flames. The hot flame was actually only on his skin and flesh, causing some weak damage, without hurting its internal organs. Facing the behemoth coming straight, Ace's face was a little surprised. Armed, Fire Dragon. Ace's right hand turned into a fiery flame, and a blazing flood dragon carried all the power to scorch and spewed out. Seeing this terrifying blow, the wild boar didn't have any thoughts of slowing down. The two fangs were covered with armed colors, just forcibly dispersing such a terrifying blow. The monstrous fierce beast stood unscathed and looked at Ace pretentiously, as if laughing at him. Damn it! Ace's expression is extremely solemn. This is the most difficult beast he has encountered in so long. The 2 moves he developed by himself could only cause insignificant harm to him. Moser above is also carefully watching this battle. Based on his judgment of the strength of one person and one beast, if there is no accident, Ace will lose.